The Great Wasteland Demon Bringer. Synopsis: I thought I was about to spend my life in mediocrity, but I accidentally discovered that I can pick up cultivation. I thought that I was about to join the sheriff as my son-in-law, but in the blink of an eye, the sheriff became the empress, and I became the empress's man. I thought that I could happily be a soft rice emperor, but I somehow became a human family to suppress the devil. And after that, the rest of my life is not forbidden, and drawing the sword is justice. Immortal martial chaos, demons rampage, evil god descends, human race will die? Oh, it doesn't exist. Chapter 1 Gaining 9 years of cultivation. Sunset. On the long street of Cold-Young City, Jiang Qie, dressed in the uniform of a jailer of the city patrol division, rode a tall and powerful big green donkey and walked unhurriedly on his way home. He casually surveyed the passing pedestrians. That handsome face carried a few moments of displeasure. Yes, he's having a bad day. In the afternoon when he was on duty, a mysterious gentleman of notable status was locked up in the prison of the city patrol division. Just because he didn't treat that gentleman with enough respect, he was lectured by his top boss, Lao Wang. Until this moment, Jiang Qie was still a little bit of a nuisance. Slot. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Some other day when I'm on duty, I must find a chance to fix the little white boy and get out of this bad breath. It's also good to let him understand what it means that the king of hell is good to see. But the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. There is also that money-grubbing and lustful old Wang, all old teeth still occupying the position and refusing to retreat. One day to let him experience the people leave the tea cooler. If I don't make him beg for food on the street, I'll be sorry for the scolding I received today. Ha! Jiang Qie, was also a great young man with a very positive outlook in my last life. When did I become so shady? Well, it's all the fault of this world being so sinister. And decent and kind as I am, I'm about to be led astray. Jiang Qie shook his head, throwing a few evil thoughts, temporarily, out of the sky. Yell, if it isn't Mr. Jiang, come up for a drink. There was a sudden cock-a-doodle-doo-like squawk from overhead. Jiang Qie raised his sword brows and raised his eyes. The Heavenly Habitat restaurant, a window on the 3rd floor, poked out half of his body. It was an oily white fat teenager with flowery clothes and a glass of wine in his hand, looking over in a dangling manner with a teasingly bad smile on his face. Yu Xiaobai, the young proprietor of the Heavenly Habitat restaurant. When they were young, they went to school together and often played together, and at that time he was considered Jiang Qie's follower little brother. But in recent years, ever since Jiang Qie's grandfather disappeared, the Jiang family had lost a great deal of ground. Jiang Qie, the young master of the Jiang clan, also had to work as a jailer in the City Watch Division's prison to make a living. Now the two were no longer on the same level, one still mucking about and the other had long since risen to the occasion, and there were fewer opportunities to meet, coupled with some other things that had happened. Yu Xiaobai, a former junior brother, had become more and more rebellious in front of Jiang Qie. In this regard, Jiang Qie didn't really care. Seeing as Yu Xiaobai has a divine face sister, his tolerance for this little brother is still relatively high. At this moment, seeing that it was Yu Xiaobai, this bird, Jiang Qie rolled his eyes in bemusement. If it were a normal day, he might have gone up there, and he never paid for his meals when he went into the celestial habitat anyway. But today he had something that required a trip home, and not being in the mood to bother with this guy, he continued to bury his head in the sand. However, Yu Xiaobai did not intend to let him go. Instead he heatedly came to the point of interest. Jiang Shaoqi, I see you don't look too good. Did you encounter something bad? Come up and have a drink. Old rules, this drink is on me. This young man, just tell your sad story to make this young man happy. The corners of Jiang Qie's mouth tugged, and he couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. A few days have gone by. This kid has really fattened up, and he dares to make fun of the laborers. Well, just blame me for not being a big brother for years. He looked diagonally above and said lazily, what's the point of two big men drinking? I heard that your sister came back from the Shaoyang Mountain Immortal Sect. I haven't seen her for a long time. It's strange to miss her. Why don't you ask to come out and sit together? Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiaobai's face instantly changed, turning very wonderful. He seemed to want to laugh a little, but held it hard. The expression was one of exasperation, as if he had dug up his ancestral grave, only to see him blowing his nose and glaring with great anger. Jiang Qie, my sister has worshipped the immortal sect. How dare you still think about her? No one can stop me today. I'm going to beat you to death. Young master can't jump. This is the 3rd floor. 3rd floor Besides, You can't beat Jiang Qishao. Yu Xiaobai made a move to jump down and fight with Jiang Qiye, but he was held by a fellow to death. Exasperated, he took a plate of roasted chicken from the table and ruthlessly slammed it at Jiang Qiye. Jiang Qiye, you go to hell. The fat roasted chicken broke into the air and flew. Ha! Throwing things from a height. If in Lao Zi's previous life, at least detain you for half a month. Jiang Qiye didn't notice Yu Xiaobai's micro-expression. He let out a slightly disdainful laugh and sigh as he drew his sword and discharged it like a running stream. Pust. The fat, oily, spit-roasted chicken was stuck in the long knife with precision. Jiang Qiye looked through it. The roasted chicken was complete, and it looked like it hadn't had time to be spoiled by the little fatty. The 100-herb chicken from the great wilderness of Guanhua is a superb product that feeds on many medicinal herbs, making it highly tonic and delicious. It just so happened that he was also a bit hungry, so he ate and chewed without any hesitation. Oh, it's worthy of Celestial Habitat's secret 100-herb chicken. The flavor really doesn't poke. What does it matter if your sister becomes an immortal? Even if she becomes an immortal and a god, who can stop me from thinking about her? Tell your sister for me that she can't marry anyone but me in her life, and that I'll always have a place for her in my heart. Jiang Qiye rode away on a donkey while eating chicken, not forgetting to put down a few words of bravado on his way out. Jiang Qiye, you're going to be a flunky at the Xin Wang house, but you still want to plague my sister. Why don't you go to hell? This young man will fight you. Don't run away if you have the guts. Dash. Young master. The third floor. Third floor. Ah. The roar of the little fat man behind him fades away. Jiang Qiye, however, gradually realized that the 100-herb chicken in his hand was not so fragrant. A faint flicker of remembrance and regret crossed his mind, but it quickly returned to calm. There is always so much helplessness and regret in this Chao Dan's life. Once upon a time, he had had a dream girl that he had longed for. Yu Xiaobai's sister. That the country's face. That exquisite body. That ethereal as immortal temperament. So that he was surprised by the heavenly love at first sight. And since then night and night grinding side to side, thinking of sleepless nights. For this reason he has not less to Yu Xiaobai all kinds of coercion. Led him from the side to assist. Nay, the world is unpredictable. Before he could go further, a paper marriage contract suddenly fell from the sky. He became the fiancé of Princess Hongyu of Zuanwangfu, and it is still a member of the family, and he will be married in 2 more months. And Yu Xiaobai's sister also entered the Shaoyang Mountain Immortal sect, and never saw each other again for 2 years. Alas, the world is a hard place. The mundanes of my generation can only go with the flow. It's hard enough to stay alive, but how can everything be perfect? Jiang Qiye has been a man for 2 lifetimes, and after enduring the beatings of society, and 2 worlds at that, he has decided to smile and bow down to God's Father. After all, he is not a genius. There is no golden finger. Even a sentence of my life by me, not by the sky, do not dare to shout. Not to mention hands in the pocket, for fear of being hit. Gain 9 years of martial arts training. Ha! Jiang Qiye's heart suddenly had such a glimmer of clarity that he couldn't help but freeze. Gaining 9 years of cultivation? What the hell? Where are these 9 years of cultivation? He didn't feel half a sign of cultivation growth, but the prompting that came to light was so real that it was never a hallucination. Could be that thing? Suddenly, Jiang Qiye seemed to have thought of something. He closed his eyes and cast his mind to a white bead in his head. Chapter 2 Cultivation Dharma Bead. This bead was picked up in the reincarnation void when Jiang Qiye's soul traveled through, and came with him to this world. In these 18 years, the bead was motionless, and Jiang Qiye had almost forgotten about its existence. The only change it had made was that it had faded from its original black color to a translucent white. And at this moment, when Jiang Qiye's mind touched the bead, he received some unprecedented hints. Cultivation Dharma Bead can collect the dissipated cultivation of transformed beings after death. Effective distance of 30 meters. Has stored 9 years of cultivation. Hiss. Jiang Qiye sucked in a mouthful of cold air as his mood became a bit agitated. There's no doubt about it. It's the golden handshake that's arrived. This sinister world where practicing martial arts was king, cultivating immortality, and where demons and ferocious beasts were rampant was just too unfriendly for him. In these 18 years, he had lived a careful life, and several times he had brushed with the god of death, which was a handful of bitter tears to say the least. And now, it seems like it's going to be time. He carefully observed the cultivation Dharma bead and realized that inside the translucent Dharma bead, there were 9 strands of bright white arcane air currents, implying 9 years of cultivation. At the same time, he clearly realized that he could dispose of these 9 years of cultivation at will. Where did these 9 years of cultivation come from? Well, those details are irrelevant. Let's see how it works first. The Zhang clan that Zhang Qiye came from was a martial arts family with several martial arts heart techniques passed down within the family. Among them, the most subtle ones were the White Tiger Xian Jing and the Ling Ming Stone Fist. Zhang Qiye had only practiced the Spirit Bright Stone Fist. Spirit Bright Stone Fist, although it sounds a bit like a big roadkill, but in fact, this is a very subtle and profound internal martial arts. Not only could it cultivate the physical body, it also possessed a hint of the effect of strengthening the divine soul and enhancing wisdom. Zhang Qiye was introduced to martial arts at the age of 6, laying the foundation for 3 years and then practicing boxing for 9 years. Now he had practiced the second layer of the Spirit Bright Stone Fist, becoming an 8th grade martial artist. The martial artists in this world were divided into 1 to 9 grades according to their strength, with 1 grade being the highest and 9 grades being the lowest. Among them, the lower 3 grades forged tendons and refined bones, the middle 3 grades carried qi and blood, and the upper 3 grades cultivated internal qi. Above the first grade, it is innate. Only, innate masters were like a phoenix feather, rarer than cultivators who flew through the sky with their swords, and often only existed in legends. Zhang Qiye had become an 8th grade martial artist at the age of 18, which was not bad in the eyes of many, but in reality, his talent is only average. He was able to achieve this mainly thanks to the aid of medicinal baths and having consumed a large amount of ferocious beast meat. After all, coming from a martial arts family, one had to start a little higher than most, but in recent years, since his grandfather's disappearance, he has lost his biggest backer in the family. Coupled with the fact that the strength of the Zhang family had declined and cultivation resources had become scarce, his strength had stagnated for a long time. Now, Zhang Qiye didn't hesitate to add 9 years of cultivation to the Spirit Bright Stone Fist. At that moment, his tiger body boomed. A picture of cultivation flashed in front of his eyes. A large amount of cultivation insights poured into his mind, and endless power poured into his body. Although the 9 years of cultivation was instantly infused into his body, it was as if Zhang Qiye had practiced for 9 years in a steady manner. It was even more efficient than if he had actually practiced for 9 years. In the first year, he only slightly refined his strength, but did not break through the bottleneck. The next year, this crotch-pulling qualification. In the third year, he finally practiced the third layer of the Spirit Bright Stone Fist, stepping from an 8th grade martial artist into the ranks of a 7th grade martial artist, with a strength of 600 pounds. 4th year, 5th year. In the 9th year, he practiced the 4th layer of the Ling Ming Stone Fist, achieving the 6th grade of martial artist, possessing a huge strength of 800 pounds. In just a dozen breaths of time, Zhang Qiye had already completed 9 years of martial arts journey. Moreover, these 9 years of cultivation were very efficient. It was equivalent to 9 years of hard training without any paddling and without any distractions under the condition that he had sufficient resources. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath, the essence in his eyes flickering. His original slightly lean figure had become refined and strong, outwardly muscular. The sinews and bones are harder and denser, comparable to iron and stone. The qi and blood in his body were majestic, as if he had inexhaustible strength. He clenched both of his fists with a huge force of 800 pounds, and the crunching of his bones shook the air. In addition, practicing Ling Ming Shi Quan possesses a hint of the effect of internal strengthening of the divine prana. This also caused Zhang Qiye's mental strength, eyesight, hearing, and even wisdom to improve. Now he was strong and vigorous, and his eyes were shining with essence between opening and closing, making it impossible to look directly at him. It's amazing. It's so powerful. This is equivalent to using someone else's time, resources, talent, and effort to enhance my own cultivation realm, and it's completely free of side effects. Zhang Qiye's heart was ecstatic. The feeling of being bursting with power and being strong in all aspects of your body and mind is exhilarating and downright mesmerizing. Although martial artists were not rare in this world, most of them, however, hovered in the lower 3rd grade. A 6th grade martial artist was enough to become the backbone of a martial power. Among the younger generation, he was considered to have stepped into the threshold of genius. And that's just the beginning. With the cultivation Dharma Pearl, Zhang Qiye is already looking forward to his future, full of anticipation. Where did these 9 years of cultivation come from? Zhang Qiye raised his eyes to scan his surroundings while experiencing the change in his strength. In the next moment, he saw that at the street corner dozens of meters away, a powerfully dressed man holding a wine jar was lying straight on the ground. The man just died, the blood coming out of his neck, mixed with the liquor, spilled all over the place, attracting many passers-by to look sideways, and then they all went around and quickly moved away. Apparently, the man was drunk and stabbed to death in the street, and the killer is nowhere to be found. This situation was not uncommon within Cold Sun City. Martial artists violating prohibitions with their martial arts is supposed to be the norm in this world. 9 years of cultivation must have come from this person as well. At this time, Jiang Qiye again discovered that the collection range of the cultivation Dharma bead had expanded from the initial 30 meters to 50 meters. This seemed to be related to his increased cultivation level and enhanced divine soul. Jiang Qiye felt pleasantly surprised that the collection range of the cultivation Dharma bead could still grow, which was even more heaven-defying. Just imagine, if the collection range is expanded to 10 or 100 miles in the future, wouldn't it be like lying at home and having endless cultivation to pick up? Could it be that this is the legendary lie-in? Jiang Qiye's 2 eyes glowed slightly, expressing great anticipation. The unlucky man who died had his own street patrol battalion to deal with, and it was not in his job description. He kicked the donkey's belly and continued on his way. At this moment, the somberness in his heart was gone. The whole person was full of spring, and the corners of his mouth were overflowing with a few smiles, as if he looked at everything a little more smoothly. Even the little girl selling meat on the side of the road was a bit more enchanting than usual, but he had just stepped out not far, when the street entrance on one side suddenly rushed out across the street a divine handsome warhorse with snow-white fur. This warhorse was more than 2 meters tall at the shoulder, with an imposing and handsome demeanor like a dragon. Its forehead, neck, and joints of its limbs were all covered with light green scales, and it was clearly a great desolate divine colt with a fey bloodline, the famous snow dragon green. Sigh. As the white horse passed in front of Jiang Qiye, it suddenly stood up as a human, letting out a clear neigh like a dragon or an elephant that resounded through the cloudy sky. The great green donkey under Jiang Qiye's seat, although it was also a great desolate fey, its bloodline was obviously weak. At the moment, he was so frightened that he almost fled. Luckily, he was quick on his feet and stabilized the big green donkey with force, so that it didn't cause an accident. The white horse is not unowned. On the back of the horse sat a white-clothed girl with a white veil over her face, who was looking over with clear and cold eyes. Treadmill. Whose unlucky kid is this? Jiang Qiye had wanted to vocalize a rebuke to the other party, but when he saw the visitor clearly, his eyelids suddenly fluttered, and he got a little weak. Chapter 3, I marry you, not you marry me. The young girl in front of her watery eyes is wise. Her chest sash is bulging, her body is slender and tall, and her 2 long legs show a straight and slender silhouette, with the breeze lifting the veil, revealing the maiden's polished jade-like chin, and the crimson tantalizing cherry mouth. One's reverie is infinite. Under her left ear, there was a fish-shaped red jade earring, crystal and magnificent, emitting a reddish precious light under the reflection of the setting sun, as if making the whole heaven and earth are 3 times more colorful. A delicately crafted white dress like snow, showing a cool and noble temperament. White horses, beautiful people. The moment she appeared, she became the prettiest cub on the street, attracting everyone's attention. At this moment, Jiang Qiye looked at the young girl on the white horse, at the dozens of imposing heavy armored knights behind the young girl, and the anger on his face gradually dissipated into nothingness, seamlessly merging into a spring-like smile. He raised his hands and clasped his fists as he greeted the young girl. So it's County Lord Han Yu. What a coincidence. County Lord's writing skills are superb. I admire Jiang. Not a coincidence at all. The young girl did not pretend to be a woman. Her voice was clear and cold. I heard that you can't get over that woman from the Yu family, and even threatened in public that you would not marry her. Is there such a thing? Well, it's here to raise hell, and it's really not a coincidence. Jiang Qiye immediately had a solemn face and firmly denied it. This is a rumor. I'm already married, so I can't do something like this. This must be someone who is jealous of Mr. Zhang's upcoming marriage to a stunningly beautiful and delicate wife, and only then deliberately creating rumors and slandering me. Please, County Princess, do not gullibly believe the slanderous words of the villain, lest you fall for the trickery of others. The white-clothed girl sniffed, her pretty face under the veil slightly flushed, and her snow-white swan neck was also vaguely covered with a layer of red rouge, which was voluptuous and moving. However, she was still able to force herself to be aloof, glaring at Jiang Qiye and coldly ranting, slick-talking, not a good person. You'd better remember your part, otherwise, or I won't let you go. Also, you have to remember that it's me marrying you, not you marrying me. Also, just because I came to you for confirmation doesn't mean I care about you that much. I just don't want to see you out there being and making me lose face in front of my sisters. Take care of yourself. Giddy up. The young girl struggled to slate her pretty face and gave Jiang Qiye a warning look that was a bit pinned. She turned her horse around and took the group of heavily armored knights with her, quickly disappearing down the long street. seeming to be a bit of a runaway. Jiang Qie rubbed his nose and his face was odd. Watery poplar? Holy, that's right. This young girl was his fiancée, the county princess Hongyu of the Xianwang house, whose real name was Xiao Hongyu. 2 years ago, when Jiang Qie's grandfather disappeared, the Jiang family lost its pillar of prime, and the family was instantly plunged into an unprecedented crisis. Some of the strong enemies that used to hibernate in the past have come to the door to seek revenge, causing the Jiang family to lose a lot of experts and almost face the desperate situation of extinction. Just when the Jiang family was isolated, one night, Xiao Hongyu suddenly came to their door. She directly approached Jiang Qie and made her conditions in a dignified manner. As long as Jiang Qie agrees to join the Xianwang house and be her husband, she will use the Xianwang house's power to help the Jiang family get through this difficult time. At that time, Jiang Qie was simply dumbfounded like never before. Although he didn't know how his mediocre self could have gotten into the green eyes of this first county lord of the northern lands, but he really had no other choice. For the sake of his family's survival and his own little life, he had no choice but to comply. In fact, until today, Jiang Qie hadn't been able to figure out why Xiao Hongyu had chosen herself. He thought that apart from his good looks, his other merits were not too obvious. So why did he manage to fall into the eyes of this proud daughter of heaven? In the end, he could only attribute it to the fact that Xiao Hongyu was as discerning as God, and might have discovered the hidden identity of his dimensional son in a certain unintentional moment. With regards to Xiao Hongyu as his fiancée, Jiang Qie was not repulsed inwardly. Although he hadn't seen Xiao Hongyu's full true appearance, he could conclude that this young girl was definitely not ugly just based on the parts he saw. And so far, Xiao Hongyu had yet to have a disposition or habit in her that made him sick. Even though she came from a noble background, she did not have the usual superciliousness and arrogance of other noble children. Maybe she's cold in nature. However, intuition told Jiang Qie that Xiao Hongyu might not be as cool as she showed. Her coolness was more like a layer of protective color. Also, she's a little arrogant, which doesn't hurt but is a little cute. However, he couldn't talk about any male-female feelings towards Xiao Hongyu yet either. After all, the two were not familiar with each other, having met only a handful of times, and the person had half of their face covered. But in any case, it is important to be a man of contract. Since they had done themselves a great favor and they had agreed to join the family, they could not go back on their word. And even if they were invincible in the future, they must not do so. As for the grandiose words he had spoken earlier under the Heavenly Habitat restaurant, it was just a momentary high of his mouth. Well, that's it. I don't know which one is the one who even told me blackmail behind my back. If I let my old man know who you are, I will definitely let you eat and eat. Jiang Qie chilled his face and swept his cold eyes over the crowd of people watching from afar, causing those watching to shrink their heads and disperse. Suddenly, in the middle of the crowd, he found a greasy-headed little fat man, eating watermelon, happily watching the show, laughing like a thief. Ha! You Xiaobai. Sure enough, it's you. Stop right there. Jiang Qie bellowed and immediately rolled over and dismounted from his donkey, striding towards the crowd. No, not me. I didn't. You've wronged me. And so on. It's not right. I'm also an 8th grade martial artist now. I'm not afraid of you anymore. When Yu Xiaobai saw Jiang Qie approaching, his face changed slightly and he habitually tried to retreat. But he suddenly came to his senses again, and with his back straightened out, he roared in a stern manner. Jiang Laoqi, so what if it was this young master who did it? If you have the guts, come here. Ha! No wonder you dare to call out to me. So you have the backbone. Jiang Qie couldn't help but grin. He took large strides forward while releasing the strong aura of a 6th grade martial artist, his body's robes bulging without wind, the dust under his feet swirling backward and flying up. His aura was extraordinary. Yu Xiaobai had just been hardened for a second, and when he saw Jiang Qie's performance, his eyes straightened and his face turned green. When did you break through the 6th rank? Groove. Count on you to be ruthless. I still have soup stewing on the stove at home, so I won't get on your bad side today. Goodbye. Seeing a bad opportunity, Yu Xiaobai turned around and fled. However, he had just escaped a few dozen meters when Jiang Qie clamped his neck and dragged him into a nearby alley. Hey, Xiaobai, you are fat again. Lack of exercise. Brother to help you lose weight. No, don't. I'm not fat at all. I'm stout. 7 I was wrong. After a burst of pig-killing exaggerated screams, Jiang Qie walked out of the alley with a face of displeasure. In his hand he weighed a few pieces of broken silver. How poor. It's still the Yu family's young master. The silver on his body never exceeds 10 taels. This young master of yours is picking it up. isn't he? Bah! You actually think it's too little. Give it back if you don't want it. Yu Xiaobai followed out of the alley, angrily and discontentedly slapping the footprints on his body. He didn't suffer any injuries, and there was mainly more jostling between the two of them, so Jiang Qie naturally wouldn't lay a heavy hand on him. A mosquito leg is still meat even if it's small, so brother will grudgingly smile. With a disgusted look on his face, Jiang Qie skimmed his lips, rolled over onto a donkey, and leisurely left. After walking out for some distance, he suddenly twitched his eyebrows, vaguely sensing that he seemed to have overlooked something just now. This guy, Yu Xiaobai, is a bit quick to sue for blackmail. You know, even he, his fiancée, doesn't find it easy to see Xiao Hongyu. Well, probably met by mistake. Chapter 4, The Immortal Sex Visitors, This Father and Son. A few moments later, the Zhang family's gate was far away. Jiang Qie gradually put away the ease on his face, turning his gaze cold and expressionless, as if the entire person was cloaked in a layer of armor. At that moment, he happened to see that a low-key and luxurious double-driven carriage drove out of the Zhang family's gate, and under the watchful eyes of all the people in the Zhang family, gradually faded away. Seventh brother, you're back. A quirky little girl saw Jiang Qie and immediately jumped over cheerfully, like a little rabbit. Xiaojiu, who was the one who left just now? Jiang Qie rolled over and got off the donkey, casually asking. This teenage girl, his little sister from one mother, was named Jiang Jiuzhen, and was also the youngest of Jiang Qie's generation. I heard from the housekeeper that it was an immortal sect disciple from the Nebula sect of Shaoyang Mountain. Jiang Jiuzhen said with a clear voice. The Nebula clan of Mount Shaoyang. Jiang Qie's face sank slightly, and the look he gave that carriage was a bit cold. The Shaoyang mountain range is to the east of Cold Sun City, with peaks and mountains stretching for thousands of miles, surrounded by clouds and mists all year round. It is a famous spiritual vein immortal mountain in the world. There were 5 major immortal sects in the mountain, and the Nebula sect was one of them. The Jiang family was essentially considered a vassal family under the Nebula sect, with 70% of its annual proceeds going to the Nebula sect in exchange for the immortal sect's patronage. With regards to the immortal sect Nebula sect, Jiang Qie was still filled with longing when he was a child. After all, who could not want to fly immortal with a sword and live forever? But to his disappointment, the Nebula sect did not collect disciples from the Jiang family at all, and the Jiang family did not even have the qualifications to participate in the entrance examination. Ever since his grandfather's disappearance, he was even more disenchanted with the Nebula sect, and was even a bit hostile, because his grandfather, the first expert of the Jiang family, had disappeared while working for the immortal sect. After his grandfather's disappearance, the Jiang family had been subjected to a series of retaliatory strikes by powerful enemies, and had no choice but to ask the Nebula sect for help several times, only to be ignored. This ultimately led to the deaths and injuries of the Jiang family's experts, and his second and third uncles, as well as so many of his clansmen, all died tragically in battle within just a few years. In the end, although the Xian Wangfu made a move to help the Jiang family get through the hard times, the Jiang family has already suffered a great loss of power, and the family business has also begun to shrink significantly. The Jiang family, a martial arts family, could now only gain a foothold within Cold Sun City, losing most of their properties outside the city. Even Jiang Qie, the 7th young master of the Jiang family, could only go to the prison of the city watch department to make a living, and could no longer wait for death to get by. Therefore, it was simply impossible to make him feel good about the Nebula sect. 7th brother, I want to ride your donkey. Jiang Jiuzhen looked at Jiang Qie with a shy little face and a smile. Aha! Jiang Qie's face darkened as he decisively refused. No. Why? 7th brother, don't be so stingy. Jiang Jiuzhen pouted pitifully. Jiang Qie was not the least bit moved and said with a stern face. No means no. Not only are you not allowed to ride 7's donkey, you're not allowed to ride any of the donkeys or horses in the stables. If I catch you sneaking a ride down the street, don't blame 7 for kicking your ass. This little girl, not to mention her age, is lawless and crazy in her bones. Just when people hate dogs, her favorite thing to do is to team up with some of her little sisters and run wild on the streets, almost hitting passers-by on several occasions, especially that time last month. This girl had actually rammed King Xian's carriage. If it wasn't for the fact that the Jiang family had a great relationship with the Xianwang family, they would have almost been captured by others. Jiang Qie, you bully! The little girl was shy and annoyed, her silver teeth grinding fiercely, very unconvinced, kind of wanting to make a move. Jiang Qie put on his 7th brother's stance and said, Be a good boy and get your ass back to practicing martial arts. When you can beat 7, I won't stop you from riding a horse, let alone a donkey. That's what you said. It won't take me long to surpass you, and then I'll beat you until you cry. Stinking 7th brother. You wait for me. The little girl dropped a few harsh words, pouted and ran away in a huff. Jiang Qiye didn't care about his little sister's threat. Instead, he was a bit amused. If it were to be in the past, with his little sister's martial arts talent, it would be very possible for her cultivation to surpass his in the future. Perhaps it wouldn't even take more than a few years. But now, it's not possible. It can't be helped. Who let her brother open up? At that moment, a serious and cold gaze looked over. 7. Come with me for a moment. Yes, father. The smile on Jiang Qiye's face instantly disappeared, and he bowed his head in response, handing the donkey over to an underling to lead it away. Instead, he followed the middle-aged man he called his father into a study. Ever since his grandfather disappeared, his father, Jiang Zhendong, had become the head of the Jiang family. Jiang Zhendong was a third-grade martial artist and was currently the strongest person in the Jiang family. This kind of strength was considered to be an unattainable martial arts expert in the eyes of the general public. But for the head of a centuries-old martial arts family, it was a bit worse. Of course, Jiang Zhendong is not all bad. He is well thought out, decisive and skillful, and has won the admiration of most people in the family. In recent years, the overall strength of the Jiang family had weakened a lot, but after the Great Sadness, there was unprecedented unity within the family, and under the leadership of Jiang Zhendong, there were gradually a few thriving scenes. However, his assumption of the family head was not a good sign for Jiang Qiye. It was because Jiang Zhendong was okay with the other clansmen. Except for him, Jiang Qiye, Kang Zhendong rarely saw him on weekdays, but whenever he's approached, he's surely commanded something, and it's often not good. 7. Didn't I send someone to inform you to come back earlier? Jiang Zhendong sat down behind the table and took a sip of tea, raising his eyes to look over coldly, his tone stern. Jiang Qiye lowered his eyes to the ground and calmly explained, Father, I'm on duty today. There's something going on within the prison. There's a shortage of manpower, and I can't afford to take time off from work. So that's why. Jiang Zhendong impatiently said, I've warned you long ago that the only thing that is considered a big deal is the family's business. Your job as a jailer, with no status, no future, all day long in a filthy place, not a life of peace, are not enough to bring shame to my Jiang family. In a few days you'll resign this errand for me and become a steward in your family's merchant house. Jiang Qiye sniffed and frowned slightly. You call being a merchant steward a future? Can you compare it to a civil servant of the imperial dynasty? In fact, Kang Zhendong never cared about what his future was like. The main reason why he was allowed to change jobs was Kang Zhendong's own desire for control. If it was before, Jiang Qiye might have coyly agreed. But today, perhaps because of the cultivation Dharma bead, his strength had skyrocketed by another 2 grades, slightly inflated. His little temper was a bit too much to hold. He raised his head and looked straight at Jiang Zhendong, still speaking in a calm tone. Father, I think that working as an errand boy in the city patrol division is also quite good. After all, in 2 more months, I will be going to the Xian Wang house as a flunky. Status and future are actually not that important to me. Jiang Zhendong's gaze sank as he looked coldly at Jiang Qiye. Are you questioning my decision? Don't dare. Jiang Qiye lowered his head once again, his face expressionless. Well, the strength isn't enough yet, so bear with me for a few more days. Chapter 5, Assassination Missions. No matter in which world, flunky is not a good word. Even if you join the royal family, a woman marries her husband as her husband, but a son-in-law marries his wife as his wife. In this world, except for those who are so poor that they can't eat, and those who are trying to climb up the ladder and get rich and enjoy the glory. I guess it's hard for men in general to accept it. But there was a third person, Jiang Qiye. Jiang Qiye's agreement to join the Xian Wangfu was not without the consideration of getting out of Jiang Zhendong's clutches. In addition to some external reasons, Jiang Qiye ranked the 7th in the family, but in fact, he only had a big brother above him, and the rest of the brothers were born from several uncles. Ever since he was a child, his father only had his elder brother in his eyes and was only willing to nurture him. As for him, the concubine's second son, it was like air, even worse than air. Every time Kang Zhendong saw him, there was only indifference and disgust in his eyes. It wasn't just because Jiang Qiye was born out of concubine, nor was it just because of his average talent. It was also because Jiang Qiye's birth mother was a demoness from the northern desolate demon sect. More so, because Jiang Qiye had witnessed the most despicable scene in Jiang Zhendong's life. 6 years old that year, Jiang Qiye had watched as a squad of 5 Jin demon guards, dressed in iron armor, broke into the backyard and wielded their swords to kill his mother. Jiang Jindong, who was also a demon suppressor guard, was just standing by with an indifferent face at the time, as if he was an outsider. Even those devil suppressor guards, to the 6-year-old Jiang Qiye and his swaddled little sister, Jiang Jiuzhen, revealed killing intent. If it wasn't for his grandfather arriving in time to kill all those demon suppressor guards with a single sword, Jiang Qiye might have died at the age of 6 in this life. And that day, the little sister Jiang Jiuzhen just turned 100 days, still swaddled in milk. It was also after that, Jiang Jindong withdrew from the Jin demon guards. His official path was cut off, and for this reason, he has always been grudging. All of this and more has led to a cold as ice relationship between father and son. Every time he met with Jiang Jindong, Jiang Qiye could always see deep disgust in the other party's eyes. And even though he had been a man for 2 lifetimes, he could not disguise himself as a pure-hearted filial son in the face of such a father, because he similarly, from the bottom of his heart, loathed Jiang Jindong. However, wherever Kong Jindong appeared, he would feel depressed and annoyed. Therefore, with regards to joining the Xian Wang house and being about to get rid of Jiang Jindong's control, he was actually not as repulsed as outsiders might think. At this moment, the father and son in the study once again fell into a cold and dreary atmosphere. Jiang Jindong looked at his second son with cold eyes, the disgust in his eyes not hidden at all. After a long silence, Jiang Qiye did not wait for a stormy roar, but instead waited for Jiang Jindong's extremely rare calm words. Someone came from the immortal sex side just now, I heard. Jiang Qiye responded indifferently. Jiang Jindong continued, the person who came is an inner disciple of the Nebula sect with an incomparably honorable status. He wants our Jiang family to help him with a matter that requires you to contribute from it. What is it? Jiang Qiye looked up and asked. Jiang Jindong looked at Jiang Qiye with cold eyes and asked instead of answering, is there a young man named Qin Wuyan locked up in your prison today? Jiang Qiye nodded. There is such a thing. This afternoon. The reason why he was lectured by his boss was because Qin Wuyan, that little white boy, caused it. Jiang Jindong's voice was low as he said, the Nebula sect's people want Qin Wuyan to, God forbid, die in prison. Jiang Qiye's face changed slightly, somewhat surprised, although he also looked at that Qin Wuyan with displeasure. But to say that he would kill someone, he had never thought about it. He had grown up, and although he had participated in many actual battles, he had only killed fierce beasts in the wilderness, and had never killed a human being with his own hands. In particular, this kind of behavior of being manipulated by others, catching knives for others, and having no benefit for himself, was definitely not what he wanted. He asked, who exactly is this Qin Wuyan? What grudge does he have against the Nebula sect disciples? Jiang Jindong raised his eyebrows and said in an undeniable manner, this is not something you should know. You just need to do as you are told. Jiang Qiye heart dark anger. This. His gaze moved slightly and he said in as calm a tone as he could, I'm afraid this matter is not easy to handle. Qin Wuyan was put in jail by the City Watch Department for a random reason because he had a bit of a conflict with the Prince of Xianwang at the auction. However, the head of our City Patrol Division seems to have a very close relationship with Qin Wuyan, and he ordered the people below him to take good care of him. It looked like he would be locked up for a few days at most, and taking care of Prince Xian's face, he would soon be released. If we get someone killed in the prison, once the matter is revealed, not to mention that the forces behind Qin Wuyan will not let it go, I'm afraid that even His Excellency, the chief of the division, will not let us off easily. At that time, our Jiang family, most likely, will face big trouble. As for the Nebula sect side, I'm afraid we can't count on it at all. The Lord Head of the City Patrol Division, or the Hand of the City Patrol Division, was a first-grade martial artist who had been famous for many years. Its strength could securely rank first in Cold Sun City, and even rank in the top 3 in the entire northern lands. Even in its heyday, the Jiang family could not withstand the wrath of a first-grade grandmaster. As for the immortal sect Nebula sect, they didn't dare to count on them at all. There are precedents for this kind of thing. Over the years, there have been several Nebula sect's vassal clans that have taken the fall for the Nebula sect's work and have been exterminated. Even the Jiang family, 2 years ago, was almost destroyed. Or rely on Jiang Qiye to join the Xian Wangfu, with the help of the power of the royal family to get through the difficult times. Of course, all of the above reasons are still secondary. The most important thing is that once things are exposed, Jiang Qiye will be the first to suffer. Not only will he lose his job, he may not be able to keep his life. Even if the Jiang family would be fine, he would definitely be in big trouble. and even the Xian Wang house might not protect him. After hearing Jiang Qi's analysis, Jiang Zhendong was not the least bit moved. He looked at Jiang Qi indifferently. There are some things that it's not your turn to worry about. Just do what you need to do. This is something you have to do even if it's hard. I'll only give you 3 days. If you fail to complete the task after 3 days, you will be dealt with by the family law. Of course, I won't let you do this alone, and you don't have the skills to do so. I will arrange for people to assist you from the side. Get out. Jiang Qi slowly raised his head, looked deeply at Jiang Zhendong, and turned around without saying a word. Wait. Jiang Zhendong looked at Jiang Qi suspiciously and asked with a frown. Have you recently broken through your bottleneck? No. You're looking at it wrong. Jiang Qi responded indifferently and went out without looking back. Jiang Zhendong looked at his sons departing back. His face was gloomy. Outside the early lights, a round of bright residual moon, lonely hanging in the distant sky. Jiang Qi looked up at the moon and exhaled a long breath. At this moment, it was as if there was a volcano brewing in the bottom of his heart. There's no telling at what point in the future it will burst open and consume everything. For Jiang Zhendong, he had long been completely disappointed. Perhaps in the eyes of some, he was a good family head who was impartial and sympathetic to his people. But in Jiang Qi's eyes, he was a cold-blooded, ruthless, unscrupulous butcher. The word father, in this life, brought him nothing but tribulation and humiliation, and a hint of bitter hatred. When he first agreed to join the royal family, many elders of the family were against it. After all, everyone knows that the son-in-law is not much good life. A lifetime is difficult to get ahead, even if the king's son-in-law is no better. Only Jiang Zhendong strongly supported it. Not only did he use the power of the Xian Wangfu to force back his strong enemies, also took the opportunity to ask for a large number of cultivation resources as a bride price from the Xian Wang house, selling Jiang Qi very thoroughly. In Jiang Qi's impression, although her mother came from the devil's sect, she was devoted to her husband, loved her children, and had never done anything to harm the heavens or the earth. But she ended up alone, dying in front of the people she loved the most. Such people, what qualifies him to be a husband and a father? He's so piggish. He doesn't even deserve to be a man. Luckily I have the cultivation Dharma pearl. I'm going to get stronger. Strong enough to stop being at your mercy. Strong enough to make you bow down. Make you kneel at that poor woman's grave and repent until you die. This day will never be too far away. Jiang Qi clenched his fist hard, his gaze resolute and cold. Chapter 6, Go out and pick up your training. Let's go. Jiang Qi went back to his room, changed into civilian clothes, and went to the stables to feed the donkey, then rode out on the donkey in the night. He had eaten 100 herb roasted chicken from celestial habitat earlier, and his stomach wasn't hungry at all. If it was this time of the day on weekdays, he would definitely be practicing in the backyard. But now with the cultivation Dharma pearl, practicing and whatnot could be slowed down. Going out and picking up cultivation is the way to go. Whether it was the pressure from his father or the crisis of his own situation, it made Jiang Qi deeply feel that his own strength was too weak and far from enough, so he had to work a little harder. The city was lit up with 10,000 lights. The street was dimly lit and pedestrians were scarce. Jiang Qi rode his donkey idly without any speed. After leaving the house, his whole body was relaxed and cozy, but there was no clue about picking up cultivation for a while. This world is not really peaceful. Not to say that human life is like grass. At least the death of people on weekdays is not uncommon. Along the way, Jiang Qi had seen the bodies of 2 martial artists. One should have died from poisoning and the other from a knife wound. But since it wasn't just dead and the body wasn't fresh enough, he still hadn't picked up the cultivation. There were also a few bodies of starving beggars. Not fresh nor martial artists. Again, no cultivation to pick up. I used to come across fights and deaths every other day, but now that I'm deliberately looking for them, I can't get a clue. It's just so frustrating. This path of picking up cultivation doesn't seem quite right. The major gangs in Cold Sun City often engage in firefights and vendettas, and the government executes a group of death row inmates every once in a while. The mass graves outside the city are said to have supported several wolf packs. I just seem to be missing some access to information. We'll have to keep an eye out in the future. Jiang Qi was secretly contemplating his route as he rode his donkey around. In fact, the most convenient way is to manipulate your own food in abundance. However, Jiang Qi considered himself to be an upright, kind, benevolent and loving 5 good young man. He drew a line in his mind that he didn't want to touch easily. After all, the cultivation Dharma beat itself was already heaven-defying enough. If you then go by any means to kill indiscriminately, that walk is the path of extreme evil. I'm afraid that really want to be sinned against in the sky, not to be struck by lightning are not heavenly. Jiang Qiye wandered aimlessly for a few blocks, gradually passing the entrance of a medical center called the Myriad Hands Rejuvenation Hall. This was the most famous and expensive medical center in Cold Sun City, covering a wide area. This medical clinic has some background and is clearly marked and will never treat the poor. If you don't have money, even if you die in front of a medical center, people won't even look at you. As the night wore on, there were still people lined up in front of the medical center to get medical attention. One of the patients was lying on a stretcher. Looking at his dress should be a martial artist, obviously already dying. This immediately caused Jiang Qiye to raise his spirits. Next to the stretcher, a burly youth, as strong as a small mountain and carrying a long sword, shouted out, "Pavilion Master Wang, I'm Li Sanjie from Iron Mountain Hall. Our boss was stabbed in the chest and needs medical treatment as soon as possible. Please Pavilion Master Wang, for the sake of Iron Mountain Hall, treat my boss injury first. I'm grateful." A disdainful cold grunt came from the medical center. "Humph, what about Iron Mountain Hall? It's just a fallen third-rate gang. Even if your hall master comes, you'll have to queue up for me honestly. If you really can't wait, pay the 100 taels of silver for the emergency treatment fee, and I can make an exception and treat you first." "You!" Li Sandao was furious. His fists clenched, his forehead veins popping, but he could do nothing about it. 100 taels of silver, that's not a small amount. Li Three Knives mixed gangs but 3 or 4 years, weekdays licking blood from the knife. Silver is not a lot of money. However, as a horizontal training martial artist, he is especially costly, but wherever there is a bit of silver is invested in cultivation, and at the end of the year there are no more than a few taels of silver left. It's in the bag now, so we'll just have to take our time. Li Sanzho was waiting. Jiang Qiye was also waiting. He rode a donkey and stood beside the road a few dozen paces away, unhooking a wine jug and drinking it leisurely while waiting to pick up his cultivation. It seems a bit unkind to do so, but this kind of thing is about signs regardless of heart. It's not like he's doing anything bad. He's just waiting to pick up what people don't want. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Thinking like this, Jiang Qiye's heart was at ease. Kung Fu is not a bad idea. Half an hour later, it looked like it was about to be the turn of Li Sanjie's group to see a doctor. But the one on the stretcher, a breath did not come up. White eyes rolled over. Hung up. "Boss. Boss wake up. Boss Wu. Hang in there. It's your turn soon. Boss Wu is dead." Treadmill. It's all because of this broken medical center. It's inhuman. Li Sanzho several people immediately let out cries of grief and anger, and at the same time, they could not help but curse at the medical center. Jiang Qiye couldn't help but secretly shake his head at this scene, his mood slightly saddened. Alas, the world is a difficult place, and it's not easy for those who mix with the jungle. In comparison, being a small jailer doesn't have much of a future, but it's better than being stable and safe, with benefits to keep up with, and a lot of extra money. At the same time, a glimmer of clarity immediately came to his mind. Gaining 19 years of cultivation. 19 years of cultivation. I didn't realize that the one who died was still an expert. TSK, that's good. Jiang Qiye was overjoyed inwardly. There's not much to it. Just add it to the Lingming Sure Fist. Boom! A scene of cultivation surged into his mind. A stream of abundant blood qi penetrated all the veins around his body, continuously quenching the sinews, bones, and blood marrow, and also propelling Jiang Qiye's qi upward. At the same time, endless cultivation epiphanies surged in his mind, constantly growing his experience, broadening his horizons, and enhancing his wisdom. The first year, 5th year. In the 7th year, Jiang Qiye practiced the 5th layer of the Spirit Bright Stone Fist and pushed his strength up to the 5th grade, possessing a gigantic strength of 1,000 pounds. Year 10, 15th year. In the 19th year, Jiang Qiye practiced the 6th layer of the Spirit Bright Stone Fist, and his strength broke through to a 4th grade martial artist, possessing a gigantic strength of 1,500 pounds, and his body's qi and blood surged like a tidal wave, as if he had an inexhaustible power. Just like a great desert beast, he opened his eyes and let out a long breath, only to see a fierce wind blowing out of nowhere in front of him, blowing a small tree a few meters away and shaking it gently. His divine soul and body were strengthened in tandem, causing his ears to be clear and his mind to be lucid, and he was simply stronger than ever before, and he even had a feeling of being able to control everything. At the same time, the collection range of the cultivation Dharma bead has expanded again to 90 meters. Jiang Qiye couldn't help but feel a little emotional while rejoicing. 18, plus 9 years, plus another 19. In other words, without the cultivation Dharma pearl, he would probably be 46 years old before he could cultivate to a 4th grade martial artist. But this is just a theoretical figure that is simply impossible to reach in the real situation. This was because normally, when a martial artist passed the age of 40, their chi and blood began to go downhill. Unless one swallowed the legendary elixir, it would be good enough to keep one's chi and blood from declining, and it would be difficult to make a breakthrough. In other words, without the cultivation Dharma bead, with his talent, it would be impossible for him to reach the 4th rank even after practicing for a lifetime. Luckily I have the cultivation Dharma pearl. Talent is not enough. Cultivation comes to the rescue. No problem. Jiang Qiye couldn't help but gloat. 4th grade now, only 1 grade away from his father, Jiang Zhendong. This was already considered a veritable expert within Cold Sun City. In the future, as long as he didn't provoke that small cluster of truly great experts, he could walk sideways within Cold Sun City. At this moment, the pressure Jiang Zhendong had brought to him suddenly dissipated for the most part. Now all he felt was that even his breathing was a little thicker. The air is so much freer. No more fear of walking at night. Even kind of wanted to, find someone to practice on. Chapter 7, if you don't have the conditions, create them and pick them up. Well, you can't float. Keep it steady. Although a 4th grade martial artist is strong now, it's still far from enough to hold fate by the throat. Jiang Qiye swelled for a moment, then hurriedly pressed down the seedling of impatience. At that moment, he realized that Li Sanjie and his 2 young companions had not yet left, and seemed to be arguing about whether or not to avenge their boss's death. I only saw Li Sanjie roaring with red eyes. Zhao Er, Lu Wu, ask yourselves, how has Boss Wu treated you all these years? Has he ever treated you the slightest bit poorly? Zhao Er, your mother was dying of illness the year before last. Who sold the heirloom sword and paid for your mother's treatment? Lu Wu. Who took the fatal stabbing for you in that firefight at Heshiko last year and stayed in bed for 3 months afterwards? It's not all Boss Wu. Now that Boss Wu died so tragically, but we as brothers don't even avenge his death. Are we still human beings? Zhao Er and Lu Wu were scolded by Li Sanjie and were a bit groundless. However, the two were not convinced. Zhao Er looked straight at Li Sanjie and growled lowly in a hoarse voice. Lao San, it's true that Boss Wu has treated us no better, and I certainly want to avenge him if it's possible. But with just a few of us, how can we possibly fight Crippled Flying Dragon? Even Boss Wu is no match for Crippled Flying Dragon. Even if the 3 of us are tied together, can we beat Crippled Flying Dragon and his traitors? We're not going for revenge. We're going to die. Do you understand? None of us are afraid to die. But if we die, who will my mother depend on in the future? How will your sister live? Lulu also cried and agreed. Yes. 3rd brother, wake up. We can't avenge this. Crippled Flying Dragon killed like a man and exterminated countless families, but those who wanted to seek revenge on him are all dead. Li Sanjie's face was hideous with anger, and he viciously slashed at the air a few times, roaring furiously. You guys, you are all cowards. In the future, I, Li Sandao, will no longer have brothers like you. Just then, an unfamiliar voice suddenly interjected, catching the trio's attention. Ahem, I think this Li Sandao brother is right. Boss Wu is deeply devoted to you guys. This revenge should indeed be avenged, and it must be avenged tonight. After all, revenge does not last overnight. It is a true man. The 3 of them twisted their heads in surprise to see that it was a handsome young man riding on the back of a donkey, and all of them couldn't help but look at each other, stating to each other that none of them knew each other. Zhao Er grimaced and asked drily, Kid, who are you? Is there a place for you to talk here? Without a doubt, the one who spoke out was naturally Jiang Qiye. Jiang Qiye sat on the back of a donkey with a big horse, looking down on Zhao Er and Lu Wu with a look of righteousness. Does it matter who I am? As the saying goes, there are people stepping on the road, and the road can be naturally righteous. As I heard just now, this dead Boss Wu was a good boss and a good brother to you. Now that he died so tragically, if you guys don't avenge him, it's disloyal to the boss, unrighteous to your brothers. For those who are disloyal and unrighteous, Lao Tzu is most disliked in his life. That's what makes it dark and slippery and poorly lit. If it were daytime, any disloyal or unrighteous person, I would see one and beat one, and see 2 and beat a pair. Jiang Qiye acted with righteous indignation, and even pretentiously patted the long knife at his waist, incidentally demonstrating that he was not a soft target and it was best not to make a move. Zhao Er and Lu Wu's faces were ashamed and incomparably unsightly, while the way they looked at Jiang Qiye was extremely irritated. If they didn't see that Jiang Qiye wasn't too easy to mess with, the 2 of them would have wanted to go up and beat him up. Well said. Li San's ho. However, listened to his heart stirring and shouted loudly. He took a step forward, solemnly clasped his fists, and roared with a voice like thunder. This brother, under my name, Li San Dao, for those words, you're a friend I'll make. In the future, if you encounter any trouble on Iron Horse Street in the West City, you can report my name, Li San Dao. Zhang Qiye can't help but draw the corners of his mouth. This good guy, he has never been to Iron Horse Street when he grew up. Even if you go there once in a while, what kind of trouble can you get into? Ahem. Brother Three Daggers is polite. Zhang Qiye pretended to clasp his fists in response. He wasn't interested in befriending the Street Fighter Dragon set. He just wanted to persuade people to be sentient and pick up some cultivation along the way. After all, this world is not good to mix. Pick up cultivation are required to create their own conditions. Of course, he's still very much a human being, and not just anyone's cultivation he wants to pick up, but the situation at hand was clearly not within his bottom line. All three of these guys are gangbangers. The gangs, however, were one of the root causes of the chaos of law and order in Cold Sun City. As a member of the City Patrol Division, Zhang Qiye naturally hated for all of these guys to disappear. As for the enemy of these three guys, Crippled Flying Dragon, he was an unscrupulous and infamous supervillain. Crippled Flying Dragon was the head of the #1 gang in the city, the 10,000 Serpents Hall, a ruthless character feared by all. He has hundreds and thousands of juniors under his command, opening countless casinos and brothels in the city, bullying men and women, forcing them to become prostitutes, and destroying countless people's homes and families. It is said that his background is a bit mysterious. Even the officials have to sell him some face. That's why he's still alive and well, even though he's done countless evils. Since both sides are not good, Zhang Qiye doesn't mind a gentle push. Whoever dies he is happy to see, and pick up some cultivation in the process. He cleared his throat and continued to speak righteously. Brothers Three Daggers, and these two brothers, I just heard you say that the person who killed Boss Wu was very strong, right? Li Sanjie sighed heavily. Alas, indeed, the one who killed our boss was Crippled Flying Dragon, the head of the 10,000 Snakes Hall. Frankly, we're no match for him, but this revenge, even if I die, Li San Dao, will definitely avenge it. Zhang Qiye nodded approvingly, cupping his chin and musing. Brother Three Daggers, vengeance should indeed be avenged, but it should be done within the limits of one's strength. Moreover, it may not be necessary to deal with the enemy himself in order to take revenge. As long as you can do something to make your enemy suffer, it's still considered revenge. For example, slaughter the dogs raised by Crippled Flying Dragon, abetting others to retaliate. Zhang Qiye, as an upright and kind good youth, feel a little difficult to speak. Alas, after all, too kind. But after his unreliable guidance, Li Sanjie and others' eyes immediately brightened, as if a brand new door had been opened. Zhao Er's eyes showed a fierce light as he gritted his teeth fiercely. Slaughtering a dog is no revenge. And I haven't heard that Crippled Flying Dragon likes to keep dogs. We could have killed Crippled Dragon's whole family. Chop up Crippled Dragon's brothers. Crippled Flying Dragon's family residence is not far from here. Let's go and chop up all his concubines and children. I don't believe he won't be heartbroken. Lu Wu high-fived. Good idea. Crippled Flying Dragon has an only son, simply spoiled by him to the sky. A small age has been stained with several lives. As long as the slaughter of that little will definitely make Crippled Flying Dragon cut off his children and grandchildren. Pain. Li San Dao also said fiercely. Crippled Flying Dragon also has a good-looking one who works as a bot at the 10,000 Fragrant Mansions. This time, he also slaughtered them together, and sent them on their way in one piece. At this time, Zhang Qiye, who was on the side, was a bit puzzled and couldn't help but interrupt with a voice. I say, a few brothers. Aren't you Jianghu makers all about woe to the family? Zhao Er rolled his eyes coldly and sneered. What misfortune is worse than family? Do you believe that? When one is in the jungle, it is customary to cut off the roots and eliminate the roots. Besides, Crippled Flying Dragon killed our brothers and we killed his family. It would have been fair. Zhang Qiye opened his mouth and closed it again. Well, you make such a good point. I'm actually speechless. Second brother. Come, let's continue the discussion. Good. I think I should go to. First, Chapter 8, Time for the Harvest. The three brothers opened a new way of thinking about revenge, and with one word from you and one from me, they quickly formulated a plan of action and immediately put it into action. Before leaving, Li Sanjie once again clasped his fists at Zhang Qiye and said, Brother, we're going to take revenge here. We'll see you again. Good. There will be. Well, afterward, you guys don't worry and boldly go. I want to follow behind and witness your righteous acts of revenge, Jiang Qie said with great vigor. Good. If little brother is not afraid of being affected, feel free to follow. We brothers will go ahead. Li Sanzhou was full of killing and setting fires, and didn't think too much about it. He disappeared majestically into the streets with two of his brothers carrying long swords and a stretcher. Jiang Qie joyfully kicked the donkey's belly and was about to follow far away. Well, after half a day of talking, it's harvest time. No matter who dies, I'm picking up. At that moment, he suddenly felt something in his heart and turned his head to look, only to see that at some point, a shrewd-faced old man with a goat's beard stood at the entrance of the medical center, leaning on the doorframe with his arms in the air, looking over with a smile. Kid, you're really watching the fun. However, instigating others to seek revenge such as you are doing is not what a gentleman would do. The old man laughed sorrowfully. The corner of Jiang Qie's mouth tugged as he sneered back. Elderly man, a lackadaisical healer like you who was dying for money has the nerve to laugh at me? The old man laughed disdainfully and said without a trace of humor. Aren't you afraid that the old man will tell the crippled flying dragon about your act of righteousness? Jiang Qie was fearless, slowly releasing the aura of a fourth-grade great expert, and sneered, those who play with fire will surely burn themselves. Aren't you afraid that a fire will burn your old bones? Ha, arrogant enough. Get lost. The old man's face darkened. A trace of scorn flashed vaguely under his eyes, and he turned around angrily to go back to the house. Jiang Qie looked up at the plaque of the medical center, laughed, and drove his donkey to chase after Li Sanjie's trio. Obviously, this old guy who was dying for money was trying to knock him down a peg. Too bad the old guy is barking up the wrong tree. Let's not talk about whether or not crippled flying dragon can mess with the Jiang family. By himself alone, he was not afraid of the crippled flying dragon. His strength had skyrocketed now, and his bottom was full of energy. It's just as well that crippled flying dragon doesn't come to mess with himself. If he dares to come, let's make him a dead flying dragon, and we'll be doing the people a favor in picking up a handful of cultivation along the way. Then piggyback on this black-hearted old bonesetter. Maybe there are cultivation to be picked up too. Good and upright as he was, he didn't want to kill innocents indiscriminately, but if you are bullied to the door, that's a different story. Next, the three brothers of Li San Dagger first carried Boss Wu's body back home, and then hoofed it to an alley in the West City. In this alleyway, there was a not-so-small compound that housed Crippled Flying Dragon's family. After determining that Crippled Flying Dragon was not at home, the three of them immediately climbed over the wall and entered without saying a word, killing anyone they saw, quickly causing the chickens and dogs to fly in the small courtyard. The screams of terror and the shouts of the fight rang through the night sky. So reckless? In the shadows of the alley, Jiang Qie quietly pinched a cold sweat. To be honest, although he had come to this world for 18 years, he still wasn't quite used to the rhythm of this world. It couldn't be helped. Who made him have a good heart and always liked to think the world in a favorable light. But in reality, the world was much crueler than he had imagined. Alas, I must adapt to this world, or sooner or later I will be eliminated by the world, which has nothing to do with strength, but is about the state of mind. Jiang Qie thought about it, rolled over and got off the donkey, jumped up the 3-meter-high wall in one leap, and climbed up to look at the killing scene in the courtyard, intending to have an immersive experience. By the way, stay close. Don't miss the fix. Crippled Flying Dragon's household was quite populated with men and women, maids and servants, and a large number of strong guards. A portion of them were martial artists with unrivaled skills. Their aura was calm and steady, their hands were athletic, and they were obviously not soft. But Li Sanjie, Zhao Er, and Lu Wu were no ordinary people either. Among them, Li Sanjie was a 7th grade martial artist. Zhao Er and Lu Wu were both 8th grade, which was already considered an expert level in the bottom Jianghu. The three of them were overpowered, experienced in killing, and their cooperation was quite tacit. Li Sanzhou was all horizontal, not avoiding swords, and was in charge of the frontal charge. Zhao Er, with his quick eyes and vicious hands, was in charge of flanking. Lu Wu, timid and agile as a panther, was responsible for the poking and mending. The three of them devastated and quickly killed the crippled flying dragon family with corpses all over the place and rivers of blood. The scene was a bit unforgiving. However, Jiang Qie didn't feel much, and the pity in his heart was pitifully small. The crippled flying dragon was infamous and vicious, causing countless people to lose their homes. How innocent can his family and traders, who eat human blood buns every day, be? What's more, according to Jiang Qie's knowledge, Crippled Flying Dragon actually let his son kill people from a young age to practice his courage in order to cultivate his ruthlessness, which was simply heartless. At the same time, Jiang Qiye continued to gain glimpses of enlightenment. Gain a year of cultivation. Gain 3 years of practice. Gain 2 years of practice. Gain 5 years of cultivation. Gaining 7 years of cultivation. A quarter of an hour later, the commotion in the compound gradually subsided. Jiang Qiye glanced at the cultivation dharma bead. A full 36 years of cultivation had been collected, an unprecedented large harvest, and he was a bit overwhelmed with joy. Just then, an ear-piercing iron whistle suddenly came from the night sky in the east. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. The whistles flew close, echoed in several directions. It's not looking good. It's the street patrol battalion coming. It's time to retreat. Jiang Qiye hurriedly jumped off the high wall, flipped onto a donkey, and sped toward the end of the alley. Although he was also a member of the patrol division, this situation was obviously not suitable for meeting with his colleagues. Dodo! Stop! A stern, cold voice came from far behind. Stand your ass up. I'm just watching the fun. It's none of my business. Jiang Qiye turned a deaf ear and spurred his donkey to accelerate and run wildly. Phew! A sharp cracking sound came in at a rapid pace. Not good. It's an armor-breaking crossbow. Which is this? It's too unprepossessing. Jiang Qiye's face changed slightly as he fiercely gripped the hilt of his sword and held his breath. His body rose and fell slightly as the green donkey galloped wildly. Yet it seemed to gradually come to a standstill. The moment before the arrow closed in on his back, he instantly drew his sword and back-tossed it behind him. The blade cut through the void at high speed. As fast as lightning. Ding! The blade chopped away the iron arrow with precision, bursting out a few sparks. Jiang Qiye let out a light breath. His heart was grateful. Luckily, today's strength streak has skyrocketed. Otherwise, with his original strength of the 8th grade, there was absolutely no way he could block the armor-breaking crossbow, and he might have to be shot through and through. He drove the donkey to speed up again and soon disappeared into the night. But after running wildly for a few blocks, he gradually felt a little bad, because he wasn't out of the patrol net laid down by the night watchman. Especially in this late night, pedestrians on the streets are scarce, and donkey and horseback riding is even rarer. It was at this point that a special store on the side of the road, which was doing a brisk business, came into his sight. This is a place of pleasure called Li Xiang Yuan. No white men at the entrance. All rich people. Gorgeous carriages come and go. Very lively. Jiang Qiye hesitated slightly, rolled over and dismounted the donkey, leading it over. Though he looks a little shabby riding a donkey, but he was upright, handsome, and had an outstanding temperament, plus a few points of official authority of the jailer raised in the prison. No one dared to underestimate him. There were a few pretty sisters who were even more wonderfully glowing, staring at him from a long way off. Just arrived at the door. Immediately a boy helped him to take away the donkey. At the same time a plump and moving, swaying beautiful woman greeted him, wings wildly thrown, dainty smile. Chapter 9, Amazing Changes. Yell. This gentleman is so handsome. Please come inside. Do you have a favorite girl? Little brother is new to the world and hasn't seen the world and doesn't have a good-looking girl, so I'd like to trouble sister to introduce me to one. Jiang Qiye smiled shyly. He. Gongzi is really modest. But Gongzi, can you take your hand away first? Pinching hurts me. Sorry. Inexperienced. Raw hands. Jiang Qiye had never been to this kind of place before. However, just because you haven't eaten pork doesn't mean you haven't seen a pig run. He handed over 10 taels of silver with some flesh pane, and was led into an elegant room by the maid, and spent another 20 taels of silver to order a table of wine and food and a purveyor who could play the zither. The purser was not very old, but she had good posture and skills, but her face was a bit cold and she was wary in every way, as if he was worried that Jiang Qiye would do something to him, making Jiang Qiye very speechless. With your behavior, you were not thinking about it, but you might be thinking about it. Thanks to me. After playing 3 tunes for Jiang Qiye, she wiggled her hips and retreated, leaving Jiang Qiye alone to eat and drink. Well, that's as far as it goes. As a yellow-flowered young man who was about to get married, Jiang Qiye did not intend to let himself go here. Besides, this service alone had cost him all the silver he had on him, and he really couldn't afford to pay more unless he didn't want the money. A few moments later, Jiang Qiye ate and drank enough, then closed the door of the room and began to work hard to improve his cultivation. 36 years of cultivation, and I don't know how many grades I can raise. Come on. Spirit Bright Stone Fist. Upper cultivation. Boom. A picture of cultivation flashed. A majestic chi and blood was born out of thin air, raging in the limbs and bones of the casting refining. For the first year, the bottleneck was unmoved. 5th year, this crotch-pulling qualification. Year 10. Am I really wasted? The second decade. Well, I'm the scrapper. In the 24th year, Jiang Qie finally broke through the 7th layer of the spirit bright stone fist. The countless meridians in his body had been opened up, and strands of true qi penetrated through the hundreds of veins, causing him to completely break the bottleneck and formally advance into the third-grade martial artist. The remaining 12 years of cultivation allowed him to stabilize his realm at the top of the third grade. The fourth and third grades were a huge watershed among martial artists. Below the fourth grade, it was forging the tendons and refining the bones, boiling the qi and blood, and cultivating the internal energy. The means of defense is also based on close combat. The third grade and upwards, one cultivates internal qi, also known as true qi. A martial artist's true qi can be soft or rigid. Soft like light silk cotton wool, rigid like a divine weapon. Some of the true qi also contain special attributes, such as fire poison, cold poison, corrosion, and thunderbolt, etc., which can inflict additional killing effects on the enemy, can be played close, can be attacked from a distance. Versatile means against the enemy. It was enough to cause absolute crushing to martial artists below the third grade. Jiang Qie opened his eyes and couldn't wait to feel the surge of strength. His face gradually became a bit odd and seemed to be very confused. His grandfather, Jiang Yunji, had been a second-grade grandmaster, and had also described for him all the feelings of an internal qi martial artist. However, Jiang Qie realized that his state at this moment was very different from what his grandfather had described. It was simply a far cry. An internal qi martial artist should, by all rights, open up the sea of qi and dantian, penetrate the meridians of the entire body, refine qi and blood, and contain true qi. However, Jiang Qie realized that although he had penetrated the meridians and had true qi, he hadn't opened up the qi si dantian. His true qi was actually stored in his flesh and bones. To be exact, it was stored in the cells of his body. In addition, internal qi masters, with their bright ears and eyes, are able to hear the wind and recognize the position. But Jiang Qie found that not only his ears and eyes, able to listen to the wind to distinguish the position, and even if you close your eyes, you can also see outside the body within a dozen meters of all the scenery. Even the walls cannot block his line of sight. For example, at this moment, he can actually see in the next room on the left, a familiar little fat, blindfolded, with the three sisters dressed in sexy, playing catch the white rabbit game. It was also possible to see a handsome male in the room on the right, picking a lamp to observe a golden secret book. The name of the secret book was called Breaking Finger, next to a woman dressed as a man and a beautiful maid of honor, in a red sleeve. It's simply amazing. Jiang Qie wasn't a white boy who didn't know anything. He knew that this was because his spiritual power was too strong, and he was able to release it outside of his body to form a divine sense. But isn't divine sense the preserve of immortal cultivators? It was unheard of for an internal qi expert to form a divine sense. Could it be because the gong methods are different? The spirit bright stone fist, it seems to be a demonic gong path. Jiang Qie pondered for a split second and couldn't help but remember the origin of the spirit bright stone fist. Originally, the Jiang family's profound martial arts was only an ancestral white tiger Xianjing. This Lingming stone fist was brought into the Jiang family by his own mother, and his mother came from the great desolate demon sect, so there was no fault at all that Lingming Shirquan was a demonic technique. Thinking about this, Jiang Qie once again felt unworthy of his mother in this life. She gave everything to that man, but ended up like that, wrongly paid off. Jiang Qie shook off his head, putting this aside for the time being and continuing to experience the changes in his strength. Among the direct lineage of the Jiang clan, he was the only one who cultivated the spirit bright stone fist, so there wasn't any experience for him to draw from. But fortunately, everything had gone well in his cultivation so far, and even though the spirit brightening stone fist was a demonic technique, it hadn't caused him to feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Instead, it was like opening the door to a new world for him, causing him to yearn for the supreme martial Tao even more. Jiang Qie spread out his palm. His internal qi lightly exhaled, and a small mass of white qi swirls immediately emerged from the center of his palm, and the condenser did not disperse. He tried picking up a chopstick and poking at the cloud of white gas. All of a sudden, the front end of the chopsticks was coated with a layer of white color. The white color spread rapidly, gradually covering most of the chopsticks until the white gas in the palm completely disappeared. Ha! Interesting. Jiang Qie dispersed his true qi and flipped through the chopsticks. He realized that the wooden chopsticks had become much heavier, and when gently tapped, they made a crisp ringing sound as if they had turned into jade. With a slight force, the chopsticks snapped apart with a crunch, and a stone powder fell. Jiang Qi's eyes gradually narrowed, and he couldn't help but take in a deep breath of cold air, simply shocked and delighted. It's petrified. My true qi actually comes with an attribute that has a petrifying effect. This is too heaven-defying. If this were to strike into the enemy's body, who could stand it? Jiang Qi felt more and more that the spirit bright stone fist was extraordinary, and was by no means comparable to ordinary feats. It was important to know that the attribute advantage of true qi was one of the most important indicators of the grade of a technique. This would be a bit scary to think about if you were to strike out with someone and instantly turn the enemy into a stone sculpture. It was simply too exciting. Furthermore, Jiang Qi quickly discovered another wonderful use for the spirit bright stone fist. When running the heart technique, his body would generate a trace of powerful suction. If he operated his heart technique at high speed and condensed the suction force into a beam in his palm, the power would be a bit terrifying. I'm afraid, after trying dozens or hundreds of times, he gradually got the hang of it and became more and more comfortable with it. After 3 minutes, he was able to suck in a glass of wine a meter away. 10 minutes later, he was able to suck in a flower pot 3 meters away. After half an hour, he was able to suck up to a footstool 8 meters away. After an hour, he was able to suck a solid wooden chair 10 meters away, instantly to the near front. Simply terrifying. That's simply a tackle. Moreover, this dragon tackle would not consume a single ounce of internal qi, and was merely an incidental product of the true qi running in the body, which was simply terrifying as hell. Divine sense plus petrification, plus dragon tackle. This proved more and more that the spirit bright stone fist was extraordinary. Chapter 10, An Unexpected Harvest. In fact, the current Jiang Qi didn't realize that the core essence of the spirit bright stone fist as a demonic technique was devouring. When practiced to a great extent, it can swallow the enemy's blood qi and internal qi through the air and turn it into its own use, which is the real way to open the devil's power. However, he took a different approach and practiced the power of swallowing and sucking into a dragon grappling hand, instead abandoning the core function of devouring. But even if he realized it, he wouldn't care. He could just pick up cultivation, which was much stronger than devouring other people's blood qi and internal qi. After all, devouring the blood and internal qi from the refutation of impurity, there must be a variety of hidden dangers, which has to pick up the cultivation to rest assured. After the excitement, Jiang Qi gradually calmed down. The spirit bright stone fist was certainly mysterious and powerful, but it was only a remnant, always only 7 layers. He's practicing now. If he wanted to continue to raise his realm, he could only practice his family's white tiger Xian scripture instead, which was a bit difficult for him to accept. Jiang Qi frowned and pondered for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up. The essence of cultivation is that it is something that individuals with talent and wisdom condense by investing energy, expending time, and consuming energy, and it can essentially be viewed as a form of energy. Perhaps we can try and consume our cultivation to deduce the spirit bright stone fist's subsequent heart technique. It's a pity that the stock in the cultivation dharma bead is all used up. Try next time. Within a day, he had increased his cultivation by 60 or 70 years, leaping from an 8th ranked martial artist to a 3rd ranked grandmaster. The span is so modest that no one would probably believe it if they said it. However, instead of feeling satisfied, Jiang Qi was fascinated by this feeling of skyrocketing strength. He decided to continue his efforts in the future and continue to work hard to collect cultivation, running wildly all the way towards the invincible avenue. This cultivation enhancement caused his divine soul to be strengthened once again, and the collection range of the cultivation dharma bead was expanded to 120 meters. It's even easier to pick up cultivation in the future. Long night, no desire to sleep. Jiang Qi poured himself a cup of fine wine, his eyes half smiling, his intentions idle, his body and mind completely relaxed, quite a bit of a master's demeanor. He slowly sipped his wine while letting go of his mental power and admiring the nice scenery to his left and right. The little fat man in the room on the left was already drunk and was being played by the 3 young ladies, much like a silly dog, but enjoying himself. In the room on the right, that handsome male took his mate into his arms and was having fun while going up and down the room and pointing out things. Jiang Qi glanced at it a few times and gradually got a little fired up. Well, nonchalant. Just as he was about to withdraw his divine sense, suddenly the conversation between the male and the maid caught his attention. I only heard the maid say in a delicate voice, "Your Excellency, don't you usually despise martial artists in the secular world the most? Why do you still want to spend a lot of money this time and auction off the secret martial arts manual?" The eunuch laughed proudly and lightly. This eunuch despises the martial artists of the world, but he is not despising the martial arts. Do you know how the immortal cultivation sect is able to tower over the martial arts sect in today's world? The maid thought for a moment and softly said, "It should be because the martial arts are crude and unpleasant, and the immortal laws are subtle and profound." The male shook his head and laughed lightly, intentionally showing off. "What you said is only the surface reason. The real root of the problem was that most of today's martial arts legacies belong to the end of the remnants. Most of those true methods of martial arts that could truly break through the innate and reach the peak of the great Tao had already been collected and destroyed by the immortal sect, annihilated in history. The immortal martial war of 1,000 years ago ended with a close victory for the immortal alliance and a defeat for the martial alliance. Since then, there has been an agreement between the immortal sects of the world. Any profound martial arts inheritance that appeared within their respective spheres of influence, once discovered, must be destroyed. Any martial artist whose strength exceeded the innate should also make sure to get rid of them. It was due to the immortal sect's tireless efforts over the past 1,000 years that the current situation of the immortal way flourishing and the martial way weakening was created. This sky-breaking finger is a profound martial art. Once someone has practiced it, it is enough to pose a threat to cultivators of my generation. If this male brings it back to his division for destruction, it will be considered a great merit for all the immortal sects in the world. So it is. It dawned on the maid that she couldn't help but look adoringly at Gongzi. But then she lamented, "But Gongzi, you spent 6,000 taels of gold to auction off this martial art, but you're going to destroy it. Isn't that a bit of a pity?" The Duke laughed gently. "What is there to be sorry about? A mere yellow and white thing is nothing to this Gongzi. Moreover, the reward given by the division is not comparable to a few thousand taels of gold?" The maid said with a red face, "Oh my lord, the hollow breaking finger has already arrived. The matter of assassinating Qin Wuyan has also been explained by you to the Jiang family of Cold Sun City, so why don't we leave as early as possible?" Slave doesn't like it here." The handsome male's hands weren't idle, and the corner of his mouth was hooked with a touch of playfulness. "We just can't leave yet. Qin Wuyan and that Jiang family's little boy, no matter who dies, my lord will be the winner. But there are still some redundancies that need to be cleaned up afterward, and no loose ends left behind. Besides, my son has another important mission this time down the mountain. Well, it's late at night. Let's rest." The male was too interested to say anything more, and casually put the secret book away in an old purse-like leather pouch, got up and picked up the maid and walked to the bedside. That old leather pouch was only the size of a fist, but it was amazing how it could hold a big, thick secret book. The next thing you know, it's the wind, the rain, the sound of it. In the next room, Zhang Qiye played with his wine glass, a cold aura flickering under his eyes. "I can't believe that I came here tonight and had an unexpected reward. This fellow who brought his maid to visit a greenhouse should be that inner disciple of the nebulous sect who was walking down the mountain. His name, I believe, is Yin Hongfei. Spending 6,000 taels of gold to buy a secret book, only to bring it back and destroy it. What a hell of a rich man, plus a waste." However, whether it was Yin Hongfei sleeping with his own maid in a greenhouse or spending a large amount of money to auction off the sky-breaking finger, this had nothing to do with Zhang Qiye. What got him hooked was the ancient secrets and conspiracy calculations he heard from Yin Hongfei. Martial realms are categorized into 1 to 9 grades, and above the first grade is the innate. As far as Zhang Qiye knew, there were about 5 or 6 prestigious first-grade martial artists in the 3,000-mile land north of the river, but there was not a single innate martial artist, at least explicitly never heard of one. He used to just think that the innate inheritance was rare and that it was too difficult to break through the innate, but now it seemed that there was something else going on, that it was actually related to the immortal martial qi controversy, as well as to the immortal sect's deliberate suppression. Furthermore, when Yin Hongfei mentioned the Jiang family, Zhang Qiye clearly smelled a hint of intrigue. That little child of the Jiang family that Yin Hongfei spoke of, it can't be referring to me, can it? But I don't know Yin Hongfei, nor do I have any grudges, so why is he counting on me? This trampling, I've kept such a low profile, but there are still people who miss me, although there was no evidence. His intuition told Zhang Qiye that Yin Hongfei so-called the little child of the Jiang family was referring to him, because he is the only one directly involved in this matter. As for why Yin Hongfei was counting on him, he couldn't be sure for the moment. However, he was usually very low-key, and the only thing that was high-key about him was that he had become the fiancé of County Princess Hong Yu. That should be considered the most valuable thing about him in the eyes of an outsider. Yin Hongfei counted on him, perhaps because of this. In addition, it seems that Yin Hongfei had the intention of silencing him afterward, and it is not difficult to guess as to whose mouth he silenced. Contemplating this, Zhang Qiye could not help but feel his heart on fire. Chapter 11, First Encounter with Immortal Cultivators. Back then, his grandfather, Jiang Yunji, had gone through fire for the Nebula sect and made countless achievements, but his whereabouts were ultimately unknown during a battle led by the Nebula sect, and his life and death were unknown. Later, when the Jiang family encountered a life and death situation and sought refuge from the Nebula sect, they didn't care and didn't pay any attention to it. Now, the Nebula sect drove the Jiang family to do things, but they were harboring evil intentions and other plots and calculations. These people from the immortal sect are simply inhuman. They are simply inhuman. Jiang Qiye only felt a burning rage, very much on behalf of the clan and annoyed by his own situation. Sitting quietly in thought for a moment, a cold glint flashed under his eyes. It was really hard to get his thoughts through without getting something going tonight. In Hongfei, since you counted on me first, don't blame me for not being polite. So what if you're from the immortal sect? Tonight I'd like to see just how accomplished this immortal sect disciple of yours is. In Hongfei's aura was not visible, and he could not tell the geometry of his cultivation. However, Jiang Qiye had been spying on him with his divine sense for so long and he hadn't even noticed it in the slightest, so he could tell that his cultivation level wouldn't be too high. It wasn't even easy to say if he had actually stepped into the immortal path. Jiang Qiye drank the wine in his cup, took off the long knife on his waist again and placed it on the windowsill before pushing the door open. He intentionally swept the corridor and realized that at the entrance of In Hongfei's room, there were two low-grade martial artists standing silently. I think it should be In Hongfei's entourage. He was on his feet, stumbling slightly down the stairs with a 7% drunken look on his face. Yell, the gentleman is leaving? Not going. Just going down to the outhouse. The outhouse is in front. Just turn the corner out of the door. Sir, you're drunk. It's better to let the slave help you there. No need to bother you. I can do it myself. It's no trouble. Sis is happy to. I'm not happy about it. Jiang Qiye got rid of the young lady's passionate pestering, and drunkenly came to the courtyard, slowly and leisurely turning around and observing the terrain. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he took out a side of black scarf to cover half of his face, and then his figure shifted, flashed into the shadows, and quickly came to the back of the building by sticking to the wall. He raised his eyes and quickly found the knife he had placed in the window of the second floor, and also identified the location of In Hongfei's room. Without hesitation, he boosted his jump, whooshed, leaped 3 or 4 meters, lightly wrenched the edge of the second floor window, and smashed the window with a slap. With his powerful mental power, he had a clear view of the room, and it was useless to put out the lights. He didn't even need to look. He directly probed his palm and sucked it through the air. Phew! The gale is picking up. In Hongfei's room, a small worn leather bag was quietly placed on the bed, about 10 meters away from the window. At the instant Jiang Qiye probed his palm, a majestic suction force spread out violently, and the old leather bag suddenly flew up and precisely fell into his hands, while his figure quickly dropped down and detached from the window. Who? Looking for death. In Hongfei had been in the middle of a fierce battle, but a sudden change of heart occurred, so he could not help but be shocked and furious, and his boundless fury rose to the sky. He really didn't expect that in this mundane world, someone would dare to snatch something from him. A disciple of the immortal sect. It's insane and uninformed. That old leather bag was not a mundane object, but an immortal treasure storage bag that contained all of his belongings. It would be a big loss for him if he was robbed in this regard. Not caring about anything else, he hurriedly rolled over and got out of bed, took a step out and flew towards the window, waving his palm and slapping at the figure outside the window. Phew! An azure-colored palm print condensed by spiritual energy broke through the air, and its breath was cold and overbearing, causing the surrounding temperature to drop steeply. The residual cold emanating from the palm print alone had already covered the window with a layer of cold frost, emitting an unbearable clicking and cracking sound. Outside the window, Jiang Qiye, who was descending, had a gaze as calm as water. His intuition told him that the palm print was extremely dangerous, and if he was struck, he might be seriously injured. But he was awestruck. Although he didn't understand immortal cultivators and couldn't see In Hongfei's cultivation level. However, he was now in 70 to 80 years of martial arts cultivation. In Hongfei was only about 20 years old and had been cultivating immortality for 10 years at most. Even if he killed him, he didn't believe that In Hongfei's strength would be stronger than his own, because it's not scientific. The fossilized true qi in his body ran wildly, and his fists immediately glowed with a piercing white light as he fiercely swung his fists to meet them. Boom! A dull explosion rang through the air, shaking the night sky. That azure blue palm print was shattered by his fist. The scattered chi energy struck up a piece of debris on the building, and dust and fog filled the 10-foot void. Jiang Qiye's feet hit the ground and his heart let out a sigh of relief. while not without surprise. In this exchange of hands he tested out that In Hongfei was an immortal cultivator. His spiritual energy was extremely pure, and that In cold palm power was incredibly powerful. In comparison, the purity of his fossilized true qi was slightly inferior, as if the difference between crude iron and refined iron. But fortunately, his true qi was thick enough, and his punching power was dominating and overwhelming. Without using spells or martial arts, the two sparred. This surprised Zhang Qiye a bit. I didn't realize that I had fought a 20-ish-year-old immortal cultivator to a draw in these 70 to 80 years of cultivation. Is cultivation of immortality really so awesome? That's not scientific. Well, in the future, I'll have to get to know the immortal cultivators when I have the chance, so I can know myself and my enemy. He didn't intend to get In Hongfei killed. The death of an immortal sect disciple would have too great an impact, and would likely lead to the merciless obliteration of everyone within Lixian Yuan, and he would surely be hard to spare. There are precedents for this sort of thing. This time out, he only wanted to test In Hongfei and grab some treasures along the way. As for things like getting In Hongfei killed, he had the cultivation Dharma Pearl and his strength was growing by leaps and bounds, so he would undoubtedly be more certain in a few days. With his goal accomplished, he had no desire to fight, and the moment he landed, he plunged into the night with amazing speed. Vermin! Where to escape? In Hongfei, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and hurriedly pinched his hands together, trying to cast a spell. He had just stepped into the threshold of immortal cultivation half a year ago, becoming a cultivator of the first level of qi practicing, and he had only learned one type of spell. That would be the primary spell, Starfire Shield. This spell can form a 3-meter diameter astral fire light shield. Flesh mortal body is enveloped, will be burned to ashes. Non-cultivators cannot resist. However, because the cultivation time was too short, In Hongfei was not yet skillful in performing it, and actually failed the first time. The second time he was about to succeed, the silhouette had already run away, and he couldn't help but lose his temper and scratch his head. Asshole! No matter who you are, this Gongzi will definitely catch you and turn you into ashes. He wanted to chase him out immediately, but at the moment, he was naked and it was inappropriate, so he just had to go back and find his clothes first. My lord, what is going on? The maid, Shua Rou, hugged the quilt and asked in panic. What happened? Humph, you still have the face to ask. It's all because of your little missteps. Give me death. When In Hongfei heard the maid's inquiry, he immediately vented his anger on the maid. He casually swung out a palm and shattered the maid's head through the air. Pity a tender and affectionate little maid. This fragrant death. At that moment, the door to the room crashed open from the outside, and two young men rushed in hot and heavy. Signorine, what happened? Signorine, are you all right? The two young men inquired with concern. In Hongfei roared without a trace of anger. Quickly go to the Four Seas Inn and inform my second uncle that my storage bag has been snatched. Yes, the two men's faces were shocked, and they hurriedly retreated again. In Hongfei put on his clothes as fast as he could and drifted out of the window. But at this moment, the enemy has long disappeared, and even a wisp of spiritual connection on the storage bag has disappeared. So angry that he almost spit blood. Chapter 12, the first time I heard of the Devil's Envoy. Zhang Qiye made a big circle along the gloom and returned to the thatched toilet, painfully drained it, and then wandered back to his room. The commotion made just now was not small, and could be heard throughout Lixian Yuan. At this moment, the outside had already exploded. Countless people ran out of the room to see what was going on, and there were scattered footsteps everywhere. But anyone who tried to approach this side was stopped by In Hongfei's entourage. In the next room, In Hongfei is not there, and that little maid is dead. The people of the immortal sect are truly inhuman. They consider themselves to be superior, and ordinary people are only no different from kittens and puppies in their eyes. Zhang Qiye's disgust for immortal cultivators increased a few points when he saw the miserable state of that little maid with his divine sense. He poured a glass of wine and spilled it on the floor, then grabbed the jug and took a few big gulps. The moment the storage bag fell into his hands, he felt a hint of a spiritual imprint within it. When he tried to release his spiritual power and touched the storage bag, he actually easily annihilated the spiritual imprint inside. At the same time, he also naturally left his spiritual imprint, completing his control over the storage bag. However, he didn't rush to study the storage bag because it wasn't quite safe yet. A few moments later, there was movement in the next room. In Hongfei came back and brought back a middle-aged cultivator in a Taoist robe. Zhang Qiye clearly felt that there was an additional strong aura fluctuation in the next room. That was the unique spiritual power fluctuation of an immortal cultivator. Very different from a martial artist's aura. This made him wary, not daring to use his divine sense to probe at will again. But it was good that his ears were clear and he could hear the reprimand over there even through the wall. Hong Fei, I warned you long ago that you must not be careless after descending from the mountain. And you really took my words as a whisper. With this level of cultivation, how can you be qualified to underestimate the people of the world? The middle-aged cultivator's name was Yin Jifeng, Yin Hongfei's second uncle. At this moment, being reprimanded by his second uncle, Yin Hongfei's face was flushed with shame, but he had no way to argue. He could only say in a hurried voice, "Second uncle, I know I'm wrong, but now is not the time to talk about this. The priority is to recover my storage bag as soon as possible. My star eclipsing spirit sword and star river heart technique are in there, as well as the martial arts secret book breaking fingers that just arrived." The star eclipse spirit sword was a top-grade spirit sword given to him by the Yin clan's old ancestor. It was worth a fortune, and there was absolutely no way that he would be given a second one. The Star River Mind technique was the core immortal technique of the Nebula sect, and losing it would surely lead to accountability. As for the secret book of breaking fingers, it was something he was going to take back to claim credit in exchange for cultivation resources. All this is an unbearable loss. Thinking about it is a headache plus flesh pain. Yin Hongfei only felt that his heart is dripping blood. You. Yin Jifeng was furious, his whiskers flaring, and he coldly grunted in anger. Cold Sun City is the premier city in the north, with a population of over 1 million people. We went down the mountain this time. There are only a dozen or so division servants available, and no one is good at tracking ingestibles. So how do you expect me to find them? How do you expect me to find it? How do you expect me to chase it? Yin Hongfei's gaze flickered. A killing chance gradually rose under his eyes, and he said in a fierce voice, "Second uncle, that vermin can lurk in Lixian Yuan. So there must be an insider in here. Why don't we arrest everyone in Lixian Yuan? Kill half of them first, and then torture the rest. We'll surely get something." Yin Jifeng looked at Yin Hongfei with strange eyes and warned in a deep voice, "Don't even think about this matter. According to rumors, there is a demon suppressor envoy who lives in seclusion within Cold Sun City, causing the great desolate demons to not dare to easily cross the great snow pass. If you mess with his attention, think about how you'll die first." Demon suppressor? There are even human demon suppressor envoys within this Cold Sun City? Yin Hongfei was astonished beyond measure. His tone permeated with deep shock. Yin Jifeng coldly grunted. Cold Sun City is the first of the 3 main cities in the northern lands, near the Great Snow Pass in the northern wilderness, a barrier against the great wilderness foreign races. Is it strange to have a human demon suppressor envoy sitting in the town? If we weren't afraid of the demon suppressor, do you think that we, the 5 great immortal sects of Shaoyang Mountain, would really be willing to honestly nestle in the deep mountains and cultivate hard? A demon suppressor is different from a demon suppressor guard. The devil suppressor guards came from the devil suppressor division of the Legu Imperial Dynasty, a forceful organization of the Legu Imperial Dynasty that was under the orders of the court. And the demon suppressor ambassadors are a class of mysterious, powerful, cold-blooded, unscrupulous and terrifying humanoid monsters with an ancient and mysterious inheritance, who are not subject to any regulation in this part of heaven and earth. The only one who can discipline them is themselves. The history of the existence of demon suppressor ambassadors was very long, even longer than the history of the immortal sect, and could be traced back to the period of obscurity of the Tai ancient race. Since ancient times, whether it was a martial artist, immortal cultivator or demon or desolate beast, as long as they threatened the human community, they would all become evil demons in the eyes of the demon suppressor envoys, and thus be completely erased. Wherever there were demon suppressor ambassadors, demons were near extinct. It was also due to the existence of the demon suppressor that the immortal sect didn't dare to act recklessly in the secular world. Although Yin Hongfei was upset, he didn't dare to provoke the mysterious demon suppressor. He frowned and thought for a moment before adding, "Second uncle, we can also utilize the power of the Zhang family in Cold Sun City." Although the Zhang family was not strong and didn't have many experts, it had been operating in Cold Sun City for 100 years, so it should still be possible to spy on the news. My storage pouch is equipped with a lightning forbidden trap. If that thief removes the lightning forbidden object inside, he will surely be blown to pieces. Just have the Zhang family keep an eye on the movements within the city at all times. Yin Jifeng pondered for a moment and nodded helplessly. Well, that's all that can be done at the moment. But the Zhang family in Cold Yang City can't be fully trusted. Since the death of Zhang Yunji, they have been centrifuged from our Nebula sect and may not be willing to work for us with all their heart. Besides, the things of the immortals move people's hearts. You need to be prepared, Yin Hongfei said confidently. Don't worry, second uncle. The mere mortals can be made to bow down by casually giving them some sweeteners. I have my own way of controlling them, and I'm not afraid that they won't do their best. Good. Then let's split up. You go to the Jiang family and ask them to mobilize all their forces to spy on the news. And I'll search the surrounding area again to see if that person has left any traces. The two quickly conferred and began to split up. Next door, Jiang Qiye, with his powerful hearing, took in the conversation between the two, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a faint sneer. Yun Hongfei claimed to have a way to control the Kong family, and he didn't know what means he had to control Kong Zhendong. As for the Jin demon envoy, this is the first time he has heard of this kind of existence. It seems to be very powerful, so that the immortal sect are afraid, which makes him secretly surprised. The Jin demon envoy gave birth to a few moments of curiosity. It was at this moment that he felt a strong spiritual force descend from the sky, sweeping over everything in the room and over him as well. Jiang Qiye hastily collected his breath and pretended to be drunk, lying helplessly on the ground and also pressing the storage bag underneath him. The divine sense rested on him for a few seconds and then retreated. He understood that this divine sense should come from that second uncle of Yin Hongfei. Judging from the strength of the other party's divine sense, this person's strength should not be underestimated. After waiting a few more moments until there was no more movement next door, he sat up again. He would have liked to change rooms, but at that moment, Yin Hongfei and his second uncle had both left. The maid named Shuero was dead, and the next room was empty. He thought about it and didn't bother to do more than that. He inserted the bolt on the door and his mind touched the storage bag in his arms. In the next moment, the situation in the storage bag was immediately reflected in his mind. The internal space of this storage bag was only less than 10 cubic meters, like a small bedroom. Inside were some clothes, a few swords and knives, a golden secret book, 2 bottles of pills, a stack of silver tickets and a small pile of gold and silver, and some miscellaneous objects. Among them was a piece of topaz that emitted a precious light, suspected to be a jade slip that recorded the immortal cultivation method in the legends, causing Jiang Qiye to be a bit eyed. There was also a dark gold longsword with starbursts, grand and atmospheric, with a compelling sharpness, selling itself as extremely extraordinary. There was also a fist-sized statue of a small beast, emitting a faint silver light, which looked like a treasure as well. Other things aside, just the gold and silver together are worth 2,000 or 3,000 taels of silver. A really big deal. However, with regards to what was in here, Jiang Qiye didn't plan on messing around with it for the time being. Yin Hongfei has just mentioned that there is a lightning forbidden object hidden inside. Once taken out it will explode, so there is no room for carelessness. He just took the golden secret book in his hand, which was the air-breaking finger, labeled as an injury-grade martial art. Chapter 13, Breaking Finger. Jiang Qiye didn't understand how this injury-grade martial art was rated, but this secret book is made of special materials. The paper is incredibly tough, and it looks very high. This secret book was obtained from the auction, and Yin Hongfei had taken it out and looked at it not long ago, so there shouldn't be any problems. He vigilantly let go of his divine sense and flipped through the secret book while being wary of the outside. The breaking finger was a great ancient martial art that needed to be catalyzed by true qi, and could only be cultivated by martial arts experts of the 3rd grade or higher. This martial art had fetched a sky-high price of 6,000 taels of gold at the auction a few days ago, the highest-priced secret book in the last decade or so, and had caused quite a stir in Cold Sun City. Its true value is probably much more than 6,000 taels of gold, because things like secret books of martial arts, unlike unusual treasures, were not something that could be auctioned off by whoever had the money. The most important thing was to look at the strength. Some worldly rich businessmen, even if they are worth billions of dollars, don't dare to touch this kind of stuff. It will kill them. Jiang Qiye carefully flipped through the pages for a while, gradually attracted by the subtle content, his eyes crystal clear. Cultivating the air-breaking finger requires a thick internal qi as the foundation, and opening up a total of 33 main branch meridians in the 10 fingers of both arms, condensing true qi, and catalyzing qi arrows to kill the enemy through the air. Its biggest advantage is that it has a fast rate of fire, long range and strong penetration. When practiced to the point of initiation, a single finger shot can pierce through flesh and blood within 3 steps. When practiced to a small degree of success, it can be shot with 2 fingers and can penetrate iron armor within 10 paces. Practiced to great success, can be 5 fingers continuous shooting, effective killing more than 30 paces, within 20 paces through the gold cracking stone easily. Practicing to perfection, you need to comprehend a trace of the true meaning of breaking through the air. You can shoot 10 fingers in unison, and the killing distance can exceed 90 paces. Within 50 paces, It can penetrate half a foot of iron wall. This is absolutely a divine skill. If it can be practiced to perfection, with 10 fingers shooting in unison, the killing distance will be more than 90 paces, almost catching up with a machine gun. Jiang Qi's heart was fluttering and surging as he watched, and he couldn't wait to start practicing immediately. Unfortunately, the cultivation Dharma bead is out of stock. Never mind, let's just get cleaned up first. Not sleepy. Jiang Qi simply picks the lamp and reads at night, flipping through it several times in a row, gradually memorizing the essence of the inner meaning in his heart, until, after a long time, the sound of yelling from the next room disturbed him. It was only then that he blew out the candles and went to bed for a beautiful sleep, which lasted until daybreak, early in the morning, before the sun rises. But Jiang Qi thought, after all, he is still a yellow flower young man, was seen by others out of the greenhouse, inevitably affect his reputation, and once it reached Xiao Hongyu's ears, it would be another piece of trouble, so he planned to leave early. But to his surprise, just as he went out the door, he happened to meet the little fat man next door who was also leaving. The little fat man was masked, tiptoeing around, looking left and right, looking like a thief. Jiang Qi couldn't help but be happy as he flashed and blocked in front of little fatty. Ooh! The little fatty was startled and hastily took a step back, pointing at Jiang Qi in shock. You. Jiang Qi, how could it be you? Why can't it be me? I can't come and check the room. Jiang Qi clasped his arms in front of his chest, a smirk gleaming at the corners of his mouth as he unkindly sized up the little fatty. Hey, Xiao Bai, you've grown a lot lately. Not only do you dare to call out to your seventh brother, but you have the silver money to visit a greenhouse. Do your parents know you're so good? Does your sister know? That's right, this little fatty is none other than Yu Xiaobai. Yu Xiaobai's head shrunk, his eyes a bit flustered, but he colored and said, Jiang Qi, don't say anything nonsense. Besides, you're the one in charge of the prison. Come to a greenhouse to check out a fart room. Oh, I know. You must have come to visit the greenhouse too, right? Aren't you afraid of whoops? Before he could finish his sentence, he was clamped by Jiang Qi's neck and dragged into the room without any resistance. And then the talk between the brothers began. A few moments later, Jiang Qi walked out of the room alone, a small silver ticket waving in his hand, still looking disgusted. This time it's a bit more, but it's only 10 taels of silver. TSK, how poor. White, you really should go home and ask your parents for confirmation. I doubt you picked you up on the side of the road or got you groceries. Well, it's not a lot of silver, but it's a lot of fun. In the back room, the sound of Yu Xiaobai's heartbroken complaint came from the back room. Jiang Qi, you robbed my pocket money again. You're practically a wolf with a heart of gold. Thanks to me, I even helped you get rid of a love rival dash. What love interest did you help me with? Jiang Qi froze and turned to look at Yu Xiaobai. Oh, I mean back in the day when I helped you woo my sister. Yu Xiaobai's eyes averted as he stammered out an explanation. Che. Jiang Qi looked at him without any good humor and turned to leave. After walking out a few steps, he suddenly stopped a few steps again, and looked at Yu Xiaobai with a suspicious face. I always feel lately that you have become a little strange, as if you are watching my jokes. No, absolutely not. Yu Xiaobai blinked and hastily shook his head in denial. Jiang Qi frowned. Are you sure you didn't laugh just now? Yu Xiaobai's complexion changed. Pretending to be furious, I was robbed of my pocket money by you. It was too late to cry. How could I possibly laugh? Oh, well, that's a relief. Jiang Qi shrugged his shoulders, so he stopped ignoring this eccentric fellow and waved his hand as he walked down the stairs. Yu Xiaobai watched as Jiang Qi's back disappeared, and the bitter hatred on his face gradually disappeared and turned into a smile that was hard to suppress. Covering his mouth with one hand and clutching his stomach with the other, he crouched in the corner and let out a strange cuckoo sound, laughing with a twitch. After laughing for a while, he stood up holding onto the wall, but then muttered in a small voice with a bit of a sad face, there are still 2 months to go. At that time when Jiang Qi realizes that I've teamed up with my sister and deceived him for so many years, I don't know if he'll fight me to the death. Che, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the sky is falling with my sister on top. What am I afraid of? When Jiang Qi returned to the Jiang family, the sunrise had already risen. In Hongfei had already come last night, and the Jiang family was unusually busy. Jiang Jindong not only scattered a large number of manpower, but also personally went out to walk around the relationship to find out news for In Hongfei. For all of this, Jiang Qi neither stopped nor participated. Yesterday he was close at hand. In Hongfei was not able to check himself, and I am afraid that it will only be difficult to check him in the future. Taking a step back, in the future, even if it was found out about him, it was expected that by then, he would not be the same person he was now. He also had no intention of telling Kang Jindong about last night. Otherwise, just the item of sleeping in a greenhouse at night would be enough for Jiang Jindong to grab hold of him and beat him half to death. He finished his breakfast slowly, changed into his patrol division uniform, and was about to ride his donkey to work. Before going out, the butler, Jiang He, pulled him into a corner and handed him a small silver bottle for his father with solemn instructions. The bottle contained a drop of a highly poisonous substance called the 7 Deadly Green Winds, which was worth thousands of dollars. Just this one drop evaporates into the air and poisons a room full of people. Colorless, odorless, and indefensible. The only flaw was that the time limit of the effect was too short, only about 30 breaths of time. Less than a minute. After 30 breaths, the toxicity will disappear. That is to say, as long as one carries through a minute without dying, one basically can't die. Jiang Qiye felt that this thing was a bit hot, and that he could play himself to death if he wasn't careful. But fortunately, the vial seemed sealed and sturdy enough, so he kept it close at ease. When the sun gradually rose, Jiang Qiye walked into the City Patrol Division's court. Chapter 14, Zhongjin 2. Cold Sun City, a main city in the northern part of the Legu Imperial Dynasty, close to the Great Snow Pass in the northern wasteland. The City Patrol Division, on the other hand, is the largest official force organization in the city, integrating city defense and security, and most of the main members within are martial artists. It is further subdivided into 5 parts: the Street Patrol Battalion, the Wind Enforcement Battalion, the Penalty Division, the Arms Division, and the Jail. Jiang Qiye's position was that of the prison guard of the large prison, commonly known as the jailer, the head of the prison. Jiang Qiye walked on the road to the large prison, but gradually, his face darkened a bit, because along the way, he met some familiar colleagues, all of whom gave him odd looks and greeted him in a tone of playfulness. Yell, 7th brother is here. Quite early. Brother Shao Qi, look at you walking a bit floaty. Tired from last night, right? Young people should know how to exercise moderation. Uncle here has a secret recipe. Don't be polite when you need it. Jiang Qiye blackened his face, really not wanting to take care of these people. Didn't I just go to a greenhouse and listen to a few songs? It's true that good things don't come out of the woodwork, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. If this were to reach Xiao Hongyu's ears, I'm afraid it would only require another explanation. What's even worse is that once Jiang Jindong catches a hold of him, he will definitely be out of luck again. Walking to the entrance of the dungeon, he saw a young jailer, holding back a bad smile, peeking at himself in a very lewd manner. Jiang Qiye shook his head helplessly, grabbed the guy over, choked him, and asked sorrowfully, Zhao Kong, come on. Tell brother, what's going on here? Which passed it out? Zhao Kong miserably begged for mercy. Yeah, 7th brother, be gentle, I'm about to break my breath. I say. It came from horse-faced old Chow over at the street patrol camp, and I heard that they saw your donkey in the stables of Li Xiang Yuan last night when they were pursuing the murderer. Horse-faced old Chow? Oh, Jiang Qiye smiled coldly, and the small book in his heart gave that guy a hard mark. Although the patrol division is divided into several parts, the number of people on staff is not very large. The 5 divisions combined are only 600 or 700 people. On weekdays, we do not see each other. Jiang Qiye dare not say that all know, but also at least know a small half. And this horse-faced old man Zhou, who he happened to know, was a notorious veteran soldier. Jiang Qiye thought carefully. The guy who chased him for 3 blocks last night and shot an arrow at him seemed to be the horse-faced old Zhou, and that broken voice was very recognizable. Hey, brother 7, how was last night? When will you take little brother to see the world as well? Zhao Kong squeezed his eyebrows and laughed cheaply. Oh, if you want to know what it's like, just go and taste it yourself. Get lost. Jiang Qiye kicked Zhao Kong without any good humor. Zhao Kong ran away with an exaggerated scream. It was at this time that a large group of guys from the street patrol battalion came not far away, escorting a long line of suspects, marching towards this side of the prison. Almost every one of these suspects was wounded, some with serious internal injuries and intermittent spitting of blood, some with broken arms and legs, looking miserable. Brothers of the division, here comes the big job, come and get it. A guy with a face longer than a horse started letting out a roar from a distance. Jiang Qiye gazed at it and was furious. Who was that ghostly howling guy if not horse-faced old Zhou? He clenched his fists and slowly walked up, looking at old Zhou with cold sorrow. Old Zhou, thank you for making a name for me. I thank your entire family. Yell. It's serious. It's serious, ah brother 7. Old Joe snapped and laughed dryly, shyly smiling face and bowed and make amends. Brother. I blame my brother's bad mouth cannot hold the door, accidentally said the leakage. I, Joe Jiang, swear to God that I really didn't mean this, but anyway, this is my fault. Some other day my brother will treat you to a table alone. The place is at your disposal. As an atonement, okay? In fact, such a thing as visiting a greenhouse is not a big deal if it is done to someone else. Many would even take sleeping with so-and-so's head honcho as bragging rights. However, Jiang Qiye was somewhat special. His fiancée was County Princess Han Yu, and if the Xian Wangfu took it more seriously, the consequences could be severe. Jiang Qiye had all planned to take old Zhou to practice, but look at the old weak to admit fault attitude is good. Also does not seem to intentionally target him. In the face of this kind of mouth-broken old smoothie also really cannot be more serious. It's really going to be a big deal, and it won't do him any good if the word gets out. He gave old Zhou a very unpleasant look and said in a bad mood, "Fine, heavenly habitat then." Old Zhou's face was delighted, and he hastily promised with a beat of his chest, "No problem. My brother's salary this month can be vigorously built, not to mention the heavenly habitat. Even if it's Li Xiang Yuan, my brother will recognize it." Asterisk 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 Q. Ha 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 ha. The crowd around him roared with laughter. After the laughs, everyone got down to business. Jiang Qiye looked at the long line of criminals and couldn't help but wonder. Old Zhou, what's going on? How did you arrest so many at once? Old Zhou yawned and smiled helplessly and bitterly. Last night a family manor was massacred. More than 30 people died. The murderer made a good run for it. Our boss got mad and ordered the streets to be cleared, and told his brothers to arrest all the petty thieves who were roaming the streets last night. Hurry up with the handover. The brothers have been up all night. They're going to be sleepy, and they'll have to go back to catch up on their sleep when they're done. It's over 100 men. We'll have a busy day, and I don't know if there are enough vacant cells. Jiang Qiye was a bit puzzled. The consistent unspoken rule of the City Patrol Division was to focus on protecting the common people and cracking down on lawless martial artists, but never interfering in Jianghu disputes. Last night, although crippled Flying Dragon's family home was massacred and a lot of people died, this clearly belonged to the Jianghu vendetta. According to the past practice, the City Patrol Division should turn a blind eye and be done with the appearance. This time the performance seems to be a bit too much. Just then, Jiang Qiye saw a few familiar figures in the line of suspects. Well, Li Sandao, Zhao Er, Lu Wu, these three guys are all in one piece, not missing a single one. At the same time, all three of them also saw Jiang Qiye in the uniform of the City Patrol Division's jailer, and for a moment, their mouths opened wide in shock. The three of them looked at each other for a while, and their faces could not help but crumple, wanting to cry. That little brother who was so righteous last night was actually a member of the City Watch, which, they seriously suspected at this point that they were being fished out last night. Should we confess later? That can be a real problem. Next, dozens of prison guards joined hands, together with a large number of sword-carrying gangsters, and escorted over 100 suspects into the cells in batches. Just in the process of escorting them, there were already 2 guys with serious injuries that died halfway through the process, also contributing 12 years of cultivation to Jiang Qiye. This immediately caused Jiang Qiye to raise his spirits. The way he looked at the suspects again had an eerie essence to it, as if he were looking at a large fortune. It creeped out a group of unknowing suspects, cursing the jailer for being perverted enough. Chapter 15, Li Sanjie's request. The dungeon is divided into 6 districts, A, B, C, D, E, and H. Each district has a dozen or so cells, with a district chief and 4 jailers assigned to guard them, and dozens of other helpers. Most of this group of suspects were arranged into the cell in the D district that Jiang Qiye was in charge of, which included the 3 brothers of Li Sanjie. Jiang Qiye locked the door while coldly drinking seemingly casually. Before today, I didn't know you guys, and you didn't know me. But starting today, it's necessary for us to get acquainted. You can call me Jiang Jailer. I'm not really good-tempered. I can't see the messy and nasty things. So, you'd better get off your asses or I'll make you regret the rest of your lives. After hearing Jiang Qiye's words, Li Sanjie didn't think much about it and was still in a state of disorientation, as if he was worried about his sister at home. Zhao Er and Lu Wu, however, had happy faces inside in relief, winked at each other, and tugged on Li Sanjie, going to the corner for a burst of whispering. That's right, Jiang Qiye's words were meant for these 3 guys to listen to, so that they would keep their mouths shut and not involve themselves even if they wanted to confess, and Zhao Er and the others were more than happy to do so. In this way, they do not have to consider the issue of confession and leniency, but decide to carry on with their lives and resist death. After a brief moment of silence, the suspects in the cell began to do their thing. Prisoner Jiang. My name is Huang Xiaoyang. I'm the young proprietor of Huang Ji Cloth Store. I'm wrongly accused. I didn't do anything last night. You guys let me go. Jailer Jiang. These 3 coins of silver are a small token of my filial piety. Please take care of me. Jailer Jiang. Please deliver a letter to my family for me. This 1 or 2 silver is counted as payment. Jailer Jiang. This cell is too damn crowded. Can you give me another place? I am the Flying Tiger of Causeway Street in North City. Give a face. Jiang Qiye's eyes were cold and expressionless. Pay no attention to those who cry foul. Not a problem for those who come with money tucked away. For the ones who are too trippy to play the tantrum, just poke them with a sheath to sober them up. In a short while, he already had several more taels of silver in his arms. These are normal benefits for jailers and are not violations. Anyone who pays the silver will just have to give a little convenience in the future without violating the principle. For these, Jiang Qiye has long been familiar with. Silver also collected peace of mind. Only, most of these guys don't have much money on them, because it had been passed over when it was captured. Most of the valuable items became welfare for the street patrol camp. Just as he was about to leave, Li Sanso suddenly stepped sharply to the fence and looked at Jiang Qiye to say something. Jiang Qiye looked at Li Sanjie and asked, something wrong? Jiang jailer, can I ask you for one thing? I don't have any money on me right now, but if I can get out in the future, I will definitely repay you properly. Li San Dagger prayed with an eager face. Jiang Qiye nodded slightly. Go ahead. What is it? He had a pretty good impression of Li Sanso. This is a reckless man with a strong sense of justice and grudges. Very Jianghu righteousness. Although the killing is not ambiguous, but there are still some commendable highlights. A glimmer of hope lit up in the bottom of Li Sandao's eyes, and he hurriedly said, I have a 12-year-old sister who is alone at home, and I'm afraid that enemies will come to the door to disadvantage her. Can you take her to a different place to live? Why don't you take her in for a while? My sister is still young, but she knows what she's doing. She can do laundry and cook, and she can take care of people. So it's okay for her to be a maid for you. Please, Brother Kong. Li Sandao, have nothing to show for it. Consider it a life ode to you. Oh yes, I have an ancestral secret book at home, although it's not a supreme skill, but it has some value, so I'll give it to Brother Jiang. My sister knows where the secret book is placed, so please make sure Brother Jiang helps. Jiang Qiye hesitated slightly and nodded. Alright, I'll go see your sister after my shift. In fact, he was going to refuse. As a jailer, one is not supposed to have compassion for prisoners. It's unprofessional. But at this moment, he inexplicably thought of his little sister, Jiang Jiuzhen, who also happened to be 12 years old. The world is difficult. Life is unpredictable. No one dare say that they do not have 3 disasters. If there is a day in the future, perhaps one would like to have a noble person who would reach out and help them. Well, it's not a big deal anyway, so I'll help if I can. As for the secret books and whatnot, he didn't put much stock in it. He just simply wanted to do something good. Thank you, Brother Jiang. My family lives at. Li Sandao was grateful and hurriedly whispered his home address. The two had just finished talking, when that Huang Xiaoyang, who claimed to be the young proprietor of Huang Qi Cloth Villa, suddenly jumped over again and said with gusto, Prisoner Jiang, I also have a sister in the following. The age of 28, long as a flower like jade, has not yet married. As long as the Jiang jailer let me out, I will definitely introduce you to know. Oh yes, my sister is very rich. The dowry must be very generous. Q. You've got to stop. Do I look like I have a wife? Jiang Qiye changed his gentle attitude towards Li Sanjie and kicked Huang Xiaoyang in the stomach through the fence, sending him sprawling. This kid looks like a rich man, but is very stingy, not the slightest idea of filial piety, only want to empty words, really owes a beating. Jiang Qiye had long since understood the truth that one must never show any hint of kindness to be deceived in regards to the prisoners in the jail. Those who can go to the big jail, surely there are not many good guys. As long as they are given 3 colors, they will dare to open a dye house to show you. At this moment, seeing that all the prisoners had subsided and no one dared to glare at him anymore, Jiang Qiye finally nodded in satisfaction. It took half a day to settle the new inmates, which was tedious, and this was Jiang Qiye's daily routine. However, Jiang Qiye had no complaints about this job. He had lived 2 lives and had never been a man of great ambition. In his previous life, He was just an ordinary small staff member of the 99.6 Fortunes report. It's a big step up in this life to be a civil servant who eats royal food and has decent benefits. In his opinion, as long as he was in his own field, living a free life without having to suffer and not lacking silver to spend, it was great. Of course, now that he had the cultivation Dharma pearl, his ambition had grown a bit, and that was to pursue higher martial arts, as well as a promotion and a raise. To his extraordinarily great relief, 2 more inmates had died within the brig within this small half-day. One was a gang member who died of his wounds. The other was a black market trader who sold prohibited materials such as armor and crossbows, and was given a living scare over at the torture chamber. The 2 had contributed a total of 11 years of cultivation to him. Together with the 12 years of cultivation harvested in the morning, there was a total of 23 years of cultivation in the cultivation Dharma bead. This efficiency was very considerable and made Jiang Qi's mood quite good. It was nearing noon, so Jiang Qi finally had some free time to patrol his precinct as a whole. In the meantime, he did a secretive thing when no one was looking. That would be to hide the storage bag that was snatched last night in a very hidden place within the prison. What was inside? He didn't intend to move it for a short period of time, wanting to wait for his strength to rise a few more grades before considering it. On the one hand, he was worried about the immortal law traps inside, and on the other hand, he was also worried that In Hongfei's division would use special means to find his head. Furthermore, while there were a number of goodies in there, none of them were what he was in short supply of, and there was no need to rush them. After a period of time, he would pick up a few thousand years of cultivation, and all problems would no longer be a problem. The cells in the D ward, under his jurisdiction, were all filled with prisoners. Some rooms are crowded, others are less crowded, as few as 2 or 3 or as many as a dozen, and the offenses range from minor to major. Slowly, he made his way to the end of the precinct. There is a special cell here, an elegant room for certain special groups of people. Chapter 16, The Arrival of the Chief Justice. The elegant cell was large, bright, well lit and clean, and even the sheets and bedding were often changed. Inmates who can live here are either rich and powerful or of honorable status. Before yesterday, 2 rich young men who forcefully robbed the people lived here. 2 people live in this elegant room. Every month need to pay an extra 100 taels of silver, which is also a good source of income within the scope of authority of the Department of Prisons. But yesterday, there came a mysterious character, Qin Wuyan. Qin Wuyan looked at the 2 young masters in an unfavorable way, and without hesitation, he swung out a sword and chopped off their heads, and from then on, he dominated the elegant room alone. Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. Jiang Qie, as the head of the Ding district, naturally couldn't help but be furious and angrily rebuked Qin Wuyan, while wanting to get on a bit of a roll to set the rules for this newcomer. However, he didn't expect that his superior, Old Wang, hurriedly arrived, and instead of dealing with Qin Wuyan, he lectured Jiang Qie in front of Qin Wuyan, causing Jiang Qie to be very upset to this day when he thought about it. At this moment, Jiang Qie patrolled to the entrance of the elegant room, only to see the cell door of the elegant room wide open. Zhao Kong and the other 2 jailers were busy. One cleaned the elegant room, one carried bath water inside, and one had just received silver to carry a table of heavenly habitat food for Mr. Qin. In fact, there are many helpers in the prison who are responsible for all kinds of chores, and small things like sweeping the floor and sprinkling water do not need to be taken up by the staff in the organization at all. But at this moment, looking at the way Zhao Kang's trio was smiling and laughing, they didn't even need to help the servants and did everything themselves. It was obvious that the reward given by that Duke Qin was quite a lot. As for Mr. Qin himself, a white coat of snow, standing proudly by the window, holding a jade shell in his hand. His back is elegant and extraordinary, just like a person in a painting, a proper protagonist template. In the corner of the room, there was also a middle-aged man with an ancient face sitting on the ground, crossing his sword in front of his knees. His eyes opened and closed from time to time, and his cold aura was like electricity. This middle-aged man should be Qin Wuyan's servant with unfathomable strength. Jiang Qie couldn't help but secretly skim his lips. It was truly a human comparison. When he was at home, he didn't have so many people attentively serving. People Qin Gongzi sitting in jail for a few days, but can enjoy this kind of VIP treatment. This is the winner of life. Alas, it seems it's time for me to have a bit of a quest. Stimulated by Qin Wuyan, Jiang Qie's ambition was suddenly pulled up by a large margin. He intends to move up from his position as head of the cell, as soon as possible, and it would be best to screw the old king of the prison department. In addition, he was considering a number of other issues. The highly poisonous 7 deadly breezes was in his arms. Just pour it into the elegant room and close the door of the cell. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for that Mr. Xiao to be struck. However, he didn't know Qin Wuyan's strength well enough to see it on the surface, and he didn't know how effective the 7 deadly clear winds would be against him. Qin Wuyan is around 20 years old, and is estimated to be at most of the 5th or 6th grade, so I don't think he should be able to withstand the toxicity of the 7 deadly clear winds, but right now is never a good time to start. Moreover, Yin Hongfei harbors evil intentions. This kind of effort is not pleasing to the eye. How brainwashed would I have to be to help him out? Jiang Qiye didn't move and looked at him for a few moments before leaving. It was at this moment that there was an abrupt silence in the prison, and a sound of steady footsteps came. Jiang Qiye twisted his head to look, only to see a stout, imposing and majestic man walk through the front door. This person looked to be about 35 or 6 years old, wearing a red background and black patterned martial arts robe, a dark red cloak, and a pair of soft silver combat boots under his feet. He pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword and walked with a dragon's stride without anger, a majestic sense of oppression coming over him, as if he was walking towards a terrifying beast king. Master Seiji. Jiang Qiye hurriedly stood beside the road with his hands bound, his eyebrows lowered and respectful. It is essential to maintain enough respect for your strongman cum supervisor's boss to survive. That's right. The person who came was none other than the #1 expert of Cold Sun City, the hand of the City Patrol Division. Division head Zhu Danyang. Zhu Danyang hadn't deliberately restrained his first-grade martial artist aura. Jiang Qiye clearly felt that the other party's aura was a great deal stronger than his, giving him the feeling that it was unfathomable and extremely dangerous. This Lord Secretary is, in fact, not very difficult to get along with. He's still very disciplined as long as he doesn't violate some of his taboos. He especially likes to enable young people with potential. As long as they can get into his eyes, there will be a great opportunity to rise to the top. Zhu Danyang's face was expressionless, his eyes not slanting as he walked straight past Jiang Qiye's side and entered the elegant room. The 2 inner guards who followed Zhu Danyang were guarding the doorway, their hands pressed on the hilt of their swords, their eyes alert. Zhao Kong and the other jailer were quickly kicked out, and the elegant room closed its door. Jiang Qiye and Zhao Kong and the others did not leave, but stood on both sides of the doorway, ready for the dispatch of the head of the division. Hey, Xiao Zhao, you've made a lot of money, haven't you? Look at your busy work. You've never been so attentive to your old man, have you? The old head of the jailer, Old Lu, scowled and teased Zhao Kong in a low voice. Zhao Kong rolled his eyes and scolded with a laugh. Asterisk 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 you. Old Mr. Lu, aren't you the same? You're still trying to see if the bathwater is hot. You weren't even this careful when you were serving your granddaughter's bath, were you? The old head of Lu did not care about Zhao Kang's teasing. He showed his big yellow teeth that were missing boards, prettily touched the silver in his arms, and laughed lowly and thievishly. Hey, there's no way who can go against silver? Smoky Moon House's little lotus girl has raised her price again. Last month's overnight stay was still 3 taels, and this month it actually went up to 5 taels. Lousy is also suffering, and it's not easy for me to find a reliable greenhouse to retire. You're bitter. My ass. Who's going to a brothel to retire? It's enough to have Miss Xiaohe as your granddaughter, isn't it? You old man. You'll be struck by lightning sooner or later. Zhao Kong unhappily undermined old Lu twice, and then excitedly said to Jiang Qiye, 7th brother, you don't know. This Duke Qin is really generous. I just did a little work for them, and they just handed me a small silver check. Look at that. 20 taels. TSK. I've been in jail for 2 years now, and it's the first time I've encountered such a generous master. Today is an eye-opener. Jiang Qiye despised. Look at your little talent. 7th brother. Don't be so tough. I'm telling you, that Mr. Qin dislikes the tea in the jail, so if you get him some good tea leaves, you'll definitely get a lot of benefits. How's that? Isn't that good enough for me? Zhao Kong offered his advice in a sly manner. Asterisk 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 off. If you want to go yourself. I'm not interested. He is at least a 3rd grade master. The hand and not lack of silver flower. Let him go to Qin Wuyan to ask for reward. Simply do not laugh at the death of individuals. Go to ask for life is more or less. Zhao Kong slapped his head. Hey, that's right. You are the 7th young man of the Jiang family. My little brother can't be compared. I'll go. Jiang Qiye was chatting idly with Zhao Kong and the two of them while keeping his ears open and paying attention to the movements within the elegant room. He was now so deaf that even if the door to the elegant room was closed, he could still hear all the conversations inside. As for divine sense, he didn't dare to use it easily. Listening to the conversation between Zhu Danyang and Qin Wuyan in the elegant room, his face was as calm as water, but his mood gradually became heavy. Chapter 17, He's a member of the immortal sect. Zhu Danyang said gently, Senior Qin, the conditions here are simple, so you can just submit for a few days, and when Prince Xian's side subsides, I'll soon let you out. If there's anything you need, just mention it. My brother has already instructed the following, and will never let you suffer half a bit of aggravation. Qin Wuyan, trouble for senior brother. Zhu Danyang, senior brother, no need to be outgoing. You and I are from the same school, although we don't see much of each other on weekdays, but in my brother's heart, I have never taken you as an outsider. Qin Wuyan, many thanks to senior brother for his love and care. Zhu Danyang, in fact, if you reveal your identity, senior brother, I'm sure that Prince Xianwang will not fail to give face to the division. Qin Wuyan, it's just a trivial matter. I won't be on the same page as Prince Xianwang. Zhu Danyang, alright, my brother won't say much more. Senior brother, you have been worshipped in the division for 7 years now. I take the liberty of asking. I wonder how many % of the Cold Sun treasure pearl has been sacrificed to by senior brother. Qin Wuyan, senior brother, I'm bluntly qualified. Master, his old man only gave me permission to sacrifice the treasure pearl a year ago, and I've just about sacrificed 50% of it so far. Zhu Danyang's tone was a bit sullen. Senior brother is too modest. My brother spent 10 years of his life back then, and only barely managed to refine the treasure pearl by 30%. Compared to my senior brother, my brother's qualifications are really clumsy nah. Alas, no wonder master chose you to inherit the mantle. Qin Wuyan, master, his old man said. Senior brother, you are also gifted, but unfortunately your heart is obsessed and disturbed by mundane matters. So much so that you have delayed your cultivation. His old man asked me to bring word to you. Let you return to Shaoyang Mountain a year ago, to test your cultivation progress. Zhu Danyang, okay, I'll go back when I get some free time. Next, the two began to exchange some cultivation tips. Jiang Qiye listened to the clouds and gradually lost interest. However, just hearing this information had already given him a general judgment, and in his heart, he cursed Yin Hongfei. I didn't realize that Qin Wuyan and Zhu Danyang came from the same school and are both true disciples of the Shaoyang Mountain Cold Sun sect leader. As for Qin Wuyan, he has even inherited the mantle of the Cold Sun sect's old headmaster, carrying the Cold Sun sect's greatest treasure, the Cold Sun treasure pearl. Damn Yin Hongfei, even wanting me to assassinate the future head of the Cold Sun sect. This is clearly wanting me to send me to my death. Like the Nebula sect, the Cold Sun sect was one of the 5 great immortal sects of the Shaoyang Mountain. Even this Cold Sun city was built by an outer disciple of the Cold Sun sect hundreds of years ago and was named after it. As for the Cold Sun treasure pearl, it was a great immortal treasure. It is said that 100 years ago, there was a Cold Sun sect master who sacrificed a Cold Sun treasure pearl and instantly vaporized 30 miles of the Flying Fox River, turning a 1,000-year-old demonic python hidden in it into charcoal. It may sound like an exaggeration. However, Jiang Qiye had admirably gone to check out the remains of the Great War. Even after 100 years, that 30-mile section of the river is still alternately hot and cold. Water plants and fish and shrimp are not, like a dead water. Very strange. If anything, before, Jiang Qiye was still a little hesitant about whether or not to carry out the family mission and assassinate Qin Wuyan. Now, then, he had completely dismissed the idea. Qin Wuyan was carrying the Cold Sun treasure pearl, which was clearly already the future head of the Cold Sun sect. Let's not talk about whether or not we can kill people. Even if they did kill them, I'm afraid that the Jiang family wouldn't be able to withstand the fury of the Cold Sun sect. He didn't know what kind of grudge Yin Hongfei had with Qin Wuyan, nor was he interested in knowing. All he knew was that Yin Hongfei really deserved to die. Yin Hongfei, through Jiang Zhendong, asked him to assassinate Qin Wuyan, seemingly killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but in reality, he was more biased towards getting rid of him. Jiang Qiye, with the help of Qin Wuyan's hand. In addition, Jiang Qiye keenly felt that Zhu Danyang and Qin Wuyan, the pair of master and brother, although the surface brother and brother, but in reality, the words have their own reservations. There is a faint, plastic flavor, but it's none of his business. At this time, he did not notice, next to the old head of the willow although has been with Zhao Kong idle bull *******, but a pair of thieving eyeballs, but stared at him, eyes through the odd meaning. A few moments later, a gang servant ran over and smiled at Jiang Qiye and Zhao Kong with a humble arch and said, "Masters, there are people outside to visit the prison," accompanied by people from the street patrol battalion. Jiang Qiye glanced at Zhao Kong. Let's go take a look." accompanied by a man from the street patrol battalion. It was obvious that he was a relation now and needed to give some face. The two of them had not traveled far before they saw several figures striding to the Ding district. The first person was wearing the half armor of the street patrol battalion, with a horizontal sword at his waist, and it was surprisingly horse-faced Lao Zhou. However, at this moment, Lao Zhou's face did not look very good, and on the left half of his face, there were 5 red fingerprints. Behind him were 3 men dressed in the green clothes of the 10,000 Serpents Hall, all of them majestic, hawkish, and somewhat condescending. When Jiang Qiye looked at old Zhou, he couldn't help but feel happy, gloating and teasing. Yell, old Zhou, it's only been half a day since I've seen you. Your face is plastered with gold. Old Zhou glared at Jiang Qiye without any good humor and quietly winked, introducing both sides. 3 of you. This is Jiang Qiye Jiang Jailer, the head of the Ding district. Prisoner Jiang. These 3 are 10,000 Serpents Hall Master Crippled Flying Dragon's men, coming over to look for a few people. Our Song team rate greetings, let your side of the prison take care of it. Jiang Qiye swept a glance at the trio indifferently and nodded. Team leader Song's face, that of course must be given. I wonder who the 3 of you are looking for. 3 people and a short thick solid strong man, arched his hand and said, Jiang Jailer, in my 10,000 Snakes Hall He Yong, Jiang who people lift up, sent a nickname Double Absolute Hand. Our Master Lung of the 10,000 Serpents Hall, his family home was slaughtered last night, and none of his family survived. I have come over to recognize the murderer on the word of Master Long, so please make it easy. Jiang Qiye had actually guessed it in his heart. He pretended to sigh. Things are unpredictable, so I ask for your condolences, Dragon Master. However, although a number of suspects were arrested last night, but whether there is a murderer included specifically, the trial has not yet begun. He Yong's face was expressionless as he waved his hand and interrupted. No harm done. The Jianghu of Cold Sun City is just this big. So who did it? Letting us take a look will be almost clear. Jiang Qiye hesitated for a moment and nodded. Alright, a few of you feel free to look around. The new suspects are in cells 4 through 12. Thanks. He Yong arched his hand and took 2 of his men to start checking out the cells one by one. Jiang Qiye had nothing to do, so he chatted with old Zhou. Old Zhou, who beat you up? You don't hit people in the face. Do we suffer from this kind of anger in the city watch department? Brothers can't stand it. Jiang Qiye couldn't look away with his mouth, but the laughter in his eyes couldn't hide his gloating. Old Zhou sighed helplessly and whispered with a gloomy face. Who else could it be? Naturally it's our team leader Song. Just now these few guys from the Hall of 10,000 Serpents found our camp, was blown out by me. I didn't expect to be known by our chief. So it was. Old Chao's boss, team leader Song, is a cockney guy with a mysterious background who relies on connections to become a team leader. If that guy hadn't parachuted in, the team leader seat would have been Lao Zhou's, so the two have never really gotten along. Jiang Qiye cupped his chin and mused. Old Zhou, with your strength and military achievements, it's more than enough for you to serve as the team leader, so why suffer this? How about applying for a transfer? Or, I'll ask for you, my 6th brother and their Wind Seizure Battalion want people. Their treatment there can be much better than the Street Patrol Battalion. Old Zhou's face twitched and he quickly shook his head. Come on you. I'd rather not trouble you. Jiang Qishou, the Anti-Wind Battalion is well paid, but it's also risky. With less than 50 men in all, what month mustn't there be a few casualties? Chapter 18, Could I possibly be the Empress's man? The Wind Seizure Battalion also belonged to a part of the City Patrol Division, and the number of people in it was not large, but each of them was an elite amongst the elites. On weekdays, they were in charge of wind discipline and hunting down the masters among the murderers, and they were also in charge of rounding up the desolate demon fierce beasts that had strayed over from the Great Snowpass side, and the mortality rate was indeed very high. Sometimes bad luck encountered a hard opponent, often a large number of deaths. The regiment has been several times. Jiang Qiye's 6th brother, Jiang Ludao, is a member of the Wind Enforcement Battalion, running around all day long, and can't be seen more than a few times a month. Every time I came back to get a drink from Jiang Qiye, that explanation of the aftermath was like the last meal. Well, if you don't want to, forget it. Jiang Qiye shook his head indifferently, then he asked in a low voice, Old Zhou, your Song team rate, you have a good relationship with Crippled Flying Dragon? Old Zhou snorted lightly and said disdainfully, on the surface there's nothing to do with it, but if you look at how many people were arrested last night, and how they're opening the way for Crippled Flying Dragon's people now, you should understand, right? Jiang Qiye's eyes narrowed slightly, his face playful. The people of the 10,000 Snakes Hall run rampant in the city and are very overbearing. Even the government can't control them. He has long suspected that there is a backer at the top. It's just that I didn't expect that the backer of the 10,000 Serpents Hall is actually within the street patrol battalion. Which is interesting. At this time, Old Joe's face hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Brothers, after I went back to this morning's incident, I felt that something was not right, so I made a special effort to check it out." Jiang Qia froze for a moment. Old Joe smashed his mouth and said, "The matter of you lodging in Li Xiang Yuan last night was indeed discovered by me, but it wasn't me who spread the word, and this matter was deliberately pushed by someone." "Oh, what kind of person did this?" Jiang Qia's gaze narrowed slightly. "It's none other than my top boss, Son Yanqing," Old Joe said. Jiang Qia said with a wry smile, "Old Joe, you're not holding a personal vendetta, are you? Cut. Am I, Lao Zhou, that kind of person?" Old Joe's eyes glared and he said indignantly with a strained neck, "Brother, don't believe me. I also know the causes and consequences of this matter. We, Team Leader Song, had proposed marriage to Princess Han Yu 2 years ago, but was rejected by the Xian Wang house. You can be considered our Team Leader Song's love rival." Jiang Qia couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This is a bit of a dog's blood. It's not enough to be a son-in-law, but then a love interest pops up out of nowhere. However, whether this was true or not, he had to be a little more careful. At this time, he couldn't help but look at He Yong and the others with a little more caution. These guys were arranged by Song Yanqing to come over to find someone. It wouldn't be a trap against him, would it? Well, no matter whether it is or not, don't think about backdoor or anything else. Just do it in an official way, and never be caught by others, so as not to fall into the pit in a confused way. Old Joe hesitated and said mysteriously, "Brother, no matter what, this matter is also considered brother. I can't do right by you. Tell you what, I'll give you a top secret message worth 10,000 gold for free, as a way to make amends to you." "Brother, what news is so valuable?" Jiang Qia asked in amusement. "Ahem." Old Joe coughed lightly, looked to his left and right, and seeing that no one was near, he lowered his voice. "I heard that over in Kyoto, Princess Yue Wan's illness has worsened, and it has become so difficult to treat with medicine and stone, that even the senior members of the Immortal sect are at their wits' end." Jiang Qia froze and snorted. "Old Joe, what does the royal news over in Kyoto have to do with me? Hey, man, how can you even see that?" Old Joe couldn't help but skim his lips and looked at Jiang Qia with odd eyes, looking puzzled. "Ugh, well, it seems like you really don't understand. I'll just make it clearer then." Old Joe smiled helplessly and bitterly, and said mysteriously, "In our Legu imperial dynasty, it has always been the female emperor who passes on the great lineage and holds the Jingguo divine weapon. Originally, Princess Yue Huan was the imperial crown prince and the sole heir of his majesty today. But now, Princess Yue Huan's days are numbered, but the imperial throne must be inherited by someone. So guess, what will happen next?" When Jiang Qia heard this, it gradually dawned on him, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If Princess Yue Huang died, Her Majesty the Empress would definitely have to install another successor. There is no more at the knee of the Empress. Therefore, he will definitely choose one from the royal princesses to inherit the great lineage from his knees. King Xian was the female emperor's own brother and was very close to her. Therefore, there was a certain possibility that the Red Jade Sheriff's mistress could succeed as an imperial daughter. And the likelihood wasn't small. Crap, could it be that in my lifetime, I, Jiang Qie, have the potential to become the female emperor's man? Jiang Qie was a bit dizzy, and he couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. The woman emperor's man, should that be called the empress, the imperial concubine, or emperor, or maybe, face head? What the heck is this all about? His face changed for a split second as he looked at Old Joe. "Old Joe, where did you get this information from? Is it reliable?" Old Joe grinned his big mouth and heatedly smiled. "I don't dare to say whether it's reliable or not. All I know is that starting this month, our street patrol battalion's patrol posts around the Shenwang mansion have tripled compared to before. Brother, don't forget me when you're rich and famous. A fortune teller said that I could meet a nobleman at the age of 32, and I didn't really believe it at first, but looking at it today, hey, it's you bro. Don't. My little brother is ashamed of himself." Jiang Qie made this guy cry and laugh. It was at this time that He Yong's trio found their target. That's right, it's none other than the three brothers Li Sandao. He Yong pointed at the cell and roared, "Zhao Er, Li Sanjie, Lu Wu, don't hide. You guys did what happened last night, didn't you?" You guys are really bold. You even dare to touch our Master Long's family. I'll kill you all alive today to take revenge on Master Long. In the cell, Zhao Er and Lu Wu both couldn't help but look ugly and full of despair. Li Sanjie, however, was unafraid and stood out and yelled, "That's right, so what if I did it? Crippled flying dragon killed our boss. It's only right that we avenge him. If you're capable, you'll cut my old man. See if I, Li Sandao, will frown. Humph, very well, you guys wait for me." He Yong let out a heavy cold snort, and then he beckoned to Jiang Qiye. Jiang Qiye didn't move, walked slowly over and asked, "What? Did boss he find the rightful owner?" He Yong said angrily, "Not bad. The main culprits have been found. It's the three of them. Please open the cell door and let us brothers go in and kill them alive." All three of Li Sanjie instantly looked at Jiang Qiye with complicated gazes. If Jiang Qiye did as he was told, the three of them would be dead. After all, the three He Yongs were not weak. A 6th grade expert and 2 7th grade martial artists were a great deal stronger than them. Jiang Qiye frowned and remained silent, his face a bit gloomy. It wasn't that he hadn't received relations before, but it was the first time he had seen such rampant ones like He Yong's trio, who didn't know the rules at all. Even he, the head of the cell, can't beat and kill criminals at will. Where did these three masters get the face? Could it really be that Son Yanqing intentionally dug a hole for him? Chapter 19, You are worthy enough to die. Just as Jiang Qiye was pondering, Zhao Kong stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Three of you, this is out of order. Even if they are murderers, they still need to be tried and approved by the Criminal Justice Department, and the punishment will be carried out explicitly on a certain day. So how can you go in?" Before he could finish, He Yong shot a glance at one of his men with a dragon tattooed on his neck. The man smiled coldly and suddenly stepped forward, punching Zhao Kong in the stomach. Bang! Zhao Kong was caught off guard, and was immediately bowed and sent flying backwards, hitting the wall and falling to the ground again, his face pale and blood hidden at the corner of his mouth. "Bold! You seek death." Jiang Qiye and old Zhou both burst into a rage and unsheathed their swords in unison. No one expected these guys to be so reckless. At this time, He Yong hurriedly smiled and snorted. "Wait a minute. Jiang Jailer is at ease. Don't ever misunderstand. This brother of mine is a bit impulsive, but in no way malicious. Still, he's kind of committing a crime against the people, so he should be eligible for a jail cell, right? Your ancestors." Zhao Kong was furious and drew his sword angrily, but he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, and he used his long sword to lean on the ground to support himself from collapsing. After all, the other party was a 7th grade martial artist, while Zhao Kong had only just entered the 8th grade. The gap was too great. Even if the other party didn't go all out, he had injured him so badly that he couldn't slow down for a while. Obviously, it's a downer for people. Relying on someone behind you is such arrogance. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Zhao Kong also had someone behind him, and he was the little old brother that Jiang Qiye had brought up hand in hand. Jiang Qiye looked at He Yong expressionlessly, his eyes narrowing into a line as he said in a deep voice, "Boss, he is really good at calculating. However, I'm afraid you've got one thing wrong. You guys beat up Zhao Kong, which does fall under the category of committing an offense against the government by the people, and it does qualify you for a jail cell. But that's not all. To violate the officials with the people inside the prison. I suspect you intend to rob the prison. You are qualified. Enough to die." Thumbs up. The moment the words fell, Jiang Qiye didn't even look at them, casually slicing through the air with a knife, accurately slicing through the man's throat as blood soared 3 feet. Ho ho ho. The 7th grade martial artist with a notable aura. His eyes were horrified as he covered his throat and retreated a few steps, collapsing to the ground with a loud crash, dead in his eyes. The surrounding crowd was instantly stunned. The slash was plain and unassuming, but it's too soon. Fast as wind and lightning. It made the 10,000 Serpents Hall fighter too late to make any reaction. At the same time, Jiang Qiye also received a prompt, gaining 16 years of cultivation. "You asshole." He Yong and the other henchmen couldn't help but be shocked and furious. And they were furious. How could they not have expected that a small jailer would dare to swoop in and kill? To know, they are Cold Young City, a dignified figure. Not only their own strength is strong, behind the back of a strong backer, even the government are not afraid. The city patrol division is to give them a big open convenience, acting without fear. When have I ever suffered this kind of humiliation? What's more, before they came to the big prison, they were greeted by a big shot from the city patrol division. He Yong didn't immediately make a move, but only glared angrily at Jiang Qiye, his eyes showing murderous intent. He decided to beat Jiang Qi's boring stick at night and sink into the moat to feed the fish. But another of his men, at this moment, could not help but step forward, with a fierce and grim face, making a gesture to pull out the short knife at his waist. Whether or not he'll actually draw his sword is unimportant. The important thing was that Jiang Qie thought he was going to draw his sword. Therefore, he wasn't polite, and the sharp blade flashed once again. Snort! The man stiffened, again covering his bleeding throat, and staggered to the ground, twitching a few times before he gave out. Gaining 19 years of cultivation, He Yong's pupils shrank and he hastily took a step back, his gaze shocked as he looked at Jiang Qie. Jiang Qie, how dare you kill our 10,000 serpents hall? Do you know who is standing behind us? You wait for me. This matter will never end. While sending out harsh words, He Yong turned around and fled. He knew in his heart that he had underestimated Jiang Qie. The first time might be seen as a sneak attack, but the second time was absolute strength. The other party didn't perform any subtle blade techniques. It was just a fast word, so fast that even he couldn't see it. This just showed that Jiang Qie's strength was above his. For a moment, he flinched. After all, a good man is not a good man. You are quite right. This matter is not over. How dare you try to escape after attempting to rob a prison? Can you escape? Jiang Qie's eyes were cold and cold. His feet suddenly developed strength, stepping out several feet, instantly chasing behind He Yong, decisively swinging his sword again. First time I've ever killed a man. It's a little topsy-turvy, but it doesn't feel like anything special. It's not really that different from killing a chicken, and it's all one cut anyway. Right now there is a chance to enforce the law in a righteous manner and also have cultivation to pick up. There are not many opportunities like this. He Yong was not weak, and his strength of the 6th rank was indeed considered a number 1 in Cold Sun City. At the instant Jiang Qie launched his sword, he subconsciously folded his body and swung his palm, his right palm glowing with a faint golden light as he fiercely slapped at the long sword. Clang! There was a sound of gold and iron. Surprisingly, he was able to block this ferocious slash with just a fleshy palm, and his entire body tumbled out in the process, fleeing towards the exit at the fastest speed possible. Ha! Double Jedi hands! Sure is a bit of a gateway. Too bad. Jiang Qie sneered and laughed, his feet booming, his body like a cannonball blasted out. At the same time, the long knife was flattened, thousands of kilograms of huge force infused into the blade, ruthlessly thrusting it into the back of He Yong's heart. Jiang Qie, don't you bully people too much. Sensing the crisis behind him, He Yong's sweaty hair stood on end and he hurriedly turned back to block. This time, however, he was unable to block it, and the sharp long blade penetrated his shoulder viciously. With that, a violent chi energy exploded within him. Bang! He Yong's right shoulder exploded, and one of his right arms flew away from his body, blood spurting wildly. His double Jedi hands, which the people of the Jianghu had elevated him to be, became a single Jedi hands all of a sudden. He fell to the ground, rolling and convulsing in pain, howling miserably as he tried to get up. However, he was kicked in the left rib by Jiang Qie again, and with a muffled bang, he immediately broke a piece of his rib cage, spitting blood out of his mouth, and gradually subsided. Jiang Qie towered over him and said in a righteous manner, I don't know who is standing behind you, but I know that no matter who stands behind you, they are not as hard as my backstage, because behind me stands the entire patrol division. It's Grand Secretary Zhu Danyang. It's the court with 3 million troops. You, 10,000 Serpents Hall, are just a bunch of wild dogs of the grass gangs, but you dare to act wildly inside the prison of the City Watch Department. You simply don't know how to write the word death. Come on, now you can reveal your backstage, so that I, Jiang Qie, can have a long look as well. He Yong was also a tough guy. He gritted his teeth and endured after a few miserable screams. He half-kneeled on the ground, spitting out blood while staring resentfully and angrily at Jiang Qie. Jiang Qie, if you dare to kill me today, our master dragon of the 10,000 Serpents Hall won't let you go. And your team leader Song Yanqing of the City Patrol Division won't let you go either. Jiang Qie sneered. Ha! It turns out that the backstage of your 10,000 Serpents Hall is team leader Song Yanqing. You should have said so. I'm sure I have to give face to Song's teammate. Come on, now I'll open the cell door and let you in. You can kill whoever you want. I wouldn't dare stop you if you killed everyone. As he said that, he actually opened the cell. Then he grabbed the back of He Yong's neck, as if lifting a small chicken cub, and casually threw him into the prison, and locked the door. Any Yong struggling and cursing angrily are useless. No, don't! Jiang Qie, you shall not die. He Yong couldn't help but be afraid. His eyes were terrified and he hated Jiang Qie. If he were to change just now, he would indeed be tempted to go into the cell and cut Li Sanjie several people into 1,000 pieces. But now, he had broken an arm, his ribs were broken, his internal organs were heavily damaged, and with no more than 2 or 3% of his strength left, he only wanted to escape far away. Jiang Qie's gaze, coldly and measurably swept over Li Sanjie and the others, and said meaningfully, "This double Jedi hand, boss He Yang He, is going in to cut you all up alive. You must not resist, because people's backstage is hard. Even I can't afford to mess with them." Li San Dagger, Zhao Er, and the others looked at each other for a few moments, then they all hemmed and hawed with a cold laugh, pouncing on He Yang like a hungry tiger. Chapter 20, Promoted. After a burst of ferocious punches and kicks, He Yang suddenly screamed miserably and his voice gradually weakened. At this moment, old Zhao Kong and the crowd of criminals next to him had long since looked dumbfounded. They looked at this change in shock, looking at Jiang Qie, looking at the two corpses on the ground, looking at the dying He Yang He boss in the cell. One has long been frozen in place. When looking at Jiang Qie again, his eyes had taken on a bit of awe. The strongest is the most honored, and there is no exception in the patrol division. The three knife-head licking blood of the 6th and 7th grade martial artists. In front of this Jiang jail head, unexpectedly no power to fight back, simply a knife a small child. You have to know that 6th and 7th grade martial artists are not big cabbages. Even in the city patrol division where there were many masters, a 7th grade martial artist could hold the position of captain or shirshu. A 6th grade martial artist, in terms of force, was already qualified to serve as a team leader. Even horse-faced old Joe was only a 6th grade martial artist. At the same time, this earlier scene also fell into the eyes of another person. At some point, Zhu Danyang, the head of the department, had already stepped out of the elegant room and took in the previous situation, with no expression on his majestic face. Seeing that things were settled, he crossed the corridor without moving and passed through the crowd. Master Seiji, Zhao Kong and old Zhou hurriedly stood beside the road and bowed to see them off. Jiang Qie also pretended to have just seen Zhu Danyang and hurriedly bowed to greet him. In fact, with his keen perception, he had discovered Zhu Danyang just as he left the house, and that was still before he made a move to kill. Zhu Danyang paused in his footsteps as he passed by Jiang Qie and asked without looking askance, "Your name is Jiang Qie?" Jiang Qie hurriedly said, "Back to your excellency, my humble servant is none other than Jiang Qie." Zhu Danyang, what kind of person is Jiang Yunji to you? Jiang Qie, that's the family ancestor. Zhu Danyang's face was indifferent, nodding slightly. Well, you are very good. Jiang Qie was busy arching his hand and said, "Your excellency is flattering. I am honored." Zhu Danyang nodded and raised his steps, but his voice drifted far away. "Your jailer, Wang Shijie, is old and should retire, so you'll fill in for him. Thank you for your honor's promotion. My humble servant is deeply grateful." Jiang Qie's face froze, and he hurriedly followed the usual practice of showing his loyalty. "I actually got promoted just like that?" Easily realized the promotion and salary increase. "This is too cool." Jiang Qie was overjoyed and his heart was beautiful. There were a total of more than 30 jailers on staff and hundreds of helpers in the large prison. The highest office is that of the superintendent of prisons, under which there are 6 district commissioners, for jailers each under his command, and 20 gangs of servants. Jiang Qie was originally just the district chief of the Ding district, but now he was directly promoted to the division prison and became the hand of the large prison. It's kind of a breakthrough, a step up, because according to seniority, the other district governors have to rank ahead of him. If they take turns in order, it is estimated that it is difficult enough to take his turn in this life. Thinking that yesterday was also by that old Wang Si jail, chopped his head off and gave a lecture. Jiang Qie felt that it was necessary to go and give his old boss a send-off later. However, Jiang Qie was also a bit puzzled that Zhu Danyang didn't recognize himself. It's not scientific. Could it be that he, the fiancé of County Princess Han Yu, was so cardless? Well, maybe it's to avoid suspicion. Wait a minute. One can break the ranks and get promoted. It can't be because of the Red Jade Sheriff, can it? Jiang Qie's face gradually turned a bit odd. Congratulations to 7th brother on his high rank. Nah, congratulations to the Lord Secretary. Zhao Kong joyfully congratulated Jiang Qie. Jiang Qie tipped his chin and smiled faintly. District Governor Zhao. Same good news. Thanks, 7th brother. Zhao Kong couldn't help but be overjoyed and grateful to Jiang Qie. In the Ding district, although Jiang Qie has 4 jailers with him, The remaining 3 are all old and slippery officials who are old, each as cunning as a ghost, hiding when things go wrong, and not too close to him. The only one who was brought up by him was Xiao Zhao. This kid is young and motivated, hard-working, quick-witted and talented. The most important thing is to be righteous. Good things and bad things are not left behind his 7th brother. Not to promote him, to promote who? Old Zhou next to him also smiled with an envious look on his face and congratulated him. Brother 7 Knights, congratulations on your high promotion. Less than 20 years old. Brother, you're the only one in Scorpion. In the future, when brother meets you, he'll have to call you Lord Zhang. Zhang Qiye glanced at him with a smirk. That's it? Old Zhou, you're not being generous. Ahem. Old Zhou's old face turned red, smiled sarcastically and said in a low voice, this is not the place to talk. Some other day we'll take a walk in the heavenly habitat. My brother owes you a great favor. I must toast you a few cups. Farewell. He shot a meaningful wink and quickly walked away. If nothing else, his top boss, Song Yanqing, was going to be out of luck. Zhu Danyang, the head of the department, has always been a strong advocate of suppressing Jianghu gangs, and is most disgusted with this kind of internal and external collusion and lawlessness of the sordid. 9 times out of 10, the vacant team leader position will go to Lao Zhou when the time comes. To put it into perspective, Zhang Qiye and Song Yanqing had no previous grudges or friendships, but today there is. Therefore, Zhang Qiye took the opportunity to stomp on him, and was at peace with himself. Talking, Zhang Qiye gained another 27 years of cultivation, and he young hung up. Zhao Kang, the newly appointed head of the Ding district, summoned a group of helpers to dispose of the body, and didn't bother with the blood on the ground. The floor of the prison was never clean anyway. Zhang Qiye, on the other hand, was surrounded by a group of henchmen and took his place, sitting majestically in the office of the Secretary of Prisons next to the prison. Although the formal paperwork for the appointment will take a few days to go through the formalities, but that's not even a question, because within this cold young city patrol division, the heavens and the earth are not as big as division head Zhu Danyang. As for his former boss, Lao Wang, he also hurriedly and wisely gave up the official seal of the division, and grayly went to the logistics office to report. The old king also stuffed Zhang Qiye with 500 taels of silver when he left, a heavy stack of silver bills, the largest sum of money Zhang Qiye has ever booked in his life, said to be a congratulatory gift. In fact, is to spend money to eliminate disasters? Afraid of Zhang Qiye to find him trouble. After all, these 2 years he has houted Zhang Qiye. His own heart also has a number. Seeing that the old king was so sensible, Zhang Qiye immediately decided that he wouldn't let him go out on the street to beg for food, but just let him do a small favor. Well, helped him polish his official boots carefully. Virtue for virtue? It doesn't exist. After all, he comes from a small background and doesn't have a big heart. After lunch, Zhang Qiye changed into a silver-bottomed, black-patterned official robe of the Secretary of Prisons and sat in his office sipping fragrant tea, his 2 feet lazily resting on the edge of the table. At this moment, he finally had the time to look at the cultivation Dharma bead. At this moment, 85 years of cultivation had been collected inside the cultivation Dharma bead, which instantly made him happy. 64 years of cultivation were collected yesterday. It's only been half a day today and I've collected 85 years of cultivation. At this rate, it won't take too long. Won't it be time for Xiaju to ascend? Zhang Qiye wasn't too interested in ascension. He didn't feel that the gods beyond the heavens necessarily lived a comfortable life. However, he was excited about the higher martial arts. Now that I have the cultivation, I can try to deduce the 8th layer of the spirit bright stone fist. Put in 10 years of cultivation first and test it out. The mind immediately fused 10 years of cultivation. Chapter 21 Perfection of the Hollow Breaking Finger. In Zhang Qiye's mind, a meridian pattern flashed by, and a subtle axiom of the spirit bright stone fist flowed by. This gradually caused his realization of this technique to deepen by a hair. The roots have been laid a little more firmly. It also refines a few of the previous deficiencies. It also caused him to advance a small, minuscule step forward from the 7th layer of the spirit brightening stone fist. After the change is over, Zhang Qiye experienced it and realized that his body had become a tad stronger and his internal qi had increased a bit. Overall, however, there has been little change, especially when it comes to deducing the subsequent mind techniques. The effect is not obvious. These 10 years of cultivation, as if playing a water drop, deducing feats really isn't an easy task. With my talent and martial arts background, it's not enough to support me to create my own feats, and I need to consume a huge amount of cultivation to make up for it. It's a bit uneconomical. Zhang Qiye shook his head regretfully. He had a strong premonition that even if he invested all of his remaining 75 years of cultivation, he would still have difficulty deducing the 8th layer of the heart law, and this amount of cultivation would only be far from enough. Forget it, take your time with the deduction of the heart technique, wait until you've saved up more cultivation. Also in the future, we should collect more secret books of martial arts to increase our knowledge of martial arts and martial arts background, and save on deduction consumption. As for now, it's better to come to something reliable and raise your battle power first. Jiang Qie flipped his hand and took out the broken finger secret. Ling Ming Shi Quan is Gong Fu, focusing on internal practice. Breaking finger is a martial art, focusing on output. As a third-grade grandmaster, Jiang Qie was considered to be at the top of the martial arts world. Within the boundaries of the cold Yang province, those whose realm was higher than his would never exceed the number of 2 palms. But his fighting skills didn't keep up with his strength. Against martial artists below the 3rd rank, the probability was that he would be able to manage to crush them strongly and push them all the way across. However, if they were to face an expert of the same rank, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy, because he hadn't practiced superior martial arts. It was difficult for him to fully utilize his entire strength, and he was likely to be at the bottom of the list among martial artists of the same rank, and the breaking finger makes up for his shortcomings. He flipped back and forth through the breaking finger secret book a few times, memorizing the contents, and finally gave the command with a thought. Come on, cultivation fusion breaking finger. Buzz. Jiang Qie only felt a tremor in his mind as the subtle true meaning of the sky breaking finger continued to emerge and spawned endless sensations. At the same time, his body began to gradually change. His torso, arms, hands, and index fingers' countless main branch meridians were gradually and spontaneously energized, accompanied by a little pain in the meantime, but then quickly disappeared. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years later, passing through 13 meridians, breaking the air finger introductory. This talent is a bit touching, but it's good to finally succeed in getting started. His right index finger could send out air arrows that could easily penetrate flesh and blood within 3 steps. Cultivation continues to merge. 10 years, 11 years, 12 years later, broken finger is a small success. His right index and middle fingers could concurrently fire double-shot air arrows that could penetrate iron armor within 10 paces. 20 years, 30 years, 31 years later, the hollow breaking finger was greatly accomplished. The 5 fingers of his right hand can shoot air arrows in succession, piercing through gold and cracking rocks within 20 paces, and effectively killing up to 30 paces. 40 years, 50 years, 70 years, 71 years later, he comprehended a trace of the true meaning of skybreaking, and the skybreaking finger was perfected. It can be fired with all 10 fingers of the left and right hands, with an effective killing distance of 90 paces, and is said to be able to penetrate a half-foot iron wall within 50 paces. After a long time, Jiang Qie opened his eyes, and a trace of vicissitude vaguely flickered in the bottom of his eyes, flickering away. Phew, cicadas don't know how long they've been practicing. Without realizing it, I have actually cultivated for 71 years. For 71 years, with no distractions, day and night, he practiced the skybreaking finger billions and billions of times. He had finally practiced this martial art to the state of perfection. Okay, that's a bit melodramatic. Less than 3 minutes have passed in real time. Jiang Qie's divine soul returned to its place, and he couldn't help but grin. Come on, let me see how strong the perfection-breaking finger that can pierce through a half-foot iron wall is. He stood up, walked out of his office, and looked around the compound. In the far corner, several large heavy stone blocks were placed, which were used by martial artists to beat their muscles and bones. Jiang Qie drove out the serving helpers in the courtyard and saw that there was no one else around. He secretly utilized his true qi, and the tip of his right index finger immediately erupted into a flurry of white light flakes. This massive light wadding didn't look sharp, but it was permeated with a sharpness that was indestructible and unbreakable, as if it could pierce through everything. This was no longer sharp in an unusual sense, but had reached the realm of martial intent, which was the true intent of breaking the sky. Even Jiang Qie himself felt a jolt of fear when he looked at this ball of light flotsam. He abruptly snapped his fingers and shot out the light wadding, transforming it into a slender ray of white light and projecting it into the distance. Thumbs up! The white light penetrated through the air and instantly struck a stone lock 70 paces away. Bang! There was a soft thud, and the stone lock shook lightly. The white light easily penetrated the stone lock, and was still left to shoot into the ground and disappear. The rate of fire is much faster than that of a strong bow, and is enough to be defensible. Jiang Qie's gaze brightened slightly as he lifted his steps forward and took a closer look. The 1.5 foot thick stone lock had a thumb-thin, penetrating hole with smooth walls, as if it had been carefully polished. What surprised Zhang Qiye even more was the hole in the ground. The hole in the ground sloped downward to an unknown depth of several meters and tens of meters. The dirt around the walls of the hole showed signs of rocking, spreading several inches square around. Obviously, this was the attribute effect of his fossilized true qi. Awesome! If this hits a flesh and blood body, although the penetrating damage isn't great, the flesh and blood around the wound hole petrifies and necrotic, and the collateral damage is amazing, enough to either kill or cripple a person. However, Zhang Qiye realized that while the air-breaking finger was strong, it was also consuming. With his current amount of true qi, he estimated that he would be able to shoot 100 or 80 times at most, and then he would have to rest. Cultivation is still too low. True qi isn't quite enough. When will I be able to reach unlimited qi would be great, then I will feel safe. He lifted his foot to eliminate the hole in the ground, and with another slap, he shattered the stone lock and turned away. In the evening, Zhang Qiye, who had gotten off duty, rode the big green donkey and leisurely walked out of the gate of the city patrol division. In fact, with his current status, he could be equipped with 2 inner guards to follow him. However, this kind of thing, personal guards, easy to expose privacy, need to be trusted only. Zhang Qiye did not want to expose their own secrets. For the time being, did not want. Instead of going home immediately, he went to Iron Horse Street in the west side. If you promise someone something, you must do it. Even if you are promoted, you cannot go back on your word. In a side alley of Iron Horse Street, there was a modest and unusual compound, which was Li Sanjiao's home. When Zhang Qiye arrived, the gate was wide open, the bolt was broken, and the courtyard was a bit messy, as if it had been ransacked. Could it be that the crippled flying dragon's men came by? It can't be that fast. Zhang Qiye rolled over and got off the donkey, lifted his steps and walked into the small courtyard, looked inside and out, but didn't find half a shadow. Logically speaking, He Yang's trio died cleanly, and crippled flying dragon shouldn't have known so quickly that it was the Three Daggers Li trio who did it, unless, has been tipped off. Zhang Qiye's face was a bit gloomy. This was clearly someone who was messing with him. He decided to comb through the dungeon tomorrow and pull out the mole. Just as he was about to leave, a slight movement in the house caught his attention. He went back to the inner room again, but there were only a few pieces of furniture in the room, and there was no place where anyone could hide. He looked up at the canopy again and couldn't help but smile slightly. He released his spiritual power and soon saw that on top of the canopy, a thin figure was huddled in a corner, motionless. "Come down, Li Qingqiang. I'm from the City Patrol Division and a friend of your brother. Your brother Li Sanjian asked me to pick you up." Chapter 22:12 Heavy horizontal refining iron mountain walls. Li Sanjiao's sister, named Li Qingqiang. Unsurprisingly, it would be the young girl on top of the canopy, but when his words fell, there was no response from above for a long time. Zhang Qiye smiled helplessly and poked the canopy with his blade sheath. "Don't hide. I know you're up there. Don't worry. I don't mean you any harm. I have your brother's token here." A few moments later, accompanied by a rustling sound, the wooden canopy lifted a page of planks, and a petite green-clothed silhouette landed lightly, standing steadily on the ground. It was a young girl with picturesque eyebrows, clear and crystal eyes, and a heroic aura between her brows, about 11 or 12 years old, about the same age as Zhang Qiye's younger sister, Zhang Jiuzhen. She wasn't tall and looked slender, but she was obviously practiced and had a tough bone in her body. After she landed on the ground, she immediately took a few steps back and stood by the window, holding her short sword in her hand and protecting it in front of her chest, her eyes alert as she looked at Zhang Qiye. "Who the hell are you? My brother doesn't have any friends who are officials," Zhang Qiye said as kindly as he could. "I'm Zhang Qiye, the secretary prisoner of the City Patrol Division, and your brother has been put in the dungeon and won't be able to get out for a while. He was worried that his enemies would come to your door and do you harm, so he asked me to pick you up and leave. This is a token from your brother. Also, your brother promised to give me your family's ancestral secret book as a reward," he said and threw a mahogany amulet to Li Qingpian. Pheasant Li took it and looked at it. A hint of worry flashed across her small face, but she quickly regained her composure. She gave Zhang Qiye a deep look, then without a word, she walked to the corner of the wall, pried up a floor tile, took out an ancient copper box, and threw it to Zhang Qiye. "Our Li family's ancestral secret is inside. You can go now." You're not going to come with me?" Zhang Qiye grabbed the copper box and frowned at Li Qingyan. Pheasant Li shook her head. "I won't go with strangers. I can take care of myself." Li Sandao used to stay away from home a lot too. And no less than 10 sets of enemies have come to my door in the past few years. And I've survived as long as I have. Looking at the toughness and stubbornness between the young girl's brows, it was inexplicably a little heartbreaking. Jiang Qiye said, "This time is different. Your brother's enemy is crippled flying dragon of the 10,000 serpents hall. Your brother and the others slaughtered crippled flying dragon's entire family. So if crippled flying dragon catches you, you'll end up in a miserable situation." Unexpectedly, Li Qingxiang was not afraid when she heard these words. She was just very angry, and she cursed in a huff. "Stupid dead dog egg Li. I've said long ago that with his brain he's not fit to mix with the Jianghu at all. Not killed the main person. First killed all the family members. This is not a clear invitation to disaster. I've advised him many times before to honestly marry a daughter-in-law and live a life, but he just refused to listen. And this time he's finally in big trouble." Jiang Qiye was slightly stunned and kind of wanted to laugh. If he had closed his eyes, he might have thought that the words were spoken by Li Sanjie's sister or his old mom. Li Qingxiang asked again, "Will Li Sanjie die?" "This is not easy to say." Jiang Qiye hesitated. Those who were imprisoned in the prison of the City Patrol Division would basically find it hard to walk out again as long as the charges were established. Either they will be explicitly punished or they will be sold. That's right, sell. There were quite a few mines around Cold Sun City, requiring a large number of miners mining slaves. Some of the criminal offenders in the prison of the City Watch Department who were not guilty enough to die would be sold to the mines in rotating batches. And the stronger the price, the higher the price, which was also a source of income. Of course, this is just normal. In addition to this, those who have money can buy their lives. Those who are capable or have a background can be taken in. And the same people can have different lives. Then can I meet him? A glimmer of hope flashed in Li Qingpian's eyes. Jiang Qiye nodded. Yes, but it has to be tomorrow. Okay, I'll go with you. Pheasant Li is not very old, but a bit of thunder and lightning, very opinionated, perhaps also forced by life. She quickly packed up some of her belongings and carried a modest bag on her back. Following Jiang Qiye out of the house, she glanced at the small courtyard with some fondness, and tried to lock the door, but after a moment's thought, she pushed it open again, and turned decisively away. Maybe she knew that locking the door wouldn't help. On the long street, Jiang Qiye rode a donkey in front, a slender and petite figure, carrying a parcel on her back, followed behind, sticking to the side of the road as she walked, pulling out long shadows in the setting sun. The big green donkey walked leisurely and smoothly, which was one of the reasons it was favored by Jiang Qiye. Riding leisurely on the back of a donkey, Jiang Qiye took out the copper box and removed the Li family's ancestral secret book inside. 12-fold horizontal refinement Iron Mountain Wall. It really is this martial art. There was no surprise on Jiang Qiye's face. Last night, when Li Sanzhou went on a killing spree at crippled flying dragon's house, he didn't avoid swords and was a brave mess. So Jiang Qiye suspected that he practiced Iron Mountain Cliff. The 12 heavy horizontal refining Iron Mountain Wall is the core martial art of the local gang Iron Mountain Hall. An untold secret. The Iron Mountain Hall had also been glorious for a long time decades ago, when there were many experts within the hall, and their reputation was far-reaching. There had even been a hall master named Li Tiaxin, who had practiced the Iron Mountain Wall to the 9th gravity. His body was invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire, and he raised his hands and threw his feet with the power of mountains. His strength was comparable to that of an innate, and he was invincible. At that time, the Iron Mountain Hall, known as the first big gang in the north of the Yangtze River, its gang of more than 100,000 people, based on the major cities and villages and towns, so that the imperial court are deeply afraid of. But later, the peak of prosperity will decline. Iron Mountain Hall by the City Patrol Division of the Joint Imperial Army to kill. And since then the seven scattered. A collapse. Then later on, the martial art of 12-fold horizontal refinement Iron Mountain Wall was also widely spread. However, it was soon discovered that the martial art was not as magical as it was widely rumored to be, although it is said to be amazingly strong when practiced to high depths. However, this martial art is very talent-eating, easy to learn but hard to master, and requires the consumption of massive cultivation resources and a lot of time to practice hard. Typically, martial artists who cultivated the Iron Mountain Wall often consumed more than 3 times the time and resources of other martial artists. Thinking back to that year, when the Iron Mountain Hall was at its most glorious, it had only offered up a 9th weight Li Tiaxin. As for the others, to be able to train to the 5th or 6th level in their entire lives was already considered to be the best. For example, Li Sandao, as a 7th grade martial artist, had only practiced the 3rd level. Ha! This is actually the full version of Iron Mountain Wall? Jiang Qiye casually flipped through it, and was gradually surprised to find that this Iron Mountain Wall secret book in his hand was actually the complete version. One can cultivate from the first weight, all the way up to the 12th weight. That's a bit precious. It should be known that although this martial art was widely circulated, all of the ones that were circulated were remnants, all of which were spread out by the lower-level gang members of the Iron Mountain Hall in the past. Often there are only 1 or 2 weights, or 3 or 4. 5th and 6th weights are rare. In the Jiang family's hidden martial pavilion, there was also a volume of Iron Mountain Cliff collected, in which there were only the first 3 levels of the heart technique. But at the moment, this Iron Mountain Wall, which was obtained from the Li family, was a complete 12-fold. Could it be that the 2 Li Sandao siblings are the descendants of Li Tiexin? Today's luck is really good. For each weight practiced in the Iron Mountain Wall, a martial artist can be upgraded by 1 rank. Practicing the 9th gravity, one's strength is comparable to a first-grade martial artist. If one could practice all 12 weights, one's strength would be properly above the innate. At the end of the secret book, there was also a handwritten martial arts rating injury grade, which was surprisingly the same as the martial arts rating of the hollow breaking finger. At this moment, Jiang Qiye couldn't help but be moved. Chapter 23, Meeting in Hongfei again. Jiang Qiye closed the secret book, cupped his chin, and fell into thought. Although the spirit bright stone fist is very strong, but the deduction of the subsequent heart method consumes too much. Just the 8th layer of the heart method. It is estimated that it will need to consume more than 100 years of cultivation. As for the innate heart method, it will certainly require even more. Can be taken slowly. This 12 heavy horizontal refining Iron Mountain Wall, however, is readily available. Furthermore, the Iron Mountain Wall is a horizontal refining martial art that only refines the body, not the chi, and it doesn't have any conflict with the spirit brightening stone fist. Once practiced, the defense is strong and unparalleled, and the safety factor will be greatly increased. In addition, the spirit bright stone fist is, after all, a demonic skill, and in some public occasions, it still needs to be covered up, so as not to attract the Jin demon guards. Tai Shanbai doesn't have this concern. The more Jiang Qiye thought about it, the more feasible it became, and he soon made a pleasant decision. After walking through a few streets, Jiang Qiye gradually frowned, because he realized that there were a few more tails not far behind him. There were a couple of guys hanging far back, eyes flickering. When he looked back, those guys surprisingly didn't shy away from him either, recklessly glaring at him, their provocative intentions a bit obvious. With a cold look in his eyes, Jiang Qiye wanted to take these guys to test the sky-breaking finger, but then he thought, killing a few chickens was not at all worth using the bull-killing knife, and an undercard like the sky-breaking finger was better saved for dealing with the experts. At that exact moment, a group of men from the city patrol division passed by at the street corner in front of them. The corner of Jiang Qiye's mouth hooked. He was now a person of status, and there was no need for him to take action for such a trivial matter. He pulled an iron whistle from his pocket and tooted twice. That squad of the City Watch Division was about to cross the street. When they heard the whistle, they immediately beat their horses and turned back, running wildly over. Jiang Qiye was just about to take out his token to show his identity when he saw a Shirkai at the head of the group arch his hand and say, "Lord Jiang, is there anything I can do for my humble servant? You recognize me?" Jiang Qiye gazed over. It was a young man with a calm face, a masterful gaze, and a pithy and powerful aura. He wore half-body shin iron armor, with an iron-tired longbow hanging on the left side of his mount, and a large iron lance with a chilling mane on the right side, giving him the appearance of a tough general in the sand. "My humble position, Han Ji, is a Shishang under the standard of Zhou Zhang's team rate. Please show me what you can do." "Your Excellency," the youth said respectfully. "Zhou Zhang team rate? Ha! Old Zhou got to the top so quickly." Jiang Qiye was a bit surprised. Zhou Zhang is the real name of horse-faced old Zhou. Jiang Qiye looked behind him and said, "There are a few unidentified guys following me back there. Please take care of it for me." Han Ji swept a glance at the men, and his gaze turned cold. These men are trailing court officials, so they must have bad intentions. "Sir, do you need them alive?" "No need." Jiang Qiye shook his head. Unsurprisingly, those people should be from the 10,000 Serpents Hall, and there was no need to interrogate them at all. Think of it as a warning to the 10,000 Serpents Hall, and hopefully they'll be more sensible. Well, pick up a few fixes along the way. Your Honor, wait a moment. I'll be right there. Han Ji arched his hand in response, and immediately clipped his horse's belly and spurred his horse to charge out. Those 3 sneaky guys, seeing that Jiang Qiye had actually recruited the help of the city patrol division, had long been alarmed and hurriedly fled to the alley not far away. But before they could scurry in, several iron arrows shot up behind them. Snort! One arrow at a time. All of them were pierced through the back of their necks and fell to the ground, all of them dying of gas, 70 to 80 meters apart. 3 arrows shot at the same time, without a single false shot. This hand of archery was truly amazing. In just a dozen breaths of effort, Han Ji had already beaten his horseback. Shishang Han's archery skills are admirable. Jiang Qiye nodded in praise. Your Excellency is flattered, Han Ji said in an unassuming manner. Someday old Zhou will invite me for a drink. Why don't you come along? Thank you for your honor's appreciation. I will definitely go to. Jiang Qiye bid farewell to Han Ji and continued on his way. He has 15 more years of cultivation in his cultivation Dharma bead. At this moment, Li Qingqiang, who was at the back, looked at Jiang Qiye with a bit more awe and curiosity. Her brother was in a gang, and it wasn't like she hadn't seen killings before. But today, she realized that these government officials who killed people seemed to be not quite the same as the Jianghu people. What exactly was different? She couldn't quite figure out. It seemed more cold-blooded. Returning to the Jiang family, Jiang Qiye instructed his subordinates to place Li Qingpian in a compartment in his own small courtyard. After a short break, he went to find his father, Jiang Zhendong, wanting to tell him Qin Wuyan's true identity and discourage him from continuing to play dead. However, he soon learned that the senior members of the Jiang family were all waiting for guests in the living room. As for the guest, it was none other than immortal sect disciple In Hongfei. Just after walking to the door of the living room, Jiang Qiye heard In Hongfei's seemingly calm, but actually aggressive tone of voice. How are you guys doing your job? A whole day has passed and not even half a bit of useful information has been inquired about. Is it possible that all of you Jiang family members are not wine bags? And, how did you do what I told you yesterday? Do you have any regard for me? Ever put my immortal sect Nebula sect in your eyes? Jiang Zhendong lowered his voice and smiled in compensation. Prince Hongfei, please be at ease. The manpower has been spread out, but it will take a bit of time to find out the news. As for what you ordered yesterday, we're already working on it, and I don't think it will take long to hear anything. In Hongfei was condescending and aggressive. It won't take long? How long is that exactly? Is it that hard to kill someone? Outside the door, Jiang Qiye's gaze was cold and his face was playful. In Hongfei was a little anxious about his assassination of Qin Wuyan. So eager to be a winner? Too bad your calculations are doomed to fail. Seeing that Jiang Zhendong was wincing a bit, Jiang Qiye was in a very pleasant mood. He didn't want to go in at the moment. Even if he went in, it would just be one more person to watch In Hongfei play the bully, because there won't be any talking in there for him. Even if he exposed the strong strength of a third-grade martial artist, it wouldn't be enough. Instead, you risk getting into trouble. After all, he was one of In Hongfei's targets. He walked to the flower bed not far away, sat on a stone bench, waved his hand and beckoned an underling to go to the back kitchen to bring a jug of wine, and sipped it leisurely while pondering over something. Ever since he heard about the ancient secrets of the immortal martial contest, some of the places he couldn't figure out before were now gradually becoming clearer. The Jiang family had nominally defected to the Nebula sect, becoming a vassal of the immortal sect and being sheltered by the immortal sect. But in reality, the Nebula sect had never sheltered the Jiang family. Over the years, the Nebula sect would from time to time assign some menacing missions to the Jiang clan, causing the Jiang clan's experts to lose a lot of money, but often not receiving any real benefits. Even the Jiang family could not obtain a chance to beg for an examination to worship the immortal sect. When the Jiang family faced a crisis, they just let the Jiang family fend for itself, or watched it go to ruin. On top of that, the Jiang clan was required to pay more than 70% of their earnings to the Nebula sect every year. Where is this asylum? This is clearly suppression and exploitation. The Nebula sect was not really any different for the Jiang family than those landed bullies who exploited and bullied merchants. In the end, the Nebula sect was practicing the great immortal sect strategy of suppressing the martial Dao. Because the Jiang family happens to be a martial arts family, the Jiang family has been under the Nebula sect's calculations all these years. Their experts are withering and declining, yet they still have to offer the Nebula sect as if they were ancestors. It is really ridiculous and pathetic. The Nebula sect, on the other hand, is hateful to the core. Then he thought that his grandfather, Jiang Yunji, who had defended him so much since he was a child, was the one who had been victimized by the Nebula sect. The hatred for the Nebula sect in Jiang Qiye's heart was as intense as a blaze. Nebula sect. Sooner or later, I will make you pay for this. After about a quarter of an hour, In Hongfei walked out surrounded by the crowd of the Zhang family. Chapter 24, Cold-Hearted. When he saw a young man drinking leisurely by the flower bed not far away, In Hongfei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a little displeased, since he, a disciple of the immortal sect, had sailed to the Zhang family. Which of the Zhang family's upper and lower ranks was not trembling with fear and admiration on their side? Those underlings even dared not even utter a breath, almost humbled to the dirt. This young man's laid-back stance, on the other hand, appeared out of place, making him inexplicably a bit irritated. Upon noticing the official uniform of the City Patrol Division on Zhang Qiye, he suddenly stared, as if he had already thought of Zhang Qiye's identity, and his face turned cloudy. Just as he hesitated to do something, Zhang Qiye merely glanced at him lightly and had already withdrawn his gaze, continuing to observe the few birds competing for food in the flowers. It seemed to be much more interested in those birds and birds than in him, the disciple of the immortal sect. An inexplicable anger arose in In Hongfei's heart. He wanted to have a fit, but his usual condescension made him disdainful of a mere mortal, let alone one who was about to die. In the end, he just coldly glared at Jiang Zhendong and heavily whisked his sleeve away, causing Jiang Zhendong to be confused. Zhang Qiye took in Hongfei's demeanor and the corners of his mouth quietly hooked into a faint sneer. Ha! Just a pretentious second-generation immortal, depending on the background of the identity of the eye of the sky, can also play a little means? But the mind is shallow, the city is limited, talent strength is also average. This kind of person may seem scary, but he is not difficult to deal with. Let you be cocky for a few days. When I pick up a few more days of cultivation, I will let you feel the evil of this world. Jiang Zhendong respectfully sent In Hongfei away and quickly folded back into the living room, giving Zhang Qiye a cold look at the doorway. Get the hell in here. Zhang Qiye didn't take it personally, draining the last sip of his wine, getting up unhurriedly, and walking into the living room. However, I didn't want to. Just entering the door, immediately ushered in a cold shout. Kneel down. Zhang Qiye looked up at Zhang Zhendong and raised his eyebrows as he stood still. Do you know the error of your ways? Zhang Zhendong sat at the top, his eyebrows raised as he looked at Zhang Qiye with a gloomy expression, as if he was a raging lion about to get angry. Zhang Qiye responded indifferently. I don't know. You. Zhang Zhendong was just about to scold when another person came in at the door. Yell. What's going on here? Why is Seven getting lectured again? The one who came was a middle-aged man with a stout figure, as strong as a bear, and it was Zhang Qiye's fourth uncle, Jiang Zhenbei. Jiang Zhenbei walked in and laughed with a big grin. Big brother, you are really too harsh on Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi is a person who is about to get married. You can't keep lecturing him as a child. He. Xiaoqi's official clothes are nice. This is a promotion, right? That's something to celebrate. You shut the up. Stay aside. Jiang Zhendong glared fiercely at Jiang Zhenbei. Hey. Well, I'll just keep my mouth shut. Kang Zhenbei's neck shrank and he was immediately dumbfounded. He sat down on one of the chairs on the side with a big grin, while giving Zhang Qiye a lovey-dovey look that looked comical. Over the years, whenever Zhang Qiye was being chastised by his father, fourth uncle Jiang Zhenbei would often pass by intentionally or unintentionally, gagging and helping him out. But Uncle C wasn't even very tuned in himself, and the help was limited. Most of the time, instead of helping Zhang Qiye, he got involved in his own mess, and in the end, it was often the two of them who were unlucky. Tell me, where did you go last night? Zhang Zhendong asked coldly and drunkenly. Zhang Qiye's eyebrows twitched as he said frankly, Li Xiang Yuan. Ouch. 7. That's where you're wrong. Fourth uncle Jiang Zhenbei suddenly jumped up, pointing at Zhang Qiye and said angrily, You kid went to Li Xiang Yuan to have a quickie. How could you not call out to fourth uncle? You're simply a great unfiliality. Uncle has loved you all these years for nothing dash. Bang! Before Jiang Zhenbei could finish speaking, he was slapped out of the living room by Jiang Zhendong with a palm through the air. Even with his chair, Zhang Qiye froze for a split second, practically crying and laughing. I really don't know if Uncle Four is here to relieve himself or to add fuel to the fire. Jiang Zhendong didn't even look at Jiang Zhenbei, who was screaming miserably outside the door, but just stared coldly at Zhang Qiye and said in a deep voice, Give me a reason. Zhang Qiye wasn't the least bit flustered, and the reason came out of his mouth. Spy on In Hongfei. Kang Zhendong was already preparing to lash out, and when he heard this reason, he couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. He forced down his anger and asked, Any luck? Yes. Zhang Qiye looked up at his father and said calmly, In Hongfei asked us to assassinate Qin Wuyan, and most likely intended to silence him afterwards. In addition, Qin Wuyan is not a secular person. but a true disciple of the Cold Sun sect, and he will even be the next head of the Cold Sun sect. He didn't say that In Hongfei was deliberately targeting him, because it doesn't make sense. This cheap father of his wouldn't care about his well-being. What? In Hongfei intends to silence our Jiang family afterward? Did he really say that? Jiang Zhendong's face sank. He didn't say it explicitly, but it has that meaning, Jiang Qiye said. At this point, he noticed that Jiang Zhendong only cared about whether In Hongfei had silenced him, and was not surprised by Qin Wuyan's identity. This is a bit intriguing. Could it be that Jiang Zhendong had already known Qin Wuyan's true identity? Jiang Qiye's face didn't move, but a thick layer of shadow covered his heart. Jiang Zhendong pondered for a split second, his gaze coldly looking at Jiang Qiye, his face expressionless. I'm afraid you've misunderstood this matter. Our Jiang family has always been loyal to the Nebula sect. Every year we have supplied a large amount of wealth. The Nebula sect would never do this. The assassination of Qin Wuyan. You do it as soon as possible. Get out. Going to do it as soon as possible? Jiang Qiye couldn't help but change his face drastically and said in disbelief. Have you ever thought about the consequences of this matter? The other party was the future head of the Cold Sun sect. Once things are revealed, not only will I die, but I'm afraid the entire Jiang family will face extinction. Jiang Zhendong condescended and said in an unquestionable manner. I am the lord of the Jiang family. I naturally have my reasons for doing things. You only need to follow orders. Giving everything for the family is the realization that every Jiang family member should have. You take care to be stealthy and not expose yourself. If things go wrong, remember to deal with the closure. Don't involve the family, and say that the Xianwang Palace told you to do it. You are the fiancé of County Princess Han Yu. I believe that the other party will not do anything to you for the sake of the Xianwang Palace. Jiang Qiye frowned. I don't understand. You don't need to understand. Get out. Jiang Zhendong's gaze was icy cold, devoid of any hint of emotional color. Jiang Qiye and Jiang Zhendong coldly stared at each other for a few seconds before they suddenly laughed and decisively turned around to leave. As he walked to the door, Jiang Zhendong's cold voice came from behind him again. Go kneel at the shrine for a night. Even if you had another reason for going to Lixiang Yuan, it is still wrong for you to take matters into your own hands. Jiang Qiye's footsteps didn't make the slightest pause as he walked out expressionlessly. Kneeling at the shrine? Ha! Kneel a. Fart. Chapter 25, Decision to Showdown. Jiang Qiye planned to go back and pack his bags and return to the City Watch Division overnight. It was something he decided to stay out of. If he really listened to Jiang Zhendong and went to assassinate Qin Wuyan would not necessarily die, and Jiang Zhendong might not necessarily be silenced. But he, Jiang Qiye, will definitely die. This is no way to assassinate Qin Wuyan. This was clearly a borrowed knife to kill. Wanting to get rid of him, Jiang Qiye, and splash Qin Wuyan with blood in the process. Qin Wuyan might be wary of the Xianwangfu, but to say that he was wary of a flunky who hadn't even entered the house yet was simply thinking about fart eating. Now he was sure of Kong Jindong's mind. This man, indeed, is not even as good as. In any case, he can't stay at home. Kong Jindong's disgusting face, he would have to vomit if he took one more look at it. Anyway, in 2 months he will be joining the Xianwang family. It's been over 10 years and he's had enough for a long time. Growing up, this was the first time he had disobeyed Jiang Zhendong's orders. It wasn't that he didn't want to before, but he didn't dare. But now, even if you listen to Kong Jindong, the probability is that you will die. In that case, let's all stop acting and simply show our cards. Now that he was the same third-grade martial artist as Jiang Zhendong, he had also practiced the air-breaking finger to perfection. He was fearless even if he put it head-on. Jiang Qiye quickly cleared his thoughts. His gaze turned firm, and the corners of his mouth curved into a cold arc. Not far from the door, he saw his fourth uncle, Jiang Zhenbei, reading the palm of a passing maid, causing the maid to blush. Seeing Jiang Qiye come out, Jiang Zhenbei unexpectedly slapped the maid on her arse. The maid screamed and fled, while Jiang Zhenbei laughed with joy. Jiang Qiye had an egghead expression on his face, kind of wanting to not recognize this fourth uncle. It was simply too classless. Hey, Shao Qi, a few days gone. Not only have you been promoted, but you even know how to go to Lixiang Yuan to have fun. You have really grown up. You simply have the style of uncle back then. Jiang Zhenbei greeted him with an off-key bad smile and staggered over. Jiang Qiye laughed. Fourth uncle, I'll discuss something with you. Next time I'm being lectured. You shouldn't get involved. You know full well that Jiang Zhendong doesn't treat you well. That's not helping. You're just falling down a well. Jiang Zhenbei's bullseyes glared and said unhappily. Hey, you little heartless. I have helped you so many times. Not only are you not grateful, but you blame me instead. Okay, next time I'll make sure I don't care about you and see if your dad can slap you to death. Huh, what does that mean? As he was talking, Jiang Jinbei suddenly saw a stack of silver tickets glued to his hand and couldn't help but freeze. Jiang Qiye grinned. No point. I'm not promoted. The people under me paid a lot of silver. I can't spend it all by myself. I want to let the fourth uncle to help me spend a little. Jiang Jinbei immediately smiled, smoothly stuffing the silver ticket into his arms, and vigorously patting Jiang Qiye's shoulder, laughing. Shao Qi, I know I have loved you for nothing. You're much more filial than Zaihachi. Next time you have more silver than you can spend, just ask uncle for help. Uncle may not be good at anything else, but when it comes to things like spending money, uncle has never lost in his life. Oh yeah, last night you went to Li Xian Yuan. Which girl did you order? I can tell you, Li Xian Yuan's Chundai girl that is uncle's heart good. You see to call auntie, must not be different generation. Jiang Qiye couldn't help but have a black line on his head. At the moment, he wanted to learn from Jiang Zhendong and directly give fourth uncle a slap on the wrist. However, at the moment, there was still something to ask fourth uncle, so he just had to endure it. Fourth uncle, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? Do you want fourth uncle to introduce you to the head girl in Li Xian Yuan? It's an easy thing to do. Jiang Jinbei immediately glowing eyes, began to break the carrot-thick fingers, as if counting. Uncle to tell you this Li Xian Yuan most famous is the 4 big flower girl and 12 golden flowers. Don't even think about it. We can't afford to spend that kind of money. Let's say that the 12 golden flowers, on the posture is not inferior to the 4 big flower girl, just lacks a few points of fame. One of them, Chun Dai, is your aunt, so don't think about it. Uncle strongly recommends you try Spirit Fish Girl. That girl is really sinking fish fall wild goose. Gentle like water. Let her look at you a glance. The tip of the heart can be melted. If uncle is not afraid of your aunt Chundai jealous, must let her be your little aunt. As he watched the fourth uncle begin to spout off, Jiang Qiye's face gradually darkened like the bottom of a pot, slightly frantic. If there hadn't been no one around, he almost wanted to find a crack in the ground. He took a deep breath and helplessly interrupted. Stop. Fourth uncle, you've misunderstood. I'm not interested in Li Xiang Yuan. I want to ask you. In Hongfei asked our Jiang family to help with a job. What kind of favor did he promise? Jiang Jinbei froze, blinking copper bell eyes. How can I know this? Your father knows best. You go to ask him, not on the line. Hey, don't go. Uncle has not introduced you to the end of it. Do not listen to the words of the old man. Even if you have silver, cannot sleep with a good sister. Easy to lose. Jiang Qiye really didn't want to bother with this out-of-tune fourth uncle anymore and almost fled. It was already dark. Jiang Qiye returned to his small courtyard room, haphazardly packed up some belongings, tied up a parcel, and was about to go out. But just as he stepped out of the doorway, he stopped again, as if he had forgotten something. At that moment, he happened to see a light on in the next compartment, and the sound of rushing water coming from it. He immediately slapped his forehead, but he remembered that there was another Li Qingpian. If you're going to leave the house, surely you should take Li Qingpian with you. Listening to the commotion, Xingqiang Li should be bathing, and it was obviously inappropriate to knock on the door now. Unable to do anything about it, Jiang Qiye could only postpone his plan to leave and retreated back into the room, estimating that it would take some time until Li Qingqiang finished his bath. He took out the 12 heavy horizontal refining iron mountain wall and carefully studied it. This cross-cultivation method, martial arts essence, is not esoteric. Pre-cultivation is not difficult. Only need to pound day and night to refine the body. Can suffer on the line. The only difficulty was that it needed to be combined with a large number of precious medicinal baths to nourish the body. Otherwise it would leave behind dark wounds. That is to say, in addition to the hardships required to cultivate this martial art, it was also very costly, basically requiring piles of silver. Reaching the skin like a tympanic membrane is one weight. Reaching the point of vibrating drums like thunder is the second level. Reach the copper drum and iron skin, which is triple. According to the book, those with excellent talent, under the condition that there is no lack of medicinal baths, can enter the first level in 3 months, the second level in 1 year, and the third level in 2 years. I don't know how talented I am at crosscrafting. Jiang Qiye glanced at the cultivation Dharma bead, and there were still 19 years of cultivation in stock. Immediately and without hesitation, he gave the order, cultivation fusion iron mountain wall. At the next moment, his body suddenly tightened, as if he had suffered an unrivaled and strange force that attacked and pressed him from all directions without any rules. This strand of strange force ruthlessly squeezed his flesh and blood, twisting and whacking his tendons and bones, causing him to suffer immensely, literally in pain. Ow! Jiang Qi's face was hideously twisted, and he couldn't help but let out a low howl as he rolled and convulsed on the floor, drenched in sweat in the blink of an eye. Ouch! Very painful. It hurts like never before. Although the pain was unbearable, Jiang Qie gritted his teeth and didn't dare to shout out anymore, suffocating himself very hard. But in the midst of this torturous pain, his Iron Mountain Wall cultivation was increasing by leaps and bounds. The next year, he stepped into the first level of the Iron Mountain Wall and reached the skin like a tympanic membrane. In the 5th year, he stepped into the second level of the Iron Mountain Wall and reached the shaking drums like thunder. In the 11th year, he stepped into the triple layer of the Iron Mountain Wall and reached the realm of copper drums and iron skins. Chapter 26 Ling Ming Shi Wang Jing. After a few minutes, the pain abruptly disappeared. Jiang Qi's face was pale and sweaty, as if he had rushed to the shore like a fish, breathing heavily. How can it hurt so much? Could it be that all the sins suffered in 10 years of cross-cultivation have been added to these few minutes? The good thing is that the pain comes and goes quickly. Jiang Qie quickly stood up, his eyes still palpitating, but his body was in an unprecedented state. The strength of his physical body was greatly increased. Snapping his fingers on it, it surprisingly resounded with a thumping soft sound, as if it was played on a brass drum. He tried to use the patrol division's standard horizontal sword, and made a not-so-gentle cut on his arm, but actually only made a faint white mark, which quickly dissipated and disappeared. At a conservative estimate, his fleshly body defense had increased more than twice as much as it had originally been. One must know that the spirit bright stone fist that he had originally cultivated was already a technique that favored body refining, hammering his fleshly body to be very strong. On top of that, the strength had been increased by 2 times, and even the strength of the physical body had reached over 3,000 pounds, which was simply very terrifying. Jiang Qie felt that with his current physical strength, martial artists below the 5th rank would not be able to break through his defense even if they were wielding a fast sword. Perhaps only a martial artist of the 4th grade or above, relying on the power of a divine weapon, would be able to traumatize him. However, unless it hit some key areas, it would not be enough to seriously injure him. Of course, this was still under the condition that he didn't utilize his body-protecting true chi. If once the defense is fully open, copper drum and iron skin plus true chi protection, even if he stands still, the following 3 products are afraid that it will be difficult to hurt him, which is a bit perverted. A proper meat shield. In addition, there were some remarkable changes in him that were visible to the naked eye. He drew up an inch in height, weight gained to over 200 pounds. Underneath the white skin, hints of copper light were hidden, and the toughness and strength were amazing. The muscle contours of his body are also more distinct, appearing stronger and sturdier, and more powerful. For these changes, Jiang Qie expressed great satisfaction. This is only practicing the first 3 levels of the Iron Mountain Wall, and it already has a very good effect. The latter is really something to look forward to. It's a pity that the cultivation is not enough. The first one took 2 years of cultivation, the second one took 3 years, and the third one took 6 years. My talent for horizontal refinement doesn't seem to be very good either. Or maybe it's because, as my physical body has been transformed by the spirit brightening stone fist, the starting point is too high, making it harder to cultivate the Iron Mountain Wall instead? But in any case, practicing the Iron Mountain Wall is still very cost-effective and promising. Jiang Qie was complacent. Although it seemed that he needed to consume a large amount of cultivation to cultivate the Iron Mountain Wall, especially when compared to the spirit brightening stone fist, the cost-effectiveness might not be that high, but the effect was immediate. As for the cultivation consumed, it was nothing more than a number to him. Just pick it up. In that respect, this Iron Mountain Wall was actually very suitable for him. Feeling his strong body, he was looking forward to the power of practicing the Iron Mountain Wall to its great completion. At that time, he would most likely be truly invulnerable to swords, guns, water and fire, and possess tens of thousands of pounds of enormous strength, strongly pushing across everything. Thinking about it made one's blood boil, and he couldn't wait to immediately go seize his cultivation and improve himself. As for the pain he had endured earlier, he had selectively ignored it. Well, even if it's painful, it's only for a few minutes, so just bear with it. He lifted his foot out the door and knocked on the door of Li Qingxiang's room. Pheasant Li didn't open the door right away, and asked warily through the door, "Who?" "It's me, Jiang Qie. It's so late. Does Lord Jiang have something to do?" From Li Qingpian's tone, Jiang Qie could hear a strong wariness. It didn't stop him from being a bit speechless. a tiny bean sprout. Was he so hungry for it? He said calmly, I have something to return to the city patrol division. If you want to see your brother, follow me immediately, and if you're not in a hurry, you can stay here in peace for a while. Li Qingxiang hesitated for a split second and slowly opened the door, revealing her small white face that was as delicate as a flower. I'm going with you. She had just finished bathing. Her slightly damp hair was draped. Her fair and beautiful face emitted a glistening white luster under the moonlight, and her pair of wonderful eyes were as crystal bright as stars as she looked at Jiang Qia warily, like a deer that might run away at any moment. Her small hands were pinned behind her back, looking like they should be holding her short sword. Jiang Qia lightly exhaled. Well, he retracted his earlier thoughts. The little girl's vigilance was still a little necessary. Although Li Qingxiang is not very old, but proper beauty billet, properly raised, may have the potential not to lose to the fairy sister. Luckily, he was a decent man. If it were any other man, such as Zhang Jinbei, the little girl might be in danger. Grab your stuff and come with me. Jiang Qia quickly blushed as usual as he turned around without delay. Li Qingxiang blinked her wonderful eyes and immediately turned back to fetch her bag and quickly followed. A few moments later, Jiang Qia rode a large green donkey, and Li Qingpian also mounted a horse. The two of them, one after the other, lightly galloped towards the main gate. When they encountered some Zhang family guards on the road, they all bowed and saluted without anyone stopping them. However, just as the two arrived at the gate, a tall and thin silhouette suddenly descended from the sky and stopped in front of Jiang Qie. Butler Jiang He. It's so late. Where is 7th young master going? Jiang He stood with his arms folded, his gaze cold as he looked at Jiang Qie. Jiang Qie calmly said, there's something urgent over at the city patrol division that requires me to go back and deal with it. What does Butler Crane have to say? Jiang He was a distant clan member of the Zhang family and Zhang Jindong's right-hand man, and during the weekdays, he was equivalent to the family head's spokesperson. Jiang He said with an expressionless face, 7th young master. The family head had said that even if there were heavenly matters outside, they would not be as big as the matters of the clan. The family master has already punished you for kneeling at the ancestral hall for the night, so please ask the 7th young master to move to the ancestral hall and wait for the execution of the family law before going to deal with the matters outside. Jiang Qia's eyes were slightly cold. What if I don't want to go? Jiang He said in a deep voice. I hope 7th young master won't make things difficult for me. Jiang Qia smiled coldly, tit for tat. But you're making things difficult for me now. Jiang He shook his head and slowly blossomed the powerful aura of a 5th grade expert, as if he had transformed into a ferocious white tiger, ready to choose someone to devour. He reached out and invited. There is no point in talking more. 7th young master, please go to the ancestral hall immediately to kneel as a punishment. Jiang Qie couldn't help but laugh, a bit sarcastically. Butler Crane, I'm offended. The moment the words fell, he waved his hand and swept, and with a whir, a monstrous gale swept up, flying sand and stones within a radius of tens of meters, enveloping Jiang He. Boom! Jiang He's face changed. He couldn't even react in time, and was instantly swept up by the gale, thrown into a corner dozens of meters away, and fell in a dusty mess. Hiya! Jiang Qie clipped his donkey's belly and rushed out of the gate. Li Qingpian glanced at the wolfishly tumbling Jiang He in amazement, and also hurriedly beat his horse to chase after him. 7th young master. You! Jiang He stood up, ignoring the mess all over his body, and looked at Jiang Qie's distant back with a horrified expression, his eyes full of disbelief. 4th grade? No, it's likely to be 3rd grade or even higher. How is this possible? Among the younger generation of the Zhang family, Jiang Qie was considered the most inconspicuous one, and even the youngest, Jiang Jiuzhen, shone brighter than him. However, it was this most unassuming 7th young master who had actually erupted with a strong strength not weaker than that of the family head. This was like a dream for Jiang He. Not good. The 7th young master cultivates the Spirit Brightness Stone King Sutra. He has actually cultivated this demonic skill to a high grade. We must tell the family head as soon as possible. Gradually, Jiang He's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly flew to Jiang Jindong's study. The Lingming Stone Fist had another name, called the Lingming Stone King Sutra, which was a great demonic skill. It was only because the name Spiritual Brightness Stone King Sutra was somewhat taboo that the Spiritual Brightness Stone Fist was used as a cover. But no matter how the name was changed, it couldn't change the essence of the magic skill. Although the Spirit Bright Stone King scripture was a devilish technique, the first 6 layers were no different from ordinary techniques, all of which were forging the tendons and refining the bones, moving chi and blood, and strengthening the body. The true manifestation of the nature of the demonic power begins at the 7th level. Originally, with Jiang Qi's talent, it was estimated that he would never be able to cultivate the spirit-brightening stone fist to more than the 5th layer in his lifetime. So even if he cultivated the demonic technique, it was irrelevant. But it's different now. Within the Legu Imperial Dynasty, there was a force structure that was specialized in targeting demonic sects, demonic cultivators, and demons, and that was the Demon Suppression Division. If the news of Jiang Qi's cultivation of demonic skills is exposed, it will inevitably attract the attention of the Jinmu Division. Chapter 27 3 Palms to Kill. The streets at night. The big green donkey flew for a while, and gradually returned to its former languid state, walking unhurriedly. Jiang Qie didn't rush it either. His face was a bit odd at the moment. There was excitement, apprehension, rapture, and a few moments of anticipation. He had been suppressed by Jiang Zhendong for more than 10 years, and this night was considered the first battle to officially turn the tide. He was eager to see Jiang Zhendong's expression at the moment with his own eyes. Well, let's just forget about it. Now meeting with Jiang Zhendong, either honestly being beaten half to death, or carrying the curse of unfiliality and beating Jiang Zhendong to death, the result will not be good. With just a day or two more, one's strength would surely be even stronger. By that time, Jiang Zhendong might not even have the courage to face himself. At the moment, he wanted a little drink to celebrate, but just now came out in a bit of a hurry, but did not bring a wine bag. A bit of a scene. It didn't matter though. It wasn't too late at night and most of the taverns were open, so it would be nice to find a place to have a drink. Just as Jiang Qiye was about to find a tavern, Li Qingpian caught up with his horse and warned in a low voice, "Lord Jiang, someone is following us." It was just one person, but now there are at least 8, and I'm afraid there will be more if we keep walking. Jiang Qiye's eyebrows twitched as he looked around. Earlier, I had only been thinking about things, and my vigilance had been lowered. I don't know when. The pedestrians on the road gradually more and more. Among them, there are many people holding knives and swords. Their eyes frequently seem, obviously unsuspecting Jianghu martial artists, and most of the strength is not weak. Jiang Qiye didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, his eyes were glowing with incomparable excitement and anticipation. In his eyes, it was not a martial artist, but a pile of walking experience monsters. Be rich. It just so happens that he just had a falling out with Kong Jindong. With Jiang Zhendong's desire to control, he definitely wouldn't tolerate him for long. Maybe it's chasing the door by now. With his current strength of 3 grades, it still wasn't quite safe. And these guys, they're just timely. He glared fiercely at those guys, his provocative intent undisguised, almost as if he had carved the words, "Come and cut me," on his forehead. Of course, he didn't dare to be careless. Even though he was already a 3rd-grade grandmaster, he understood the truth of being careful. "Stay close to me." He greeted Li Qingxiang and turned around, turning into an alley. Looking at the way these people are acting, it's very much like they're in a gang. Unsurprisingly, it should be someone from Crippled Flying Dragon. There might still be an ambush on the road ahead, and he couldn't be led by the nose, which was why he had to change his route and disrupt the enemy's setup first. "Know which tavern in town is the most famous?" Jiang Qiye asked as he walked. Li Qingxiang said softly, "I know that the most famous tavern is the Boiled Sword Hall. And the owner of that tavern likes to close during the day and sell wine at night. My brother and the others used to go there a lot, but most of the time, they went there to fight and kill and steal territory, and they always came back with injuries. I've heard of the Boiled Sword Museum, but I've never been there, so I'd like to see it when I have time. As for tonight, it's better to go to Celestial Habitat, but have to deal with the tail behind me first. You take the donkey and keep going. I'll catch up soon." Jiang Qiye said as he rolled over and dismounted the donkey, handing the reins to Li Qingpian. Li Qingxiang hesitated and couldn't help but advise, "If we run faster, they may not be able to catch up with us. There's no need for you to take such a risk." Jiang Qiye gave the little girl a somewhat speechless look. Where could she pick up her cultivation without taking some risks? "It's all right. It's not a risk against these rabble-rousers." "Okay." Seeing that he could not be persuaded, Li Qingxiang also shut up, and obediently rode the horse and led the donkey to move forward slowly. The light in the alley was dim, and ordinary people with limited eyesight could only vaguely see 10 meters away. More than a dozen sword-wielding martial artists followed into the alley one after another, all of them sheathing their swords with a surging murderous aura. One of them, an unusually tall man, said in a deep voice, "This Blind Ox Alley is a small place, not suitable for striking. We just need to follow him closely and break his back. I believe that Master Long will definitely have an arrangement on the main street ahead. This person is named Su Wei. Body type as strong as a mangy bull. Hand held a small arm-thick mixed iron long stick. Appearance of the great, ruthless eyes. It seems to be a good hand to kill people and goods. Suwei had in 5 years ago will be a patrol division team rate slaughter door extermination. On the patrol division wanted. Had to change face exile field. This time, he was specially transferred back from the field by crippled flying dragon as one of the 2 main forces to assassinate Jiang Qie. Everyone else came from a similar place. And even if their identities were exposed, they couldn't be implicated in crippled flying dragon. Crippled flying dragon was already familiar with such things as killing officials. Immediately after Su Wei's words, another person sorrowfully agreed, what Boss Su said is good. That kid was able to kill Boss Yonghe, so he must have some skills. We need to be more careful and wait for Master Long's order to act. There's no need to wait. You guys just can't wait for Master Dragon's call. Suddenly, an upright silver-clad silhouette in front of him walked with faith. Su Wei and the others froze in unison, and then they all looked vicious, their eyes showing killing intent. There was no need to doubt that the visitor was none other than Jiang Qie. Slaughter this silver doggy and reward him with 1,000 taels of silver. Kill it for me. Su Wei gritted his teeth and let out a low roar, violently blossoming the aura of a 6th grade expert. Raising his snowy longsword and charging out like a pouncing beast, his murderous aura rushing to the heavens. Chop him up. This boy's head is mine. Die. The narrow way is the way to go. The last thing these outlaws need is blood and guts. More than a dozen people roared low in unison, waving their swords and daggers, scrambling to rush towards Jiang Qie, as if they were afraid that someone else would steal the show. In their eyes, Jiang Qie wasn't a person, but a pile of silver that cost nothing. The men of the city patrol division are usually referred to as silver dogs by the Jianghu because of the predominantly silver-colored clothing and armor on their bodies. Jiang Qie carried a horizontal sword at his waist, but he didn't pull it out. Seeing that the enemy had rushed to within 5 meters, the corner of his mouth curved into a cold arc, and he slowly raised his hand. His entire right arm gradually covered in a layer of red light. Suddenly, he swung 3 palms in a row into the air in front of him. Boom! 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 The air bulged and a fierce wind rose. Su Wei and the others, who had charged forward, instantly suffered a triple blow. The first palm. The crowd was like a towering wall, difficult to inch forward. Each face changed greatly. The second palm, like a huge mountain, crashed into them, causing them to be hit like a heavy blow, and they all took off their swords, spitting blood and flying backwards. The third palm, like a thunderbolt through the air, blasted his tendons and bones, and also exploded their internal organs, and each one of them bled from the 7 orifices, and fell to the ground dead in peace. Su Wei Ben was also considered to be one of the best of the 6th grade experts, with countless lives under his command and a wealth of fighting experience. However, at this moment, in the face of this kind of brutal and unreasonable beating from Jiang Qie, there was nothing that could be done about it, and he couldn't even run for his life. He only felt as if his body had been hit by 10,000 pounds of heavy blows, broken bones, internal organs ruptured, and he fell heavily to the ground. His vision gradually blurred. After 3 palms, there was no one left standing in the alley except for Jiang Qie, leaving only a field of corpses. Weak, too weak. Jiang Qie withdrew his palm and shook his head in disinterest. He had wanted to use these 3 palms to screen the experts hidden in the group. It didn't work out that there were no masters at all. Or rather, the Jianghu masters in the eyes of the general public were already unbeatable in front of him. The 3 palms he had just executed were not spirit-brightening stone fists, and he had not utilized his internal chi. He was simply using the power of his chi and blood to catalyze Iron Mountain Cliff's mastery, the mountain-pushing palm, to suppress his enemy across the air with a strong and unparalleled force. Of course, these people weren't worth using his full strength yet. Even the most powerful third palm only used 50% of his strength. Now he had deeply realized the charm of being high above the world and controlling the lives and deaths of others. It was a feeling that was truly mesmerizing and soothing to every pore of the body. Chapter 28. Capture him back to the family. Abolish his demonic powers. Gaining 7 years of cultivation. Gaining 9 years of practice. Gain 12 years of training. Gaining 10 years of cultivation. Get 14 years. Jiang Qie silently counted the heads and realized that one person's cultivation was missing. Looking closely, he saw that the burly man who had rushed to the forefront had only fainted and was not yet dead. So he took a few steps forward, and with a click, he raised his foot and broke Su Wei's neck, gaining 26 years of cultivation. That's flush. Jiang Qie casually looked at the cultivation dharma bead. Ha! A full 129 years of cultivation had been collected. Kill and burn gold belt. This stomping messes with the laborer's mind to go on a killing spree. Jiang Qiye couldn't help but blaze his gaze, inexplicably giving birth to a murderous impulse. And then it took a great deal of effort to calm his restless heart. 129 years of cultivation could be a vicious wave of strength. The open life is just so wonderful. Between the spirit bright stone fist and the iron mountain wall, Jiang Qiye only hesitated slightly before choosing the iron mountain wall. The subsequent derivation of the spirit bright stone fist was full of uncertainty, and now that the cultivation level was not considered sufficient, it was better to come up with something solid. Cultivation fusion 12-fold horizontal refining iron mountain wall. Boom! Pressure like mountains surged in. Endless pain spread all over his body, and even in his mind, he endured tearing pain. However, his iron mountain wall cultivation level was rising by leaps and bounds. Jiang Qiye didn't collapse or howl miserably this time. He gritted his teeth and hardened himself against the pain, holding onto the wall and refusing to fall, his body drenched in cold sweat. In the 10th year, the iron mountain wall reached the 4th level, and the tendons and bones were in unison. In the 26th year, the iron mountain wall reached the 5th level, with tendons and bones like cords. In the 47th year, the iron mountain wall reached the 6th level, bronze tendons. In the 79th year, the iron mountain wall reached the 7th level and first realized the mountain's momentum. In the 126th year, the iron mountain wall reached the 8th level, and the mountain was greatly completed. After a few short minutes, the pain all over his body abruptly dissipated. Jiang Qiye slowly opened his eyes as two terrifying auras flickered. Starting from the 7th level of the iron mountain wall, it was no longer just limited to refining his physical body, but also allowed him to comprehend a terrifying potential of the iron mountain. This stock potential full release to open up, covering a radius of more than 10 meters. With a click of bone-cracking crunching, even gradually will be more than 10 corpses on the ground, pressed into the ground full of meat and blood, and can no longer find any one complete body. Is this the might of a second-grade martial artist? Really powerful. At this moment, Jiang Qiye was already able to feel how powerful his grandfather, who was a second-grade martial artist back then, was. As for him now, he was already at the same level as his grandfather at his peak, and might even be stronger because of his dual cultivation of body and qi. Within 500 miles of the Koldong province, there would be no more than a handful of martial artists above the second grade, and there was even only one first-grade martial artist, Zhu Danyang. It could be said that he was now considered a martial arts powerhouse that truly stood at the top of the Koldong province. The immortal sect was not out, and there were already very few people in the secular Jianghu who could compete with him. Jiang Qiye's heart was stirred, casually picking up a large iron rod on the ground that was the thickness of a small arm, and with a little bit of force, he easily twisted the solid iron rod into a twist, and then pulled it off in a raw manner. My current strength has already exceeded 10,000 pounds. The strength of my fleshly body is already immeasurable. Tada! A disorganized sound of horses' hooves came from the depths of the alley. Jiang Qiye raised his eyes to see that it was Li Qingpian who had returned. Li Qingxian rode a horse and led a donkey. His little face was a bit flustered. When he saw Jiang Qiye he couldn't help but look relieved, and hurriedly said, "Sir Jiang, the front road is impassable. There are many masters ambushed at the entrance of the alleyway, and they'll be chasing after us very soon." As she was speaking, she suddenly noticed a mass of minced flesh and blood on the ground, and couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, her small face turning slightly white. The gaze that he looked at Jiang Qiye again was as if he was looking at a demon, and he was a bit intimidated. "Go on, stay close to me." Jiang Qiye ignored her thoughts, took the reins and flipped onto the donkey, leading the way toward the front. Now even if there were thousands of soldiers and horses ambushed ahead, he was not afraid at all, and even looked forward to it immensely. It is just the right time to gather a few more centuries and thousands of years of cultivation, and strive to raise the 12 weights of the horizontal refinement iron mountain wall to the perfect realm this night. Perhaps when this night was over, the entire Jiangbei martial arts world would tremble under their feet. Seeing that Jiang Qiye rushed forward without any hesitation, Li Qingpian hesitated for a moment, gently bit her silver teeth, and beat her horse to chase after her. Not long after the two had just left, a group of masked experts suddenly descended from the sky and landed between a mass of bloody water. The one at the head of the group had a majestic aura and a deep, sunken gaze. He looked at the miserable scene on the ground and his brows furrowed deeply. Indeed, he has already accomplished a great deal of demonic power. This rebellious son is hiding too deeply, to the extent that he even hid it from me. House Master, the seventh young master should have just left not long ago, and the temperature of the blood on the ground has not dissipated. Another person said in a deep voice. The man at the head of the group coldly grunted. Chase after him. Make sure to capture him back to the clan before he is exposed and abolish his demonic powers. Otherwise, once the demon suppression guards come to the door, there will be no more room for maneuver. Wait. Suddenly, a tall and strong masked man stopped the crowd. This big man's faceplate was a bit big, and the black scarf could only cover a small part of it. Those familiar with him could instantly recognize that this was the fourth master of the Zhang family, Jiang Jinbei. Jiang Jinbei dipped his finger into the blood on the ground and looked at it, and hemmed and hawed. Big brother, are you misunderstanding little Seven? Seven hides her strength, which I agree with, but to say that he had practiced magic, this seemed to be inconsistent with the legend. You see, in the blood water on the ground, the qi and blood essence have not yet completely dissipated. If he really practiced the spirit brightening Stone King Sutra to a high level, he definitely won't let go of any trace of flesh and blood essence. The gaze of the man at the head moved slightly as he said, no matter what, we must find him first, and all those who have seen him strike tonight must be dealt with cleanly. Go! With his order, a group of Jiang clan's experts had unfolded their lightweight skills to fly over the eaves and walk on the walls, darting forward like a swift panther, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Zhang Qiye was ahead of the donkey, and before he could rush out of the alleyway entrance, he encountered an even larger scale interception, with a full 20 to 30 martial artists, raging and murderous, looking around, a huge swath of heads, and no one lower than 8 products, which is just like a terrifying force. The target is coming. Brothers, kill with me. Kill this man. Master Dragon will reward you heavily. Revenge for Y boss. Neither side had the intention to greet each other, and at first glance, they swung their swords and daggers and ruthlessly charged at each other. Zhang Qiye's eyes were as cold as iron, and the corner of his mouth curled into an arc of excitement as he drew the horizontal sword at his waist and drove the donkey straight forward. Always lazy big green donkey, this moment did not retreat at all. The strong killing aura instead inspired it hidden in the depths of the bloodline ferociousness. Its eyes flushed red, spreading its hooves and charging forward bravely, instantly turning into a qualified war rider. However, there was no sword-to-sword stalemate to follow, only one-sided crushing and slaughter. Chapter 29, in the days to come, he'll only get harder to kill. Zhang Qiye's true qi erupted within his body, and more than 10 feet of blade awnings blossomed on the surface of his blade, and he ran forward furiously while wielding the blade awnings to slash ferociously. He trips all the way over, such as plowing and sweeping, destroying everything, no matter whether the enemy is 8 products, 7 products, or 6 products, all without a single enemy, often even with a person with a weapon, a knife into 2 cuts. Most of these 10,000 Serpents Hall experts couldn't even get within 3 meters of him. The only 6th grade martial artist who was good at hiding and sneaking attacks was named Liang Chong, a triad expert with a reputation comparable to Su Wei's. He clung to the wall and flew like a bird of prey to Zhang Qiye's nearness, swinging his dagger and stabbing Zhang Qiye's shoulder. However, his steel dagger only pierced through Zhang Qiye's clothes before it snapped in two, as if it had pierced an iron wall. How is it possible? You're not human. With a face of shock and disbelief, Liang Chong was casually slapped away by Zhang Qiye, deeply embedded in the wall. His bones shattered, and he instantly died of gas. In just a dozen or so breaths of effort, dozens of mutilated corpses had fallen in the alley, and the blood and water had converged into a small stream that flowed silently in the alley. Zhang Qiye, on the other hand, was unharmed and dripping blood. The upright body was sitting on the back of a donkey, and was as plump and handsome as jade. The most peculiar thing was that he didn't have the strong aura of fury that was characteristic of someone who had just killed someone. Regarding this, Zhang Qiye vaguely felt that it seemed to be related to his own cultivation of the spirit bright stone fist. Ling Ming stone fist this magic skill, so that his body has a kind of stability qualities, for all external breath energy, either swallowed and refined, or isolated and rejected. Very peculiar, but also a little scary. He looked back at the alley littered with corpses, his gaze as calm as water. No ripples inside, just felt a little pungent with the smell of blood. Killing people, in his opinion, really wasn't much different from killing a pig and slaughtering a dog. When the enemy swings his sword at him, he looks like a pig or dog to be slaughtered, or an experienced monster. It may also be the mindset of the traveler at work, instinctively discriminating against local natives. Zhang Qiye lightly exhaled and took a look at the cultivation Dharma bead. Surprisingly, he had already collected 316 years of cultivation. One word, cool. With a battle like this, he really wanted a few dozen more waves, so he might be able to fly off the ground tomorrow. This is not an assassination. It is clearly a delivery of experience to the door. Well, lo and behold, at the end of the alley, across the street, is the Tian Habitat restaurant. At this moment, in the windowed private room on the 4th floor of the Celestial Habitat, a tall young man dressed in the half-armor of the patrol division was standing in front of the window with a glass of wine in his hand, looking down at the alley in the darkness not far away. Behind him, a middle-aged man with dark skin and majestic aura stood respectfully. This middle-aged man had an ugly appearance. His features seemed to be randomly pieced together, giving off a vicious and cruel feeling. His triangular eyes flashed with a sinister cold light, and on the left side of his face there was a centipede-like scar, adding a bit more hideousness to him. If Jiang Qie was here, he might be able to recognize at a glance that this ugly man was none other than the infamous and evil master of the 10,000 Serpents Hall, crippled flying dragon. As for the young armorer, he was horse-faced old Zhou's former superior, team leader Song Yanqing. However, the current Song Yanqing was only wearing an ordinary set of street patrol battalion warrior armor. The corner of crippled flying dragon's mouth hooked into a cruel arc as he said, "Don't worry, young Master Chang. The manpower that I have arranged for this night are all 7th and 8th grade elites that have been drawn back from the field. Su Wei and Liang Chong, who are leading the team, are even the best amongst the 6th grade experts. Even if Jiang Qie hid his strength, it would be hard to escape death tonight. I believe you will see his head in less than a cup of tea, and it will in no way involve us." Song Yanqing nodded slightly, and was just about to praise his men for a few words, but suddenly his eyes changed and he said with a gloomy expression, "I'm afraid you're going to lose your head." The crippled flying dragon couldn't help but stare. Song Yanqing grunted softly without any good humor. "Your people are already dead. Jiang Qie's strength is a bit stronger than expected." Crippled flying dragon was surprised. "What? This can't be possible. I investigated very clearly. Jiang Qie's strength is at most 6th rank, but even if he's a 5th grade expert, it's impossible for him to resolve Su Wei and Liang Chong so quickly. Could it be that there's someone high up protecting?" While saying that, he quickly walked to the window to look out, just in time to see an upright silhouette riding a donkey rushing out of the alley, standing proudly on the street. His face was grim as he bowed to Song Yanqing. "Young Master Qing doesn't need to worry. Although I missed this time, I will mobilize my experts as soon as possible and will definitely make sure that Jiang Qie doesn't live for more than 3 days, and I promise to do it cleanly and leave no loose ends." Song Yanqing shook his head and said, "You wasted a great opportunity for nothing, and in the future, I'm afraid that there will never be such an opportunity again." "Why is that?" Crippled flying dragon was a bit puzzled. Song Yanqing's tone was permeated with a few points of unwillingness and annoyance as he said, "Right now, everyone's eyes are focused on County Mistress Han Yu, but as more and more people bet on it, the people around Princess Han Yu would be included in the heavy protection. Jiang Qie would naturally follow suit. Going forward, he's only going to get harder to kill." This crippled flying dragon's face was a bit ugly. His eyes turned, and then hastily proposed, "Young Master Qing, Jiang Qie looks like he's going to come to the Celestial Habitat. Why don't my subordinate personally make a move to make sure that his little life stays here this night?" Song Yanqing looked at crippled flying dragon with weird eyes, as if looking at a little cutie, laughing coldly. "Are you crazy? The proprietor behind this heavenly habitat is the Xian Wang House. You're in the territory of the Xian Wang Palace, and you're laying your hands on the fiancée of County Princess Han Yu. Do you think you and I will still be alive afterward?" Crippled flying dragon froze. "The Celestial Habitat is actually the property of the Xianwang Palace? This is an oversight on my part." Song Yanqing coldly commanded, "You don't need to do anything next. I'll find a suitable time to end him myself. You just need to arrange a few big cases for me as soon as possible, and I want to be reinstated on merit within a month." At the words, he got up and went out the door. "Don't worry, young Master Chang. I'll start making arrangements tomorrow. I'll send you." Crippled flying dragon hurriedly followed with a smile on his face. His 2 legs seemed to be uncommonly long, and he walked one high and one low, but his gait was surprisingly light, as if he were stepping on cotton. When Jiang Qie appeared on the street in front of the heavenly habitat, he happened to see a long-bodied young armorer riding away on a high horse. Jiang Qie vaguely perceived that the person's figure was a bit familiar, but didn't put much stock in it. There were only a few hundred official war soldiers in the city patrol division, and most of them had seen each other before, so it was normal for them to look familiar. But then, another person who walked out of the restaurant caught Jiang Qie's interest. I only saw that the man was strangely ugly, and his walk was quite comical as he walked high and low. However, he was surrounded by 4 martial artists, and he had a bit of a dragon-walking aura, as if he was a beast patrolling his territory, which was a bit extraordinary. Crippled flying dragon. Jiang Qi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth curved into a cold arc. Chapter 30, I'm sorry I can't do it. When Jiang Qie had just joined the City Patrol Division, he had been warned that there were some people within Cold Sun City that could not be messed with. One of them is the crippled flying dragon. This person was the hall master of the 10,000 Serpents Hall, with hundreds or thousands of martial arts minions under his command, and he himself was an unfathomable martial arts expert. He is said to be ruthless, vindictive, tyrannical, yet scheming. It is said that he does not strike easily, and that anyone who has seen him strike has died, and often his entire family. It's a mad dog tough guy, kind of sick. With a guy like that, either don't mess with him or hold him down at once. Jiang Qie sat on the back of a donkey, condescending, watching the crippled flying dragon gradually approach, his eyes eerily cold. Crippled flying dragon naturally saw Jiang Qie as well, and his complexion vaguely changed for a moment before instantly returning to normal. He had no intention of greeting Jiang Qie and led his men to try to bypass him, but at this time, Jiang Qie leisurely spoke up. Master Dragon, is this the time to leave? Crippled flying dragon's gaze twitched as he frowned at Jiang Qie and didn't say anything. One of his men, however, growled condescendingly. Hey, who are you, kid? How dare you have no manners when you talk to Master Long? Get the hell down dash. Ahem. Crippled flying dragon coughed softly, and the henchman immediately shut up with a sense of humor and took a step back. Crippled flying dragon's face was solemn as he cupped his fists at Jiang Qie. This little brother is a member of the City Patrol Division, isn't he? Mr. Chen usually likes to make friends with the brothers of the City Patrol Division the most, but unfortunately, Mr. Chen has something on his mind tonight, so I won't invite little brother for a drink. Let's meet again some other time. Jiang Qie laughed. Crippled flying dragon, are you in a hurry to collect the corpses of your men? Actually, it's not necessary. You should be in time to catch up with them if you go faster. A martial artist became furious. Kid, what do you mean dash? Thumbs down. A blade flashed. The 7th grade martial artist instantly corpsed in two. Blood splattered 3 feet high. A pair of eyes almost bulging out. Full of shock and remorse. Presumably regretting that he was too mouthy. Clang. Crippled flying dragon's group of men all instantly drew their swords and looked at Jiang Qie in shock and anger. The crippled flying dragon didn't move. However, the way he looked at Jiang Qie was gloomy and terrifying, and the scars on his face trembled gently, as if he was a venomous snake that chose to devour people. It seemed to be hesitant to make a move. Jiang Qie shook off the non-existent blood on the blade, his face teasing and fearlessly confronting him. The aura on his body climbed higher and higher, as if it gradually transformed into a lofty iron mountain, unattainable and indestructible. A terrifying mountainous momentum spread out across the sky, enveloping a dozen meters in circumference, causing the air to turn heavy. Crippled flying dragon and a few of his men had their faces startled. Under the pressure of this mountainous force, their movements were sluggish. Even their breathing became difficult, almost suffocating in general. One of them, a 7th grade martial artist, couldn't withstand this kind of pressure and fell heavily to the ground, foaming blood from his mouth and fainting. The crippled flying dragon gradually lost his color in horror and asked in a shocked voice. This is the Iron Mountain Wall de Shang. What exactly are you? Don't you know exactly what I am? Jiang Qie's gaze chilled, and the long knife in his hand shot out a 10 feet 2 blade on, instantly cutting through the air and slashing towards crippled flying dragon's group of people. Crippled flying dragon let out a deep roar, and the strength of a 4th grade martial artist suddenly erupted as he swept into the distance at an astonishing speed, not even caring about his men. Thumbs up. As the knife chi passed by, several of crippled flying dragon's men were turned into two, killed on the spot. Jiang Qie didn't bother to look at the corpses on the ground. He just stared coldly at the fleeing crippled flying dragon as his left hand lifted and a strand of sharp finger-ons quickly coalesced. The crippled flying dragon fled extremely fast. His body style was weird, walking in a zigzag pattern. His body style was coherent and smooth, really resembling a blurry dragon shadow, escaping 50 or 60 meters away in the blink of an eye. But Jiang Qie was convinced that his own skybreaking finger was even faster. However, before he could kill him painfully, a silhouette suddenly killed out of the darkness, and instantly collided viciously with the crippled flying dragon. Boom! Crippled flying dragon was knocked diagonally out of the room, landing and rolling for a few weeks, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What kind of person, eh? You're Jiang Jinbei, the black-faced Tiger King. Crippled flying dragon quickly climbed to his feet and looked at the visitor in shock and anger. It was a burly man covered in a black scarf, and because his face was so big, the black scarf only covered a small part of it, revealing most of his big black face with long beard. which was recognized by crippled flying dragon at a glance. Bah! What bull black-faced tiger king. I am the jade-faced tiger king. Jiang Jinbei. You crippled snake dares to give me a nickname. Let's see if I don't whack you. Jiang Jinbei had a bad smile on his face. His mouth was chanting, and his hands were not slow, as he swung his fist blasting at crippled flying dragon brazenly. The Jiang family's greatest skill. The tiger's heart-destroying palm. Roar. Accompanied by a tiger's roar. A hungry tiger's silhouette crossed 10 meters of emptiness and ferociously pounced on the crippled flying dragon. Crippled flying dragon's face was grave, and he hurriedly met it with his palm with all his might. His hands exuding two hues, one gold and one silver, with a shocking fierce aura, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Gold and silver double Jedi hands. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the crippled flying dragon once again fell out. However, he did not land on the ground, but used the force to catapult and fly, transforming into a swift dragon's shadow and shooting into the distance. Don't run if you have the guts. Even if you run away from the monk, you can't run away from the temple. Jiang Jinbei roared and chased after him, and the two quickly disappeared into the night. The street in front of Celestial Habitat. Zhang Qie looked at the group of masked men around him and gently raised his sword brows. Even if these people were masked, he could instantly recognize that they were all acquaintances. The person at the head was his cheap old man, Jiang Zhendong. The rest are butler Jiang He, fifth uncle Jiang Zhenzhong, fourth brother Jiang Sihai, etc. Basically, the Jiang family's elite is out in full force. As soon as these people arrived, they blocked off the surrounding streets, even the entrance to the heavenly habitat, strictly prohibiting anyone from approaching Jiang Zhendong and Zhang Qie. A couple of the guys who were not convinced have been lying on the ground. Jiang Zhendong stood in front of the donkey, coldly looking at Zhang Qie and ordering in a deep voice, "Get the hell out of here and go home." "Forgive me." Zhang Qie's face was expressionless, his tone determined. Jiang Zhendong burst into a rage, and the customary disgust surfaced in his eyes. If it had been before, he would have slapped him across the face long ago. However, at this moment, he clearly felt that Zhang Qie was emitting a strange and powerful aura, causing him to feel depressed, as if he was facing his father from the past. Second piece. This was most likely the aura of a second-grade powerhouse. Originally, when he had heard that Zhang Qie had hidden his strength as a high-level martial artist, he had not believed it 100 times. After all, it was hard for him to believe that the always mediocre Zhang Qie could pull off a trick right under his nose. But at this moment, in the face of the ironclad facts, he had been forced to believe. Chapter 31, Don't Make Me Kill You. Zhang Zhendong could not help but feel a mixture of emotions on top of all the anger. He had worked hard to cultivate for half his life, and now he was only a third-grade martial artist, nowhere near the second grade. His eldest son, whom he had poured countless efforts into and cultivated with great care, had only just advanced to the 5th rank today. But the concubine's second son, whom he had always detested in every way and never held any half expectations, had actually cultivated into a second-grade martial artist without saying a word. He's only 18. Zhang Zhendong suddenly felt that not only had he lived to a dog's age, but even his eyes were not very good. It was clearly a diamond in the rough, but over the years it had treated itself like granite. In particular, the father-son relationship is so bad that it would be nice if the one with this kind of talent was the eldest son. Time passed quietly. The two of them stared at each other across the air. Neither of them had any intention of compromising, both of them silently gripping the hilt of their swords, and the atmosphere became more and more depressing. Ahem! Butler Jiang He suddenly let out a light cough and asked in a voice on behalf of Zhang Zhendong, "Seventh young master, the aura on your body does not resemble the spirit-brightening stone fist, but I wonder what kind of technique seventh young master is practicing." "Iron Mountain Wall," Zhang Qie said indifferently. "This can't be right." Zhang Zhendong couldn't help but lose his voice. Cultivating the Iron Mountain Wall requires consuming long years to beat up the body. For hundreds of years, there had never been anyone who could break through the 6th rank before the age of 20. Even Li Tiexin, who is known as the first person of the Iron Mountain Wall, failed to do it. "What makes you dash?" "Just because I'm a genius of horizontal refinement." Zhang Qie's light sentence interrupted Zhang Zhendong's words. "Arrogant!" Zhang Zhendong angrily rebuked. Jiang He quickly smiled and said, "Family master. This is a good thing. The 7th young master has such a talent. Our Jiang family can be said to have a successor. If the old master returns, he will definitely burn incense and offer sacrifices to his ancestors, to console the ancestors of the Jiang family. Moreover, the Iron Mountain Cliff that the 7th young master cultivates is not our Jiang family's ancestral martial arts. but it is still considered a proper and upright martial arts. So there's no need to worry about some things. Humph. I'm afraid he didn't just cultivate the Iron Mountain Wall. Zhang Zhendong snorted coldly and questioned Jiang Qiye. The Iron Mountain Wall is a horizontal martial art. Where did you get your true chi from? If I'm not mistaken, you've clearly cultivated the Spirit Brightening Stone King Sutra to more than the 7th level. So what if it is? Jiang Qiye said coldly. Zhang Zhendong lowered his voice and angrily accused. Don't you know that this is a demonic technique? If the Imperial Court's demon suppression guards are recruited because of you, the Zhang family is bound to be implicated by you and fall into endless trouble. I really regret that my heart was too soft and I didn't stop you from practicing the devil technique, Jiang Qiye said with an expressionless face. Back then, I wanted to cultivate the white tiger Xianjing. It was you who refused to pass it on to me, so I could only pester my mother to learn the spirit brightening stone fist. I'm afraid that's not the only thing that makes you regret. You regret even more that you didn't have someone kill me with a sword back then, don't you? You! Zhang Zhendong's face choked with anger, his face turning blue, his fists clenched to the point of clacking and bursting, and a strong aura spread out unconsciously, enveloping Jiang Qiye within. Jiang Qiye had a sneer on his face and didn't flinch, while releasing a calm and majestic Iron Mountain momentum to separate himself from his opponent. After a slight stalemate, his aura not only did not lose the wind, but instead forced Zhang Zhendong to involuntarily take 7 steps backward, with the momentum of crushing. Sure enough, it's a second grade. You rebellious son hide so deeply. Zhang Zhendong's face was so blue that he was almost about to spit out blood in anger as he slowly drew the long knife at his waist, and his eyes were as stern as knives. Master of the house, be at ease. Zhang Yi hurriedly jumped out to round up the scene and persuaded Jiang Qiye again. 7th young master, it's better to go home and talk about what you have to say. What kind of misunderstandings can there be between a father and son that can't be resolved? Just listen to my advice. I'll go back, but not today. Unless. Jiang Qiye shook his head, wanting to speak. Unless what? Jiang Yi hurriedly pursued the question. Kang Zhendong also perked up his ears and squinted over. Jiang Qiye glanced coldly at his cheap old man. Unless he's willing to go to my mother's grave and kneel for 3 years. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yi immediately changed his face. 12 years ago that passed has always been a taboo for the head of the family. Anyone who mentions it will have to flip. As expected, Zhang Zhendong's eyes instantly turned crimson as monstrous rage surged up. Rebellious son, you've been holding back for more than 10 years, and now that your wings have hardened, you finally dare to disobey your old son. Good. Today, I, Zhang Zhendong, will behead you, the unworthy and rebellious son, on behalf of the ancestors of the Zhang family. No one will stop me. Choke. Zhang Zhendong erupted in anger, his long sword in hand, his aura around him blazing, wanting to rush towards Jiang Qiye. Jiang Qiye's face was as cold and sunken as water. The cold aura under his eyes gradually turned into substance, and at the same time, he also drew out his own horizontal sword. The sword aura stormed more than 10 feet, and the killing aura was awe-inspiring. Jiang Zhendong, you can't replace the ancestors of the Zhang family. You can only replace yourself. I, on the other hand, will never wait for death with my hands tied. If you want to humiliate yourself, just let me have it. Though he didn't want to go this far either. But since he had already come this far, he would definitely not back down. Even, deep down, this was a moment he had been waiting for a long time. His life can only belong to him. Anyone who wants to come and get it is on their own. House master, you can't do it. Big brother, have a word. Seeing that the father and son were about to meet each other with swords, a group of silhouettes swooped over at great speed, stopping between the father and son one after another. Get out of the way, all of you. Kang Zhendong yelled sternly, but he was held in a death grip by Kang Zhendong. Jiang Zhendong hurriedly advised, Big brother, calm down. Shao Qi, this child is still very filial on a regular basis. If he did something wrong, there is no harm for you to scold him, but you mustn't use the knife. He shouted to Jiang Qiye again. Shao Qi, quickly come over and apologize to your father. Why is this child of yours suddenly unintelligent? Jiang Qiye, however, slowly shook his head, not moved in the slightest. He looked at Jiang Zhendong with a calm face. I don't think I did anything wrong. Perhaps the only thing wrong is the status of being the son of a human. On the contrary, it was simply inhuman for him to be able to watch his wife, who loved him dearly, die in front of him for the sake of his own future. Jiang Zhendong, in these 12 years, haven't you ever regretted anything? Don't you ever have nightmares? For the past 12 years, no matter what I've done, I've seen nothing but disgust and impatience in your eyes. Is it really me you loathe? It's not. What you actually loathe is yourself. Only because I witnessed, with my own eyes, the worst and most despicable scene of your life. As a man, you can't protect your woman, doesn't want to face up to his mistakes, unable to face his conscience, but will only take it out on their own children. To be honest, I despise you. If it weren't for my mother's dying wish, if you were not my father in name only, I really want to send you to hell right away so you can go confess to that poor woman. Did you see those bodies in the alley? When I'm killing them, I just think of them as pigs and dogs. You, on the other hand, are worse than a dog or a pig in my eyes, so you better not make me kill you. Jiang Qie finished these words with a pale expression and casually slashed across the ground in front of him. Boom! There was a loud bang. Chapter 32, Waiter. Serve the wine. The ground rumbled and shook as a 10-meter long and several meter deep slash appeared on the ground. After cutting out this terrifying slash, Jiang Qie didn't want to hear what Jiang Zhendong had to say anymore, and calmly turned the donkey's head and walked into the Heavenly Habitats compound, leaving behind a group of dazed Jiang family members behind them. Looking at the horrifying slash mark, not knowing what to do, Jiang Zhendong also froze in place, his entire body in a daze. His face gradually became hideous and twisted, intertwined with anger, pain, remorse and killing intent. The breath in his body was suddenly high and low, and his realm seemed to be somewhat unstable. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth fiercely, his gaze turned firm and frantic as he roared. I didn't do anything wrong. What's wrong is that woman. It was she who deceived me. You rebellious son. Pooh dash. His face flushed red and he suddenly sprayed a mouthful of blood from the sky. His body swayed and almost fell to the ground. Big brother, master of the house. The crowd rushed to support Jiang Zhendong. Jiang Qie didn't turn around and gently exhaled, a coldness in his eyes. He had held these words in his heart for many years. Today he had thought he could roar out in anger. But inside, he was surprisingly calm as an outsider. Today he had expected to be able to spit it out. But in reality, he didn't feel much pleasure either, and instead felt a bit bored. To put it bluntly, he had never really treated Jiang Zhendong as a father. If he hadn't respected his mother's dying wish, he really should have chopped Jiang Zhendong with a knife just now. But even if it's not justice for the mother, there had to be an account of the pain and suffering he himself had endured over the years. This mouth pent up in his heart for many years of evil anger. He must be out. Otherwise his thoughts can't get through. It's not about avenging your mother. It's about avenging yourself. Let's stop here for today. I'll settle this score with him in a couple of days. To avoid a patricidal reputation, he needs another layer of cover. In the future, I will be me, Jiang Qie. In the future, I only have the true martial arts road and the road of the strong in my heart. And by the way, I am ready to fulfill the marriage contract and take on the role of the son-in-law of the royal family or the man of the future empress. Xiao Air, serve the wine. Celestial Habitat. Jiang Qie sat down in the hall and immediately attracted the attention of many drinkers. The situation that had occurred earlier on the street, although the Jiang family had blocked off the street, it still fell into the sights of many people. In particular, the scene where Jiang Qie wielded his sword and decapitated several 10,000 Serpents Hall experts, startling crippled flying dragon into fleeing, had long since triggered a wave of amazement up and down the restaurant. At this moment, all the people around them were casting gazes of awe and scorn, and even the sound of the loud conversations in the hall lowered its tone. Come on. Xiao Air farted over, delivered a jug of wine with a smile on his face, and respectfully asked, Jiang Qi Xiao, I wonder what you want to drink today. Jiang Qie casually said, give me a serving of all the signature dishes. Ha! Xiao Air was stunned, rubbing the back of his head and smiled bitterly. Our Tian Habitat signature dishes can be quite a lot. I'm afraid you can't finish all of them. It's too expensive. No harm done. The account is in your young master's name anyway, so it doesn't matter if it breaks the bank. Jiang Qie said rightfully. Xiao Air directly gave a whole speechless. However, he didn't dare to say anything more, and quickly retreated in a sensible manner, quietly informing the young proprietor. In a short while, the junior delivered a hearty meal. Also coming at the same time was an ugly-faced little fatty. Yu Xiaobai. Yu Xiaobai is long and fair and round, and even when he is not happy, he has a happy face. The kind that's easy to bully at first glance, and you don't get tired of bullying them 3 times a day. Therefore, Jiang Qie heart is not good when, in fact, quite like to find Yu Xiaobai to find fun, especially like his detention arrogant untamed look. Yu Xiaobai grumbled in a bad mood as soon as they met. Oi, Jiang Laoqi, you've gone too far. You just robbed me of my pocket money in the morning. And then you come here for food and drinks in the evening. Can you still have some face? Also, do you know why I never have more than 10 taels of pocket money in my hand? It's not all because you've come back and forth to eat bully food and eat up all my pocket money. Jiang Qiye snorted. You don't come up with this. I've rarely set foot in the celestial habitat in the past 2 years, and I haven't seen your pocket money exceed 10 taels. Besides, when have I ever eaten a bully's dinner? Don't we have you, the young proprietor, to settle the bill? You, little fatty's fat face trembled with anger as he pointed at Jiang Qiye, unable to speak, but considering that he couldn't fight, he immediately turned his grief into food and sat down to eat and chew. Hey, dead fatso, this is the wine and food I ordered. Can you not be so disgraceful? Jiang Qiye looked disgusted. Yu Xiaobai wolfed it down while saying indignantly, Humph, this is all my hard-earned money. I'm losing money if I don't eat more. Jiang Qiye helplessly shook his head, but did not bother to be general with him, but the speed of moving chopsticks was raised. That being said, the matter of coming to the celestial habitat to dabble in food and drink couldn't really be blamed on Jiang Qiye. 7 or 8 years ago, when the two were in school together, there was a time when Yu Xiaobai got into big trouble and offended a female devil in the school, so scared that he didn't dare to go to school or go home. He had no choice but to beg before Jiang Qiye, saying that as long as Jiang Qiye could help him get rid of that demoness, he would treat Jiang Qiye to a lifetime of heavenly habitat wine and food in the future. Jiang Qiye was also a ruthless man, and had long been salivating over the cuisine of the celestial habitat. Without saying a word, he rushed to that female devil and took the blame for Yu Xiaobai, admitting the punishment. It wouldn't have mattered, but he returned to the Jiang family afterward, and was again Jiang Zhendong knotted 50 lashes, and also punished to kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days, almost losing his life. Therefore, even if he dabbled in the celestial habitat for the rest of his life, he was still at peace with himself. After all, it's what you've traded your life for. Burp! Yu Xiaobai quickly ate and drank his fill, and half of the rice on the table was swept away by him. Jiang Qiye was certainly not willing to lag behind and swept out the other half. He picked up his wine glass and took a sip, his eyes twinkling as he stared at Yu Xiaobai, as if he had something to say. Yu Xiaobai was a little hairy from the stares, and asked sheepishly, What are you looking at me for? Something wrong? Jiang Qiye nodded and said, It's a little something. I want to ask for your help. Yu Xiaobai was quite knowledgeable about Jiang Qiye, and as soon as he saw this expression on Jiang Qiye's face, he was a bit alarmed and hurriedly said, I don't know you well, and I won't know you in the future, so you might as well excuse yourself. I've got soup stewing on the stove in the back kitchen, so I'll be on my way. With that he was going to slip away. Jiang Qiye smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, It's not really a big deal, as long as you're willing to help me this time. In the future when I come to eat at the heavenly habitat, the bill will all be settled by myself. After all, we're considered people of status now, and we're not bad with this silver. What? You're telling the truth? When Yu Xiaobai heard this, he was a bit unable to take a step. The thing he regretted most in his life was letting Jiang Qiye take the blame back then. So much so that over the years, a small half of the silver he earned from working hard in his own restaurant had to be used to pay Jiang Qiye's bills. Now that there was actually a chance to turn things around in front of him, he certainly didn't want to miss it. 1,000 times true. Give you a strip all you want. Jiang Qiye played with his wine glass and said with a smile. Yu Xiaobai tangled for a split second, and then sat back again. Okay, you tell me first. Let's get one thing straight. I won't do anything that will hurt the world. Don't worry, with this useless fat body of yours, you're probably not qualified to do bad things. Jiang Qiye shook his head in amusement and said, The favor I'm asking you to do is very simple. Arrange it for me. I want to meet your sister. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaobai's reaction seemed a bit big, showing his teeth and roaring, Jiang Laoqi, you actually hit on this ghost idea. I'm telling you, you'll never think. Stop. Jiang Qiye reached out and pressed down on the cranky Yu Xiaobai, wondering, what are you so excited about? I don't have anything else in mind for your sister. This time I just want to ask her a few questions about immortal cultivation. Chapter 33, The Undercurrent. Yu Xiaobai's face looked strange as he huffed. Humph, can I not be excited? You even said yesterday that you'd let my sister dash. Jiang Qiye looked around a bit sheepishly and hurriedly explained. Yesterday, my brother was in a bad mood and was just teasing you. I'm all set to marry the sheriff, and your sister has left the world to pursue the immortal path of immortality. Immortals and mortals are on different paths. How could I possibly have other thoughts about your sister? Really? Yu Xiaobai looked at Jiang Qiye with a suspicious expression, disbelief written all over his face. In his weak mind, Jiang Qiye could be completely equated with a liar. Growing up, he was a lot of things. Jiang Qiye had only taken the fall for him once, making him his meal ticket for more than a decade, but he often inexplicably took the blame for Jiang Qiye back then. But he didn't even receive a word of thanks, and it often took a long time before he looked back. This bear can't be lived with. Even more so, he can't be trusted. However, the matter of pulling strings for Jiang Qiye and his sister was something he was actually happy to do, because it makes him secretly happy for half a month every time. Well, this is enjoying the crushing of Jiang Qiye intellectually. Cool feeling. 1,000 times true. If you don't believe me, I can swear, Jiang Qiye said with a serious face. Yu Xiaobai thought with a tangled face, then shook her head again in a hurry. No, still no, even if you don't have much heart for my sister anymore, but my sister may not have much heart for you. You guys still don't want to meet. Jiang Qiye's face froze in surprise. Could it be that your sister is interested in me? No, absolutely not. You heard wrong. Yu Xiaobai seemed to realize that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly covered her mouth, her gaze fluttering. Jiang Qiye gently raised his eyebrows. Yu Xiaobai's sister, named Yu Xiaohong. A very common name, but the person is a beautiful, transcendent, and ethereal person. Back then, Jiang Qiye had fallen in love with Yu Xiaohong at first sight and was shocked, and his soul had been haunted for years afterward. But that was just wishful thinking on his part. Now that I think about it, it's kinda funny for a grown man. Therefore, even if he was later betrothed to County Princess Han Yu, he only had a little bit of regret for his first love affair in this life. At this moment, he listened to the meaning of Yu Xiaobai's words. Could it be that he had miscalculated back then? He shook his head and smiled to himself. Xiaobai, whether there is or there isn't, it's all in the past after all. I'd like to see your sister this time. I really just want to ask her for a bit of general knowledge about immortal cultivation. If you help me accomplish this, not only will you no longer have to pay for me, but in the future, the Heavenly Habitat restaurant will be under the protection of Jiang Shijio of the City Patrol Division. So feel free to come and look for me if you have any problems. As he said this, he flicked his black patterned prison officer's robe on a silver background with a few understated flares. Kongxi Jail? You got promoted? Yu Xiaobai was surprised. Isn't it obvious? The corners of Jiang Qiye's mouth turned up, a little smug. Yu Xiaobai skimmed his lips and said, Che, promoted is not still ahead of the prison. There is nothing to show off. There are several big Buddhas over our heavenly habitat. How come it's not your turn to be a small jailer? Jiang Qiye frowned as he looked at Yu Xiaobai, a little depressed. What's up with this little fatty today? The oil and salt don't go in yet. Well, toast to the world. It's time for the big move. He leaned back and lazily leaned on the seat, picking his teeth and sneering. Little white, since you're so unorthodox, don't blame your brother for not speaking of martial virtues. Perhaps you don't know, but I've been kicked out of my house now and am going nowhere. Starting today, I'll be living in this celestial abode. You have to eat the signature dish for 3 meals a day, and I'll eat what's expensive. Wine only drink more than 30 years old wine, not the North Mountain Spirit Spring Brewed I cannot swallow. It's all on your account. Of course. What? Yu Xiaobai instantly turned green, rising up expansively, his fat face shaking. You're too shameless. Do you know how much silver it costs a day to eat and drink at our heavenly habitat? Even ordinary wine and food costs several taels of silver. If all the signature dishes, but also aged spirit wine, a meal is not tens of hundreds of silver. If you stay here for just 1 month, I'm afraid I'll have to work for the restaurant for nothing for the rest of my life. Jiang Qiye, do you have any humanity left? Jiang Qiye laughed in an old-fashioned manner. I don't care about that. Anyway, this is what you owe me. Back then, in order to take the blame for you, I was scourged by that female devil old misery, and afterward was beaten half dead by my father, and so far has left the roots of the disease. Every morning to get up all the limbs are sore and soft dizziness. Put the water can only be against the wind of the 3 zhang. Stop it, I promise. Yu Xiaobai glared angrily at Jiang Qiye, but ultimately compromised helplessly. Jiang Qiye patted Yu Xiaobai's shoulder with satisfaction and laughed. This is my Jiang Qiye's good brother. Let's pick a day and make it tonight. Don't you touch me. I don't know you well. Yu Xiaobai dodged Jiang Qiye's clutches and grunted. Not tonight. My sister isn't home. Jiang Qiye asked. Then when will your sister return? Yu Xiaobai's eyes rolled and he yelled without any good sense. How would I know that? She came back these few days. Most of the time stayed in the Xianwang mansion. Even I can't easily see her. You go back and wait for news. I'll inform you when she comes back. Jiang Qiye couldn't help but be surprised. What's your sister doing staying at the Xianwang mansion? Yu Xiaobai said with a strange expression. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but I just heard that the Xianwang mansion might be in trouble lately, and my sister has been ordered by her master to protect the Xianwang for a while. Protecting King Xian? Jiang Qiye's gaze moved slightly, his face thoughtful. If nothing else, Yu Xiaobai's sister should be there to protect Xiao Hanyu. It seemed that the matter of the imperial crown prince's change of ownership had alarmed even the immortal sect. Suddenly, Jiang Qiye thought of Yin Hongfei and Qin Wuyan again. These two were also from the immortal sect. So what was their true purpose for coming to Cold Sun City? One must know that on weekdays, people in the immortal sect seldom walk down the mountain in person. Most of the time, it's driven in secular agents that do their work for them. Right now in this cold young city, there were 3 immortal sect forces in the open alone. Not counting Zhu Danyang, the head of the city patrol division. The situation seems a bit complicated. Jiang Qiye seemed to see that there was an undercurrent of darkness surrounding the Xianwang mansion, raging and agitating beneath the calm surface of the lake. Even he, himself, had been caught up in it, unable to extricate himself. I'm Xiao Hanyu's fiancé, yet Yin Hongfei forced me to make a move to assassinate Qin Wuyan through Jiang Zhendong. Was it just to make me die at Qin Wuyan's hands? Is it true that Qin Wuyan was imprisoned in the city patrol division because he offended Prince Xian? What was Zhu Danyan's fiery promotion of me to the position of secretary of prison for? Crippled Flying Dragon's interception of me was really just to avenge his men? What exactly is his relationship with Song Yanqing? Thinking deeper, it seems that everyone has a different position and purpose. There are all sorts of intrigues and calculations hidden in one mystery, and they all seem to be vaguely pointing to the same target, the Xianwang Palace, or rather the Hongyu Sheriff. Chapter 34, I think you might be sick. Jiang Qiye deeply felt the endless malice of this world. This world is too sinister. Everyone is an old silver dollar. Honest people have no way to live. In particular, the fact that his fiancée was being missed by so many forces simply made Jiang Qiye extremely unhappy. Something big may happen in Cold Sun City at any time. And this time, even people from the immortal sect are involved. So I'm afraid that my strength of this second grade is still a bit inadequate. Then I'm sorry. I'm going to open up again. I hope that the cultivation game tonight will allow me to break through to the innate and give you a big surprise if necessary. Jiang Qiye looked down at the wine glass. The corners of his mouth curved with a hint of playfulness. A massacre in the alley, coupled with the killing at the entrance of the celestial habitat. The cultivation Dharma bead has accumulated 397 years of cultivation, an unprecedented large harvest, and can be a ruthless wave again. He looked up at Yu Xiaobai across the room, smiled slightly, and fished out 200 taels of silver tickets from his bosom, slapping them in front of Yu Xiaobai. You, what do you mean by that? Yu Xiaobai's eyes lit up and wanted to reach out for it, but he was a bit hesitant, staring at Jiang Qiye in great confusion. Jiang Qiye generously waved his hand and said with bravado, nothing meaningful, before robbing you of some pocket money. That was brother teasing you. I Jiang Qiye don't have many friends. Yu Xiaobai counts as one. Brother never treat you as an outsider. In the future, despite the lack of silver to find my brother to ask, men in the outside world, do not all day stingy, simply to my brother to lose share. Ginger 7. No, 7th brother, is this really for me? Yu Xiaobai was a little incredulous, moved to a mess, and hurriedly picked up the silver ticket to see if it was real or fake. That said, he grew up so big, or for the first time received so much silver. God pity him, this Yu family young master is really like picking up. If you don't want it, give it back to me. Jiang Qiye teased. Yu Xiaobai whooshed the silver ticket into his arms and hurriedly said, Of course I want it. 7th brother, you're still good to me. I've known since I was a kid that you're the most reliable. Brother, don't worry. When my sister comes home, I'll go and inform you right away. No, I'll go to the Xianwang house first thing in the morning and ask my sister if she can make a trip home. Looking at the joyful Yu Xiaobai, Jiang Qiye also smiled happily. LOL, still kids can handle it. Those old silver coins be damned. Wait, why is this Yu Xiaobai guy smile so weird? Little white, there's nothing wrong with your body, right? Jiang Qiye frowned. Yu Xiaobai's face froze. Me? It's fine. I think you might be sick. Find a bone setter to look at you someday. While Jiang Qiye was drinking with Yu Xiaobai, a major event related to his fate was being discussed in the Jiang family's council chamber. At this moment, the Jiang clan's senior management had gathered, and even some of the aging clan elders had been invited over. Jiang Zhendong was high up on the throne, his gloomy face slightly white as he swept his eyes across the room and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I've decided to announce to the public tomorrow that I'm severing the father-son relationship with Jiang Chie and expelling him from the family, so he'll have nothing more to do with my Jiang family in the future." However, as his words fell, the others in the hall were frowning, and no one took a stand. After a moment of silence in the hall, Jiang Jinbei showed his teeth and grinned. "Big brother, I don't agree with this. Why do you disapprove?" Jiang Jindong coldly looked at Jiang Jinbei. Jiang Jinbei said with a big grin, "It's not Xiao Qi's fault alone that things have come to this point. It's mainly you, big brother, who are too harsh on Xiao Qi. If the old man was still alive, he would not have agreed to you doing this. Xiao Qi, this child, how filial ah. Today evening even send me silver flowers. Then other little brats filial much more." Jiang Jindong angrily said, "Shut up. I haven't punished you for letting crippled flying dragon go tonight." Jiang Jinbei's head shrunk and he muttered unhappily, "Big brother, I'm just telling the truth. You can't keep me from speaking. As for crippled flying dragon, he's just relying on his lightness of being powerful. I'll definitely be able to finish him off next time." With Jiang Jinbei at the start, everyone else gradually began to take a stand. The oldest five, Jiang Jinzhong, said with a straight face, "Big brother, this decision of yours is indeed a bit hasty. Even if Seven had made a few mistakes, it wouldn't have gone this far, would it?" Xiao Qi was now a second-grade expert. He was only 18 years old. He would definitely be able to advance to the first grade in the future, and even breaking through to the innate was very possible. This kind of 100-year-old martial arts genius, no matter which family it was, I'm afraid that it would have to be treated as a pearl of the eye and carefully cared for and cultivated. If he is expelled from the family, our Jiang family will only soon be reduced to the laughingstock of the whole world. Jiang Jindong's face became even more ugly when he heard this. There were originally 5 brothers in his lineage, of which the second and third had both died fighting for the family. Now that even the oldest 4 and 5, who were closest to him, were openly opposing him, it would only be harder for the other senior members of the family to agree. As expected, a clan elder with white hair named Jiang Yunhua also shook his head and advised in a pale voice, "Jindong this child, 7 nights, is a child that old man has watched grow up since he was a child. He is filial to his elders, loves his siblings, is practical and conscientious in his work, and works hard, so he can be described as both virtuous and talented." 2 years ago he had also voluntarily sacrificed his life to join the Xian Wang house at the time of the family's survival, and had made a great achievement for the family. Now, he was displaying the strength of a second-grade expert, and extraordinary martial talent. Such an excellent son can be called my Jiang family's 1,000-mile colt. I'm afraid that the entire Northland can't find the second one. How can there be any reason to push him out? What's more, he was also the fiancé son-in-law of Princess Hanyu of the Xianwang Palace. Isn't it a slap in the face of the Xianwang family if we expel him from the house? Is that a price my family can afford? Furthermore, everyone must have heard that over in Kyoto, the imperial crown princess Yue Huang is terminally ill, and I'm afraid that she doesn't have much time left. As the only full niece of the empress, County Princess Hanyu would most likely be passed over to the Empress Ni to become the next imperial crown prince. Once this matter comes true, our Jiang family will become a royal relative. The future will naturally be a different world. At this juncture, how could my Jiang family destroy its own pillars and expel this child? 7 nights from the family? Jindong as the head of the family, you bear the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the family. Everything must be done in the interest of the family. Do not act in a fit of pique. 6th uncle, there is some truth in your words. But, Jiang Jindong was upset, but it was difficult for him to retort. His face was cloudy. This Jiang Yunhua clan elder, a figure from Jiang Qi's grandfather's generation, was the most respected old man in the clan, and had briefly stepped into a second-grade martial artist at his peak. Only because of the war for the family many years ago injured the meridians. The strength has slipped to the 4th grade, and day and night by the pain of the injury, looks even more obvious old. He was also the Jiang family's oldest surviving qualification, and his words were something that even Jiang Jindong, the head of the family, had to listen to properly. Chapter 35, The Light of Hope for the Jiang Family. With the highly respected clan elder Jiang Yunhua backing him up, Jiang Jinbei was suddenly full of energy and shouted loudly, "What 6th uncle said is so right If County Princess Hanyu becomes the God's Reserve, or even a female emperor, then our Jiang family will be an authentic royal relative Big brother, haven't you always held a grudge against being kicked out of the Jin Demon Guards back then? When the time comes, let Xiao Qi ask you to be the commander of the Demon Guard." That's still not a matter of our daughter-in-law's words. Yes. At that time, all of us Jiang family members can be high officials. No longer need to look at people's faces. Even the immortal sect will have to retreat. It's still Shao-Chi who is capable to be able to win the favor of the future empress. Our Jiang family's future has something to look forward to. Of course Shao-Chi is capable. His invention of the curved plow has allowed the dozens of fields under our Jiang family to increase their production by more than 3 times. And now who in the entire Hanyang province who farms land doesn't recite his goodness? The starvation marketing method taught to me by Xiaoqi has made the tiger's mighty sword the gold standard of our Jiang family, and even people from the Kyoto side have come to order it, and they never pay back the price. I have long seen that Xiaoqi has the posture of a dragon and phoenix, and is by no means a thing of the pool, and now I have indeed verified my vision. 18 years without a sound to shock the world. Next, the crowd spoke one word after another, reciting Jiang Qi's merits, almost praising him into a flower, praising him as the light of hope for the future of the Jiang family, practically unmatched in heaven and earth. Jiang Jindong listened to the crowd's admiration for Jiang Qie, but he only felt an incomparable sting as his forehead veins gently throbbed. At the same time, he felt a little powerless. Even if he was the head of the family, it was impossible for him to be bent on having his own way. Damn it! It's all the fault of that rebellious son, who disguises himself too well on a regular basis. He's even had patricide, such a treasonous act, and yet he's still looked upon so favorably by the clan. It's outrageous, outrageous. Enough! He let out a deep gulp, his eyes coldly sweeping over the crowd as he said, although Jiang Qie has good talent and has a marriage contract with County Mistress Hong Yu, but after all, he has practiced the Northern Wasteland demon technique, so once this matter comes to light in the future, it will surely attract the demon suppressor guards and bring big trouble to the family. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Jinbei wasn't the slightest bit surprised and laughed roughly. Big brother, you're also taking the demon suppression guards too seriously. In the end, the devil suppressor guards are only for the royal family. For the court, just the court's hawks and dogs. Even if they had more power, would they dare to control the head of the future empress's man? Do they have the guts? Besides, even within the Jin demon guards, there are quite a few people who cultivate demonic skills. So what's the big deal? Zhang Jinzhong also chimed in. Yes, big brother. Xiaoqi's main cultivation technique is the Iron Mountain Wall. It's not a magical technique. As long as our own people don't leak it out, who can know about it? Even if outsiders know about it, as long as Xiaoqi doesn't admit it himself, who can do anything to him? You guys. Zhang Jindong swept a week with an ironclad face, and seeing that the group was raging and things could not be done, he let out a cold snort of anger and heavily whisked his sleeve away. Seeing that he had left, the atmosphere in the hall instead grew higher and higher, and the crowd began to look forward to the future with fervor. Some looked forward to being an official of some kind in the future. Some chanted about which family's daughter they wanted to take as a concubine. Some even fantasized about the future Jiang family, which would become the #1 family in the imperial dynasty. Simply hilarious. Clan elder Jiang Yunhua smiled as he watched the crowd talk loudly, seemingly enjoying the atmosphere. Seeing that it was getting late, he snapped at Jiang Jinzhong and Jiang Jinbei. Jinbei, you can't listen to Jindong in this matter. Because of that incident back then, Jindong's mind is deeply demonized and he is prone to confusion. Some other day you guys remember to go pick up that 7 Nights kid. This is a person who is about to get married. What's the decency of not going home to live? Jiang Jinzhong hurriedly and respectfully said. Don't worry, 6th uncle. 4th brother and I will definitely do a good job on this matter. Jiang Jinbei also patted his chest and shouted, 6th uncle although put 100 hearts. Although Xiaoqi and my big brother's life is against each other. But to me filial piety is very good. My words he is sure to listen. Well, good. It's getting late. My old bones can't compare to you young people. I have to go back to bed early. I'll give Uncle 6 a lift. Zhang Qiye didn't realize that he was almost expelled from the clan. He made small talk with Yu Xiaobai for a while and walked out of the celestial habitat with a little bit of drunkenness. Just as he went out, he saw from afar that Li Qingpian was holding a horse and waiting quietly at the gate. That skinny figure stood in the crowd of people coming and going, like a lonely little tree in the cold wind. Occasionally a drunk passes by the neighborhood and lets out an unkind comment and a wanton laugh at her. Li Qingqian was expressionless and cold-eyed. She didn't argue with anyone, nor was she the least bit intimidated. She just gripped the short sword in her hand tightly, wordlessly warding off all the pedestrians around her. Her strength was weak, but her heart possessed the stubbornness and resilience of a powerful grass. Zhang Qiye was quite appreciative of this little girl, and at the same time, he felt a little guilty. Just now, he was so focused on filling himself up that he forgot about this little girl again. He ordered the junior to pack a meal and give it to Li Qingqiang to take with her, and the two of them left the celestial habitat together. On the main street, a group of armored soldiers of the city patrol division were checking out the corpses. Jiang Qiye passed by the neighborhood and took a closer look, but he was still a familiar face. It was Han Ji, old Zhou's henchman, whom he had met in the afternoon. Sir Jiang. Han Ji saw Jiang Qiye and hurried over to greet him. Jiang Qiye nodded and said, Shifu Han, there's no need to check. These are all assassins from the 10,000 Serpents Hall. I killed all the people. Just have the people clean up the corpses. Han Ji gave Jiang Qiye a surprised look and hurriedly responded. Yes, humble servant understands. He was inwardly shocked. You have to know that those dead guys are not nameless. All of them are roaming in the field of ruthless characters, many of which are on the most wanted list. But I didn't expect that all these people were actually killed by Jiang Qiye, and it looks like all of them were killed in a second. This Lord Jiang, not only does he have a first-class face value, he also has a deep hidden treasure. No wonder he was chosen by County Princess Hongyu, then associated with not long ago heard the wind of Kyoto. Han Ji looked at Jiang Qiye's eyes, more than a few strands of strange on. Jiang Qiye didn't notice the change in Han Ji's demeanor, and he was just about to leave when he suddenly remembered the crippled flying dragon. That guy's stance was extraordinary. He was able to dodge his blade chi, not to be underestimated. With fourth uncle Jiang Jinbei's strength, he might be able to defeat crippled flying dragon. But with fourth uncle's average lightness, he might not be able to kill him. If the crippled flying dragon is allowed to escape, with his vindictive and ruthless style, I am afraid that there will be endless consequences. Jiang Qiye pondered briefly and said to Han Ji, I'll trouble Shishang Han to relay a message to old Zhou for me, asking him to arrange for manpower to help me check out crippled flying dragon's whereabouts. That old Zhou guy owed him a big favor, so it shouldn't be too much to ask him for a little help. Han Ji's gaze suddenly narrowed as he hurriedly asked, My lord, do you have a grudge against crippled flying dragon? Jiang Qiye didn't hide it. Not bad. These killers were all sent by crippled flying dragon. This person will cause endless trouble if I keep him. I want to get rid of him as soon as possible. Han Ji seemed to get a little excited when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, My lord, there's no need to bother team leader Zhou with this matter, and my humble servant will be happy to serve you. I only hope that when your excellency is dealing with the crippled flying dragon, you can count me, Han Ji, in. Why is that? Jiang Qiye wondered. Han Ji gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and said indignantly, Your honor is unaware that I have an unshared grudge with crippled flying dragon for destroying my family and destroying my clan. I am originally from Snow Pass City, and the reason I came to Cold Sun City was to kill crippled flying dragon for revenge. Unfortunately, my strength is low and I don't think I'm a match for crippled flying dragon, and I'm nowhere near as powerful as crippled flying dragon. So these years I can only meticulously in the city patrol division, quietly accumulating strength, at the same time secretly looking for crippled flying dragon's weakness, but unfortunately so far have not been able to find the opportunity. Chapter 36 Cultivation Surge. Changes in the Dharma bead. So that's how it is. Jiang Qiye nodded indistinctly. Crippled flying dragon, a scourge that has been doing evil for many years, must have a lot of enemies, and it's not surprising that he met a Han Ji. Han Ji solemnly reminded, My lord, crippled flying dragon is a sinister and venomous person with countless henchmen under him. He has a deep background in both the black and white, and he himself is also a powerful fourth-grade expert. If you are not completely sure, you should not do it in haste, lest the tiger will not die, but will be harmed. Jiang Qiye nodded bashfully, Well, I'll be careful. You just need to help me find him, and I'll personally deal with him when the time comes. Han Ji nodded his head and said, Don't worry, Your Excellency. Although Mr. Han has been lurking all these years, it's not like he hasn't done anything. Although crippled flying dragon has 3 caves, I know the location of each of his caves perfectly well, and within a day, I'll surely be able to find him. He had already pointed out that crippled flying dragon was a 4th-grade martial artist, but he didn't see any hint of fear on Jiang Qiye's face. This also sidestepped the rumor that the crippled flying dragon had previously fled under Jiang Qiye's blade. This instantly caused Han Ji's heart to burn with hope. The main reason why crippled flying dragon has been committing evil for many years but is still able to get away with it to this day is because he never messes with enemies that are more powerful than him. But this time, crippled flying dragon finally kicked the bucket. This was the opportunity he, Han Ji, had been waiting for years. Jiang Qiye said, Good. In that case, I'll trouble Shifu Han. Han Ji solemnly cupped his fists and said, You're welcome, sir. If you can get rid of crippled flying dragon, not only will you be doing the people a favor, you'll also be avenging my family's death, and I, Han Ji, will be at your service from now on. Even my life, Han Ji, is willing to offer it to you. Jiang Qie didn't take it too seriously and smiled faintly. Brother Han is overstating his case. Do. Just then, a dense iron whistle came from the night sky in the distance. It was the vigilant iron sentry of the City Patrol Division, with excellent penetrating power. Han Ji's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly said to Jiang Qie, "My lord, it's something that happened over at the Xianwang mansion, so my subordinate needs to rush over as soon as possible to take a look." King Xian's house? Jiang Qie's eyebrows twitched. Han Ji said helplessly, "Recently, every now and then, there are petty thieves that try to approach the Xianwang mansion, but they're all small varmints, just a bit more numerous, and can't become a big deal." "Well, go on then. My humble servant excuses himself." Han Ji hastily rolled onto his horse and with a wave of his hand, led his men on a wild goose chase. Jiang Qie looked in the direction of the Xianwang mansion, his sword brows lightly furrowed. Now all the forces are still only in the testing stage for the Xianwang Fu, but I'm afraid that it will become more and more troublesome in the future. And that's a given. That position is at the top of the world, holding the Jingguo divine weapon, and suppressing the 4 seas and 8 deserts, but it is not so easy to sit on it. Thinking of that beautiful and noble young girl who pretended to be aloof, Jiang Qie couldn't help but secretly sigh. An eventful year. Next, he brought Li Qingpian, returned to the City Patrol Division, and stayed in 2 temporarily arranged rooms in the logistics department. The accommodations are not great, but after all, it's too late. Let's just make do for the night. After a little bit of conditioning, Jiang Qie sat cross-legged in his room, preparing to upgrade once again. Still as before, between the Spirit Bright Stone Fist and the Iron Mountain Wall, he once again chose the Iron Mountain Wall. Although the Spirit Bright Stone Fist was strong, it was after all a demonic technique, so it was best to avoid it at this stage. Moreover, deducing subsequent techniques was full of uncertainty, so it was not as cost-effective as directly raising the Iron Mountain Wall. Moreover, the Iron Mountain Wall focuses on defense, which is more suitable for preserving life. Cultivation Fusion 12 Heavy Iron Mountain Wall. The familiar pain raged once again, causing Jiang Qie to instantly tense his body, gritting his teeth and standing firm. A scene from the Iron Mountain Wall's cultivation surged into his mind, constantly deepening his martial sense and enhancing his physique. Year 10, 50th year. In the 64th year, the Iron Mountain Cliff advanced to the 9th level. The mountain potential was perfected, and a first-grade martial artist was achieved. And this was also the highest realm that Li Tianxin, the first person of the Iron Mountain Cliff, had ever reached when the Iron Mountain Hall was at its peak. 7th decade, the 80th year, the first 100 years. In the 155th year, the Iron Mountain Wall advanced to the 10th weight. Jiang Qie comprehended an Iron Mountain true meaning. From the latter day returned to the innate. From internal refining to external refining, gathering qi and condensing yuan power quenching the body. Flesh body physique once again strengthened more than 10 times. At the same time, the cultivation Dharma bead suddenly underwent a huge change, causing Jiang Qie to interrupt his fusion cultivation and open his eyes. "Ha! What's going on here?" Jiang Qie's face was astonished beyond measure. He noticed that the color of the cultivation Dharma bead had changed to a silvery white. At the same time, the hundreds of years of cultivation collected within the Dharma bead also changed. The original strands of white qi all turned into a light silver color, but the amount was greatly reduced. Having fused 155 years just now, there should still be 241 years left in the cultivation Dharma bead, but at the moment, there were only 24 light silver-colored qi left inside, meaning only 24 years of cultivation. Where did my cultivation go? After a little thought, Jiang Qie quickly reacted. The cultivation hasn't decreased, it's just fused. The quality of each strand of cultivation has increased, from Hotian cultivation to innate cultivation. The reason for this was not a problem with the cultivation Dharma beads. Rather, it was because the algorithm of the cultivation Dharma bead had always been based on himself. People are not the same cultivation for a year, but because of the differences in their own talent, diligence, consumption of resources and various other factors, it also creates different achievements. Even if it was Jiang Qie himself, a year of cultivation in the Hotian realm and a year of cultivation in the innate realm, the consumption and gains were similarly worlds apart. It all boils down to the difference in the quality of cultivation. The cultivation Dharma bead was converting all of these different qualities of cultivation into the quality of Jiang Qiya's own cultivation at this stage. In fact, in the past, every time he raised a rank, his cultivation Dharma beads also changed. Only the changes were slight and were ignored by him. This time, when he entered the innate from the Hotian, the realm elevation was too great, and the change was especially obvious. At this moment, the cultivation within the Dharma bead had shrunk from 241 years of Hotian cultivation to 24 years of innate cultivation. This meant that the consumption and results of 1 year of his future cultivation would be equivalent to his Hotian realm self, cultivating for about 10 years. The reason why the exchange ratio is so large is thought to be mainly because of the huge gap between the acquired and the innate. Hotian martial artists cultivating the Iron Mountain Cliff could only rely on medicinal baths and swallowing beast essence, as well as diligent and hard practice. In contrast, an innate martial artist was able to exhale heaven and earth's yuan qi into his body, transforming it into yuan power, and quenching his body with yuan power, which was an essential change. Thinking about this, Jiang Qiya's heart sighed in relief. Well, as long as it's not a problem with the cultivation mana beads, in the future, as usual, you can pick up the cultivation, as usual, open and powerful, and some details are irrelevant. That being the case, it continues to go up in cultivation. Buzz. Jiang Qiya's mind was shaken, and a scene of cultivation was presented in his mind, but without the painful experiences of the past. Chapter 37, Come on, hit me. After entering the innate, he felt that this side of heaven and earth had become different. There was something more in the air, something he couldn't detect before. These things are the legendary yuan qi of heaven and earth, also known as aura by immortal cultivators. Tai Shanbai transformed from internal refining of essence to swallowing heaven and earth yuan qi, which was transformed into yuan power of higher quality after completing the circumference in the major meridians in the body. However, since Iron Mountain Wall was a body refining martial art, Jiang Qiya still hadn't opened up the Dantian Qi Si. After these yuan power was formed, it quickly followed specific meridian routes and flowed to the limbs and bones, nourishing and quenching every inch of flesh and bone, causing the strength of his physique to steadily increase. According to ancient texts, the realm above the innate is divided into Qi Gathering Realm, True Elemental Realm, Divine Deity Realm, Yuanjiao Realm, Divine Transformation Realm. Each major realm, in turn, was subdivided into 4 minor levels, beginning, intermediate, later stages, and consummation. At this moment, Jiang Qiya was at his first entry into the innate, considered to be at the early stage of the Qi Gathering Realm. The first year. The second year. His physique at the early stage of the Qi Gathering Realm stabilized. The physical body underwent an essential change from the inside out. The muscles all over the body were no longer hard. The skin became polished like jade. The toughness increased greatly, and the strength and defense of the physical body increased several times. In his 6th year, he hit a small bottleneck. In the 8th year, he broke through the small bottleneck and his cultivation went up a level, reaching the middle stage of the Qi Gathering Realm, and his physique went up a level, while his comprehension of Iron Mountain's true intent deepened a bit. 14th year. Once again, a small bottleneck is encountered. 18th year. He broke through the small bottleneck and reached the latter stage of the Qi Gathering Realm, and his Iron Mountain true intent was slightly accomplished. 24th year. Happened to reach the peak of the latter stage of the Qi Gathering Realm, not far from consummation. The strength of the physique reached an unimaginable realm. The strength of the body broke through 20,000 pounds. It was simply horrifying as it was. At this point, the cultivation and the Dharma bead had all been fused. This total of 397 years of Hotian cultivation allowed Jiang Qiya to push the Iron Mountain Wall up to the 10th peak, infinitely close to completion. Jiang Qiya opened his eyes and felt the surging power and indestructible body within his body, and he couldn't help but feel his heart and mind perk up, and his sense of security skyrocketed. Now that he was raising his hands and throwing his feet with tens of thousands of pounds of tremendous strength. Just ask who else is there. The realm of the innate. It is indeed powerful and very subtle. With my current strength, no matter how many enemies come under the innate, they're all just giveaways. If I take on my second grade self, I can fight 100. No, at least 1,000. I just don't know what realm of cultivators it can fight against. The 10th peak of the Iron Mountain Wall. The small completion of the Iron Mountain true meaning gave Jiang Qiya a peculiar force field, similar to a domain. This force field was small in scope, only 3 meters square, but it possessed some incomparably subtle effects. His physical power could be released outside his body and flow and change at will within a 3 meter square around his body, and he could even transform the attributes of his power, such as gravity, thrust, strangulation, collapse, and so on. If the enemy slashed at him, he might not even need to move his hand. It would be enough to strangle the enemy 3 meters away. It also caused his defense, transcending the boundaries of his physical body, to reach another, even more subtle and profound level. This time around, although he was unable to push the Iron Mountain wall to the 12th level as he had hoped, the gains were unprecedented, making Jiang Qiye very satisfied. He was convinced that with his current strength, he should be sufficient to deal with the various scenes in Cold Sun City. The subsequent realms of the Iron Mountain wall are getting harder and harder to raise, requiring too much cultivation. Next it's time to deduce the Spirit Brightness Stone King Sutra's subsequent heart techniques. Iron Mountain Wall cultivates the physical body, favoring defense and melee combat. The Spiritual Brightness Stone King Sutra cultivates the divine soul and true chi, which enhances wisdom and spiritual power, and strengthens the ability to attack from afar. Both have their strengths and go hand in hand to create the strongest version of yourself. In addition, now that I have greatly increased my strength, I can also start working on In Hongfei's storage bag. I've been salivating for a long time for the things of the immortals. Early the next morning, the sun rises in the east. Jiang Qiye wasn't woken up by the sound of drills on the playground, but his dreams were shattered by the cooing of a flock of carrier pigeons on a nearby rooftop. He shuffled out the door and pushed it open, but was surprised to find a familiar figure crouching in the doorway, looking a little funny as he drew circles on the floor in boredom and occasionally dodged pigeon droppings that fell from the sky. "Hachi, what are you doing here?" It was a burly teenager nearly 2 meters tall. Even squatting he was so big. It was Jiang Qiye's 8th brother, Jiang Baoang, and the only son of his 4th uncle, Jiang Jinbei. Seeing Jiang Qiye come out, Jiang Baoang rubbed his fluffy eyes and yelled breathlessly, "Old 7, you think I wanna come?" I was previously discussing life with the widow Lan in the South City, and suddenly I was pulled out by Jiang Jinbei, that old man who was not cultivated, and said that I would let me follow you in the future to exercise. I just don't get it. What can I exercise by following you? Have you ever won a fight since you were a kid? Jiang Yaowang perfectly inherited his father's wild physique, but his face looked like his mother's, fair and beautiful, with a pair of peach blossom eyes, not much handsome, but quite durable. When it comes to women, this kid is simply better than blue. Jiang Jinbei is fond of visiting greenhouses. Jiang Baoang, on the other hand, likes to hook up with good families. He was only 3 months younger than Jiang Qiye, but he was already having an affair with several thousand noble women. Jiang Qiye was punished for kneeling in the ancestral hall just because he went to a greenhouse the night before. Compared to him, Jiang Baoang was almost a regular visitor to the shrine, going to kneel every now and then, sometimes even kneeling for several days in a row. However, Jiang Yaowang's martial talent was very good. Even if his serious mind wasn't put much on cultivation, he still reached the top of the 7th grade, and could step into the ranks of the 6th grade martial artists at any time. It was for this reason that he had always looked askance at Jiang Qiye, the 7th brother. Now that he was forced by his father to work beside Jiang Qiye, he was naturally 1,000 times unwilling. Jiang Qiye thought a little, vaguely understood the intention of the 4th uncle. It just so happened that he lacked available manpower around him, and Hachi's strength was fine, just lacking a bit of tuning. It looked like Uncle 4 hadn't told Hachi about his true strength. He smiled faintly and said in the tone of a person who had been there before, "Little 8, you're also not too young. It's time to do something serious. In the future, follow 7th brother to exercise properly for a few years, and you may not be unable to become a talent in the future." Jiang Baoang stood up and looked over at him condescendingly, skimming his lips. "Old 7, you're less complacent. It's not too late to give me a lecture when you can beat me someday. Although for the next few days, I need to hang out with you for a few days to deal with Kong Jinbei, but don't think you can ride me like that. In this world, it's all about fists after all." Saying that, he also raised his bull-sized fist with a dejected face. "Well, your words make sense." Jiang Qiye nodded with seeming approval, then craned his neck and hooked his finger at Jiang Baoang. "Come on, hit me." Jiang Baoang froze and looked askance at Jiang Qiye disdainfully. "Old 7, is your skin itching? I remember the last time you came to me for a sparring session was 6 years ago, and that time you seemed to be laid up for days." Jiang Qiye was unfazed and smiled provocatively. As the old saying goes, when a scholar is separated for 3 days, he should be impressed, not to mention that it's been 6 years. Your 7th brother hasn't done much these past few years. He's just used the time you wasted on women's bellies to cultivate. Chapter 38, 7th brother. I'm convinced. Crap. Groove. As soon as Jiang Baoang heard this, he exploded on the spot, looking at Jiang Qiye with a bit of disbelief. This was a naked provocation that simply couldn't be tolerated. He rose up in a huff and roared. Old 7. Since you're looking for a fight, this young man will fulfill you today. You show me the fist dash. With a loud shout, he fiercely stepped and charged his fist, pounding it into Jiang Qiye's chest. The winds of the fists were whistling and powerful, but it looked like he knew his place, and had restrained his strength. Jiang Qiye, however, smiled calmly and was not flustered. He sank his waist and sat on his horse, pressed his fists against his ribs and stiffened his chest, actually trying to take the punch hard. You are arrogant. Jiang Yaowang became even angrier and threw a faster punch, instantly hitting Jiang Qiye's chest. Knock! There was a dull thud, as if it had struck an iron plate. Jiang Qiye's body was as steady as a mountain, not retreating in half a step, and even not moving at all. Jiang Baoang, however, couldn't help but take a step backward, his fists hot and raw, his gaze suspicious. Although he hadn't exerted all his strength with this punch, it was still enough to open up a monument and crack a stone, so at least under the 8th rank, he would definitely have to suffer a loss. However, just this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Old 7. When did you cultivate the horizontal refinement martial art? Practiced in secret while you were playing with women. Jiang Qiye responded carelessly. Groove. You're a big man. Jiang Baoang almost blew his lungs out. He once again took a sudden step forward. His fists, palms, fingers, and feet took turns, striking Jiang Qiye's entire body, launching a 360-degree deathless strike, leaving the crotch untouched. Gradually, he stopped letting go of the water and went all out with his moves. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull blows rang out. Jiang Yaohuang cultivated the Jiang family's ancestral martial art, White Tiger Xinjing. His qi and blood were incomparably thick, and he rarely had any rivals in the same rank, and he even had the confidence to fight even when facing a 6th-grade expert. However, at this moment, he continuously struck more than 100 moves, but he was never able to break Jiang Qiye's defense or even make him move the slightest bit. On the contrary, it was Jiang Baoang himself. His hands were in pain and they were swollen. Gradually, Jiang Baoang went from anger, to surprise, to shock, and finally only full of shock and powerlessness. He naturally knew the saying, a soldier's life is not as good as his life. But this scene in front of me is a bit over-exaggerated. He but grew up with Jiang Qiye, and also lived in the same compound over the years, often drinking a few cups of wine together and discussing the thousands of gold and famous women in the cold young city. But this old 7, even without saying a word, has crossed over to this realm, and he didn't even notice it in the slightest. Seeing that it was almost over, Jiang Qiye stopped being a target. Seeing that old 8 was once again punching, he suddenly stepped forward sideways and shook his shoulder to hit old 8's chest. Boom! A loud crash. Jiang Baoang immediately felt as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. The whole person flew up off the ground, lightly flying out a dozen meters away, and then retreated 7 or 8 steps before unloading the terrifyingly huge force, and a pair of eyeballs almost stared out. How can? He huffed and puffed, looking at Jiang Qiye in disbelief. He knew very well that if it weren't for Jiang Qiye's skillful force, this collision would have been enough to shatter him, not just send him flying out. Jiang Qiye exhaled lightly and smiled in a breezy manner. Well, convinced yet? For that matter, he didn't even have the heart to cast a force field. Otherwise, Jiang Yaowang wouldn't even be able to get 3 meters closer to him. Jiang Baoang and Jiang Qiye stared at each other for a few seconds, then looked at their red and swollen hands and sighed in pain. You're right. I've been treading water all these years. In the past, amongst my siblings, I always felt that you were the weakest one, and often laughed behind your back at your pitiful martial arts talent, and laughed at the fact that you had wasted a great deal of resources, yet your strength was firmly at the bottom of the list amongst your brothers. I didn't realize until today that the clown was actually myself. 7. I'm convinced. With a face of frustration and chagrin, Jiang Baswang regretted his ridiculous actions over the years and wanted to slap himself a few times. Jiang Qiye wrinkled his eyebrows, sensing that the hint was a bit off. This little old brother of his seems to have taken a bit of a beating, and that's not what he wanted. He coughed lightly and comforted. Hachi, you don't have to be presumptuous. In fact, your strength and talent are already considered the best among your peers. After all, such as your 7th brother, such a supreme genius, is just a phoenix feather. You're right. Before Jiang Qiye could finish, Jiang Baoang had already resurrected with full blood, once again regaining his proud demeanor. He clenched both fists and said with a cocky expression, "Old 7, you have only found a path that suits you, and are only temporarily ahead of me. On this path of horizontal refinement, you are indeed amazingly talented. But I'm not so bad. I just didn't try hard enough before. This path of horizontal refinement is easy to learn and difficult to master. And every step you take in the future will be very difficult. I'm sure I'll surpass you in the near future." Jiang Qiye was speechless. Well, one's worries were purely superfluous. With Hachi's narcissism plus arrogance, he didn't need encouragement at all. He only needed to strike. He lifted his steps forward and greeted him in a no-nonsense manner. "Come on, I'll show you around." The sun was rising and it was another nice breezy day. The schoolyard of the patrol division. Hundreds of chi and blood vigorous Hans were sweating and practicing. Some are practicing swords. Some are practicing swords. Some are practicing guns. Some are refining their bodies. And others are rehearsing their bow and horse battle formations. A hot scene. Jiang Baoang, on the other hand, was brought along by Jiang Qiye, visiting the various departments of the patrol city division and stopping to rest at the edge of the field. The two were casually sitting on the boulder. One was leisurely drinking and the other was nibbling on a meat burrito. "Hachi, although Uncle Four's intention is for you to follow me, I feel that I still need to hear what you think." The city patrol division is divided into 5 parts: the street patrol battalion, the wind enforcement battalion, the penalty division, the ordnance division, and the jail. The affairs in the dungeon are cumbersome. The risks are low. The main exercise is in human affairs, and it's more peaceful. The street patrol camp is relatively free, with medium risk, and when you want to do something, you'll have plenty to do. If you don't want to do something, you can also spend more time practicing. The anti-wind battalion only selects the elite. The treatment is the best, but the risk is very high. 6th brother is in there. I don't recommend you to join, and I don't think 4th uncle will agree either. The ordnance office and the codex, that's the land of the nobility and the literati. You'd be benched if you went in there. I suggest you choose between the brig and the street patrol camp. Jiang Qiye lazily sipped his fine wine, giving old 8 some pertinent advice in the process. "Well, the meatloaf I had in the morning was a bit salty, so I had to relieve myself with a few more sips of booze and water, which is not much different from water in this world anyway." Jiang Baoang ate the meat patties in 3 or 2 bites, and after a little consideration, he quickly made a decision. 7th brother, I'll go with the street patrol battalion. The street patrol battalion has daily street patrol duties as well as plenty of time for cultivation, and it's just what I want to do with both actual combat and cultivation. Jiang Qiye nodded. "Fine, then you'll go hang out with me in the dungeon." Jiang Baoang was dumbfounded. "Old 7, what do you mean by this? Playing with me? Didn't mean that. I'm just giving you your first lesson that no one gets to do what they want when they're in the system. You can do whatever you want. This privilege is not even available to the Lord Secretary. You have to learn to adapt." Jiang Qiye grinned. Slot. A vein bulged on Jiang Baoang's forehead, and he kind of wanted to hit someone, but considering that he can't beat this person, he can only endure it. Jiang Qiye stood up and added, "I've risen to the top in the dungeon, so perhaps it won't be too long before I'll be transferred to the street patrol camp. But the dungeon is of other use to me and cannot be abandoned. When I straighten out the dungeon, I'll need someone to guard this piece for me, and that someone I hope is you." Someone's coming over. Chapter 39, Where's the evidence? Not far away, a troop of armored soldiers on patrol came in formation. At the head of the group was a young woodsman of 25 or 6 years of age. This person carries a big gun, gaze stoic, ape arms and waist, powerful, walking between the dragon and tiger step, extraordinary momentum. But as this person gradually approached, Jiang Qiye keenly sensed a few hints of hostility. Also, this guy looks kind of familiar. "What section are you guys in?" the youthful captain of the forest asked in a deep voice. Jiang Qiye looked at the official prison uniform he was wearing and calmly responded, "Of the prison." "What is it?" the young commander coldly said. "The military rules strictly order that the military camp is a place for practicing soldiers, and no one is allowed to drink or have fun. You have violated the military rules. Men, hold the 2 down for me. First punish each with 100 horsewhips, then send them to the canonical punishment office for accountability." Zhang Yaowang couldn't help but burst into a rage at his words and instantly jumped up. To say that he had no problem at all with punishing his 7th brother, he could even help hold it down. But he wasn't drinking. It's not even as if he's even a member of the patrol division yet. If he gets 100 lashes like this, does Zhang Bashao not want to lose face? Would he still want to be a gangster in the future? Slow down. Jiang Qiye, however, wasn't the least bit flustered, his eyes sizing up the guy across from him as he calmly asked, "I wonder who your excellency is again, and from which ministry? When things go wrong, they go wrong. In this city patrol division, there might be people who didn't recognize him, Jiang Qie, but there would never be anyone who didn't recognize him in this division's official uniform. As a big jailer, he was also considered to be a high official of the upper middle class of the patrol division, not to mention the small matter of a few sips of wine. His former boss, Lao Wang, had the nerve to bring pretty female prisoners into his office for a quickie, and no one dared to check up on him. Third team, 7th unit, Captain Song Yanqing. The youthful woodsman's face was expressionless, his gaze cold and dark. Jiang Qie was slightly stunned, and then he couldn't help but grin. So it's Team Leader Song. No wonder it looks a bit familiar. But how did Team Leader Song become a captain? Song Yanqing used to be a powerful team leader, in and out of the front and back. Jiang Qie has seen a few times from afar. In the street patrol battalion, the official ranks of duty are, in order of precedence, combat soldier, warrant officer, shire commander, team leader, and guard leader. The street patrol battalion has a total of 3 guards and horses, and the guard rate is the highest military position, followed by the team rate. The team leader was in charge of about 50 men, which didn't seem like a big position of authority, but the patrol division wasn't something that could be compared to an ordinary army. These 50 people, all of them were strong martial artists, and compared to an ordinary army, they were enough to take one for 10, or even one for 100 or 1,000. The entire Cold Sun City Patrol Division's official war soldiers were only 6 to 700, and the team leader was already considered to be the absolute middle to high level. Jiang Qie used to be just a small jailer, and was not qualified to be acquainted with such a big shot as the team leader, and the two were not familiar with each other. So much so that at this moment, Song Yanqing had changed into the attire of an ordinary armorer, and he hadn't even recognized him. He was able to become the head jailer so quickly, and part of that was stepping on Song Yanqing to get to the top. It wasn't too much for the other party to come and find fault with him, but still unacceptable. At the same time, Jiang Qie also suddenly remembered that the figure of the young armorer at the entrance of the heavenly habitat last night seemed to resemble Song Yanqing. Well, Song Yanqing and crippled flying dragon, one after the other, walked out of the celestial habitat. This is so much fun. Lord Jiang knows why I went from team leader to captain, so why do you ask me knowingly? Men, execute me. Song Yanqing didn't seem to bother to say much as he waved his big hand and was about to let the people do it. He himself gripped his lance tightly, coldly staring at Jiang Qie, poised to strike. At this moment he made up his mind. As long as Jiang Qie dares to have the slightest resistance, he will take the opportunity to waste Jiang Qie, or even directly get Jiang Qie dead. However, the 4 armorers under him all had difficult faces and hesitated for a while. Although military orders were hard to disobey, Jiang Qie's special status was not something they could offend. Jiang Qie was usually quite low profile in the city patrol division, but as the 7th young master of the Jiang family and the fiancé of County Princess Hongyu, plus the fact that he had just been promoted to the position of Grand Prison Secretary, even if he were to keep a low profile, how low could he go? There might be some in the patrol division that he didn't know, but there were few that didn't recognize him, so for a while several armorers were very hesitant and looked at each other. At this point, Jiang Qie had already seen Song Yanqing's sinister intentions, and he couldn't help but turn his face cold and sneer. Captain Song, when you were a team leader you used false publicity and colluded with Jianghu gangs to serve as a protective umbrella for evil gangs like the 10,000 Serpents Hall. Now that you've been relegated to the rank of a captain, yet you've taken personal vendetta and retaliated against your fellow officers in order to vent your personal anger. It seems that you still haven't learned enough lessons. I don't understand what you're talking about. Song Yanqing's eyes were as cold as snakes, but on his face he drank with great righteousness. Jiang Qie, you drank alcohol in the schoolyard. The evidence is clear. You'll be eating this whip. Didn't you hear me when I told you to do it? If you don't follow the military order, don't blame me for decapitating your dog's head. All 4 armorers couldn't help but look bitter, in and out of the dilemma. Song Yanqing, why involve the innocent in a feud between you and me? You say I drank on the schoolyard and the evidence is overwhelming? What about the evidence? Jiang Qie smiled bashfully and casually squeezed his wine bag. With a thud, the wine bag turned into crumbs and scattered in all directions, but not a single drop of the wine touched his body. He shook his body again, and the alcohol in his body instantly evaporated and became invisible, and there was no longer a trace of alcohol on his body. Captain Song, what other reason do you have to punish me now? Jiang Qiye clapped his hands and looked at Song Yanqing in a slightly provocative manner. Song Yanqing couldn't help but darken his face, anger flickering under his eyes. At the same time, he realized that he was still underestimating Jiang Qiye. Shattering the skin with his hand, he could do that, but to say that it was shattered into pieces was a bit more difficult. He was already a 5th grade expert, and Jiang Qiye was only afraid that he wouldn't be below 5th grade either. Moreover, Jiang Qiye gave him a very peculiar feeling that seemed somewhat dangerous. However, Song Yanqing was still fearless within, as he had a powerful undercard that was fearless of all challenges. Just as his gaze clouded over, an armorer suddenly stepped forward, arched his hand at Jiang Qiye and smiled. Sir Jiang, this is just a misunderstanding. Captain Song has just taken up his post and may not be too familiar with the military rules. If there is any offense, I'll make amends to you on his behalf. Yes. In our 3rd team, who doesn't know that Sir Jiang is a good brother to our team leader Zhou? Not to mention that Sir Jiang hasn't broken any military rules. Even if he did break something, what's the big deal? Just now, Lord Jiang didn't drink. I saw it clearly. I think it must be that Captain Song didn't sleep well last night, and saw the blurred eyes. The remaining 3 armored soldiers also sided with Jiang Qiye, seemingly defending Song Yanqing, but actually taunting plus ostracizing him. Jiang Qiye swept a glance at the crowd, and soon had an idea in mind, looking at Song Yanqing with a bit of a teasing gaze. Obviously, Song Yanqing has been mixing it up pretty badly since he fell off the team leader seat. Think about it, when he was on the old week is 100 times to suppress. Big ear scraping are on the face, not the slightest bit of mercy. Now that the 2 men's official positions are reversed, Lao Zhou would be a saint if he didn't put small shoes on him. Song Yanqing angrily stared at the 4 men, could not help but be angry face, hate to stab them to death. Chapter 40, Jiang Qiye, come up and fight. The men under his command weren't on the same page as him, and the military law obviously couldn't help Jiang Qiye anymore. But Song Yanqing didn't intend to just let Jiang Qiye off the hook. As he had said to crippled Flying Dragon last night, Jiang Qiye, as the fiancé of County Princess Han Yu, was bound to follow suit and would only become more and more difficult to deal with in the future. And if Jiang Qiye hadn't died, how could he have married Princess Han Yu? One must know that the current county head of Han Yu was not just a county head anymore. Anyone who could marry her would likely be equivalent to marrying a Legu imperial dynasty. Thinking about this, Song Yanqing's inner killing machine was raging, and he simply couldn't wait a moment longer. And the anger on his face, which was rising higher and higher, had reached a very exaggerated level, with a bit too much acting involved. With a crossed heart, he raised his spear and pointed it at Jiang Qiye, roaring in a deep voice, Jiang Qiye, you dared to backstab me behind my back, so do you dare to come with me to the divine martial stage and have a painful fight with me? Song Yanqing, if you don't dare, just drill through my crotch. Song Yanqing, will let you off the hook today. This roar was a bit too loud, and immediately attracted the attention of many people in the schoolyard. Seeing that there was something lively to watch, many people stopped their cultivation and began to cheerfully coax. Someone's going up to the divine martial stage. There's a good show to watch again. Whoever doesn't go is a grandson. How can this be tolerated? Song Yanqing is challenging Jiang Qiye of the division prison. Isn't this bullying? Song Yanqing has been through hundreds of battles and is a rare genius figure in the Northern Pass. How can Jiang Qiye be his opponent? That's not necessarily true. If Jiang Qiye can be the superior jailer, his strength certainly won't be too bad. After all, not enough strength won't be able to suppress those vicious outlaws in the dungeon. Listening to this, Song Yanqing's fall from grace. Could it be related to Jiang Qiye? Jiang Qiye, that kid don't look like a man, but behind his back he's sinister. This trip to the divine martial stage, I guess he didn't walk in vain. The divine martial arts platform was right at the edge of the schoolyard. Originally, it was a place where general officers commanded martial arts maneuvers, but on weekdays, it is also used as a military competition to resolve conflicts. Once on the divine martial stage, one lives and dies at one's own risk, equivalent to an unlimited life and death ring. However, if you get off the divine martial arts stage, the grudge will be cleared, and no one will be allowed to dwell on it, or else you will be breaking the rules. This approach may seem cruel, but it actually narrows the scope of infighting and does more good than harm to the patrol division. Jiang Qiye's gaze narrowed slightly as he quietly watched Song Yanqing perform. That's right, Song Yanqing appeared to be acting angry and righteously indignant, but he was actually acting a bit exaggerated. After a slight silence, he nodded and responded, why not? It didn't matter if he acted or not. It was just what he wanted to do to solve the trouble once and for all. Good. It's not bad that you have the guts. I'll wait for you on the divine martial stage. Song Yanqing smiled coldly as if he had gotten his way. And then he turned around and ran towards the divine martial stage. He stepped on the ground and flew up, like an eagle spreading its wings, sweeping dozens of meters in one swipe, stepping on a few flagpoles midway, and landed on the 6-meter platform at the edge of the schoolyard in an athletic manner, and stood steadily. He inserted his large iron spear on the stone floor with a thud, turned to face Jiang Qiye, made a distant gesture of invitation, and raised a loud roar. Jiang Qiye, come up and fight. The sound shook the sky and resounded in all directions. Strength is honored in the military, and the strong always win respect. This arrogant and high-profile stance of Song Yanqing sparked a wild cheer. Seventh brother. This Song Yanqing is very strong. Zhang Yaowang's sword brows furrowed in some concern. No matter, your seventh brother is stronger. Jiang Qiye, however, was calm and collected, lifting his steps towards the high platform, his battle intent gradually rising under his eyes. The moment he became the head of the grand prison, he was doomed to not be as obscure as he was before. If you don't show some strength to deter inside and outside, I'm afraid you won't even be able to sit comfortably in your seat. If just any cat or dog can come and step on it, it would be annoying to death. Song Yanqing must be very strong. After all, he was the one who had been the team leader. There must be something about him. But Jiang Qiye by no means thought that he would be stronger than himself. Brother Seven Knights, what's going on? Horse-faced old Zhou walked over surrounded by a group of military men and asked curiously. Jiang Qiye said as he walked, it's not all because of that bit before. Song Yanqing couldn't swallow this breath and wanted to find me to play with my life. Old Zhou raised an eyebrow and advised in a low voice. Brother, it's not that brother, I don't think highly of you. Although Song Yanqing, this kid is not a thing, but his strength is not to be underestimated. The Song family behind him is a family of generals in Daxuiguan, and his handful of mountain-picking spears have been passed down from his ancestors' true tradition, which is so domineering that it has few rivals. Even I may not be able to take him down in a head-to-head match, so I think it's better to forget about this today. We brothers will have plenty of opportunities to fix him later. Why give him this face? Jiang Qiye glanced at him and snickered. Old Zhou, don't compare me to you. Just because you can't hold him doesn't mean I can't either. He, Song Yanqing, comes from a general family, and I, Jiang Qiye, also come from a martial arts family. Who's afraid of whom? Groove. You kid. Lao Zhou's face darkened and he kind of wanted to hit someone. Seeing Jiang Qiye walking away, he rushed to catch up again and said, Brother, don't be careless. What do you need to take advantage of the weapon? I will prepare. For you. No, a pair of iron fists is sufficient. Jiang Qiye waved his hand without looking back. If you can't, jump down and admit defeat. Don't carry on dead. My brother will meet you down below. You rest aside. Seeing that he was already less than 50 meters away from the divine martial stage, he powered up his feet and suddenly began to accelerate. Boom! His entire body ejected as if it were a cannonball. Every time he landed on his feet, the earth let out a roar, as if a small mountain had smashed into the ground. The sound was amazing. However, he pulled his crotch a bit on the way up to the high stage. Since he didn't use his true chi cultivation and only left with his physical body, he didn't grasp the force for a while, didn't jump high enough to actually make it straight to the stage. Wrenching the edge of the stage with only his hands, he climbed up somewhat indecently. There was originally a chorus of excited and enthusiastic hoots and hollers from below, but at this sight, the cheering came to an abrupt end, followed by a roar of laughter. As for Zhang Bakuang, old Zhou, and the others, they were nearly covering their faces, wanting to not recognize Jiang Qiye. Shenwu platform, 20 meters in length and width. Song Yanqing was wearing a half-body shin iron armor, his hand on a big iron spear. His gaze was calm and condensed like an abyss, and his stout figure stood tall and majestic. He didn't belittle Jiang Qiye, or rather, he never took any of his opponents lightly. At this moment, when he saw Jiang Qiye make a fool of himself, he didn't laugh or even have a trace of an expression. He could already tell that Jiang Qiye was unusually heavy and incredibly strong, with the drawback of slightly less speed and agility. This fits well with the horizontal refinement, but this was something that was not mentioned in the information he had acquired. This Jiang Qiye, hiding too deeply, is a formidable enemy. If he hadn't been cornered by me today, I'm afraid he would have continued to hide. But no matter what, he must die today, and only by letting him die on this divine martial stage can we minimize the aftermath. Song Yanqing's face was expressionless, his eyes blazing with killing intent. In a duel on the divine martial stage, One is responsible for life and death. And afterwards, even the Jiang family and the Xian Wanfu could not find trouble with him in a dignified manner. As for the secret means, he, Song Yanqing, was fearless. After all, he is not a rootless duckweed. The Song family behind him, in charge of the Great Snow Pass 60,000 elite, in the 3,000 miles of land in the north of the river. No one is afraid. Boom! Jiang Qie finally tumbled onto the high platform and stood 10 meters away in front of Song Yanqing, and the two of them looked at each other with their 4 eyes. Abysses facing each other. Chapter 41. A good shot. But you're too weak. Where are your weapons? Song Yanqing asked coldly. Jiang Qie's gaze was cold and sunken. Unhurried. I don't need a weapon. His horizontal sword had been pinched off by his carelessness, and he didn't have a weapon to take advantage of for the time being. Good. Then don't blame me for winning. Die dash. Song Yanqing blossomed into the strong aura of a 5th grade expert, roared out in a deep voice. Murderous aura erupted in his eyes, and while pulling his spear to build up his momentum, he sprinted towards Jiang Qie. Iron armor sparkling, gun winds oohing and awing, killing aura spreading to the sky. At this moment, his chi and blood were released, and his gaze was ready to crack, as if he had transformed into a ferocious and vicious dragon, sweeping heaven and earth with a furious aura. Just this kind of momentum is enough to make the enemy lose all thoughts and split his liver and gall. As he neared 5 meters, he suddenly flattened his lance, and the half-foot blade plunged straight forward, fiercely stabbing at Jiang Qie's chest. It's just a mediocre center flat shot. However, with Song Yanqing's great power, his speed and strength reached a peak that ordinary people could not reach, and the sharpness of his gun broke through the clouds, as if there was a big mountain in front of him that he could stab through. This scene caused the hairs of countless martial artists below to stand on end. It also caused Jiang Bakuang, Old Zhou, and the others to secretly pinch a cold sweat for Jiang Qie. Sure is a bit strong, but it's a pity you met me. Jiang Qie's figure sank slightly, his eyes calm and unperturbed. He didn't hide. After cultivating the Iron Mountain Wall, speed and agility were not his strong points, but he has an impenetrable defense, and a mountain of power. The moment the gunblade stabbed at him, he suddenly folded his hands together and clamped down on the gunblade with precision. Clang! A clear sound of gold and iron clashing exploded. At this moment, Jiang Qie seemed as if his entire person had become one with the high platform, rooted deep in the earth like a great mountain, not moving at all. The divine martial stage under his feet, however, shook with a loud bang. At the same time, Song Yanqing's forward charging figure came to an abrupt end, no longer able to inch the slightest bit, hard to bear, his face red, almost spitting blood. This can't be. How can? Song Yanqing was shocked. His iron spear was cast from the earth's heart, inflammatory iron, and its blade was 3-pronged, with each edge being razor-sharp and unrivaled, and it could be called a divine weapon. The power of his forward charge was as unstoppable as 1,000,000 pounds, but at this moment, it was actually just caught in Jiang Qie's bare hands. Get the hell out of here! Song Yanqing bellowed and steeply flipped his gun, wanting to churn Jiang Qie's hands, but he miscalculated again. Jiang Qie didn't move at all, and his hands were solid as iron pincers, his eyes penetrating a faint hint of mockery. Even when Song Yanqing twisted the body of the great iron spear into a terrifying arc, he failed to make the blade turn by even a fraction of an inch. Groove! I don't believe you're made of iron. Song Yanqing's frenzied intent surged up, and his eyes were burning with rage as he suddenly shifted his stance from having his gun in both hands to having his gun raised in both hands. He was in a semi-crouching position. His hands were raised flat over his shoulders, and a thunderous, deep roar emanated from within his chest, as an endless amount of enormous power surged wildly into his arms. Ha! Give me up! The Song family's best skill, the mountain-picking spear. At this moment, he used his body as the fulcrum and the gun body as the lever, and propped up the mixed iron gun body in a violent arc, so that even a 10,000-pound boulder could be picked off and shattered. Vaguely, a trace of the rhythm of gunpowder emerged from Song Yanqing's body, adding to his endless might. Potential. This was a trait only possessed by martial artists of the 3rd grade and above. But at this moment, Song Yanqing, who was only of the 5th rank, had done it. For this alone, he was a rare martial arts prodigy in the world. At this moment, Jiang Qie also struck out. The Song clan's mountain-picking spear is indeed somewhat interesting. Unfortunately, you yourself are too weak. Jiang Qie's body shook slightly, and his vast greatness coalesced in his hands, pressing and flicking with force. Boom! There was a loud bang. The curved lance steeply straightened, sending Song Yanqing violently crashing out and flying into midair at once. Song Yanqing's hands crumbled and his body flew up without his control. His face was shocked and his head was in a daze. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The huge force coming from the large gun made him feel deeply unable to match it, and the qi and blood in his body churned as a mouthful of blood surged up his throat, almost spewing out. I didn't expect Jiang Qiye to be so strong. Just what realm has this fellow reached? It seems that it will be difficult to kill him with martial means. Then we'll have to use our undercard. Song Yanqing face ugly, heart secretly hard. Seeing that Song Yanqing was about to fly out of the high platform, Jiang Qiye couldn't help but regret a bit. He had actually only used less than 0.5% of his strength, not realizing that it was still too much for Song Yanqing. Blasting Song Yanqing out of the ring was not his goal. What a shame if you can't screw the enemy at such a great time. However, the next thing that happened was that Song Yanqing, at the last moment when he flew out of the high platform, he suddenly made a jackhammer fall and landed on the edge of the high platform in a bit of a mess, almost stepping on the ground with one foot, so much so that both were relieved. After Song Yanqing landed on the ground, he coldly stared at Jiang Qiye while taking out a white jade tablet, quickly biting his fingertip and scribbling on it. Jiang Qiye, you are indeed very strong, and I admit that I'm not your opponent, but I can get you killed. Don't blame me for being ruthless, blame me for you being in my way. Buzz. The jade plaque emitted an increasingly prevalent white light, as if there was a terrifying beast awakening within it, causing everyone within a 100-meter radius to feel their hearts and minds sinking. Incomparably depressing. A fairy thing? Jiang Qiye was slightly stunned. While others only felt their hearts and minds depressed, he could feel a terrifying killing opportunity locking him in place, causing him to feel a few threats. Song Yanqing was by no means an immortal cultivator. However, there were some artifacts of immortal cultivators that mortals were able to use as long as they paid some price, such as spirit talismans. Ever since that encounter with Yin Hongfei, Jiang Qiye had long held a deep wariness of immortal cultivators' methods. The reason why he wanted to meet Yu Xiaobai's sister was that he wanted to gain a deeper understanding of immortal cultivators and try to know his enemy as well as he could. He hadn't expected that before he could delve deeper into the immortal cultivators, he had already encountered their tactics in actual combat. Song Yanqing carried his fingers as if they were flying. Strands of blood threads were absorbed by the jade plate, and the aura in the jade plate became more and more terrifying, while his face gradually became as pale as paper. We can't let Song Yanqing finish his big move, or it might be a bit of a problem. Jiang Qiye moved. He casually flung Song Yanqing's large iron spear forward while stomping on the ground and flying up, catapulting towards Song Yanqing like a cannonball. He hadn't practiced throwing his gun, and flinging it around was just a random act designed to disrupt the opponent. The real killer is the man himself. As long as he was 10 meters closer to Song Yanqing, he would be able to use his strong and overwhelming power to shock and kill Song Yanqing through the air. However, he had just catapulted up, only to realize that the large iron spear he had flung out had already smashed into Song Yanqing. Song Yanqing screamed miserably, instantly spit blood and flew backwards. Jiang Qiye's power was too terrifying. The large iron spear spun and flew over, as if it had stirred up the void, smashing across Song Yanqing's abdomen like lightning. Song Yanqing couldn't even react in time, and his entire body had already been smashed into pairs, spraying blood as he flew out of the high platform. He flew a full 30 to 40 meters away and smashed down in the middle of the crowd with a loud thud, twitching twice before he broke. At the same time, he has just completed the blood refining of the jade plate, lost his hand and fell on the edge of the stage, and the boom erupted a cold sword light of more than 10 meters long, easily cut away a corner of the high platform, as if cutting tofu. General Jiang Qiye walked vigilantly to the edge of the stage and looked at the smooth, mirror-like incision, his eyes narrowing slightly. The means of an immortal cultivator are really powerful. Could this be a spirit talisman refined by an immortal cultivator? With such a powerful sword qi, even with his strong physical body, he felt a hint of threat. Perhaps the only way to block it was to utilize the force field to the extreme with innate strength. It's true that you can't underestimate any of your enemies. Well, in the future, you can't pretend. If you can kill an enemy with one punch, you must never use two. If you can let the enemy die in 1 second, you must never let him live past 2 seconds. Only in this way can we avoid overturning the ship in the gutter. Jiang Qiye deeply reviewed himself. He reached out and sucked the jade tablet on the ground into his palm, intending to take it back and study it. He had added another 4 years of innate cultivation to his cultivation dharma bead, contributed by Song Yanqing. This didn't stop Jiang Qiye from being a bit surprised. Song Yanqing was only in his early 20s, yet he was able to contribute 4 years of innate cultivation to him, which was equivalent to 40 years of Hotian cultivation. This undoubtedly showed that Song Yanqing's cultivation quality was much higher than that of an average martial artist, and was definitely considered a stream of geniuses. Unfortunately, this guy had a bad fate and chose the wrong opponent. Chapter 42, Blame for the Blame. The duel on stage was intense and exciting, but also short-lived. From the time Song Yanqing started to charge, to being pushed and crushed by Zhang Qiye's gun, to being slammed across the ground by his own big gun and dying, the total time before and after was just over 10 seconds. The audience on stage hadn't reacted much to the fact that the fight was already over. However, the process was also twisted and wonderful. An even immortal means appeared, making everyone's eyes wide open, and exclamations of astonishment rang out. Song Yanqing died just like that? I didn't expect Zhang Qiye to be so strong, worthy of being the man favored by County Princess Han Yu. He's really extraordinary. What kind of tactics is that, Song Yanqing? It's too terrifying. The divine martial platform is made of iron and stone. It's not easy for an ordinary person to cut out a blade mark, but it was even partially sliced off by that mysterious means at once. If I'm not mistaken, the one Song Yanqing used must be an immortal spirit talisman. I'm afraid that thing is enough to decapitate an upper third-grade expert. If Zhang Qiye hadn't moved quickly, I'm afraid it would be hard to tell who would live and who would die. Song Yanqing is too insidious. This kind of scumbag deserves to die. On the contrary, it's this Lord Zhang, who won squarely and is a man of honor. I just don't know. How many grades of cultivation is Lord Zhang? Zhang Qiye is at least 5th grade, right? As the saying goes, the king wins and the king loses. Zhang Qiye stepped over Song Yanqing's corpse and became famous in one battle, instantly becoming the center of everyone's attention and establishing his position as a hand in the dungeon. As for the dead Song Yanqing, although he had been in the limelight in the past, now it was not even easy to find someone to collect his body. Some are unwilling to go, others are afraid to go. In the end, it was old Zhou who reluctantly ordered a few people to carry away the body of his former boss. In a hall within the city patrol division, the head of the division, Zhu Danyang, was deliberating with the 3 guard rates. Suddenly, an inner guard walked quickly into the hall and reported, "Lord Secretary, something has happened over at the schoolyard." "What happened?" Zhu Danyang asked blandly. The inner guard said, "Just now, Song Yanqing of the Street Patrol Battalion invited Zhang Qiye, the jailer of the big prison, to duel on the divine martial arts platform, and Song Yanqing died on the spot in battle." "What? Who died?" Zhu Danyang's complexion changed, his eyes coldly looking at that inner guard. "Back to my lord. It's Song Yanqing who is dead," the inner guard said. Zhu Danyang stood up boldly and shouted angrily, "Assholes! Why didn't anyone stop them?" The inner guard's body trembled, and he said with trepidation, "My lord, it's too fast. Just a dozen or so breaths of effort after they got on the stage, and they've already divided life and death." During this time Song Yanqing also utilized the immortal spirit talisman. Just before he could fully activate the power of the spirit talisman, Zhang Qiye snatched his hand and smashed him to death horizontally with Song Yanqing's great spear. After Zhu Danyang heard this, the anger on his face gradually subsided and his gaze clouded over. He waved his hand and commanded, "Go ahead and get out." "Yes, my lord." The inner guards were amazed and retreated. At this time, a guard rate named Gui Jian from below burst into a rage. "This is simply outrageous. This Zhang Qiye is really lawless. Even though he is competing with his brothers and sisters, he is so ruthless. Lord Secretary, my subordinate believes that Zhang Qiye should be severely punished. Not killing him is not enough to correct military discipline." Zhu Danyang glanced at him faintly without making a statement. At this moment, the remaining 2 guard rates looked at Gui Jian with somewhat playful eyes. "Guard rate Xiaoyu said in a mocking tone, "Lord Gua, what is that place?" "Shenwu Terrace." As an old man of the city patrol division, you wouldn't be unaware of it, would you? Also, that Zhang Qiye's identity, could it be that Lord Gua is really not clear about it? Wei Jian coldly looked at Xiaoyu. "Humph, Xiaoyu, don't be so gloomy here." Although the Shenwu Terrace was a place for soldiers to settle their grudges, this matter was already out of line with the military rules and should have been rectified a long time ago. As for Zhang Qiye, even if he was the fiancé of County Princess Han Yu, as long as he was in the city patrol division, he should abide by military discipline. And now that he had brutally killed his robes, it was a capital offense. Even King Xian has no reason to meddle in the internal affairs of our city patrol division. Xiaoyu sneered in a conspiratorial manner. "Lord Gua, aren't you just trying to stand up for the Song family after all this nonsense? I heard that you have a favorite concubine. A concubine of the Song family? Who gave you a son?" "I don't know if that's true or not," but even if it's true, as the guard rate of the patrol division, you can't sit with your ass too crooked. Wei Jianqi couldn't help but press his sword to get up and angrily looked at Xiao Yu, with the intention of making a move at the drop of a hat. Enough! Zhu Danyang gulped lightly, interrupting the argument between the two. He made his conclusion with an expressionless face. Song Yanqing invited the battle first, and used an immortal spirit talisman. This is clearly a prepared battle, wanting to bring death to Zhang Qie. Unfortunately, his skills were not as good as his peers, and he ended up dead, which was really his own fault. If you fight on the divine martial arts stage, you are responsible for your own life and death. Although this rule is not written into the military regulations, it is a 100-year-old practice of our city patrol division. If we punish Zhang Qie for this, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. This matter, let's stop here. Song Yanqing is also a young talent. This seat originally intended to grind his temperament, another reuse, but I didn't realize that it was a shame that he was so indolent. Xiao Yu, arrange for manpower to send Song Yanqing's corpse back to Shuiguan City, and then send a handwritten letter for me to the Song family head, asking for his condolences. Yes, my lord. Xiao Yu hurriedly rose to receive the order and exited the council chamber. On his way out, he gave Gui Jian another teasing look, infuriating him and making him almost lose his temper. Gui Jian's face was indignant, and he couldn't help but say to Zhu Danyang, Lord Secretary, Song Yanqing is the Song family head's favorite young son. It is only because the blazing snow army of Snow Pass City has been fighting for years and the death rate is too high, and the Song family did not want to lose their heir, that they sent Song Yanqing to our Cold Sun City Patrol Department. But now, Song Yanqing died just like this. The Song family is only afraid that they will not stop. Zhu Danyang majestically looked down at Gui Jian and said in a deep voice, the Song family's intention to do so was originally a big mistake. We have a great responsibility at the City Watch. Are we not babysitting for the children of the Song family? Even if he was a nanny for Song Yanqing, how could he stop him from seeking his own death? If the Song family is not willing to do so, let them feel free to come to this seat for a theory. As for you, Gui Jian, since you're in the City Patrol Division, it's enough to do your part, and it's better to worry less about other things. These words were clearly knocking Gui Jian. Gui Jian, this guy even clamored for Zhang Qie to pay for Song Yanqing's life. Simply a bit confused about the situation. Song Yanqing indeed has an uncomplicated identity. The Song family behind him, which was in charge of the 60,000 Blazing Snow Army, had deep roots within the Great Snow Pass, enough to make anyone fearful. But Zhang Qie wasn't a rootless little person either. He is the main lineage son of the Zhang family, a martial arts family. His father-in-law is King Xian, and his fiancée may even be the future empress. Once Song Yanqing died, the Song family side didn't want to be offended and had already been offended. If Zhang Qie was beheaded again, wouldn't both sides be offended? Chapter 43, Fall of the Imperial Crown Prince. Being hammered by Zhu Danyang, Gui Jian also instantly reacted, his face shifting green and white for a while. Very ugly. When he saw that Zhu Danyang was still staring coldly at him, he was suddenly in a state of shock and bowed hurriedly. My subordinate has slipped up. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Zhu Danyang's face cleared up a little, nodding his head bashfully. If there is nothing else, you can step down. Xian Wangfu's neighborhood is mixed with fish and dragons. The situation is getting more and more serious. You need to personally go and keep an eye on it. Yes, my subordinate will retire. Gui Jian bowed and retreated, but a cold aura vaguely flashed under his eyes. The only people left in the hall soon were Zhu Danyang, and a young woman with stunning looks and a cold temperament. The woman was about in her early 20s and her name was Fu Qingshi. She was the third Wei ruler within the City Patrol Division besides Gui Jian and Xiao Yu, with a high position and the strength of the fourth rank. She is also Zhu Danyang's disciple and wise counselor. She wore a majestic tiger's head half-body armor with a silver cloak. The whole person appeared valiant, calm and competent, while not hiding her stunning beauty. She was nicknamed Nine-Lives Spirit Fox by some people in the Jianghu, but few people knew the origin of this nickname. Fu Qingshi glanced at Gui Jian's departing back. His eyes flickered, and he softly advanced. Master, Gui Jian is deeply involved with the Song family, and it's not surprising that his heart is toward the Song family. However, his words are not entirely without merit, and we still need to be careful to appease the Song family side. Our Cold Sun City is only less than 600 miles away from the Great Snow Pass, and our Cold Sun Patrol Division has a large amount of supplies coming in and out of the Great Snow Pass every month. So if the Song family refuses to give up, I'm afraid that it will cause us quite a bit of trouble. No harm done. Shu Danyang said indifferently. Even if the Song family has grievances, they should go to the Jiang family and the Xian Wangfu. If they want to take their anger out on the head of the master, then I'm afraid that they are thinking about their hearts wrongly, and it's not as if the master doesn't have the means to counteract them. However, the Song family might not dare to hold on to this matter. When the news from Kyoto spreads, the Song family is afraid that they will have to consider taking sides, and how will they have the heart to avenge a dead son? Fu Qingshir's beautiful eyes flinched. Surprised. Master, you mean? Shu Danyang's expression was slightly gloomy as he said, Princess Yue Huang has already passed away last night after a long illness, and it won't take long to see who the new imperial crown prince will be. Fu Qingshir's beautiful eyes lit up as she said, Master, then shouldn't we also show something? Shu Danyang slowly shook his head. Let's wait and see. The more times like this, the more we have to stay calm. After all, County Lord Han Yu was just a bit more likely, and the other county lords might not be without a chance. Master has already imprisoned his own senior brother, tripled the defenses around King Xian's residence, and promoted Jiang Qie. For the time being, doing this is already enough to show the Xian Wangfu that I am the master. If you want Master to do more, you need to show some sincerity on the side of the Xian Wangfu as well. In 7 days, it will be King Xian's birthday banquet, so I think it's time for King Xian to show his cards. Fu Qingshir nodded approvingly. What Master said is good. It is indeed time for the Xian Wangfu side to show some sincerity. According to my disciple's knowledge, just half a month ago, the people of the Xian Wangfu excavated the remains of an ancient sect outside the wilderness, from which they harvested a batch of powerful ancient divine weapons, as well as a large number of ancient martial arts secret methods. If the master is interested, he might as well try to explore it. Zhu Danyang's eyes lit up, revealing a few interested looks. In the past 1,000 years, due to the immortal sect's relentless suppression, the martial arts in the world had been very much in decline, and even professions such as the treasure refiner were nearly extinct. Legend has it that in the ancient times, when martial arts were at its peak, some people were able to refine infinitely powerful divine weapons and treasures, which were not inferior to today's immortals' treasures in the slightest. Zhu Danyang, as a high-ranking martial artist, no longer had any regard for ordinary things. However, he was still interested in some ancient divine weapons. The discussion outside about that divine martial stage life and death match was still in full swing. Jiang Qie, however, had already gotten rid of old Zhou's pestering and returned to the large prison. Pheasant Li was taken to visit his brother, Li Sandao. Jiang Qie made an overall tour of the inside and outside of the dungeon in accordance with the usual practice, accompanied by a large group of henchmen. When one is strong enough, many problems become very simple. Jiang Qie had wanted to properly comb through the jailers within the dungeon, which is called unifying the work of the mind in a nice way, and excluding dissidents in a darker way. But there was no need for him to do it himself now. Some of the guys who hadn't dealt with him before had automatically found connections to transfer out of the prison as fast as they could. Those who stayed behind swore allegiance to him with all their hearts and souls, making it easy for him to take over everything in the dungeon, and also installing Zhang Boang in the process. According to the usual practice of a new official, Jiang Qie took a group of subordinates and toured the 6 districts of A, B, C, D, E, and F, all of them, while declaring their territory. They also accept the allegiance and piety of their subordinates. During this time, there was also a bit of discord. For example, a few death row inmates who thought they were on their deathbed had nothing to fear and went so far as to speak out against him, the new superintendent of prisons. The ending is also very cozy. Before Jiang Qie could give any indication, several jailers had already rushed into the cell like wolves and tigers, waving their long knives to send them on their way early. It's out of order, though, but as a jailer, isn't it normal to kill a few death row inmates who have attempted to escape? As the superior officer, Jiang Qie, of course, will not have an opinion on this. After all, he happily picked up 6 years of innate cultivation. If he didn't have the power of execution, he would even be tempted to cut down all the death row inmates inside the brig. The crowd gradually came to the door of the elegant room in the D area. The cell door of the elegant room was open, and Qin Wuyan was meditating inside. Jiang Qie glanced inside and happened to meet Qin Wuyan's 4 eyes. When Qin Wuyan saw that it was Jiang Qie, a slight hint of surprise appeared on his calm face. He still had a bit of an impression of Jiang Qie, the little jailer. To his surprise, after only 2 days, this tiny cell head had not only been promoted, but his strength had also become a bit unfathomable. Of course, even so, he didn't place Jiang Qie in his eyes. A mere mortal is not worth his trouble. He slowly got up and looked out the window at the scenery. leaving Jiang Qiye with an ethereal and unrestrained back. Jiang Qiye smiled coldly and left with his men. For the sake of Zhu Danyang and the Cold Sun sect, he wasn't going to bother with Qin Wuyan about that bit of unpleasantness from before. I just hope this guy has the sense to stop giving him a hard time. Lock the door of this cell. A jail cell should look like a jail cell. If we let the prisoner escape, we can't afford to be responsible for it. Jiang Qiye commanded as he walked. Your honor's lesson is right. I'll go now. The old head of the jailer Lu answered cheerfully, and hastily unlocked a chain, and locked the door of the elegant room solidly. Qin Wuyan turned back and looked at the chains on the door. He couldn't help but raise his sword brows. A hint of haze added to his brows. At that exact moment, a faint red aura penetrated through the back window and hovered 3 feet in front of Qin Wuyan. But it was a sound transmission note. Qin Wuyan reached out and took the transmission note into his palm as it gradually dissipated and he got the message inside. In the next moment, his eyes lit up slightly, an invisible aura emanated out, and the white clothes on his body bulged slightly. Young lord, the middle-aged servant in the corner sensed the change in his master and immediately got up, coming behind Qin Wuyan. Qin Wuyan said, Princess Yuehuang died. The dust has settled over there in Kyoto. The empress sent out a 6-way holy decree, and all of the imperial guards who passed on the decree were all the great eunuchs beside the empress, and one of the ways was towards Cold Young City. The middle-aged servant asked, Young master, then you intend to? Qin Wuyan said, We can't waste time here. It's time to reach out to King Xian and County Princess Hongyu. We'll leave the prison tomorrow. The servant hesitated. What about your senior brother's side? Qin Wuyan indifferently said, I've stayed here for 3 days. I've already given enough face to senior brother Zhu. It's enough. Chapter 44 Immortal Law of Eternal Life. Jiang Qiye followed the usual practice of touring the prison and then arranged for Jiang Baoan to bring Zhao Kong for a few days. After finishing, he walked out of the prison alone. And in the meantime, he also took out the storage bag that was hidden in the prison. Quietly, back in his office, he looked at the cultivation Dharma bead. Song Yanqing contributed 4 years of innate cultivation. Those ungrateful death row inmates in the brig contributed 6 years of innate cultivation. A total of 10 years of cultivation had been stored within the Dharma bead. 10 years of innate cultivation doesn't seem like much, but it's of high enough quality that Jiang Qiye doesn't want to keep these cultivations for the next pup. After all, everything is false. Only their own strength is the fundamental to settle down. Every time his strength increased, it caused his sense of security to skyrocket, and it also caused him to enjoy endless pleasures that were very addictive. He immediately closed the door and sat down on the floor and gave his orders. Cultivation Fusion 12-fold Horizontal Refinement Iron Mountain Wall. In Jiang Qiye's mind, a scene of Naki cultivation surfaced. There is no pain, only boring practice, day and night. 10 years have flown by. In fact, it was over in just under a minute. Jiang Qiye opened his eyes shining with essence. After 10 years of innate cultivation, he had finally practiced the 10th level of the Iron Mountain Wall to the point of perfection. Reaching the great perfection of the Qi-gathering realm, the body once again gained a substantial strengthening. The defense is incalculable. The strength of a body is properly more than 30,000 pounds. The whole person is like a ferocious beast in the great wilderness. The aura is intimidating. The Iron Mountain true intent was still at the small accomplishment level. However, the range of the force field expanded from 3 meters to 9 meters square. In this force field, gravity, thrust, strangulation, and collapsing force could be transformed at will, and the power was bizarre and unpredictable, making it impossible to defend against. He released his force field, and the tables, chairs, and various other miscellaneous items in the room floated into midair. As his mind moved, a collapsing force enveloped a bronze paperweight, and with a poof, the bronze paperweight exploded into small pieces. Force field put away. Everything in the room returned to normal. Only the bronze paperweight, broken and scattered on the ground. Jiang Qiye exhaled lightly, his expression excited. At this moment, even he himself couldn't estimate just how strong he was, but he could be certain that no one in the entire Cold Sun City martial arts world would be his opponent. Those famous first-grade great masters in the Jianghu, he could totally punch a small child. As for the immortal cultivators, he knew too little to draw any conclusions. However, it was estimated that immortal cultivators whose Tao was not deep would only be able to kneel in front of him. So far, Tai Shanbai has fused over 600 years of Hotian cultivation, just reaching the 10th level of perfection. No wonder from ancient times to the present day, no one has ever practiced the Iron Mountain Wall to the 12th level, and even to the 9th level there has only been one Li Tiexin. Martial artists have a limited lifespan. And those who can live past 200 years old are already phoenixes. As for those who live to 600 years old, it is unheard of. If I count the spirit bright stone fist and the sky-breaking finger, I am now carrying a total of 700 years of cultivation. So, perverse enough, he took a moment to regulate, flipped his hand and took out the storage bag, probing into his mind to take a closer look. Now that he was already an innate physique with incomparably strong defense and guaranteed safety, he could finally feel at ease and study in Hongfei's home base. However, he still didn't dare to be careless. He got up and pushed the door out, came to the compound, drove the manpower all far out, and then began to take out the things in the storage bag, one by one, and sifted them carefully. The moment each item was removed, it was thrown far away from him. Clothes, gold and silver, pills, some unknown metal pieces and ores, etc. A few superior quality swords, a bunch of things, throwing them all over the courtyard. As time passed, only 3 things gradually remained in the storage bag. A round jade emitting earthy yellow precious light, a small beast statue emitting silver precious light, and a dark gold longsword emitting a bit of starlight. The thunder forbidden thing in Hongfei spoke of should be one of these 3 things. I'm more inclined to this little beast statue. The little beast looked like a small lion, only the size of a palm. It looked exquisitely carved, with precious light flickering and a mysterious aura, very much like the legendary immortal treasures. The piece of topaz that was emitting a precious light. Jiang Qie thought that it was most likely a jade slip, something that cultivators used their spiritual power to inscribe the transmission of knowledge. As for the dark gold longsword that was sold as extraordinary, it should be the Star Eclipse spirit sword that In Hongfei had mentioned. Next he took out the longsword and topaz in turn, both of which were really fine. In this way, the thing that was forbidden by the thunder had been revealed to be that little beast statue. Jiang Qie didn't take out the statue. This thing is likely to be a bomb and explode as soon as you take it out. It's not bad to leave it in there in the bottom of the box. Maybe it can be used in a pinch. He put away everything on the floor, holding only the topaz and the dark gold longsword in his hands, and returned to the room. This dark gold longsword was very heavy in weight, more than 300 pounds, about 4 feet long and 1 inch wide, with some arcane patterns engraved on its body, lingering with a bit of starlight, which was quite extraordinary. The hilt of the sword was also very elaborate, wrapped in unknown animal skin, warm in the hand while in the hand, but also very firm. Near the hilt of the sword, 2 small characters were engraved, Star Eclipse. Jiang Qie wrenched the sword with force, and the long sword did not deform in the slightest. It was very sturdy. He tried to gently wipe his index finger across the sharp edge, but it didn't cut through a bit of the epidermis. Next, he slowly increased his force, and when it was increased to 10,000 pounds of huge force, on the belly of his finger, there was finally a small, shallow cut. Moreover, the wound unexpectedly had a hint of corrosive pain, accompanied by the slightest tingle, although the cuts and discomfort quickly bridged and disappeared again. It was also very surprising to Jiang Qie. This sword, which is 100 times sharper and stronger than the patrolman's saber, and comes with extra damage, can be used. Jiang Qie nodded in satisfaction and casually put the longsword into his storage bag. This longsword he intended to keep for his own use, although he wasn't sure if there was anyone in this cold sun city worthy of drawing his sword. Next, he picked up the piece of topaz and probed his spiritual energy into it. After a few moments, he frowned, sometimes tightly, sometimes stretching. As expected, it contains an immortal cultivation mind technique. The name of the heart technique was called Star River Ancient Scrolls, Qi Refining Chapter. Jiang Qie took a general look at it. It was a method of swallowing the aura of the heavens and earth and the power of the stars of the heavens to cultivate. It could guide mortals into the path of immortality, and could be cultivated all the way up to the 12th level of Qi refinement. As for how strong the 12th level of Qi refining was, Jiang Qie had absolutely no concept of it. However, according to the Jade Slip, each level of Qi practicing cultivator can increase their lifespan by 10 to 20 years. This was a bit heaven-defying, and made Jiang Qie very hot. If one can cultivate to the 12th level of Qi refining, wouldn't one be able to live for as long as 200 or 300 years? Immortal cultivators living forever looks a bit reliable. Although he had already practiced the Iron Mountain Wall to the 10th level and was carrying over 700 years of cultivation, he didn't feel that he would be able to live past the age of 200. This immortal cultivation technique, however, caused him to see a glimmer of hope for immortality. This is perhaps also the biggest difference between practicing martial arts and cultivating immortality. However, out of caution, Jiang Qie didn't plan to start practicing immediately. After all, this thing came from an unorthodox source, and he couldn't be sure if there were any cultivation traps in the heart law. If one were to accidentally fall into the path of the nebulous sect, it would only be too late to regret. There are quite a few precedents for this kind of thing. Once there were people who picked up this immortal law and started practicing, thinking that it was a chance, but in fact it was the way to take death. Either practicing waste or practicing death. It would be nice to get someone to practice and try it out to verify the authenticity. Jiang Qie cupped his chin and thought, that's not a very good candidate. It has to be tight-lipped, easy to control, and trustworthy, and you can't pick someone close. At this time, a subordinate's report came from outside. My lord, there is a young girl named Li Qingqian who wants to request to see you. Pheasant Li? Jiang Qie's gaze moved slightly as he commanded. Let her come in. Chapter 45 Wind Spirit Arrow Technique. The door opened, and Li Qingqian, dressed in cloth, walked in. She raised her clear eyes to look at Jiang Qie and suddenly fell to her knees, pleading, Sir Jiang, please save my brother. As long as you can save his life, I, Li Qingpian, am willing to serve as a slave and a humble servant for the rest of my life. Jiang Qie calmly looked at Li Qingpian and said indifferently, you don't have to be like this. In fact, your brother may not die. It is possible that he will be sent to the mines, and when he has labored for 3 or 5 years, he may be able to return. Li Qingpian shook his head and said, Lord Jiang, I've already learned that very few prisoners who are sent to the mines can survive more than 3 to 5 years, and it's difficult even for martial artists. I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you're willing to save my brother. I can be a maid for you. I can do a lot of work, and I can wait on you, to make the covers and pass the bed for you. As she said that, her voice weakened, and her pretty face flushed with 2 blushes, but her gaze was very firm. The corners of Jiang Qie's mouth twitched, a bit speechless. I'm so young and handsome and in a high position. Am I the kind of guy who's hungry for more? Especially, a green bean sprout. He coughed lightly and said calmly, Qingpian Li, I do lack a trusted maid by my side, and I am indeed able to save your brother. But have you really thought this through? Once this matter is agreed upon, there is no room for regret. Li Qingpian's complexion slightly dimmed, and then nodded heavily, saying with a firm face, don't worry, Your Excellency. Li Qingpian will never regret it in this life and in this world. Good. Get up. Jiang Qie nodded and looked Li Qingpian up and down with inexplicable eyes. This little girl, in fact, was quite the candidate for verifying the immortal laws. But I've heard that cultivating immortality requires spiritual roots, so I don't know if this little girl has any. And the trial of the immortal law was only perilous. Pheasant Li was quite a match for his eyes, and he didn't want to see anything go wrong with Pheasant Li. Forget it. Think about it. Such a beautiful bean sprout. In case it becomes a cutie. I can't bear to see it. If you really can't, grab a nebulous sect disciple and verify it against E.G. Yin Hongfei. When Li Qingxiang felt Jiang Qie's scintillating gaze, her cheeks couldn't help but turn even redder. Her wonderful eyes dodged and didn't dare to meet Jiang Qie's gaze anymore. The corners of her clothes were about to be pinched. Jiang Qie's face darkened, knowing that the little girl had misunderstood. Well, a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. A plagiarized life needs no explanation. He casually took a piece of order paper, and with a big swish of his pen, he wrote an order. I hereby transfer Li Sandao, Zhao Er and Lu Wu to be the prison helpers. Signed, Jiang Qie. Use the seal. Take it to the ambassadors outside and have them send it to the canonization office for approval. Jiang Qie handed the order to Li Qingpian. Li Qingxiang received it and couldn't help but look expectant as he hurriedly bowed his thanks to Jiang Qie once again. Converting the suspects in the dungeon to helpers was not a big deal for Jiang Qie, the dungeon's chief jailer. As for the side of the canonical punishment office, although he was not familiar with it, he believed that no one should refute his face when he took office as a new official. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a matter of not giving face, it would be a dismount, and that would be something to play with in the future. Li Qingpian had just gone out when an ambassador from outside walked in and presented a letter with both hands. Jiang Qie unwrapped it and saw that there were only a few numbers inside, but the handwriting was hard to read, similar to that of a dog paddle. Today at Shenhour, the small courtyard of the lake house in the South City, respectfully submitted by my younger brother, Xiao Bai. One look at the handwriting, Jiang Qie knew that Yu Xiaobai had written it himself. On this hand of bad words, back then he did not dare to use Yu Xiaobai to copy homework, for fear of being killed alive by Mr. Jiang Qie bristled and casually shook the epistle into shreds. He knew that it was Yu Xiaobai's side that had already taken care of his sister, and that he would be able to meet the goddess of his dreams back then at Shin time in the afternoon, roughly between 3 and 5 in the afternoon. Ha! How can you get a little excited? I really just want to learn about the cultivators. Right now it's nearly noon. Jiang Qiye went to the cafeteria to eat lunch, then took advantage of the generous time to walk into the hidden martial arts room of the City Patrol Division. Inside the martial arts hiding room was a large collection of seized secret martial arts books. All kinds of things. In the City Patrol Division, soldiers can trade their military merits for any feats of martial arts within the hidden martial arts room. Jiang Qiye didn't have any military achievements. However, just by virtue of his status as a senior prisoner of the jail, the secret books of Gongfu inside could be browsed at will. The secret Gongfu books in here might be precious to some Jianghu martial artists, but it really wasn't worth much to the court. Of course, there weren't too profound martial true techniques in here, and most of them were of low grade. Jiang Qiye was not picky. He had only come to increase his insights, broaden his horizons, and increase his martial arts background so that he could prepare for the deduction of the Spirit Bright Stone Fist follow-up. He found a seat and sat down, casually flipping open a Wind and Thunder Sword Codex to look at it. With his current strength and realm, it wasn't effortless to look at these low-level techniques, and in a very short period of time, he had eaten through the essence of them. Then he moved on to the next book. Time passes quietly. Jiang Qiye flipped through one book after another, reading with great interest without the slightest bit of boredom. Frost Moon Shot, Congealed Blood Divine Chop, 100 Paces Flying Fist, The 9 Swords of Spiral Shadow, Jin Suo Kung, Streaming Wind Steps. These secret books were not too profound, but there was no shortage of bright spots in them. Each technique and martial skill condensed the heart and soul of different martial arts sages, and each had its own unique features, causing Jiang Qiye to gradually broaden his horizons and deepen his understanding of the martial arts. In a few hours, Jiang Qiye had read a total of 8 secret books and felt that he had benefited greatly. Among them, there was a Wind Spirit Arrow skill that gave him a particularly deep impression. This is an extremely superior archery skill, labeled at the amazing level. Its meaning is subtle. The true meaning is unique, but also can be shot out of the arrow, into the wind, invisible, no phase, no sound, so that people cannot be defended. It was only due to the fact that there were very few martial artists in the world who majored in archery that this archery skill was not well known. When this archery skill is practiced to the highest level, it can target up to 9 targets at the same time, known as the diving wind 9 shots, and the arrows can even be used to kill the enemy 1,000 paces away by using the wind. It can turn bows and arrows into a sharp weapon for group kills, and one person is as powerful as a team of archers. Jiang Qiye was interested in this archery skill, although he had the breaking finger, which was far more powerful than a bow and arrow. However, the air-breaking finger belonged to the pressure box means, suitable for dealing with experts, and with his current amount of internal chi, he could only perform it 180 times. This archery skill is different, as long as the bow and arrows managed to be enough. With his innate raw power, he could shoot infinitely, and one person could be better than an army. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as too much skill. Jiang Qiye decided to use the Wind Spirit Arrow skill as a preparatory cultivation skill. Unconsciously, the sun in the sky was skewed, gradually approaching the Shan hour. Jiang Qiye finished reading the last page of the Wind Spirit Arrow technique and got up to leave. After leaving the hidden martial room, as he passed the armory on his left, he branched out and took 5 8-stone bows and 2 large bundles of loose arrows on the pretext of strengthening the defense of the dungeon. He didn't need others to send him off. He carried his bow and arrows and left, and when he passed by an unnoticed lot, he put them all into his storage bag. Immortal things are just handy. Chapter 46 Servant Girl Yule talks about immortal cultivation. In the southern city, there is a small lake of 7 or 8 miles in circumference called Lake Loch Medicine. This small lake was said to have been unintentionally created hundreds of years ago when the old deity who founded Cold Sun City was practicing his arts. Later, he accidentally dropped a precious elixir and sacred medicine into it, thus giving it its name. To this day, the old fairy has long been unknown, but the lake has gradually become a famous place in the city of Cold Sun. Along the perimeter of the small lake, a secluded compound has been built, and the occupants are either rich or noble, making it a veritable rich man's neighborhood. Among these courtyards, there was one that covered dozens of acres of land and had a very favorable location, which belonged to Yu Xiaobai. And this, it seems, is the only proof that Yu Xiaobai is not picked up by his parents. When he was a child, Jiang Qiye often came to play, so he was lightly familiar with it. The gate was wide open, and Jiang Qiye was led by his subordinates deep into the courtyard to the fishing platform by the lake. Yu Xiaobai was seen fishing from a distance. Well, the fishing pole was propped up and guarded by a green clad maid with a delicate figure. Yu Xiaobai himself was lying on a recliner and huffing and puffing, and next to him was guarding a table of wine and fruits. Seventh young master. My young master just fell asleep. That maid spoke in a soft voice, seemingly reminding Jiang Qie not to disturb Yu Xiaobai's sleep. Aha! Jiang Qie nodded and casually walked over to the table and sat down, pouring a glass of wine and drinking it to himself. Yu Xiaobai sleep or not, he does not care. Anyway, he wants to see is not this guy. The scenery is beautiful, with crystal clear lakes, schools of swimming fish playing, and lush greenery along the shore. In the center of the lake in the distance, you can still see a few beautiful painted boats. On the deck there are delicate women singing and dancing. There are a few fancy-dressed gentlemen talking in high spirits. The sound of silk and bamboo is intermittent. Jiang Qie sipped a fine wine and lazily leaned back in his chair, slightly squinting his eyes as he enjoyed the songs and dances in the lake. Relaxed and cozy. Rich people are really good at enjoying themselves. When I am rich, I will also buy a separate house by this lake, and then buy a few boats. And by the way, I will buy a group of beautiful singing girls, and blow me every day to listen to them. TSK, that would be a successful life with sound and color. Unlike Laozi now, topped with the name of a young master of the Zhang family, but in fact still a bitter life. Thinking back to the days he had spent over the years, Jiang Qie couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. He had to live his life carefully every day in the Zhang family, lest he attract the attention of Zhang Zhendong, and he had to work hard and diligently outside, like walking on thin ice. What kind of day is this? It was good that now with the cultivation Dharma Pearl, life had finally turned around. Well, I've picked up more than 700 years of cultivation, so a slight improvement in the quality of life isn't too much to ask, is it? After being quiet for a while, Jiang Qie gradually felt that the maid's eyes kept staring at herself. Lingering. Jiang Qie raised his eyebrows. Although he was very handsome and a handsome mess, there was no need for you to look like this. This maid had medium to high looks, but her body was very good, with long legs, a proud posture, and a few unassuming temperaments. If you look closely, you will notice that she has good eyes, a good nose, a good mouth, and whatever part of her seems to qualify as delicate and beautiful. However, the five senses are a bit poorly brought together, giving a less coordinated feeling, as if the goddess of plastic surgery in a previous life, so much so that it pulls down the value of the face. Her guts were not small, and she didn't flinch even when confronted with Jiang Qie, and her eyes, which were as full as water, vaguely revealed a few inexplicable meanings. That would be interesting. What is your name? How many years have you been serving your young master? I never seem to have seen you before, Jiang Qie asked. My name is Yuer, and I have been in the Yu clan for more than 2 years. The maid responded softly. It's been more than 2 years. Yes, it's been more than 2 years since I've been here, Jiang Qie said with slight emotion. At this moment, the depths of his eyes were flickering with a few hints of playfulness. The maid's wonderful eyes were flowing. Her voice was elegant and gentle. I heard my young master mention earlier that you had an appointment to see our young lady to ask her for some general knowledge on immortal cultivation. Is that right? Yu Xiaobai is even willing to tell you this? Jiang Qie was a bit surprised and nodded. That's good. I'm interested in cultivating immortality. But unfortunately, the immortal gate is hard to enter. The immortal path is hard to find. And I can't even come into contact with some common sense things. The maid said softly. In fact, before I came to the Yu family, I had spent time in the immortal sect, and I know a little bit about the general knowledge of immortal cultivation. So if 7th young master doesn't mind, I would like to tell you what I know, and let you hear about it. What? You're from the immortal sect? Jiang Qie was surprised. The maid shook her head. You are mistaken. My mother was a disciple of the immortal sect, and although I was born in the immortal sect, I did not join it. After I grew a little older, because I was tested to have no immortal cultivation spirit root and had nothing else to offer, I was sent out of the mountain gate and moved around and straight here. So it is. Jiang Qie's face dawned on him, and he curiously said, since Miss Yuer was born in the immortal sect, she must know quite a bit about immortal cultivation, so I'd like to ask you to explain a bit for Jiang. Aha! Jade nodded gently and narrated. In order to cultivate immortality, one must first have a spiritual root. Otherwise, no matter how hard one tries, it will be difficult to get started. Spiritual roots are the talent for cultivating immortals, and there is a difference between high and low. A superior spiritual root is twice as effective in cultivation with half the effort, and has great potential to be vigorously cultivated by the immortal sect. Inferior spiritual roots, slow cultivation, difficult to achieve. Even if one enters the immortal sect, they are not valued. Immortal cultivators are divided into 5 major realms: Qi refining, foundation building, Jin Dan, Yuan Yin, and God realization. The Qi refining stage is for the purpose of taking in the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth and transforming it into one's own spiritual energy, and is subdivided into 12 layers. With each level up, there would be a significant change in the amount and purity of spiritual energy. The strength and longevity of the cultivator will also increase. Jiang Qiya listened attentively. These things he had actually understood before, just not comprehensively enough. And at this moment, listening to Yuer, he had gained something, but that wasn't what he wanted to hear the most. He asked, "Miss Yuer, can you elaborate on the comparison between the battle power of immortal cultivators and martial artists? After all, I'm a martial artist and I don't have a clear idea of the strength of an immortal cultivator." Jade's eyes were a bit odd as she softly said, "Okay, most immortal cultivators are in the Qi practicing stage, so I'll talk about the strength of Qi practicing stage cultivators in detail. Cultivators in the first 3 levels of the Qi practicing stage are able to cast some low-level spells, and although they are good in terms of power, they tend to take a long time to cast the spells, and their own defenses aren't strong enough, so when they encounter a surprise attack or siege from a martial artist, they will still easily lose. Cultivators at the 4th to 6th level of the Qi practicing stage have thick spiritual energy in their bodies, and can already wield magic weapons and cast spells quickly enough to deal with a siege of martial artists. But if they are sneak attacked by a martial artist of the 3rd rank or higher, there is still a possibility of defeat. Cultivators above the 7th level of the Qi practicing stage can already cultivate the sword royal art, and are able to fly through the air with their swords, as well as perform some powerful intermediate spells, and if they are assisted by magic weapons and spirit talismans, their attacks and defenses are far superior to those of martial artists. Cultivators of this realm are no longer able to fight against martial artists, and it's useless to have a large number of them. Even a first-grade martial artist is like dirt in front of them, unbeatable. In addition, compared to martial artists, immortal cultivators have a wide variety of means: spirit talismans, magic weapons, spirit weapons, talismanic treasures, magic treasures, ancient treasures, spirit beasts, formations, Dao techniques, prohibitions, and so on. All of them have the potential to allow cultivators to cross realms to kill their enemies. Therefore, a cultivator's realm and battle power are actually not constant, but also have a great deal to do with his family's wealth. Chapter 47, Such a Jade. Jiang Qiya listened quietly, his face thoughtful. After listening to this introduction by Jade, he did have a general idea of the strength of immortal cultivators. Basically, a cultivator at the early stage of Qi refining didn't have much of an advantage against a martial artist, and could still easily get screwed over. Cultivators in the middle stage of Qi refining, fighting against high-ranked martial artists, with victory or defeat in between, were most afraid of sneak attacks from high-ranked martial artists. As for the late Qi refining cultivators, they were enough to crush any martial artist under the innate, and no matter if they faced a sneak attack or a siege, they were able to overcome the enemy without the possibility of defeat. After thinking about it, he asked again, "Miss Yuer, you only mentioned martial artists under the innate just now. What would it be like if a martial artist above the innate level were to engage a high-level cultivator?" Jade frowned her eyebrows and thought for a moment, shaking her head. "I'm sorry, I've never seen an innate martial artist before and I'm not really sure about the strength of an innate martial artist, so I can't give you an answer to this question." Innate martial artists were few and far between and very rare. Even if there are martial artists who have advanced to the innate, they tend to go incognito and won't easily reveal their strength, so they will also rarely have the opportunity to fight with an immortal cultivator. "Why is that?" Jiang Qiya asked. Yuer said, "This involves a battle between immortal and martial Qi. It is said that a martial artist who surpasses the innate will thin the Qi of this realm, causing damage to the immortal fortune. That's why once an innate martial artist is discovered, all the major immortal sects will definitely send out all their experts to wipe them out at any cost." "So it is." Jiang Qiya looked a bit gloomy. Regarding the immortal martial contest, he had heard Yin Hongfei mention it when he was in Lixian Yuan. At this time, after Yuer mentioned it again, this made him a little more wary of the immortal sect. He was now an innate martial artist, and by no means was he a primary innate. Even if it was just a matter of cross-fertilizing the physical body to an innate, it was still an undisputed innate. If the innate strength is exposed, then it will definitely attract the targeting of the immortal sect, which treads on the horse. According to his estimation, with his current strength, it should be enough to crush cultivators below the middle stage of Qi cultivation. As for taking on a late Qi practicing cultivator, it was hard to say. Further up the ladder of foundation establishment, Jin Dan, Yuanying, transformation of God, and other high-segmented cultivators, he might only be abused. After all, it was the world's consensus that those who cultivated immortality were generally stronger than those who practiced martial arts. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a situation like today, where the martial way is in decline and the immortal way is strong. Miss Yuer, if I want to join the immortal sect, I wonder if you can introduce me. I will be generously rewarded. Zhang Qiye arched his hand and said, well, there's nothing wrong with joining if you can't beat them. Jade laughed softly and shook her head. This is something I can only do nothing about. The immortal sect that my mother is in, called the Cold Pole Palace, is located at the top of the Cold Pole Peak deep in the Shaoyang mountain range, and it is impossible for mortals to reach that place, and the Cold Pole Palace only accepts female disciples. Well, it was Jiang who was abrupt. Jiang Qiye lamented slightly helplessly. Alas, there is no door to cultivate immortality. There is no way to practice martial arts. It's hard to mix in this world. Jade's eyes flashed as she added, actually, martial artists are not completely without a way out. Within the territory of the Lei Gu dynasty, there are two martial forces that have gathered some innate experts within them that even the immortal sect has to fear. It's those two forces? Zhang Qiye couldn't help but be greatly curious. Yuer said, one of them is the Demon Suppression Division. That's what the Imperial Court uses to counteract the immortal sect's reliance. However, the court and the immortal sect have long had an agreement that the number of demon suppression guards in the Demon Suppression Division cannot exceed 3,000, making it difficult for ordinary martial artists to join them. The second was the Immortal Beheading Alliance, which was an organization dedicated to being an enemy of the immortal sect, and was also the focus of the immortal sect's suppression. Inside, many high-ranking martial artists were gathered, aiming to compete with the immortal sect for chi and restore the martial arts heyday of the ancient times. It is only that the Immortal Beheading Alliance is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, acting unscrupulously, stirring up the wind and rain everywhere, and causing a great deal of trouble to the world. Both the immortal sect and the Imperial Court abhorred them and would immediately round them up upon discovery. However, the Immortal Beheading Alliance has a long history, and its members are huge in number and extremely good at hiding and lurking, so they simply can't be killed enough, causing the immortal sect a great headache. In addition to these two forces, there were also some innate experts hidden amongst the Lei Gu dynasty's army. For example, the Blazing Snow Army that guards Snow Pass City. If they don't have a warrior above the first rank sitting on the ground, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop the foreign races and evil demons outside the pass. Zhang Qiye's gaze moved slightly in thought. The Department of Devil Suppression he knew. After all, Zhang Zhendong had spent time in the Demon Suppression Division. Still, he had just learned that there were innate experts in the Demon Suppression Division. Perhaps the innate experts in the Demon Guard are the only innate experts that legally exist within the Lei Gu dynasty. As for the Immortal Beheading Alliance, this was the first time he had heard of it. From what Jade said, it seems to be a terrorist organization, but as the saying goes, it's all or nothing. In today's world, the immortal sect has a huge power and a supreme status, and the enemy of theirs is naturally Ko. In addition, it was likely that there were innate experts in the Blazing Snow Army as well, which however caused Zhang Qiye to raise his guard. One must know that the Song Yanqing he had just done away with this morning had the Song family behind him who had great influence in the Blazing Snow Army. Well, the existing strength is still not enough to ensure that there is absolutely no slacking off. The speed of picking up cultivation must be accelerated. Zhang Qiye's heart increased in urgency. Many thanks to Miss Yuer for clearing up my confusion. If I need anything in the future, Mr. Jiang will never excuse himself. The hour is getting late, so Jiang Mao will take his leave. Seeing that the sun was sinking in the west, Zhang Qiye did not stay any longer and got up to take his leave. Yuer was slightly stunned. You don't intend to see my lady again? The purpose of Jiang Mao's visit has been achieved, and it doesn't matter whether you see or don't. See, he gave Jade a deep look, waved his hand in a dashing manner, and turned to leave. Next to Yu Xiaobai, he was still huffing and puffing, and he didn't know what kind of beautiful dream he was having, and his hollow was hanging down to the ground. Jade watched as Zhang Qiye gradually walked away, a hint of complexity flashing in the depths of her beautiful eyes. But all of a sudden, Zhang Qiye stopped and turned around with a grin. Miss Yuer, if it's convenient, pass a message to your lady for me. She has already set foot on the path of immortality, and I think she only has the great way of eternal life in her heart, and she will not marry again in this life. But things are unpredictable. If she ever wants to marry, please make sure she remembers me. Zhang Qiye, in my heart, I will always be waiting for her. Yuer froze slightly, lightly bit her silver teeth, and nodded. Okay. I'll pass it on for you. Thanks. Jiang Qiye looked at the surrounding scenery, seemed to be touching the scene, sighed despondently. Back then it was here. I saw her for the first time, although it was only a glimpse from afar, but has already been overwhelmed by her stunning style. Since then the heart can no longer be loaded with a second woman. Nay, being in the secular world, the creation of mankind, the sky does not meet the wishes of man. Jade looked at Jiang Qiye's handsome and affectionate face in a daze and had a brief moment of disorientation. When she came back to her senses, Jiang Qiye had already walked away. Jade sighed softly as her appearance began to gradually change. The incongruous and delicate features gradually returned to normal, becoming delicate and beautiful and charming, and a pair of autumn water eyes became clearer and more spiritual. Her entire aura also changed to misty and dusty, as if shrouded in a mist, hazy and mysterious. She casually waved out a green light that fell into Yu Xiaobai's brow. Yu Xiaobai immediately woke up from his slumber with a jolt. Chapter 48, Yu Xiaobai's house? The royal residence? Yu Xiaobai rubbed his eyes, stood up and exclaimed. Ha! How did I fall asleep? What hour is this? Jiang Qiye hasn't come yet? Jade said. It came and went. Yu Xiaobai carefully looked at Yuer's face, and with a shy smile, asked curiously, Sister, what did you all say? Did that guy make any unreasonable demands on you? Snap. Ugh. That hurts. Yu Xiaobai received a slap and squatted on the ground holding his head, crying and asking, Sister, why are you hitting me? Yuer's pretty face was slightly chilled, and she scolded softly without a head. Being a three-timer, he's all over the place, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. He is an insatiable womanizer. Sis, I didn't. I'm innocent. Yu Xiaobai protested bitterly. Didn't say you. Yuer gave Yu Xiaobai a cross look without a good mood. At that moment she seemed to remember something and suddenly wanted to laugh a little, unable to hide the laughter in her eyes. When she was about to be unable to hold back, she lightly stomped her pretty feet, and her entire person abruptly disappeared without a trace. Ha! If not me, then who? Yu Xiaobai stood up and scratched his head in wonder. Could it be that he's scolding Jiang Qiye? But he doesn't seem to be this kind of person either, although he has been to Li Xiang Yuan. But I have checked. He just listened to a few tunes, and did not do anything serious. Jiang Qiye rode the big green donkey out of the small courtyard of the lake residence, humming an unknown tune in his mouth. In fact, the first time he noticed Yuer, he vaguely guessed that Yuer was most likely Yu Xiaohong, Yu Xiaobai's older sister, pretending to be Yu Xiaohong. Because Yu Xiaobai often complained that his parents and sister control him too strict, the subordinates around him must be male, and he is never allowed to touch a woman before marriage. And Jade went so far as to say that she had served Yu Xiaobai for over 2 years. As for the issue of different looks, there are simply not too many disguises in this world. Therefore, after Jiang Qiye got what he wanted, he finally didn't hold back and flirted with the beautiful woman for a bit on his way out. But that's as far as it goes. The two immortals and mortals different paths, and he is getting married soon. This hazy love is doomed to not have a result, even if it is to leave a little thought. Not far out, Jiang Qiye saw an idle man with a felt hat sitting on the side of the road, nibbling on a dry cake and looking left and right with nothing to do. Jiang Qiye hadn't cared much about it, but when he unintentionally locked eyes with the Han Yu, both of them couldn't help but freeze. Hanji? That's right. That young man with a broken felt hat on his head and scruffy dress was Hanji. Hanji froze for a moment, casually threw away the dry biscuits, looked to his left and right, and came over and whispered, My lord, how did you come to this place as well? Jiang Qiye said in amusement. I came to see a friend. What are you doing here? Hanji said. My lord, I'm here to keep an eye on the crippled flying dragon. Crippled flying dragon? Where is he? Jiang Qiye asked. Hanji glanced at a manor next door to Yu Xiaobai's house and whispered, That courtyard with the Guiyuan plaque is where crippled flying dragon is hiding. Half an hour ago, I saw him walk in with my own eyes, and he hasn't come out until now. He's changed his appearance, but I've been watching him for years, and I'd recognize him even if he turned to dust. And he's not alone. There were 3 batches of 10,000 Serpents Hall elites stationed in it before and after, numbering no less than 100. Whose yard is that? Jiang Qiye asked with a frown. Hanji hesitated for a moment and said, It should be the alibi of Gui Jian, the guardian of our city patrol division. Gui Jian? Jiang Qiye's eyes narrowed slightly. What's the relationship between crippled flying dragon and Gui Jian? Hanji said. Crippled flying dragon and Gui Jian. Both came from the blazing snow army of the Great Snow Pass, and both are from the Song family line. Usually they have nothing to do with each other. but privately they are very close to each other. The Song Yanqing you killed this morning, my lord, was the youngest son of the head of the Song family in Snow Pass City. They're all actually one and the same. Ha, so that's interesting. The corner of Jiang Qi's mouth curled into a cold smile. There was no need to doubt that in the future he would have another enemy in the patrol division. However, he was fearless. Guo Jian doesn't come to mess with him. That's all. If he wants to make things happen, then don't blame him for not being polite. This world, after all, is to speak by strength. Is Gui Jian inside? Jiang Qia asked. Han Ji returned. Not here. Gui Jian seldom comes to this other courtyard on weekdays, and there are only a few servants tending to it. I know. Go back first. You won't be needed for the rest. Jiang Qia nodded and kicked the donkey's belly, heading towards Gui Yuan. Han Ji couldn't help but froze. My lord, you are planning to. It's better to choose a day than a date. And it's better for a guy like crippled flying dragon to transcend his life earlier. Jiang Qia said indifferently. Han Ji hurriedly advised. My lord, crippled flying dragon is not a good person to deal with. Don't you need to make preparations? Besides, this is Lord Guo's compound. He is currently presiding over the periphery of the Zuan Wangfu Guard. Is not far from here. A moment too. Jiang Qia indifferently sneered. So what if it's Guo Jian's alibi? I helped him remove the outlaws who broke into his house to rob it, so he has to thank me for that. Last night he was intercepted and killed by crippled flying dragon's men. Today he is chasing after crippled flying dragon to rid the people of their evil. It's only right. He is not afraid of this lawsuit even if it comes to Zhu Danyang. Han Ji laughed bitterly. My lord, even if you're not afraid of Gui Jian, you still have to be considerate of the Wang Fu Baiyan next door. Once you start a fight, you're bound to alarm the nobles in the king's alien house, and I'm afraid you'll be at a disadvantage when the higher-ups are blamed for it. The king's residence? Which one is the king's residence? Jiang Qia asked with a puzzled expression. Next to Gui Yuan. It looks like there's only Yu Xiaobai's house, right? Han Ji pointed to the gate to the left of Gui Yuan, which was Yu Xiaobai's home, and said, My lord, that's a separate residence in the name of the Xian Wang family. King Xian seldom came to this other compound, and on weekdays, only Prince Xian and County Mistress Han Yu would come for a small stay. Not many outsiders know about this, but it's no secret in our street patrol camp. After all, this royal residence compound has long been street patrol battalion into the close protection, at least 3 times a day in the perimeter patrol. Jiang Qia couldn't help but freeze in place, dumbfounded, only feeling his brain swelling, his head a bit inadequate. He pointed at the vermilion red gate and reconfirmed. Han Ji, are you sure that's the king's private residence? Han Ji swore. My lord, I dare to use my head as a guarantee. Asterisk. This treadmill. Jiang Qia was dumbfounded for a long time before he suddenly understood something. At this moment, he somewhat wanted to laugh out loud, but he couldn't. His face twisted oddly, and his 2 fists clenched lightly. Yu Xiaobai, Xiao Baiyu, Yu Xiaohong, Xiao Hong Yu. Good. Excellent. I'll count on you siblings. Chapter 49. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment isn't me. Jiang Qia had known Yu Xiaobai for 10 years, and he had never doubted Yu Xiaobai's identity. Yu Xiaobai said his parents are doing business overseas. Yu Xiaobai said his sister was taken as a disciple by an immortal. Yu Xiaobai often plays disappearing act, saying he's gone out of town to see his parents. All of this, Jiang Qia had never doubted. Even though he knew that Prince Xian's son's name was Xiao Baiyu, he had never associated him with Yu Xiaobai. After all, how could such a simple and naive little fat boy, who could be set right by a string of candy canes when he got angry, cheat? But what about the promised trust between people? At this moment, Jiang Qia only felt that he had endured tons of psychological storms, and his 3 views were a little deformed. Ever since he had made a marriage contract with County Mistress Hong Yu, every time he faced Yu Xiaobai in the past 2 years, he was actually a bit weak, so much so that he went to the heavenly habitat to dabble in meals less often. After all, back then, in order to pry and pursue Yu Xiaohong, he had subjected little fatty to countless coercion and bombardment. But Naya in the end, just this. Now think about it. Every time Yu Xiaobai's sister is mentioned, the bitter hatred and boundless anger that Yu Xiaobai shows, this bastard is only afraid that he will turn his head and break his belly with laughter. Right? And Yu Xiaohong? No, it should be Xiao Hong Yu. This woman had run up to him the day before yesterday, righteously accusing him of being a womanizer, making him feel a little guilty. Even just now, this woman pretended to be a maid and hypocritically asked him if he wanted to see her young lady. What's even more shameful is that he couldn't hold back when he was leaving and molested someone else's vest's vest again. Holy, I thought I was on the 3rd floor, but it turns out people are on the 5th floor. The darn siblings are so good at acting. Acting too much. Jiang Qiya deeply understands what it means to go dark under the lamp, and at the same time deeply understands what it means to die in society. The point is that such a social death is not one, but countless. At this moment, Jiang Qiya wanted to rush into Yu Xiaobai's home and strangle this pair of siblings to loudly question them. However, he eventually gave up. He really didn't want to bother with them anymore. Didn't want to see their ugly faces. He exhaled a long breath, took a vicious look at the king's residence, reversed his direction, and silently left. Sad. Old man wants to be quiet. Wants to drink. My lord, are you alright? Hanji watched as Jiang Qiya's face changed green and white for a while, only thinking that it was because Jiang Qiya was cynical and deeply helpless and resentful at not being able to immediately handily kill crippled flying dragon. A great villain. This was something he could completely empathize with and couldn't help but deeply admire Jiang Qiya. You keep an eye on crippled flying dragon here. I'm going to go find a place to have a drink, and I'll be back after nightfall. Jiang Qiya said without looking back and gradually walked away. Hanji's eyebrows twitched and his face gradually turned firm. Good. Since your excellency is determined to make a move, I, Hanji, will definitely accompany you to the end. After all these years, I haven't been able to wait for the right opportunity, and I don't think I'll get any better if I wait any longer. Then don't wait. Just tonight. The first half of the sentence was addressed to Jiang Qiya, while the second half was addressed to himself. He waved at a passing passerby not far away. The man immediately walked over and asked in a low voice, Brother Han, what are your orders? Hanji said in a deep voice, gather all the men, bring all the armor, and come to the neighborhood to stand by. Whether or not we, the orphans of Iron Plume, can avenge our deaths will depend on this night. The man's eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded heavily, turning and running away without a word. The sun was setting and the sky was darkening. Jiang Qiya rode the big green donkey, walking aimlessly on the remote streets with his trusty hands. His head went back over the years and organized some of his thoughts. That said, although he had been deceived by Yu Xiaobai's siblings for so many years, but in reality, it seems to be just a way to satisfy the siblings' bad taste. Perhaps there are other reasons for this as well, but in any case, Jiang Qiya didn't sense any real malice from the other party. Well, in that case, awkward is awkward. Anyway, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's not me who's embarrassed. After this point was put down, the chi in Jiang Qiya's heart suddenly smoothed out, and it gradually became excited. After all, the Red Jade Sheriff who was about to marry him was the divine sister Yu Xiaohong that he had been rare for so many years. This is a heck of a surprise. Originally, he was worried that he wasn't familiar with Sheriff Han Yu and wouldn't be able to get down on his wedding night. Now there is no such concern at all. After all, he has rehearsed it countless times in his dreams. Have a drink. It does deserve a drink. Jiang Qiya gradually danced with his eyebrows. His mood stirred and he could hardly hold himself. A few moments later, he sought out a tavern. The front of the tavern is very shabby. A flagpole is inserted diagonally with a piece of rags. Vaguely visible cooking sword 2 words. So this is the famous Boiled Sword Hall. He had heard a lot about the great name of the Boiled Sword Museum. It is said that the owner of this tavern likes to close during the day and sell wine at night, only entertaining the Jianghu people. Also, the wine here is said to be very good, and those who have had it say so. It had just gotten dark, and the cooking sword hall had just opened its doors, and a young man in a short lab coat and shorts with bulging muscles was holding the lamp. While the outside of the tavern looked ordinary, the space inside was empty, spread with a dozen huge stone tables, both high and low. A thick round wood as a chair, full of primitive and rugged flavor. Most particularly, the tables, chairs, walls, and floors of the tavern were pockmarked and pitted with knife and axe marks everywhere. There were also chunks of dried brown blood scattered everywhere, and a faint stale blood smell filled the air. All of this emphasized that the tavern was a place of right and wrong. There was only one person in the tavern at the moment, and this young man should be the shopkeeper. Noticing Jiang Qiya walk in, the young man said without lifting his head, "You're early. There's no ready-made food for the next drink. No need for a dish of wine. Wine will suffice. Bring me a jug of good wine." Jiang Qiya sat down on a thick horizontal log and blew the dust from the table. "Are you sure you want good wine, customer?" The young shopkeeper narrowed his eyes and looked over. This person was 25 or 26 years old, with a medium build, dark complexion, cold-cut cheeks, exquisite gaze, light footsteps, and good strength by the looks of it. Jiang Qiya nodded and said, Naturally, it has to be good wine. I'm not used to drinking anything that isn't good. The young shopkeeper's tone was playful. The good wine I have here is not cheap. Jiang Qie impatiently said. Don't worry about me not being able to pay the silver. I'm not poor. The shopkeeper sized up Jiang Qie for a few moments and silently walked behind the counter, pouring a pot of wine and serving it to Jiang Qie. 5 taels of silver. Pay first and drink later. Jiang Qie looked at the modest wine pot and couldn't help but be stunned. That's a lot of wine. Chapter 50 Boiled Sword Pavilion. Sword Nameless. 5 taels of silver is not a small amount of money. Enough for ordinary people to spend for most of the year. Jiang Qie, the Grand Prison Secretary, had a monthly salary of only 12 taels of cash silver in addition to the cultivation resource subsidy. Here, but only enough for 2 pots of wine. Even if he wasn't bad with money, he didn't want to be an ingrate. Boss, this wine in your house is not cheap. If it's not worth 5 taels of silver, don't blame me for smashing your store. Jiang Qie took out the silver and tossed it to the shopkeeper, his eyes looking at the shopkeeper with an unkind look. If the guest is not satisfied with the wine, the money for the wine will be doubled and the store will be smashed at will. The young man smiled coldly and proudly, turned around and walked to the doorway a Taiwanese chair to lie down, picked up a book and flipped through it. Good. I'll have to try it then. Jiang Qie couldn't help but come to a few points of interest. He poured a bowl of wine, took a light taste, and slowly closed his eyes. The wine is cool and sweet on the palate, with a pleasant aroma. There is also a peculiar rusty flavor, which does not cut down on its taste, but rather adds a few points of the thrill of the sword, and the soundness of the Fast and Furious. After swallowing, it leaves a hint of very light bitterness and a long, mellow flavor that lingers. Jiang Qie opened his eyes with a flash of surprise and couldn't help but drink. Good wine. This wine, which was beyond the realm of ordinary liquor, could be called spirit wine. With a tilt of his neck, he poured the entire bowl of wine down his throat, exhaled freely, and asked, Boss, does this wine have a name? Sword Nameless. The shopkeeper echoed. Jiang Qie was puzzled. What is the origin of this name? The young shopkeeper read with a faint look, the intention to enter the Jianghu. The sword has been enmity, the love of the empty hate, everywhere buried bones. Success is nameless, defeat is nameless, life is nameless, death is nameless. Jiang Qie savored it and couldn't help but laugh. In a few short sentences, the Jianghu people seemed to be sensational, but in fact, the sad and desolate life, wave after wave pushes forward. A generation of new people change old people, but most of the life of the name, and eventually turned into a set of nameless bones, scattered in an unknown corner. Unknown swordsman, sword without a name, good wine. There were only 3 bowls and a jug of wine, which was quickly drained by him. Jiang Qie only felt permeable and sound. Every pore was permeated with relief, but he couldn't get enough. He once again looked at the young shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, your wine isn't cheap, but it's always worth every penny. Give me 3 more altars of sword nameless. Fill up this wine bag for me again. He pulled out a wine bag and casually threw it to the young shopkeeper. The young shopkeeper carelessly caught the wine bag and went to get the wine without saying a word. But he had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly froze. He looked at the wine bag in his hand, then at Jiang Qie, and his eyes turned a few shades heavier. Those who could possess a storage treasure weapon were either high-ranking martial artists with extraordinary status or immortal cultivators. None of them would be ordinary characters, and ordinary people couldn't use this, to which he certainly wouldn't ask much. He walked over to the counter and filled up his wine sacks, and carried 3 small 1-foot-tall wine jars and brought them over to Jiang Qie. Sungui 205 taels. Give me 200. Give. Jiang Qie grinned like his teeth hurt and took out 2 large silver bills and gave them to the shopkeeper. If he hadn't picked up a few thousand taels of gold and silver from In Hongfei's storage bag, he wouldn't have dared to be so extravagant. But even that is needy. 200 taels. Enough to go to Lixian Yuan to find a flower girl to discuss life. He gave the young shopkeeper a displeased look and got up to leave with his wine altar and wine bag. Seeing Jiang Qie walk away, the young shopkeeper gently clapped his hands. Abruptly, a ghostly silhouette appeared in the corner of the tavern, clasping his fists and saying, Lord Poem Commander, Xinghuan has come to answer the call. The young shopkeeper commanded in a deep voice. Follow that person just now. Find out his identity, and remember not to frighten the snakes. Xinghuan hesitated for a moment and said, Lord Palm Envoy, this person's strength is unfathomable. He seems to have discovered me. The young shopkeeper said blandly, that's all the more reason to find out who he is. Go on, don't come within 15 meters of him. Yes. Xinghuan bowed and took 2 steps back, lightly leaping into the back kitchen and disappearing in an instant. At this time, The doorway walked in a few strong men dressed as martial artists, the leader of which roared with a big grin, "Boss, give the brothers a good wine." The young shopkeeper raised his eyelids and said with a smile, "He Lao-san, are you sure you want good wine?" He Lao-san cannot help but hit a jolt. Face red, snappy dry smile, ahem, weekdays shouting used to. The shopkeepers, you can never be serious. To the brothers to come to a altar of 6 years of spring on the line. Anyone who frequents this place knows that the good wine at the Boiled Sword Museum is not for everyone. A good wine costs more than 60 taels of silver. This is not drinking, this is clearly drinking silver. Most importantly, no one who comes here for a drink dares to renege on their bill. Tonight there are no stars or moon. The sky is cloudy and the road is dark. Jiang Qie stowed the wine altar into his storage bag and carried the wine bag, savoring Jian Wu Ming while following the way he came. Boiling Sword Pavilion? It really lives up to its name. This Sword Nameless is the best wine I've ever had in my life. It's even better than the most expensive Northern Mountain Spirit brew of the celestial habitat. But alas, this tavern is a bit complicated and the wine is too expensive. So it's better to come less often in the future. Swordless is a real strong drink with a decent aftertaste. As the wine bag gradually dried up, Jiang Qie had a few hints of drunkenness on his face. But his mind was clearer and his spirit was more and more excited. And his whole being gradually reached the peak state, which is really a good wine. A few moments later, he returned to the vicinity of the Lake of Falling Medicine, during which he also encountered a group of patrolling street patrol battalion armorers. As he passed by the entrance of an ordinary residence, a masked man in black iron armor walked out quickly. "Lord Jiang, you're back." Crippled Flying Dragon is still around, right? Jiang Qie instantly recognized it as Han Ji. Han Ji had already changed his face and was wearing a full set of Shin Tai armor, with a somewhat unusual style, except that a helmet was missing. He covered his face with a black scarf, carried an iron bow and iron spear on his back, tied an arrow pouch around his waist, carried a long sword in his hand, and his two eyes glittered with essence. Looking heroic and murderous, Han Ji said, "Lord, rest assured, Crippled Flying Dragon has not come out since he went in. Only one of his men left Guiyuan for half an hour, bringing back a group of greenhouse women." "Good. Then move." Jiang Qie nodded. At this time, Han Ji suddenly stopped Jiang Qie and said hesitantly, "Wait a moment, my lord. There are some people who want to meet you." "What kind of person wants to see me?" Jiang Qie froze. Han Ji said, "All of them are people who, like me, have been holding back for many years, aiming to get rid of Crippled Flying Dragon. My lord, they don't mean anything else. They just want to meet you, and they can't take up too much of your time." Jiang Qie didn't feel that he needed too many helpers to kill a crippled flying dragon. However, as he looked at the look of supplication on Han Ji's face, he nodded back. "Lead the way." "Yes, my lord." Inside, Han Ji's face was delighted as he walked into the door of the residence first. Jiang Qie, however, stopped dead in his tracks, and with his keen perception, he detected dozens of not-so-weak auras hidden within that residential house, and the intense murderous aura couldn't even be hidden. Han Ji noticed Jiang Qie's vigilance and hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, my lord, the people inside are all trustworthy. I've gathered some like-minded brothers over the years, and we all share the same goal, which is to kill the crippled flying dragon." "Good." Jiang Qie nodded slightly and walked in. Chapter 51, Tai Ling's Orphan. As the saying goes, a man of great skill is bold. And even if there was an ambush set up against him inside the house, Jiang Qie was not afraid in the slightest. But in reality, there was no ambush against him in the house. There were only rows and rows of elite armorers sitting cross-legged on the floor, more than 50 of them, filling several rooms to capacity. These men were all young, between 20 and 25 years old, but all had exquisite eyes and thick breath, and were fully armored, all with black scarves covering their faces, in the same costume as Han Ji. At this moment, they are all holding their breath, not saying a word, as if a stone sculpture. Even when they saw Jiang Qie come in, no one uttered a sound, only casting sharp gazes of curiosity and inquiry, as if they were sharp swords. Jiang Qie's face was calm, his gaze cold and heavy, and he didn't flinch in the face of a pair of stern gazes. He was just a little curious and asked, "Han Ji, which army are you people from?" Han Ji looked hesitant for a moment and replied, "I also ask that your excellency can keep our secret. We are the orphans of the Iron Plume Army of the Great Snow Pass." "The Great Snow Pass Iron Plume Army?" Jiang Qie was puzzled. "When did the Great Snow Pass add another garrison? How come I haven't heard of it?" Han Ji explained, "Your excellency is unaware that there were originally 2 garrison armies in the Great Snow Pass. one being the Blazing Snow Army and the other being the Iron Plume Army. Although the Iron Plume Army only had 30,000 men, it had always been the main force defending the Great Snow Pass, and had repelled the Desolate clan outside the pass many times, and had made great achievements over the past 100 years. And the Blazing Snow Army was originally only an auxiliary army, only responsible for sweeping up leaks in the pass. However, one day 12 years ago, the Iron Plume Army went out to fight against the Desolate Devil, and on their way back, they encountered a mysterious heavenly disaster, and the whole army was wiped out overnight, with no survivors. Those of us who are wearing armor were left behind by our father and older brother. I see. It is indeed a pity for the Iron Plume Army. Jiang Qie sighed and added. But what does this have to do with Crippled Flying Dragon? Why are you seeking revenge on Crippled Flying Dragon? A trace of biting hatred welled up under Han Ji's eyes as he said, My lord, the total annihilation of the Iron Plume Army may have nothing to do with the Crippled Flying Dragon. However, afterward, a Blazing Snow Army stormed into the Iron Plume Army's family camp, killing a group of unarmed men, women, and children, even toddlers less than a month old. Those of us, who were only about 10 years old back then, but had also joined the reserve battalion of the Iron Plume Army, only managed to escape because we were hunting and pulling in the wilderness at the time. As for the Crippled Flying Dragon, his real name was Chen Jinzhong, and he was the 500 masters of that Blazing Snow Army. It was he who, back then, led the men under his command in a killing spree against our town, killing blood and leaving no chickens or dogs behind. He was later impeached by officials in the court and should have been beheaded according to the law. However, he was secretly saved his life, and then he changed his face and assumed the name of Crippled Flying Dragon, and came to this cold young city to continue to make trouble. As orphans of the Iron Plume Army, we all hate Chen Jinzhong to the bone, and we hate to eat his flesh and drink his blood, and to carry his bones to ashes. Listening to Han Ji's words, a group of armored soldiers in the room could not help but have red eyes. Breathing tightly, everyone's eyes contained murderous anger, as if ahead of beasts that are about to go berserk. Although Jiang Qie couldn't talk about empathy, he also felt that the Crippled Flying Dragon should indeed be killed. In addition, he had another layer vaguely in mind. Crippled Flying Dragon even dared to lay hands on the family members of the Iron Plume Army. This only wouldn't be his own idea. It might have to involve the top brass of the Blazing Snow Army, but it's none of his business. He just wanted to kill Crippled Flying Dragon today. The men looked disciplined and good, and could be useful. Han Ji introduced to the crowd. Brothers, this is Lord Jiang Qie Zhang, whom I mentioned before. Just this morning, he had wrestled Song Yanqing to death in one fell swoop on the divine martial stage of the City Patrol Division, causing Song Yanqing to have his soul dissipated before he could even offer up his immortal spirit talisman. Tonight, Lord Jiang will be the main force in decapitating Crippled Flying Dragon, and we all need to cooperate with Lord Jiang's actions to make sure that none of Crippled Flying Dragon and his minions escape. Han Ji's words fell, but he saw a man stand up in the corner. It was a big man nearly 2 meters tall, with a broad mouth and wide face, and a great appearance. He carried a 5-foot huge sword on his back. His breath was majestic, and his gaze was like electricity. He arched his hand at Jiang Qie and said, My name is Pu Hun. I've met Lord Jiang. The fact that Lord Jiang was able to kill Song Yanqing in public shows that your strength is extraordinary. However, Song Yanqing was only a 5th grade expert, while Chen Jinzhong had 4th grade strength in his mere display. And Chen Jinzhong, this person is old and cunning, good at hiding, seldom strikes in public. According to our speculation, he may have reached the 3rd grade. Sir Jiang, forgive me for asking, but can you really deal with Chen Jinzhong? If we are not more than 70% sure of what is going to happen tonight, those of us who have been waiting for more than a decade but don't mind waiting some more years, I hope Lord Jiang can give us a word. For a moment, all eyes gathered on Jiang Qie's face, expecting to receive an affirmative answer. Jiang Qie could understand the concerns of these people. He didn't say anything, just slowly released his aura. Boom! A terrifying force like a mountain or a prison spread out, instantly enveloping the entire house, causing the air to become stagnant, and everyone couldn't help but be in awe. However, Jiang Qie's aura was still rising. 5 pins, 4 pins, 3 pins, 2nd grade, 1 piece. The aura stabilized at 1 pint and stopped rising. The strength of the innate was too eye-catching and would easily attract the targeting of the immortal sect, so Jiang Qie decided that in the future, if not necessary, he would only reveal the strength of the 1st or 2nd grade. Anyway, the 1st grade was enough, and it was more than enough to suppress the martial arts community of Cold Sun City. Under the pressure of his chi of this grade, Everyone in the room couldn't help but shake, each pale and horrified, only feeling that not only was Jiang Qiye unable to resist, but he didn't even dare to even think of making a move. Luckily, Jiang Qiye only slightly released and withdrew his aura, restoring normality once again. He asked, "Gentlemen, are you relieved?" Pu Han wiped his cold sweat and said in surprise, "Don't worry, too relieved. Lord Xiang is so young and has such a cultivation level. He is truly a heavenly genius, rare in this world. With Lord Zhang's help, Chen Jinzhong will surely die tonight. We would like to be at the head of Lord Zhang." The crowd breathed a sigh of relief in unison, and then their faces perked up. "Well, it's getting late. Get moving." Jiang Qiye nodded and turned to go out the door. Han Ji hurriedly caught up and asked, "Sir, do you want to change your attire?" Wei Jian in the side of the Wang Fu Buyuan. "No need." Jiang Qiye waved his hand indifferently, rolled over onto his donkey, and left first, collecting the crippled flying dragon. He didn't need to hide it at all. Offending Wei Jian was inevitable, after he killed Song Yanqing. As for saying that he was afraid of offending the royal family, this was a bit funny. He hadn't yet sought revenge on that hateful pair of siblings. If they dare to jump out, it's just the right time to dismantle their ugly faces. Han Ji and Pu Han looked at each other and nodded, and immediately each led a portion of their manpower and split up. Han Ji, with more than 30 people, caught up with Jiang Qiye and opened the way in front. Pu Han, on the other hand, led the rest of his men and circled around Gui Yuan's flank, preparing to cut off the enemy's rear path. Bang! A popping sound. Han Ji kicked the gate of Gui Yuan and surged in with his men, while Jiang Qiye followed on a donkey. Bold, who are you? Chapter 52, Subterranean Win 9 shots. Just as he entered Gui Yuan, he saw two sword-carrying martial artists standing not far away. Just as these two men were about to raise their voices in question, they were pierced by two sharp arrows into their eyebrows, killing them both. It was Han Ji who struck out. This compound was heavily guarded with a number of hidden stakes, and soon there were hidden stakes that signaled the invasion of foreign enemies. Han Ji and the others burst in at a fast pace, going straight to the inner courtyard without stopping for a moment, and along the way, they passed by, constantly shooting a sharp arrow, nailing one of the dark stakes to the ground. Han Ji's group of people shared a common trait, which was that everyone carried iron bows and arrows, and all of them had extraordinary archery skills. The heavy iron arrows were fast and accurate, containing amazing force, and could often send people flying once they hit the enemy. Jiang Qiye rode his donkey unhurriedly behind the crowd, and gradually had a few itchy hands. He took out an 8-stone longbow from his storage pouch, strung the bow on an arrow, easily pulled it into a full moon, and shot at a retreating hidden stake. Thumbs up! Powerful sharp arrows broke through the air, but it missed its target, passing through the man's ear and snapping a small tree, startling the man into a cold sweat. After years of not practicing, "I'm sure my hands are raw." Jiang Qiye shook his head and once again took out an arrow and shot it ahead. He also practiced archery when he was a child, but unfortunately, his talent was average, and he gave up after a few months of practicing, and instead focused on boxing. But you know a little bit about the basics of practicing archery. Next, he fired 3 arrows in a row, all of which missed the target, with the most outrageous one being 7 or 8 meters off target. When he was about to shoot the 4th arrow, the man's snake hall hidden stake, which was covered in cold sweat, had already been nailed to the tree trunk. Well, one of the Iron Plume army orphans shot it, and it had nothing to do with Jiang Qiye. Han Ji, who was not far away, gave Jiang Qiye an odd look and secretly bristled. If that hidden stake wasn't shot to death again, I was afraid that I would only be laughed to death by this Lord Zhang's archery skills. He said euphemistically, "My lord, you'd better save your strength to deal with the crippled flying dragons. Just leave these little minions to us. No harm in being idle anyway." Jiang Qiye smiled bashfully, but was undeterred. Poor archery is nothing more than a lack of cultivation. As for cultivation, he's not missing this. In just this moment of work, Han Ji and the others had already shot 17 or 18 people. 15 years of innate cultivation had also been collected in Jiang Qiye's cultivation dharma bead. Since he understood that archery would be useful to him, he didn't mince words and gave the order at once. Cultivate fusion archery. Buzz. Endless archery practice scenarios and archery practice epiphanies flooded into his mind, causing his head to swell slightly. First year, he became a competent archer. 3 out of 10 shots at 50 paces. The next year he became an excellent archer, hitting 5 out of 10 shots at 50 paces. In his third year, he became an exceptional archer. Within 50 paces, 7 out of 10 shots. Within 100 paces, 5 out of 10 shots. 5th year, he became a marksman. 10 shots at 50 paces, 10 hits, 9 hits at 100 paces, and that, too, is the limit of the archer. With my current physical talent, it all took me 5 years of innate cultivation to become a marksman. If it was the previous me, I'm only afraid that it would be impossible for me to reach this step in my entire life. Jiang Qie opened his eyes and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He didn't stop, though. Although he has become a marksman, it is not without room for improvement. Cultivation Fusion Wind Spirit Arrow Technique. The Wind Spirit Arrow skill was no longer an ordinary archery skill, but rather the realm of martial arts. It required opening dozens of meridians and transforming the power of Qi and blood into the power of wind spirit within the body and attaching it to the arrow, thus exerting a power that unusual archery techniques did not possess. First year, a meridian was automatically opened. The Wind Spirit Arrow skill was initiated, and the speed of archery increased dramatically. Second year, may send out a divine shot of subterranean wind. No sound, no phase, no form. In the third year, the Wind Spirit Arrow skill was slightly accomplished, and could instantly fire 3 subterranean wind divine shots. In the 5th year, the Wind Spirit Arrow skill was accomplished and could instantly fire 6 subterranean wind divine shots. In the 9th year, the Wind Spirit Arrow skill was perfected, and one could instantly fire 9 subterranean wind divine shots, which was the highest realm of the Wind Spirit Arrow skill, subterranean wind 9 shots. When Jiang Qie opened his eyes again, he realized that his arms, which had been thickened by years of practicing archery, had even more terrifying arm strength. His eyes were sharp as eagles, even under this dark night. In this moment's effort, Han Ji and the others had surged another 50 or 60 paces. They were at the edge of a water pond, and they fought short-handedly with the people of the 10,000 Serpents Hall, and the two parties fought fiercely, with the sounds of killing resounding through the night sky. Han Ji, a group of strength or good, and with proper coordination, formed a battle formation layer by layer. The killing power is very considerable. A look knows that in the weekdays did not less training. In comparison, although the people of the 10,000 Serpents Hall looked like wolves and tigers and were ruthless, however, fighting individually and without armor to protect their bodies, facing the stranglehold of the military formation, they soon died and were heavily wounded. However, Han Ji and the others were ultimately outnumbered, and were gradually blocked from advancing, and their bows and arrows struggled to be effective. After a few moments of tea, more than 30 people from the 10,000 Serpents Hall had died, but there were still as many as 70 to 80 people, all of them fierce and unafraid of death, and they were gradually creating a closed circle around Han Ji and the others. Among them, there were more than 10 military crossbows, from the side sneak attack suppression, so that Han Ji and others gradually feel strenuous. There have been several Iron Plume orphans fell to the ground. The situation is gradually on the Iron Plume orphans some unfavorable. From the darkness in the distance came the cold voice of the crippled flying dragon. Mr. Chen really didn't expect that. Instead of waiting for the Jiang family, he waited for you Tai Ling remnants. Good timing. All these years you have been hiding in the shadows, making it difficult for Chen to sleep or eat. Since you have shown your heads tonight, you will all be buried here. Han Ji roared angrily. Chen Jinzhong, you've lost your conscience and done all the evil you can. We have been hibernating for many years just to take your life. Tonight, you're doomed. I'm afraid you don't have it in you, eh? Who? Thumbs up. Ah. The crippled flying dragon in the darkness was just about to taunt a few words when suddenly a large rain of arrows came from the side and back, causing a large number of his men to instantly fall. Crippled flying dragon waved his hand to slap away an iron arrow and looked coldly, only to see a 2-meter-tall man leading more than 20 archers quickly pouncing, occupying favorable terrain one after another, with iron arrows raining down on the crowd of 10,000 Serpents Hall, inflicting great casualties on the people of 10,000 Serpents Hall. Chen Jinzhong, tonight is the night you die. With a stern roar, Pu Hun's majestic figure leapt high into the air and came flying towards the crippled flying dragon. I didn't realize that there were quite a few of you leaky fish. Go on, chop them up for me. Don't let any of them go. Crippled flying dragon grimaced and waved his big hand. The men at his side immediately greeted him. Pu Hun stepped as if he were flying, and with a casual slap of his bushel-sized palm, he easily smashed the head of a 7th-grade martial artist. He didn't even look at the rest of the people, but only stared at the crippled flying dragon in death. His eyes glazed over, killing machines bursting out of his eyes. At the same time, Han Ji also suddenly erupted with unprecedented strength, violently swinging his sword to split several people, and swept more than 10 meters, appearing on the other side of crippled flying dragon, locking onto crippled flying dragon with a deadly grip. Pu Hun and Han Ji, surprisingly, were both 5th grade experts. Facing the pincer attack of two 5th grade experts, crippled flying dragon was unchanged. Chapter 53, The God Shot Without Sharpness. The Iron Plume army was wiped out 12 years ago, and it's long overdue for you leaky fish to be on your way. Tonight, none of you will escape. He smiled cruelly and pulled a pair of silver silk gloves out of his arms and put them on his hands. Don't worry, old me won't run away tonight. Either you die or I die. Kill. Poohan drew out his 5-foot giant sword and stepped forward with a mountainous momentum, a style of chopping wind and waves, chopping at the top of crippled flying dragon's head with an unrelenting momentum. The crippled flying dragon showed disdain and gently swayed to avoid the heavy sword's chop, while at the same time cupping his hand into a claw and swinging his claw to pummel the body of the sword. Gold and silver double Jedi hands. His hands were glowing with gold and silver millimeters, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Bang! A crunch. Poohan's Xian iron greatsword actually broke in two. His huge body was also shocked by the vast force coming from the sword, causing him to spit out blood and fall back on his back, unable to stop his eyes from showing horror. Chen Jinzhong, eat my sword. Almost at the same time, Hanji also flew into the sky and swung his sword down, as swift as a bird of prey and as powerful as a thunderbolt. Humph! Sculpture. The crippled flying dragon grunted lightly and swung several claws vainly into the upper air, and an arc of unparalleled sharpness in gold and silver pierced through the void, sweeping past Hanji's body in droves. Thumbs up. Hanji was hit by several claw winds. His armor shattered and he was instantly bruised all over his body. His entire body was sent flying dozens of meters away, falling to the ground and spitting out blood. He said in shock and anger, You really did hide your strength. You are a 3rd-grade martial artist. Put. At this moment, all the Iron Plume orphans were stunned, revealing shock and unwillingness. If crippled flying dragon was a 4th-grade martial artist, they might barely have a fighting chance on the strength of having two 5th grades. However, crippled flying dragon was a 3rd-grade internal chi expert, which was something they couldn't defeat no matter what. After all these years of hibernation, is it hard to just wait for this? Nope. They seem to have forgotten one more person. Crippled flying dragon laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. I, Chen Jinzhong, have been in the army for 10 years, killing people like crazy, and then I have been in the jungle for 12 years, and I have long since lost count of the lives of my men. The people who want me dead can line up from Cold Sun City to the bottom of the Great Snow Pass. But so what? Who can kill me? Over the years, those who wanted me dead, all died under my palm. Today, it's the turn of you little bastards. It is only when you are dead that the Iron Plume army can completely erase its traces, and everything in the past can truly come to an end. All of you. Crippled flying dragon laughed arrogantly. His hands glowed with cold gold and silver luster, and his entire body instantly transformed into a residual shadow, pouncing on Poohan like a bloodthirsty beast. But just at that moment, a mournful scream suddenly resounded around them once again. An invisible arrow traveled through the air, blending with the night wind, unable to see any trace, and by the time it was discovered, it had already penetrated into the bodies of the 10,000 Serpents Hall crowd, swiftly harvesting a life. Even the crippled flying dragon himself was locked by 3 sharp arrows, which were shadowless and close to his body before he noticed them. In the midst of the crisis, he swung his claws as hard as he could to block the 2 arrows. Another failed to block it and shot him in the ribs, piercing through his body, protecting true chi and going straight through his body, bringing out a shower of blood. Who is it that is secretly shooting cold arrows? Get the hell out! The crippled flying dragon roared angrily, while his body shifted and disappeared into place, hiding behind a wigwam not far away. The invisible arrows are still coming out. The crowd of the 10,000 Serpents Hall had been killed by arrows, and their numbers were decreasing rapidly. Not only were these arrows impossible to dodge, but they were also incredibly accurate, often hitting the target's brow and throat, killing them with a single arrow. At this moment, not only were the people of 10,000 Serpents Hall horrified, even Han Ji, Poohan, and the other orphans of the Iron Plume army were stunned. Such godlike archery skills were unheard of, not to mention seen. They all looked in the direction where the arrows came from, but they only saw a plump, jade-like figure, riding on the back of a donkey as it walked slowly. The man kept drawing his bow and shooting a shadowless arrow. The most astonishing thing was that he even put on 9 arrows at a time, wrapping the arrow feathers in a ball of green light, able to lock onto 9 targets at the same time, and the arrows disappeared into the wind just as they left the bowstring. When it reappeared, it had already been inserted in the brow or throat of an expert of the 10,000 Serpents Hall. Precise, bizarre, defensible, divine. The arrows he shot alone were as good as a whole squad of archers. Thumbs up. After a series of 5 waves of arrows rained down, the people of 10,000 Serpents Hall had died out, all lying on the ground. The only ones left standing around were Han Ji, Pu Hun, and the rest of the Iron Plume orphans. And, of course, there was a crippled flying dragon hiding behind the wigwam. Lord Jiang. John? How is this possible? Han Ji looked incredulously at the figure approaching on a donkey, his eyes nearly glaring out. Just a short while ago, he had been moved to laugh by Jiang Qi's poor archery skills, but it had only been a matter of tea, and this Lord Jiang had already transformed himself, displaying peak divine techniques that even he could not even dream of achieving. As for Pu Hun and the others, they all looked at Jiang Qi in disbelief. All of them were shocked and convinced by this divine archery skill, simply astonished. Jiang Qi didn't care about the gazes of the people around him, as he casually threw away the 8-stone longbow that had already chipped away, rolled over and dismounted from his donkey, and walked towards the wigwam unhurriedly. 2 faint masses of white light coalesced in the palms of his hands, poised to strike. Well, archery is strong, but it's very bow-intensive. After 5 consecutive shots of the 9 shots of subterranean wind, he had already reimbursed 2 bows. To prevent the crippled flying dragon from escaping again, the breaking finger was ready. Crippled flying dragon. I've heard that everyone who has seen you strike has died. I heard that those who tried to kill you died under your palm. I hear you've killed more people than you can count. TSK. Such a gaijin is simply admirable to Jiang. But I'm coming to kill you today. You also try to see if you can make me, Jiang Qie, die under your palm as well. Jiang Qie came under the wigwam, his words flirting and his eyes cold. Last night, crippled flying dragon had actually hidden his strength in such a dangerous situation, which surprised him a little. But sadly, he's hiding more. In front of him, a great innate master. Crippled flying dragon had little difference whether it was a 3rd or 4th rank. However, even though his strength far exceeded that of the crippled flying dragon, he was not the least bit careless. Last time, he let crippled flying dragon escape because he was a little inattentive. Crippled flying dragon was sinister and cunning, and his lightness was outstanding. If he let him escape this time, it would be even harder to tackle him next time. At this moment, crippled flying dragon was hiding behind the wigwam, covering the arrow wound under his ribs, his face unsightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to go out, but he didn't dare. At this moment, he only felt an aura that was like a great mountain pressing down on him, enveloping him and pressuring him to the point that he could barely breathe, causing him to barely be able to entertain the thought of resisting. He didn't even dare to run away. Even if he had extraordinary lightness, he didn't dare to guarantee that he could escape Jiang Qi's godly and terrifying archery skills. One piece. This was the might of a first-rate expert. Treadmill. Where did this Jiang Qi pop up as a demon? He was still a 2nd rank when we met last night. How did he become a 1st rank this moment? A first-rate expert under the age of 20. Even if you start practicing martial arts from your mother's womb, it's absolutely impossible. Fighting was definitely not possible. Hiding was not a long-term solution, and escaping was not completely certain. The only thing he could do at the moment seemed to be stalling for time. Just now he had sent someone to notify Gui Jian. I believe it won't take more than a moment. Gui Jian will bring people to rush back. By then things will definitely turn around. Chapter 54, Light of the God of War. Crippled flying dragon's back was pressed against the wigwam, and his mind turned sharply as he carefully transmitted his voice. Jiang Qishou. Mr. Chen recognizes that he is not your opponent, but in this Jianghu, it is not the case that whoever is strong can do whatever they want. Although I, Chen Jinzhong, have a rotten life, I am not without roots. I have thousands of brothers under me, ready to die for me. I'm close friends with Lord Wu Jianguo of your city watch. Behind me also stands the Song family of Snowpass City that controls the 60,000 Blazing Snow Army. Jiang Qishou, you've already killed Song Yanqing today, which will surely attract the Song family's monstrous wrath. With the Song family's domineering nature, they're bound to get rid of you. But if you are willing to let me go, I, Chen Jinzhong, would like to mediate for you and help you through this crisis with all my might. In addition, I have collected a great deal of wealth over the years, countless secret books, and endless cultivation herbs, all of which can be given to you. There's also my life-preserving mastery, Dragon Shadow 8 Steps and Gold and Silver Double Jedi Hands, which are 2 martial arts mastery above the innate, rare in the world. I will give you all of this if you will let me go. I'm almost tempted by what you're saying. However, you're still going to die. When you die, everything you have, I will take it all the same. Jiang Qie had locked onto the exact location of the crippled flying dragon and found the shortest straight line distance between the two. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly grabbed the wigwam with both hands, and a majestic and sharp air-breaking finger force penetrated into the rocks. Thumbs up, Jiang Qiye. You're dreaming, HM? What are you doing Crippled Flying Dragon was just about to curse angrily when he suddenly felt a sharp aura piercing out from the wigwam, instantly hitting him and penetrating his body. 6 finger holes, front and back, were left in his shoulder, left arm, and abdomen. A perfect realm's air-breaking finger has a range of up to 90 paces, and within 50 paces is enough to penetrate a half-foot iron wall. And at the moment, close at hand, there was no difficulty in striking through the 3-meter wigwam. The crippled flying dragon was shocked and furious. What shocked him even more was that the 6 finger holes on his body actually didn't shed a single drop of blood, and the flesh and bones around the finger holes were gradually petrifying and numbing. However, the trouble wasn't over yet. Before he could react, the entire wigwam exploded, and a majestic force blasted from behind, sending him flying hard. Boom! The crippled flying dragon seemed to be hit by a high-speed carriage. His spine was almost broken, and he flew more than 30 meters away at once, spitting out blood and tumbling down into the water pond. A silhouette quickly caught up with him, stopping at the edge of the pond and looking down at the water with cold eyes. At the moment, the water was sparkling, but there was no sign of the crippled flying dragon. Jiang Qiye stood at the edge of the pond, his gaze coldly gazing at the water, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a faint mockery. The pond was only 30 or 40 meters square, and he would never believe that crippled flying dragon would still have a chance to turn the tables. At this moment, Han Ji, Pu Hun, and the others had long been shocked by Jiang Qiye's terrifying strength, heavily hitting the crippled flying dragon across the wigwam, and even blowing up a 3-meter-high wigwam with a single punch. What a shocking battle power! After a short period of shock, they quickly reacted and hastily gathered their men and surrounded the entire water pond, all of them bending their bows and arrows, just waiting for the crippled flying dragon to appear. Then they would pierce it through the heart with 10,000 arrows. Time passed quietly. After about a minute, the crippled flying dragon had not yet appeared, but a low, solemn voice suddenly came out of the earth. The Vajra is unbreakable, and all laws are inviolable. Behead the immortals and destroy the Tao, and set my world right. It was as if it was a mantra, as if it was a declaration slogan, sounding overbearing and impassioned, yet solemn and heavy, as if it contained a special mission. Boom! The pond suddenly exploded into a sky of water, and a silhouette of golden light rose up into the air. It was the crippled flying dragon. Crippled flying dragon was in a bit of a strange state at the moment, holding a black token in his hand. His eyes glazed over. There was a layer of dazzling golden light outside his body, as if it was a small round of sun, illuminating 100 meters in a radius as if it was daytime, shaking people almost unable to open their eyes. Such an astonishing change was simply beyond shocking, and even Jiang Qiye was greatly surprised. What the hell? Could it be that the crippled flying dragon is an immortal cultivator? But it's not like that. He didn't have any spiritual power fluctuations on him. Shoot him for me. Hanji was shocked and hurriedly ordered arrows. Thumbs up. The crowd of iron plume orphans all subconsciously shot out iron arrows, forming a rain of steel arrows that instantly drowned the crippled flying dragon. The next scene, however, was a bit of a surprise. An iron arrow that could only pierce gold and crackstone was shot at the crippled flying dragon, but they were all blocked off by the golden light outside of his body, and none of them were able to get close to his main body. Ha 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 ha, it's useless. This is the light of the martial god that I traded 3 immortal cultivator lives for from the Immortal Beheading Alliance. Under the innate, no one can kill me, not even a lowly immortal cultivator. Crippled flying dragon's body was in the air, strangely moving 20 meters sideways and landing on the top of a small building. He looked down at Jiang Qiye with a spiteful and cruel sneer. Jiang Qiye, you caused me to expose my identity. I'll take this revenge. In the days to come, you will watch the people around you die one by one. Only in the end will it be your turn. Next time we meet, I'll give you a big surprise. Wait and see. Jiang Qiye's eyes narrowed slightly, and a killing chance blazed under his eyes. Chopper League. Crippled flying dragon was actually related to the Immortal Beheading Alliance. Well, at this point, it doesn't matter who he's related to. No matter what, we can't let crippled flying dragon escape today. Even if he's the illegitimate son of the Empress, he must die. With his superior eyesight, he had already seen the crippled flying dragon's external strength. Although the crippled flying dragon was acting strong, judging from the staggering steps he took when he landed on his feet, this guy was definitely putting on a show. He didn't get stronger, just an extra layer of turtle shell. Well, in that case, There's no need to expose too much strength. You don't have a next time. Today, even with the blessing of a true martial god, you'll die all the same. Jiang Qi's face glowed viciously as he stepped and flew up, swiftly pouncing on the crippled flying dragon. The fossilized true qi in his body surged madly into his hands. In the midst of running, the 10 fingers of his hands were wide open, and he stabbed forward flatly, locking onto the crippled flying dragon from afar. Broken fingers, thumbs up, 10 white lights penetrated through the void, carrying an indestructible sharpness and projected onto the crippled flying dragon. Bang, 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 bang. The breaking finger force hit its target, but again, it failed to break through the crippled flying dragon's defense, only sending the crippled flying dragon flying sideways. This also shows that the light of the martial god is indeed extraordinary. But Jiang Qiye was undiscouraged. After all, crippled flying dragon had already said that no one could kill him under the innate. The fossilized stone true qi that he had cultivated with the Lingming stone fist was only of 3rd grade strength, and even with the increase in the power of the sky-breaking finger, it still couldn't reach the power of the innate. However, the good thing was that the strength of his fleshly body was solidly beyond the innate. Before crippled flying dragon could hit the ground, he had already appeared below crippled flying dragon. He opened his 5 fingers wide and sucked them through the air, and with a huff, he sucked the crippled flying dragon over to him, and accurately grabbed the crippled flying dragon's neck, and slammed it down on the ground viciously. Chapter 55, Not a Casual Person. Boom! The earth was shaken. The crippled flying dragon was not hurt by this fall, but he was also a bit dazed, and was furious for a while. Jiang Qiye, you deserve to die. You can't kill old me dash. We'll see if we can kill you or not. Jiang Qiye's face was cold and heavy, and his vast greatness condensed into his right hand, transforming into an iron fist that blasted against crippled flying dragon's chest. Bang! A punch! The light of the martial god broke, revealing the body of crippled flying dragon, who was horrified and filled with disbelief. How can you? Innate! Boom! Second punch! The crippled flying dragon's body exploded into a mass of broken flesh, and a 5 or 6 meter diameter mound of earth was added to the ground. This underground emperor of Cold Sun City, the infamous dragon master of the 10,000 Snakes Hall, ended his sinful life. At the edge of the large pit, there was a green wood token half buried in the dirt, emitting a greenish luster. It was dropped from the crippled flying dragon and was the only intact relic of the crippled flying dragon. Jiang Qiye reached out and sucked the token in his hand. Dead. Chen Jinzhong is dead. Great. Finally, we've gotten rid of this heinous executioner. Oh father, mother, master, Chen Jinzhong is dead. Dead without a body. Your spirits in heaven can rest in peace. Thank you, Lord Jiang, for helping us to avenge our great loss. Han Ji is willing to go through fire and water for your honor in the future. Thank you, Lord Jiang. This life of Pu Han will be Lord Zhang's in the future. I'll kill whoever you tell me to. Han Ji, Pu Han, and the others couldn't help but cry tears of joy after the shock, and some even hugged their heads and cried. Everyone then knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Jiang Qiye to thank him, while also taking the opportunity to show their devotion. They had witnessed Chen Jinzhong's death with their own eyes, and had also deeply felt Chen Jinzhong's terrifying strength. It could be said that if Jiang Qiye hadn't intervened this time, those of them, I'm afraid that they would never be able to avenge their deaths, and more than likely, they would have died at the hands of Chen Jinzhong. It was for this reason that each of their gazes toward Jiang Qiye were filled with heartfelt gratitude and respect. This Lord Jiang, mysterious and powerful, already invincible at such a young age. The earlier scene of him shattering the wigwam with one punch and smashing the crippled flying dragon with 2 punches had penetrated deep into the hearts of the people, making it unforgettable to everyone for the rest of their lives. The Iron Plume Army has long since become history. The only way for them, the Iron Plume Orphans, to have a future was to follow such a strong man. Rumble. A rumble of horses' hooves came from the street outside, causing the earth to shake. Jiang Qiye didn't immediately proceed to study the token, nor did he immediately accept this group of Iron Plume Orphans as he swept a glance at the crowd and commanded in a deep voice. Get up first. There's a large group of people rushing over, most likely Guijian. If it's not necessary, it's better if we don't clash with the street patrol battalion and leave this place first. While saying that, he rolled over and mounted the big green donkey, heading towards the back door of the manor. This group of Iron Plume Orphans did have a good fighting strength. Whether it's the strength of a single body or the strength of a group battle, it should not be underestimated. It would be of some use to him if he could receive it under his command. However, the only knowledge he had of these people came from Han Ji's family, and he didn't dare to just receive them under his command in a haphazard manner. In case these guys ever rebel, won't they fall into a hole themselves? Better to wait and learn more about it later before considering it. Most of crippled Flying Dragon's subordinates are dead inside this manor. Occasionally, one or two leaky fish escaped, as well as some greenhouse girls hiding inside the house, and the crowd didn't bother to pay attention to them. On his way out, Jiang Qiye intentionally glanced at the next-door royal residence compound. On top of a 5-story building platform stood a slender white figure that almost blended with the night. It's too far away to really see, but intuition told him that the figure was Xiao Hongyu, and you Xiao Hong, or you error. Woman, let you be proud for a while first. 2 months later, let's see the real chapter in bed. It seems like this chick loves role-playing. Well, I'll make sure to let you play it enough at that time. Jiang Qiye gave a bad smile and rode his donkey away. At the back, Hanji and Pu Han seemed to understand that they were a bit abrupt, so they stopped talking and hurriedly led the crowd of Iron Plume orphans to neatly and effectively follow Jiang Qiye, and the group quickly disappeared into the night. Not long after they left, Gui Jian rushed into the manor with dozens of fully armored street patrol battalion warriors. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, looking at the mess everywhere after the big battle, Gui Jian was furious. His face flushed red and he was furious. Lawlessness, outrageous. The thieves shouldn't have gone far, so blockade the southern city immediately. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you must dig out every single one of these thieves for me. Go! The angry roar resonated through the night sky and could be heard for a long time. Yes. Do. For a while, the iron whistles of the street patrol battalion were loud and echoed from everywhere, reverberating over the entire southern city. Jiang Qiye led Hanji, Pu Han and his group to walk quickly through the alleys, listening to the dense sound of iron whistles around them. The crowd couldn't help but frown with some concern. Hanji said with a grave expression, Sir Jiang, the street patrol battalion is going to blockade the southern city. So many of us are too big a target. I'm afraid it's hard to get away. It's better to split up and evacuate. Jiang Qiye stopped and looked at the bloodstained and tired-looking crowd, shaking his head. The blood qi on you all is too heavy. Even if you were to turn into a hole, I'm afraid that not too many of you would be able to escape. Forget it. You guys should come back to the jail with me. It's close enough to the patrol division that the most dangerous places are instead the safest. This, Hanji and Pu Han glanced at each other, nodded to each other, and cupped their fists at Jiang Qiye. I'll leave it all up to your excellency. Let's go then. All remove your battle armor. It's too conspicuous. Remember, your status is that of hard laborers in the dungeon, accompanying me out on my errands. Yes. Hanji, Pu Han, and the others all removed their heavy armor and weapons, and were collected into Jiang Qiye's storage bag. Then following Jiang Qiye, he walked towards the city patrol division in a dignified manner. On the way, they had also been questioned by 2 squads of street patrol battalions. However, Jiang Qiye was wearing the official uniform of the Department of Prisons and had a token in his hand, so he traveled unhindered all the way and soon returned to the big prison of the Department of City Patrol. After entering the prison, it was Jiang Qiye's territory. Arranging dozens of people was no big deal. This matter was not done tightly, and I believe that it won't take long for Gui Jian to find out his head. However, Jiang Qiye wasn't afraid in the slightest. As long as he wasn't caught red-handed, the rest was just a matter of pulling the wool over his eyes, and whether it came from the open or the dark, he thought he could catch it. During the daytime, Jiang Qiye had already applied for a small compound within the City Watch Division, close to the large prison. It's not a big yard, but it's in pretty good condition, at least much better than the pigeon house we stayed in last night. He arranged for Hanji and the others and returned to the small courtyard alone. Hearing the sound, Li Qingxiang immediately walked out of the room and greeted him. She seemed to have just bathed and changed into a plain white dress. Her clear little face hung with a faint blush, and she seemed to be a little afraid to meet Jiang Qiye's eyes, looking like she was ready for something. There was a slight breeze and a hint of fragrance. Her head was slightly lowered, and her voice was like a mosquito fly as she whispered, "My lord, you're back." Jiang Qiye gave her an odd look. What's the situation? This little girl seems to be trying to get ready to offer herself? He felt a strong need to clarify, but for a while, he didn't know how to open his mouth to explain, and people might not believe him even after explaining. Forget it. The cleaner the better. The better. I believe that after spending some time together, Li Qingxiang will definitely understand that Jiang Qiye is never a casual person. Well, call me Prince from now on. Chapter 56 Strength Surge. Spirit Bright Stone King Body. Yes, my lord, Li Qingpian respectfully said. My brother has already come out, and has been arranged to work within the prison. I know. Jiang Qie nodded and walked inside. Walking out a few steps, he turned back, slipped a stack of silver tickets to Li Qingtian, and instructed, "In the future, you will be in charge of all the chores of life around me. What you need, buy it yourself. And if you don't have enough manpower, go to the dental shop to buy it." "Yes, my lord." Li Qingxiang looked at the large stack of silver bills and was a bit stunned, but quickly reacted and quickly asked, "Sir, do you need me to prepare a meal for you? Or, well, send it over later." Jiang Qie responded and walked into the room. Though he hadn't eaten until now and was indeed a bit hungry, there were some things more important than eating. Li Qingxiang looked at the closed door of the room and couldn't help but exhale softly, as if he had escaped, and was a bit thankful in his heart. But thinking of the old saying that one thinks of that after one is full and warm, one of her little faces collapsed again. For Jiang Qie, a more important thing than eating was naturally raising his cultivation. He sat down in the room, took out his wine bag and took a sip of sword nameless, and checked the cultivation dharma bead in his mind. 116 years of innate cultivation. This can be equivalent to 1,160 years of acquired cultivation. Seeing this amount, Jiang Qie couldn't help but feel relieved, grinning and letting out a silent laugh. In fact, in his opinion, killing the crippled flying dragon was certainly finally important. But his main purpose tonight was still to kill people to pick up his cultivation. Since crippled flying dragon had messed with him, he certainly wouldn't miss such a chance to pick up his cultivation in such a legitimate manner. Tonight in the manor, a total of more than 100 people were killed. All of them were martial artists who had entered the grade, and among them, there was also a third-grade crippled flying dragon. 900 years of cultivation, an unprecedented great harvest. Finally, we can raise the spirit bright stone king scripture. I've been fooled by you Xiaobai's dastardly siblings for more than a decade, and in the end, it's still that my brain isn't sharp enough. Otherwise I wouldn't have been so blind to some obvious breaks. The spiritual brightness stone king scripture happens to enhance the wisdom of the cultivator, so I hope it will make me smarter and stop being so pure and kind and naive. Jiang Qie smiled to himself. In fact, now that he thought about it, it was thanks to the fact that Yu Xiaobai's siblings did not have any malicious intentions towards him. Otherwise, he might have planted a big head. The Spirit King Stone King Sutra was a demonic technique, and revealing its flaws in the future might bring some trouble. However, Jiang Qie firmly believed that as long as he was strong enough and upgraded fast enough, all trouble would be trouble for his enemies. Cultivation Fusion Spirit Bright Stone King Sutra. Buzz. Jiang Qie's mind shook as the Heart Dharma Upanishad of the Spirit Brightening Stone King Sutra quickly surfaced in his mind, manifesting into a large number of textual images as if spreading out a vast picture scroll of martial arts. The original essence of the Lingming Stone King Sutra originated from a strange stone of the heavenly Tao at the beginning of the heavens and earth. The strange stone opens up its spiritual wisdom under the nourishment of heaven and earth's aura, and then it keeps devouring everything around it, gradually strengthening itself, enhancing its wisdom, and evolving all kinds of magical abilities. This gradually gave Jiang Qie a familiar feeling. Monkey? Well, monkeys will be monkeys. Strong is right. At the same time, a great deal of martial essence that he had drawn from various martial arts flashed out one by one. A great deal of useful subtleties and insights are gradually sifted, summarized, and absorbed. Then blending Jiang Qie's own realization and combining it with his own state, he slowly integrated it into the Spirit Bright Stone King Sutra, deducing the follow-up heart method that best suited him. First year. Year 2. 10th year. In the 16th year, he finally deduced and completed the 8th layer of the Spirit Brightness Stone King Sutra's heart method. In the 19th year, he pushed his internal qi cultivation to the 2nd grade, his wisdom and physique improved again, and his internal qi became even more pure and thick. The cultivation fusion didn't stop. In the 42nd year, Jiang Qie deduced and completed the 9th layer of the heart technique. In the 46th year, the cultivation of internal qi reached the 1st grade realm. His entire person became even stronger. His whole body and mind became stronger in all directions, and he became powerful to an unimaginable extent. The derivation continues. 73rd year. Jiang Qie deduced and completed the 10th layer of the heart technique. 77th year. His internal qi cultivation had stepped into the realm of the innate, reaching the early stage of the qi gathering realm. The fossilized true qi in his body was completely transformed into fossilized yuan power, stored in the flesh and blood cells of his entire body. It also caused every inch of flesh and drop of blood on his body to be filled with majestic power. In the 81st year, the middle stage of the qi gathering realm. In the 88th year, At the latter stage of the Qi gathering realm. 95th year. Gathering Qi realm perfection. The cultivation fusion stopped and Jiang Qiye opened his eyes. At the moment, his two eyes were like two bottomless abysses, bright and deep, making him look as if he could fall in. At this point, his Iron Mountain Wall and Spirit Brightening Stone King scripture had both synchronized to reach the great perfection of the Qi gathering realm. With 21 years of innate cultivation left, he did not continue fusing, intending to adapt to the strength of the moment and settle down slightly first. He let out a long breath and began to savor the added strength. Upgrading from 3rd grade to innate, his fossilized true Qi had been completely transformed into Yuan power. Not only has it been purified 100 times, even the quantity has been boosted by more than 100 times. As for the power, it's hard to say without trying it, but it's definitely strong. At the same time, he possessed a peculiar ability, which was the changing Spirit Brightstone King body. When he reversed his feats, he himself would fall into a petrified state. In this state, his physical body's defense and strength would be increased by 9 times, and at the same time, he could shield himself from mental attacks to a great extent. But the downside is also obvious. Speed and agility will be drastically reduced. This is also considered a very powerful means of preserving one's life. A 9-fold increase in strength. This was definitely equivalent to crossing a large realm. However, Jiang Qiye wasn't very satisfied with this ability. After petrifying himself, his speed and agility were greatly reduced, and he could easily be used as a living target, and that didn't seem like it would be too enjoyable. In his normal state, if he couldn't crush his enemies strongly, he would rather run away while he could. Of course, this ability is substantial if you are in a situation where you can't make a run for it. Once the sacrifice of Spirit Bright Stone King body may be enough to Jedi turn the tide. Reversed Qiankuan. In addition, this time when he had consecutively ascended several steps, his divine soul had undergone a drastic change. His will and intelligence were amazingly strengthened and enhanced. His mind was clearer and his ears sharper. In the past, some things that I could not understand, or problems that I had not paid attention to, at this moment, when I thought about them a little, I naturally realized and understood them, and they were very subtle. With the strengthening of his divine soul, his divine sense, too, had expanded from its original range of 12 meters to nearly 300 meters square. This was especially shocking to Jiang Qiye. He now very much suspected that the Spirit Brightness Stone King scripture was originally a demonic scripture that favored the cultivation of the divine soul, and that the cultivation of the physical body and Yuan power might only be its incidental effects. At this moment, he was sitting in the small courtyard room. His spiritual power was outwardly released, and he was already able to take in the scene of the small half of the city patrol division. Chapter 57, The Immortal Beheading Alliance. Within the range of divine sense, Jiang Qiye clearly saw that Han Ji, Pu Hun, and the others had already changed into the costumes of the gang servants and were devouring their meals under Zhao Kang's arrangement. He clearly saw Zhang Boang wearing a jailer's uniform, is patrolling a few female cells, seeing the beautiful female prisoners, will be cheaply accosted a few sentences, be spat on also happy to. He clearly saw Qin Wuyan in the elegant room, practicing spells, 9 small slender flaming snakes circling around his body flying. It's too heaven-defying. I'm afraid that the Spiritual Brightness Stone King Sutra's refining of the divine soul is no worse than even the immortal heart technique. Qin Wuyan. Seeing Qin Wuyan at this moment, Jiang Qiye suddenly thought of something clearly. Qin Wuyan was arrested in the prison because he had offended Prince Xian. Xiao Baiyu, the son of King Xian, is Yu Xiaobai. Yu Xiaobai had said that a love rival had been settled for him. So, is Qin Wuyan his love rival? Also, Yin Hongfei, through Jiang Zhendong, instructed him to assassinate Qin Wuyan, and I'm afraid that he also aspires to be the Red Jade Sheriff. In this way, many things seem to make sense. If it weren't for the fact that I've gotten smarter, I'm afraid it would be really hard to see this game. In the end, it's still insufficient intelligence gathering. We'll have to expand our intelligence channels in the future. Since you all made your moves, let's have some fun in the future. The cultivation Dharma bead collection range has expanded again. Jiang Qiye retrieved his thoughts and inadvertently discovered that the cultivation range of the cultivation Dharma beads collection of cultivation had expanded again, to a full 260 meters. In other words, within 260 meters, as long as a martial artist died, he would be able to pick up the cultivation. The collection range of a cultivation Dharma bead was closely related to the realm of the divine soul. The stronger the divine soul, the greater the collection range. It was for this reason that Jiang Qiye paid more attention to the Spiritual Brightness Stone King scripture. When a certain day in the future, The collection range of the magic beads covers the entire Cold Sun City. Lying at home cultivation or rubbing upward growth. That is simply not too good. He decided that in the future, he would work harder to improve his martial arts background, striving to read all the martial arts in the world and draw out the essence of all martial arts, in order to lay a good foundation for the deduction of the Spirit Brightness Stone King Sutra's subsequent heart method. After experiencing the surge of strength, Jiang Qie flipped his hand and took out a green wood token and began to carefully study it. On the front of the token was the ancient character 4 Wu, and on the back was a name and number, Hidden Dragon, 15368. Judging from the precious light emanating from the token, this should be a treasure weapon. Jiang Qie hesitated and tried to recognize it with a drop of blood. Surprisingly, it worked all at once. The next moment, he tried to put his spiritual energy into the token, and immediately made a marvelous discovery. This token was actually a storage treasure. The space inside was about the same size as Yin Hongfei's storage bag. Looking around, there were boxes of gold and silver and stacks of silver bills stored inside, as well as a large number of exotic treasures, the total value of which was feared to be no less than tens of thousands of taels. It was simply a treasure trove that nearly blinded Jiang Qie, causing his heartbeat to speed up several times. In addition to money and a large number of exotic treasures, there were also some secret books and medicinal herbs and weapons, all of which were things that martial artists could use. The most conspicuous among them were 2 iron plaques emitting golden light, both of which were engraved with words, one engraved with Dragon Shadow 8 Steps and the other engraved with gold and silver dual Jedi hands, which were obviously 2 items carrying the inheritance of martial arts, similar to the immortal technique Jade Simplex. In addition, this greenwood token didn't seem to be more than just a storage artifact. Jiang Qie held the token in his hand, closed his eyes, and seemed to vaguely be able to sense that somewhere far away, there was a point of light slowly moving. He didn't know what it meant, but guessed that it should be related to the mysterious Immortal Beheading Alliance. However, that mysterious point of light quickly disappeared again, as if it had been strangled by a mysterious hand that had severed its connection with the token. Could it be that the token's change of ownership has been discovered? This world is truly marvelous. Jiang Qie vaguely sensed that the token had lost some of its peculiar functions and had turned into an ordinary storage treasure. The night is late. The blockade of the South City by the Street Patrol Battalion continued, and the streets were filled with people screaming and horses neighing, and a sea of chickens and dogs jumping. All the petty thieves that infested the South Side tonight, all suffered. However, if there was any trace of suspicion, it would easily be chopped on the spot by the people of the City Watch Department with their swords. After all, Guo Jianguo's compound was burglarized. Lord Guo was angry. The following people always have to be accounted for. Once the City Watch Division gets serious, there are almost very few petty criminals that can escape the dragnet. However, in the midst of this heavy net, there was a faint green-clothed silhouette that easily avoided the waves of City Patrol Division warrior soldiers and traveled through the alleys. A moment later, the silhouette vanished into the backyard of the Boiled Sword Pavilion and disappeared. Tonight, as usual, there were many Jianghu people gathered in the front hall of the Boiled Sword Pavilion. Some people drearily drinking, some people talking loudly, and the clamor was endless. From time to time, there will also be people fighting. The surrounding people are also commonplace, laughing and watching the drama of betting. The young shopkeeper of the Boiled Sword Hall was named Liang Chun, and he was also lazily lying on a rattan chair collecting silver and watching the show as usual. At a certain moment, a light-legged junior came over and whispered a few words in Liang Chun's ear. Liang Chun raised his thick eyebrows and got up to walk towards a room at the end of the backyard. Lord Poem Commander, Qinghuan has returned to resume his duties. A young woman in green bowed. Say, what have you found out? Liang Chun asked blandly. Qinghuan said, the young man you asked me to follow is named Jiang Qie, and his identity is Jiang Qie? So it's him. Liang Chun's eyes lit up in wonder. I know this person. He is the fiancé of County Mistress Han Yu, the 7th young master of the Jiang family in East City. I just didn't realize that this person has been mediocre for many years, but he is actually deep in hiding. Did you find out how strong he is? Qinghuan raised her head and said with a grave expression, his strength is very strong. He has probably reached above the innate. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he led a group of people to storm into Guiyuan and killed the Greenwood Order Master. Crippled Flying Dragon. Crippled Flying Dragon had already inspired the light of a human-level martial god, but he was still powerfully killed by Jiang Qie. The Crippled Flying Dragon's Greenwood Order has fallen into his hands. How could this happen? Liang Chun's face changed and he quickly asked, are you sure he's a martial artist and not an immortal cultivator? Subordinate can be sure. Qinghuan said. Good. Excellent. Liang Chun couldn't help but blush with joy and fiercely high-fived. Qingluan, order it down. I need all the information related to Jiang Qiye in recent years, the more detailed the better. Also, go send an invitation to Jiang Qiye for me and invite him to come to the Boiled Sword Pavilion to sip wine. Qingluan's gaze twitched. You are thinking, Liang Chun said. I am in charge of the Boiling Sword Hall, which was originally designed to net outstanding martial artists from the northern lands and add fresh blood to our alliance. Jiang Qiye is already so strong at such a young age. He must have a great future. If we can introduce him to the alliance, it will definitely be a great achievement. But Jiang Qiye is the fiancé of County Princess Hong Yu, and he's also the secretary of the City Patrol Division, so he's already considered a member of the Imperial Court. Will he join us? Qingluan asked. Liang Chun smiled confidently. He will definitely join. As a martial artist, no one can resist the lure of the supreme martial Dao. Besides, joining this alliance is not in conflict with serving the court. Chapter 58, Sixth Brother. Early in the morning, at the edge of the schoolyard of the patrol division, in the grove, a blurred shadow shuttled through the forest like a ghost, tracing a zigzag shape as if a sinuous dragon's shadow was constantly flickering in the void. And with each flash, it could appear 50 meters away. Its speed was amazing. A moment later, the dragon's shadow disappeared and transformed into a young man with a straight figure and a plump spirit like jade, standing on top of a large tree. It was none other than Jiang Qiye. Dragon's shadow 8 steps is really extraordinary. It is by no means comparable to ordinary lightweight skills. This just makes up for my weakness in body techniques. In the future when I fight with people again, I will no longer have any obvious cracks. Last night before going to sleep, he finally did not hold back. Using the remaining 21 years of innate cultivation within the FAZU, the Dragon Shadow 8 steps obtained from the crippled flying dragon, pushed up to the realm of consummation, and in one fell swoop, made up for his shortcomings of the stance. Today he couldn't wait to come out and rehearse it, and the power of the Dragon Shadow 8 steps satisfied him greatly. Once in the state, it was like a divine dragon possessing his body. His body was like electricity, and he came and went as he pleased. Whether it's used for close combat or escaping from a distance, it's convenient. The sun rose in the east and it was another beautiful day. Jiang Qiye took out his wine bag and leisurely took a sip of the wine, exhaling in relief. At this moment, in his heart, he silently combed through the martial arts he had cultivated. Until now, he had cultivated a total of 2 techniques and 3 martial arts, which were the Spirit Brightness Stone King Sutra, the 12 Heavy Horizontal Refinement Iron Mountain Wall, the Air Breaking Finger, the Wind Spirit Arrow Technique, and the 8 Steps of the Dragon's Shadow. The Spirit Brightening Stone King Sutra and the Iron Mountain Wall had both been cultivated to the 10th level, causing him to reach the dual chi gathering great perfection. Separately, from the 5 aspects of body, soul, strength, defense, and true chi, he completed a comprehensive strengthening and enhancement. Broken Fingers, Wind Spirit Arrow Technique, and Dragon Shadow 8 Steps. These 3 great techniques on the other hand, greatly enhanced his long-range killing power and stance speed. He has since developed a balanced development of all his attributes and no longer has any obvious weaknesses. Perhaps his biggest shortcoming is his lack of experience against strong opponents. However, this is not something that can be done overnight and needs to be honed in his practice in the future. Although I'm already strong now, I'm still far from being invincible. The threat of the immortal sect is always present. There must be no let up. In the next few days, I'm going to continue to deduce my Gongfu and raise my realm. And in addition, I can begin to study the Star River Ancient Scrolls Refining Chi chapter. Jiang Qiye silently set his next cultivation route. My lord, there is someone who wishes to see you. Waiting in the hall, an envoy trotted over and said respectfully, Who wants to see me? Jiang Qiye lightly floated down to the ground. It's Lord Jiang Ludao of the Wind Seizure Battalion. Oh, my 6th brother is back. Jiang Qiye's eyebrows rose in delight as he quickly walked towards his office. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the shadow of a thin, but imposing young man. The man wore a tattered iron armor and stood with his hands under a picture of a fierce tiger subduing a prison. That mixture of sweat and blood choked the room and stung a little. Hearing the footsteps, the man slowly turned around, and when he saw Jiang Qiye, his eyes suddenly lit up as he snickered. Yell, Lord Jiang, I haven't seen you in half a month. You've risen high. It's not even easy for my humble servant to see you anymore. Jiang Qiye laughed. 6th brother, you're going a bit overboard with that. I heard you were back, so didn't I come all the way back to see you? You're right though. In the military, there's a difference between the top and the bottom. If you come to see me again, you'd better line up according to the rules. Also, It's time for you to take a bath. The stench is enough to send your enemies running for cover. Brat! You're still on this end. Are you itching? Jiang Ludao glared with both eyes and reached out to paste a slap onto Jiang Qia's head. Don't. I'm considered a high-ranking official now. Give me some face. This jar of good wine is a bribe for you. Jiang Qia's figure shifted and deftly dodged it, while flinging his hand and tossing a wine altar to Jiang Ludao. You're underestimating Brother Six if you want to fool me with a single jar of wine. Jiang Ludao caught the wine altar and said disdainfully on his mouth. But his hands couldn't wait to slap open the clay seal and ruthlessly poured a big mouthful. In the next moment, his face suddenly changed, his two eyes emitting a wolf-like light as he marveled. Good wine, Shao Qi. This is the Boiling Sword Pavilion's sword nameless. Sixth brother is truly a connoisseur of wine. Little brother is impressed. Jiang Qia crossed his thumbs in praise. Sixth brother Jiang Ludao only has two hobbies. One is good wine and the other is good war. You can drink without eating. When you fight, you can take no chances. Even in the most deadly battalion of the Wind Caesars, he was one of the hardest working. Being able to survive until now only proved that his life was hard enough and his luck was good enough. Jiang Ludao hastily poured two more large mouthfuls, letting out a long breath of alcohol and exclaiming. He looked at Jiang Qia excitedly and said, you kid has really gotten rich. That's more than 60 taels of silver. Do you have any more? Give me a few more. I'll take them back and drink them slowly. No more. If you want to drink it, go buy it yourself at the Boiling Sword Hall. Jiang Qia skimmed his mouth without any goodwill. Che, petty. Jiang Ludao grumpily walked over to the table and sat down, sipping a fine wine while sizing up Jiang Qia with a gleam of strange light in his eyes. Jiang Qia instructed his subordinates to fetch a few small dishes to drink, sat down and asked, Sixth brother, when did you come back? Did it go out well this time? Jiang Ludao shook his head and sighed with a bitter smile. On this trip, our team went with a total of 13 people, and we only came back in one piece with 6. The rest of our brothers are either dead or wasted. Even I was almost parted by a few necromancers. Jiang Qia was surprised. That's serious? Didn't you guys just go outside the pass to hunt down an evil expert this time? How could you still encounter a corpse demon? Jiang Ludao angrily cursed. What bull ***** evil masters. The information given by the government office side was wrong. That devil is simply an immortal sect evil cultivator, said to be an outcast from a certain lineage of the spirit-driving Tao. That devil is good at refining living people into corpses, and one person drove more than a dozen avatar-level corpse devils, nearly wiping out our entire army. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a great desolate nightmare eagle passed overhead, and that devil was immediately plunged into a dream state after being given a look by the great desolate nightmare eagle, so we were able to take advantage of the opportunity to kill him. Jiang Qia raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but advise. Sixth brother, why don't you switch to the street patrol camp? The wind detection camp is too dangerous for you to grasp. Jiang Ludao waved his hand with a disdainful face. Stop. You can forget it. What the hell is the street patrol battalion? That's where a bunch of street skaters with nothing better to do stay. Only a challenging place like the anti-phone camp has a place for a true man like me. Oh yeah. I got back last night and went home first. I've heard about you. I did not expect your kid to hide so deeply. Without saying anything, he rose to the 2nd grade. And even your 6th brother has been hidden from you all these years. No, just one altar of sword nameless can't mend the wounds in 6th brother's heart. You must give me the whole 2 more altars. No. 3. Jiang Ludao glared angrily at Jiang Qia, looking like he wouldn't stop until he agreed. In the face of 6th brother's extortion, Jiang Qia helplessly laughed. Fine. I'll just fix you 3 more altars. Ha ha ha. You're not allowed to go back on your promise. Otherwise this little tantrum of 6th brothers won't be able to stop it. Jiang Ludao laughed triumphantly with a roguish demeanor. Do you have a brother like that? Jiang Qia cried and laughed a bit. Alright, don't be petty. 6th brother won't drink your wine for nothing. This is for you. Take it and play with it. Jiang Ludao took out a pigeon egg-sized grayish-white bead from his bosom and casually tossed it to Jiang Qia. What is this? Chapter 59 Wind Antelope Beads. Jiang Qia took it and realized it was a bone bead. The workmanship is a bit rough, but the material is extraordinary. A little heavy in the hand. A small grain. Actually weighs 4-5 pounds, which is a little scary. Jiang Ludao sipped his wine and said with a big grin. I bought this casually at the Great Desolate Border Market outside of the pass, and it was polished from the skull of a 3rd stage Great Desolate Wind Antelope. This thing can sense hostility and murderous aura within 100 meters around it, and the stronger the enemy and the stronger the murderous aura, the more it reacts. Oh, that's a good one. Jiang Qiye couldn't help but light up with an interested expression. In the next moment, he eyed the bead, and the thought of crushing it arose in his mind as murderous aura erupted in his eyes. The grayish-white bead instantly changed color to a light greenish hue and emitted a hint of coolness, causing the sweaty hairs on his hands to stand up. As the malice in Jiang Qiye's heart lessened, the bead gradually returned to its original state, and the slight coolness gradually collected. Jiang Qiye couldn't help but praise. Good stuff. With this thing, you won't have to worry about being sneak attacked in the future. However, sixth brother, you're out there playing for your life all day. You need this more than I do. Just take it. What's the point of being so melodramatic? Sixth brother has more. Zhang Ludao skimmed his mouth in disgust, and then rolled up his sleeves in triumph and raised his wrists. Well, such bone beads. He carried a whole bunch of them on his wrist, each one full and round, emitting a faint white light. Now, it was Jiang Qiye's turn to get a little sour as he said in dissatisfaction. Sixth brother, you polished this bead of mine from the edges, didn't you? You're not being generous. No, I want your string. 10 altar sword nameless. Zhang Ludao hastily retracted his hand and laughed smugly. 10 altars of sword namelessness won't be enough. That you first use it. Wait for the next time out of the customs. The sixth brother will get you some good goods. This thing is only in the mainland is worth money. In the border market outside the customs is not too rare. You don't know. The border market outside the pass has many strange and weird things. Not to mention the bones of desolate beasts. Even materials from demons can be seen. Some of the materials can also talk and sing, and even turn into a beautiful woman to seduce you. I just don't know if I can. It's just a pity that most of the things outside the pass can't pass the customs inspection and can't enter the Great Snow Pass, saying that they are afraid of being mixed in by demons. But in fact they are all hacked by the Blazing Snow Army. I'd like to visit the pass sometime. Jiang Qiye played with the beads and listened to what Zhang Ludao said, but he also couldn't help but feel a bit of longing for the great wilderness outside of Guanwei. The Legu Imperial Dynasty's territory was huge, tens of thousands of miles across, with a population of billions. To the east of the Legu Imperial Dynasty, it was said that there was a much larger Great Yu Imperial Dynasty, with a much wider area and a population of over 10 billion. However, compared to the boundless Great Wasteland, the human race's territory was pitifully small. According to some ancient records, the human race appeared to be huge in number, but in reality, they only occupied a small corner of the edge of the Great Wasteland. In this Great Wasteland world, the human race was far from being considered the protagonists of the Great Wasteland, not even number 2 or 3, whether it was the desolate beasts, the demon race, or the demons and devils, or the feather race, the stone race, the earth fang race, and so on. It was said that all of them were larger in number, stronger, and occupied larger and wider territories than the human race. As for the center of the Great Wasteland world, it was a place that the human race had never set foot in, and no one knew what unknown beings existed in those mysterious areas. With the movement of Jiang Qiye's hand, the desolate beast bone bead, which was harder than iron, began to rustle and scatter bone powder, and was gradually coiled smooth and round, emitting a glistening white luster. Zhang Ludao couldn't help but look at both eyes and cry out monster in his heart. One should know that the hardness of a third-order desolate beast bone was comparable to 100 refined steel, and polishing it into a bone knife was comparable to a divine weapon. He had found someone to polish the string of desolate beast bone beads, but he had spent a great deal of money, more than what he had spent on desolate beast bones, and this seventh brother of his. Well, if I had known, I would not have spent the money in vain. The subordinate sent a few plates of small dishes to drink. Zhang Ludao did not even use chopsticks, directly grabbed with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth. While eating, said carelessly, Shao Qi, this morning elder uncle looked for me and asked me to give you a message, saying that the task asked you to do it as soon as possible, and today is the last day, and also said that he wanted me to assist you from the sidelines. What kind of task is it exactly? Zhang Liudao's eldest uncle was naturally Zhang Zhendong, Jiang Qiye's father. As soon as Jiang Qiye heard this, he couldn't help but feel his heart on fire as he lightly grunted. Jiang Zhendong, this dog, it's really a thief's heart. It's gotten to this point, and he's still naive enough to think I'll be at his mercy. It's ridiculous. Zhang Liudao's movement of eating the food stalled and frowned. Shao Qi, I don't know what happened between you and eldest uncle, but I heard that eldest uncle initiated a family assembly the night before last, wanting to expel you from the Jiang family. Then it had to be shelved because everyone else was against it. This morning my eldest uncle asked me to tell you that if you can't accomplish that task, He's going to forcefully expel you from the house. According to me, you'd better do as your eldest uncle tells you. He is always the head of the family. Or your father. Why should the family make such a mess? Jiang Qiye shook his head. Sixth brother. There are some things you are not clear about. It's not that I refuse to contribute to the family. It's really that this matter is simply a trap. If I do it, not only will I be in trouble, I'm afraid the entire Jiang family will be in danger of extinction. Jiang Zhendong was actually inviting trouble for the family by taking on this mission from the Nebula sect. It was reasonable to say that it was impossible for Jiang Zhendong not to understand what was at stake here, but he decided to do it anyway. I have to suspect that he's actually putting the family's well-being at risk for the sake of his own selfishness. Zhang Ludao listened in confusion and asked in a low voice, Shao Qi, what exactly is the mission? Is it that serious? Jiang Qiye waved his hand to retire the subordinates at the door, nodded to Zhang Ludao, and said in a low voice, Jiang Zhendong wants me to assassinate Qin Wuyan, the next head of the Cold Sun sect. What? Zhang Ludao's face suddenly changed greatly. Big uncle he is crazy? Jiang Qiye snorted lightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. It's not that Jiang Zhendong is crazy, it's that he is lucrative and crippled by Yin Hongfei's neglect. Zhang Ludao froze for half a second, then suddenly poured a large mouthful of wine fiercely and said in a deep voice, Shao Qi, sixth brother supports you in this matter. Don't worry, I won't let uncle expel you from the house unless he throws me out with him. Thanks six, but you should stay out of this. Kang Jindong won't get his way. Even if he's crazy, the rest of the family isn't. Jiang Qiye laughed indifferently. He was now explicitly a second-grade expert, and was the fiancé of the hotly sought-after county princess Hong Yu, as well as holding a high position in the city patrol division. It was impossible for the Jiang family's group of executives to agree with Jiang Zhendong's decision as long as they were not collectively insane. But there has to be an outcome to this. Jiang Qiye secretly calculated in his heart to find a suitable opportunity to deal with Jiang Zhendong as soon as possible. It's not just about doing yourself justice. It is also because, as long as Jiang Zhendong stays in the seat of the head of the family, he will not be able to borrow strength from the family, and will definitely drift away from the clan, which is not what he wants. As for the sixth brother, Jiang Ludao, he had actually never been in a good position in the family, and Jiang Qiye truly didn't want to involve him. Jiang Ludao was the only son of his third uncle, Jiang Zhenxi. Back then, Jiang Zhenxi and Jiang Zhendong did not see eye to eye, and the two brothers had once fought over the position of family head. Later, although Jiang Zhenxi died in battle, the feud carried on, and Jiang Zhendong had been holding a grudge against Jiang Ludao all these years. Overall, under Jiang Zhendong's rule, Jiang Liudao's treatment in the family was not much better than Jiang Qiye's, with less dirty work and fewer benefits. When Jiang Ludao ran off alone to fight in the city patrol division back then, he actually had similar thoughts as Jiang Qiye. Both of them were trying to escape the family and hide from Jiang Zhendong. Just then, an underling reported outside, Lord Jiang, Lord C sent someone over with a message for you to come to the council chamber immediately. Got it. Jiang Qiye answered and said to Jiang Lu, sixth brother, you can drink slowly here. I'll go out to run some errands. Don't worry. No one will come to check on military discipline in my place. Jiang Liudao's eyes lit up as he cheerfully said, fine, go ahead. Well, there's always a place to drink in peace from now on. Plus, you don't have to pay for your own booze. Jiang Qiye laughed indifferently. Fine, as long as you're transferred to the dungeon, it's fine to drink with you every day. I'm still begging for it. Jiang Ludao hurriedly shook his head. That's better. Your dungeon is too restful. And after staying for a long time a person will definitely have to be wasted. Walking out of the office, Jiang Qiye raised his eyes to look at the distant council chamber, the easy smile on his face gradually converging, his gaze turning deep and sharp. Next, it will be the first battle of his own ascension to the power stage of the city patrol division, and he needs to be a little more serious about it. Chapter 60, A Fight in Front of the Court. A Self-Inflicted Humiliation. City Watch, Council Chambers. When Jiang Qiye, who had changed into his official uniform, walked in, he found the head of the division, Zhu Danyang, sitting above him with a solemn expression and a majestic intent. Below, stood Gui Jian, Xiao Yu, and Fu Qingshi, the three guards, as well as Zhou Jiang and 7 or 8 other team leaders, aside from the Wind Seizure Battalion and some of those who were out on patrol duty. The top brass of the City Watch Division's combat units were basically all here. All of them were in armor, standing on both sides of the line, with a cold demeanor and a serious atmosphere. It was Jiang Qiye's first time coming to the council chamber. He was just a nobody before and wasn't qualified to come in at all. But today was called over. Afraid that not only has nothing to do with qualifications, it is likely to have to do with some people over a ta. Jiang Qiye stepped on his iron-soled battle boots, his back straight and his face calm as he entered the hall with a steady pace. As his cultivation level rose rapidly, even if he deliberately restrained himself, he would unintentionally radiate a faint might, giving off an invisible sense of oppression. It was as if a terrifying ferocious beast had walked in, causing the hearts and minds of the people in the hall to darken, and the slight contempt they had for Jiang Qiye, the son-in-law of the royal family, disappeared without a trace in this instant. As expected, a son-in-law who could be selected by the Xian Wang house was by no means an ordinary person. Grand Prison Secretary Jiang Qiye, see Lord Secretary. Jiang Qiye didn't look away and gave a military salute to the top. Jiang Qiye, have you straightened out all the affairs in the prison? Zhu Danyang's gaze flickered as he asked blandly. Back to your excellency, everything is as usual in the dungeon. With my humble servant here, I will never let anything go wrong in the prison, Jiang Qiye said with a loud voice. Good. This seat really hasn't misjudged anyone. Zhu Danyang nodded in satisfaction. Your honor is flattering. Humble servant is just doing his part, Jiang Qiye said with self-effacement. Humph. An abrupt cold snort stung especially harshly in the hall. Jiang Qiye twisted his head to look, just in time to meet the magnificent-looking Gui Jian on all fours. Gui Jian had a sneer on his face and a cold light in his eyes. Jiang Qiye instantly felt that the wind antelope bone bead in his arms was radiating a slight coolness. Well, this thing was indeed very sensitive. He smiled blandly. Does Lord Gua have any instructions? Gui Jian's face was arrogant, and he sneered coldly. I don't dare to be instructed. I just have a few questions I want to ask you. Do you dare to tell me the truth? Jiang Qiye said in an unassuming manner. You're welcome, Lord Gua. I'll be sure to know everything. Although Gui Jian's official position was one level higher than his, the two were not under each other's command. To be exact, Jiang Qiye's immediate superior was only one division head, Zhu Danyang. Therefore, he didn't even have to call himself a subordinate in front of Gui Jian. Gui Jian stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, Jiang Qiye, where were you at the 11th hour last night? What did you do? The 11th hour is about 8 to 10 o'clock at night. Jiang Qiye rubbed his nose and said with a calm expression, Last night at the 11th hour, I came out of the tavern after drinking and slaughtered a group of vicious and ill-intentioned Jianghu people in passing. Well, one of the lead guys was called Crippled Flying Dragon. Afterward, I went back to the rangers and slept. What's the problem, Lord Gua? He looked at Gui Jian with playful eyes. As soon as these words of his fell, the surrounding people suddenly had a stern look on their faces, and the gazes they looked at him with a bit more gravity, followed by a burst of whispers ringing out. Crippled Flying Dragon is dead? He actually killed Crippled Flying Dragon? This Lord Jiang isn't bragging, is he? Crippled Flying Dragon is evil and deserves to die. If he really dies, Jiang Qiye will have done a good deed. There was almost no one who didn't know the reputation of the Crippled Flying Dragon, and even within the city patrol division, there were quite a few people who had suffered losses from him. Only, not many dared to take a shot at the Crippled Flying Dragon. People who had reached a certain position knew that it was simply impossible for Crippled Flying Dragon to be able to rampage through Cold Sun City for so many years without a backer. His own strength had also been a mystery, or else he wouldn't have been named one of the characters in Cold Sun City that couldn't be messed with. At this moment, Gui Jian, however, was furious with his face reddening and his anger rising as he grunted heavily and coldly. Humph, this official doesn't know any Crippled Flying Dragon. I only know that a friend of mine stayed at my compound for a few days. But last night a group of thieves broke into the compound and killed him, and my friend's family members all died. Jiang Qiye, this matter can't be your doing, right? Above, Zhu Danyang looked pale, playing with a jade lion paperweight in his hand, seemingly a bit distracted. Without flinching, Jiang Qiye locked eyes with Gui Jian and said with great righteousness, Lord Gua, if that friend of yours is nicknamed Crippled Flying Dragon and that other compound of yours is named Gui Yuan, then it's correct that it was me. But I have to correct one point. Crippled Flying Dragon's family members have all died in the Jianghu vendetta many days ago. The 100 or so experts who followed Crippled Flying Dragon last night are all backbones of 10,000 Serpents Hall. All of them are Crippled Flying Dragon's beloved minions. None of them are good. Everyone's hands are stained with blood. All of them have a way to take death. Gui Jian said angrily. Humph. This official said that I don't know any Crippled Flying Dragons. And that friend of mine is named Chen Jinzhong. Although his reputation isn't exactly good, he's actually charitable and righteous. It's just that the world has a lot of misconceptions about him. Jiang Qiye stood with his arms folded and said sarcastically, Lord Guo is really good at this, to the point where he tried to whitewash a vicious gang leader into a great benefactor. But are you whitewashed? Ask your colleagues around you if they agree. Ask the people of Cold Sun City if they agree. Just the night before, crippled Flying Dragon also gathered 50 outlaws to ambush in the dark alleys in a vain attempt to intercept and kill Jiang. If Jiang hadn't had the strength to defend himself, I'm afraid he would have gotten his way. How can such a lawless and heartless man, who dares to assassinate even imperial officials, be charitable? In addition, Chen Jinzhong is the crippled Flying Dragon. This is known throughout the world. I advise Lord Guo not to deceive himself and others. It's simply a laughingstock. You. Wei Jian was infuriated, pressing his hand on the hilt of his sword and stepping forward, staring angrily at Jiang Qiye with a murderous look on his face. Boom! A strong aura of a fourth-grade martial artist spread out from him, as if a shocking wave was pressing toward Jiang Qiye. At this moment, some of the slightly weaker ones around were intimidated by Gui Jian's might, and they all showed scorn and subconsciously backed away. However, Jiang Qiye, who bore the brunt of the attack, was breezy and smiled disdainfully. Lord Guo, are you planning to use your power to suppress others? But with this amount of strength, you're simply making a fool of yourself. At the same time the words fell, Jiang Qiye also released his martial aura. Well, just a little bit. Boom! A terrifying aura like a mountain or a prison erupted, instantly enveloping half of the hall. This kind of thing, in the general view of martial artists, intangible and qualitative, able to the strength of the enemy lower than their own, to exert a spiritual deterrent. However, Jiang Qiye was different. His Iron Mountain's momentum was a manifestation of the strength of the Iron Mountain Wall's great accomplishment, as if it was substantial, and could even be used as a terrifying means of attack. In front of his aura, Wei Jian's little bit of prowess was like a small flame under a huge wave, and it went out with a poof. Wei Jian's face suddenly changed drastically, thumping and retreating several steps in a row. He sat on his butt and fell to the ground with a face of shock and disbelief. How are you? So strong? What do you want? Chapter 61. Justly withholding the black pot. In this instant, Wei Jian felt a threat of death. It seems that the other party can easily crush him. With just one thought, this is too terrible. Jiang Qiye smiled bashfully, his aura slightly released and then withdrawn. Don't worry, Lord Guo. Mr. Jiang always likes to convince people with reason. I only hope that Lord Guo will be a bit more sensible and not make a fool of himself. Of course, if Lord Guo wants to take a walk on the divine martial stage, Mr. Jiang will definitely accompany him to the end. He was only giving Gui Jian a warning and had no intention of relying on force to bully him in public. Being in the officialdom, it is better to do things according to the rules, which seems to be a bit troublesome, but in fact, the consequences are minimal. But if the other party was unruly, that was just what he wanted. Just this momentary change had shocked everyone. Not only was Gui Jian subdued, the others around them were also deeply shocked by Jiang Qiye's terrifying strength. Even Zhu Danyang, who was sitting above him, couldn't help but rise with a huff and look at Jiang Qiye with a deep look of surprise. Second piece, and it's the peak of the second grade, a pinnacle of the second grade under the age of 20. This ginger family hides so well. Zhu Danyang quickly regained his composure again, his eyes flickering with a deep ethereal light, not knowing what he was pondering. If he knew that this was just the tip of the iceberg of Jiang Qiye's true strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't just be surprised, but horrified. Wei Jian was shocked for a split second, but he also gradually came back to his senses and stood up in a sorry state. Of course he wouldn't go to the divine martial stage to split life and death with Jiang Qiye. That was clearly looking for death. He looked at Zhu Danyang above him, and was instantly a little more at ease. Since we can't beat them by force, let's be reasonable. He pointed at Jiang Qiye and drank in a colorful manner. Jiang Qiye, no matter what, it's a fact that you broke into Guomao's special courtyard and killed nearly 100 people, and you, as a jailer, are not responsible for arresting the thieves, so no matter how you argue, you are not allowed to do so by the law. He didn't allow Jiang Qiye to retort, and then hurriedly arched his hand to the top and said, Lord Secretary, my subordinate would like to file a lawsuit against the secretary's prison, Jiang Qiye, for breaking into the people's house last night and killing innocents indiscriminately. He went so far as to turn a great garden of his subordinates into a miserable abattoir. Such a sinful and evil person is really not worthy of being an official, and it is not enough to kill him to make people angry. Please make a decision for my subordinate. Zhu Danyang still didn't utter a word, only giving Jiang Qiye a faint glance. Mixed in the officialdom, everyone has their own field and turf. The most taboo is to cross the line to reach out. Jiang Qiye's territory was the dungeon. and patrolling the streets to arrest thieves was really not his jurisdiction. However, Jiang Qiye was prepared. His face did not change, and he said in a calm tone, "Lord Secretary, as the head of the Grand Prison, my humble servant indeed does not have the responsibility of arresting thieves, but last night's incident, my humble servant was also forced to do something in a hurry. Because my humble servant has received information that crippled flying dragon intends to assassinate Prince Xian and County Princess Hongyu last night." You're talking nonsense. Wei Jian jumped in anger on the spot and almost couldn't hold back from slapping Jiang Qiye to death. Jiang Qiye, however, didn't even look at him as he continued. "After I received the news, I personally went to investigate. When I rushed to Guiyuan, I really found that crippled flying dragon had gathered more than 100 masters and accumulated a large number of armors and bows, and was preparing to attack the king's residence next door to Guiyuan. And as far as my humble servant knows, the royal residence next door to Guiyuan is usually uninhabited. And it just so happened that last night Prince Xian and County Princess Hongyu stayed in it. My humble servant was worried that crippled flying dragon and the others would injure the royal family and make a big mistake. And only then did I have to kill crippled flying dragon and his cadre of murderers on the spot." He looked at Gui Jian once more and questioned in a loud voice, "Lord Gua, Chen Jinzhong was the one you arranged to live in Guiyuan, and you even claimed that he was your close friend. So, were you aware of Chen Jinzhong's intention to assassinate Prince Xian and the princess or not? Or, what role did you play in this? Please answer me truthfully." Gui Jian was jealous and a bit incoherent in his anger. Silky cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he pointed at Jiang Qiye and angrily yelled, "Jiang Qiye, you're making empty accusations without proof. You're making false accusations. You want proof, don't you?" "I do." Jiang Qiye waved his hand, and with a clattering sound of gold and iron clashing, a pile of armored military crossbows soon multiplied in the hall. A small portion of the Iron Plume Orphan's armor was released by him, all unmarked. There were also a dozen or so light military crossbows, all captured from the minions of the crippled flying dragon, and still bearing traces of undried blood. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Qiye said in a rousing voice, "Lord Secretary, all of you colleagues, please come and see. These were seized from the crippled flying dragon and its minions. These armors are not marked, but they are by no means ordinary. And these military crossbows, all of them are the standard crossbows of our city patrol division, and you can still see some numbers on them that have not been completely erased. The court has always been extremely strict control of the armor crossbow. Even to replace the scrapped crossbow, will be recorded in detail. Want to find out the origin of this batch of crossbows is by no means difficult. Guan looked at the armor and military crossbows on the ground, and he couldn't help but look confused and pale. He was really panicking at this point, because this batch of military crossbows, indeed, passed through his hands and was given to crippled flying dragon for defense. But he never dreamed that it would become evidence of his alleged intent to assassinate the royal family. Even at this time, even he himself was not sure if crippled flying dragon had the intention of assassinating the Red Jade Sheriff in the end. But no matter what, he certainly couldn't afford to take the blame. Before this, he hadn't even placed Jiang Qiye in his eyes, a small jailer promoted by nepotism. In front of him, the senior guard rate, is not how you want to take it, how to take it. However, he never dreamed that Jiang Qiye was not only strong, but also had unparalleled sophistry, and under even elimination. He had even implicated both Prince Xian and County Princess Hongyu. Intuition told him that if he didn't handle it well, he, Gui Jian, was afraid that he would have to fall on his face. Crippled flying dragon had died without proof. Whether he had tried to assassinate the royal family or not was anyone's guess, but where there is only a hint of possibility, Gui Jian is an accessory. We'll have to follow the bad luck. This is a horse. At the same time, Xu Danyang had also furrowed his brow, his complexion grave, his gaze coldly roving between Gui Jian and Jiang Qiye. Gui Jian panicked and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and with a clang, he knelt on one knee on the ground, turning towards Xu Danyang to helplessly ask for help. "Lord Secretary, I was wrongly accused. I'm loyal to the court. I'm dedicated to serving my country. How could I ever think of assassinating the royal family? This is clearly Jiang Qiye who has blood on his hands and intends to falsely accuse my subordinate. I still request that the head of the division make a decision for my subordinate." Jiang Qiye, on the other hand, said with righteousness, "Lord Secretary, with all the human and material evidence, there's no room for Gui Jian's sophistry. Please be clear about it." Xu Danyang didn't bother to look at Gui Jian. He just looked down at Jiang Qiye with a deep gaze, and after a long moment of silence, he spoke out, Jiang Qie stays, the rest of you retire. Chapter 62. Another promotion. The people looked at each other for a moment, and they all wisely withdrew outside the council chamber. Anyone with eyes could see that Gui Jian was defeated in this encounter. As for what happens to him, it's up to the master of the division. Gui Jian naturally understood. He looked at Zhu Danyang with a hopeful face, wanting to say something, and finally retreated with an ashen face. On his way out, passing by Jiang Qie's side, he couldn't help but glare resentfully at Jiang Qie, looking like he couldn't wait to eat Jiang Qie alive. Jiang Qie, however, was indifferent and didn't even bother to give him a second glance. It's just a man who's going to die. He had thought that the person who could assume the role of guardian rate would be so powerful. Now it seems that this Gui Jian is nothing more than that. It's 4th grade martial artist strength. In front of him is also just a slag. With what to fight with him? However, he felt that he was thinking extraordinarily clearly today, and any favorable conditions could be easily strung together without a single mistake, and his eloquence had improved over before. All of these changes should be attributed to the Ling Ming Stone King Sutra. His attainments in the spirit-brightening Stone King scripture had already reached the innate chi-gathering realm, and its accompanying effects of strengthening the divine soul and enhancing wisdom were quite good. Boom! The doors to the council chamber are closed. Inside the hall, only Jiang Qie and Zhu Danyang were left. Zhu Danyang stood up and walked to the side of the steps, looking down at Jiang Qie and asking expressionlessly, "Jiang Qie, you're obviously incredibly talented with extraordinary strength. Why are you willing to be a tiny jailer within a large prison?" Jiang Qie's face remained unchanged as he calmly responded, "It's not my humble servant's intention to hide his strength. It's really a matter of necessity. Your Excellency does not know. The situation of my humble servant in the family is not good. Certain people in the family regarded my humble position as a thorn in their side. If I hadn't hidden my strength, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to survive now." This speech, which he had prepared long ago for explaining the reason for hiding his strength, could be generalized to anyone. Anyway, he and Jiang Zhendong have already torn their faces apart, and this pot of Jiang Zhendong's back is not unjust. Zhu Danyang said blandly, "It's because of your mother, isn't it?" Jiang Qie looked up at Zhu Danyang and nodded frankly. "Yes." Zhu Danyang carried his hands behind his back, raised his eyes to look at the distant mountains outside the window, and sighed softly. "In fact, this seat has also heard about your mother's matter. Your father was at a critical juncture of promotion back then, just one step away from being promoted to the rank of junior order officer of the Jin Demon Guards, thus gaining the opportunity to cultivate the superior martial arts. But at the last minute, he is revealed by his rivals to be harboring a devil sect spy in his home. Although Jiang Zhendong had responded in time, he had lost his hopes of promotion, and in order to avoid being targeted by his opponents, he had to leave the Jinmu division with a grudge. This seat just did not expect Jiang Zhendong actually only this amount of capacity, so that this grudge spills over to the next generation. It's just a matter of your Jiang family's domestic affairs, so it's not convenient for this seat to comment on them. He looked at Jiang Qie once more, his tone solemn. "Jiang Qie, since you've come this far, there's no need to cover up in the future. My generation of martial artists, we should be courageous and progressive. Go forward, no matter how strong the enemy. I also drive body straight into. Never retreat. Only in this way can a fearless martial artist's heart be forged, and can also stimulate one's own maximum potential, so as to go higher and farther on the martial arts path. You have been hiding your strength for years, avoiding the strong and striking the weak, seemingly pretending to be a pig in a poke, without wind or waves. The truth is that it is self-defeating to spend your days with the weak. This will only slowly sap your fighting spirit and potential, and ultimately cost you more than it's worth. At your age, you have already reached the second rank. Your future is unlimited, and you must not lose out on a small amount of money." Jiang Qie froze for a moment and hurriedly arched his hand. "Many thanks for your teachings, Your Excellency. Your humble servant has memorized it." Zhu Danyang's point of view is indeed worth his deep thought. Although it is cool to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, it may not be a long-term solution. However, as of now, in front of Zhu Danyang, it was time to hide. Otherwise, once he exposed his innate strength, he couldn't be sure if Zhu Danyang, a disciple of the Cold Sun sect, would directly turn against him. After all, the immortal martial battle was no joke. If it gets to an unmanageable point, he can only pinch Zhu Danyang. Trouble. Aha! Zhu Danyang revealed an expression of satisfaction that the children could be taught, and suddenly turned his words around and asked, "What do you think should be done with Gui Jian?" Jiang Qie calmly responded, "It's all up to your Excellency. I have absolutely no objections. He understood very well in his heart that Zhu Danyang was not asking for his opinion, but testing his attitude, because his opinion didn't even need to be asked, and that was that Guijian must die. Zhu Danyang looked down at Jiang Qie with a flickering gaze and slowly said, Guijian can't die, or at least he can't be allowed to die in the city patrol division. The power behind him is something that even this seat has concerns about. This matter, too, cannot involve the Xian Wang house. The Xian Wangfu had enough trouble, so if it wasn't necessary, don't set up another party of enemies for them. Can you understand what this seat means? Jiang Qie nodded. I understand. Wei Jian can't die in the city patrol division. This is Zhu Danyang's bottom line, but it doesn't matter, so let him die out there. As for letting Wei Jian off the hook, that was simply impossible. Even Zhu Danyang didn't think that this matter would end just like that. He and Wei Jian have already torn their faces, and the strength of both sides is not seriously equal. Not to cut off the roots. Do not keep people turned back to move the rescue troops to turn the plate. However, it was indeed inappropriate to involve the Xian Wang house in this matter. Otherwise it wouldn't be good for either the Xian Wang Palace or the City Watch. After all, the Song family behind Guijian was a huge beast that ruled over 60,000 blazing snow army. This matter, if exploited by people with an axe to grind, could go to an untenable situation. Good. It's good that you understand. Zhu Danyang nodded with satisfaction, paced back and forth a few times, and after a little contemplation, said, this seat has decided to relegate Guijian to Golden Tiger City, which is 300 miles away. But in doing so, the street patrol battalion was missing a guard rate. Jiang Qie, are you willing to take this seat next? Jiang Qie couldn't help but stare and subconsciously said, my lord, this isn't appropriate, is it? I have just been promoted to the rank of Secretary of Prison. If I am promoted one more level, my humble servant is worried that I will attract criticism. It's certainly nice to be promoted. The higher his official position, the tighter he was tied to the court. When he exposes his innate strength in the future and is suppressed by the immortal sect, having an official position will also provide an additional layer of protection. After all, the immortal sect is still wary of the imperial court, but rising too fast may not be a good thing. He hasn't even warmed up his seat in the jailer's chair yet. Roots are not stable. Big steps are easy to pull the egg of. Zhu Danyang said, you don't need to worry too much. You are married to the royal family and your loyalty to the court is not at risk. You are capable enough on your own, and are fully qualified for the position of guardian. This seat will guarantee for you. The capital side should not be a problem. Just hope that you do not disappoint this seat in the future. Your duty is to take over from Guijian and take charge of the second guards, responsible for patrolling the east and south cities, focusing on the defense of the 10 miles around the Xianwang mansion. For the time being, you'll be working part-time at the prison, but there's not much to do there. As for what comes later, seeing that Zhu Danyang had already made up his mind, Jiang Qie could only solemnly cup his fists and said, your humble servant accepts the order. I thank you for your promotion, Your Excellency. Well, go down and take the armor of the Iron Plume army with you. Jiang Qie smiled, slightly embarrassed, and waved his hand to retrieve the pile of heavy armor on the ground into his storage bag, retreating with his head lowered. Obviously, Zhu Danyang had seen through his trick, but that's kind of the deal between the two. Zhu Danyang helped him to suppress Guijian. He couldn't hold on to this matter either, especially not involving the Xian Wang house. Overall, it was a pleasant transaction. As for the guard rate position, it's kind of a bonus for him to be able to rise again so quickly. Besides being strong enough in his own right, it was estimated that it was mainly because he was the fiancé of County Mistress Hong Yu. This Lord Secretary, it seems, is fast approaching the Xian Wang Palace. Thinking about this, Jiang Qie's face is a bit odd. TSK, he has not yet officially married. Already eat soft rice, which is estimated to be no one. Chapter 63, Kill him for me. Through today's events, it also made Jiang Qie understand Zhu Danyang a bit more. This Lord Secretary, with his deep heart, thoughtfulness, and decisiveness, coupled with his hidden identity as a true disciple of the Cold Sun sect, and his ostensible strength as a first-grade martial artist, claimed to be an immortal and martial dual cultivator. It's a scary character. Just do not know if there is a conflict in the future. Once the hands need to use their own strength a few percent. Before Jiang Qie could walk out of the hall, there was a sudden sound of an iron whistle alert coming from outside, surprisingly from within the city patrol division and in the direction of the large prison. Jiang Qi's eyebrows twitched, and he hastily released his divine sense to extend out, enveloping a nearly 300-meter radius. The next moment, he saw two silhouettes walking out of the prison as if no one else was there, knocking all the guards who blocked the way to the ground, and traveling unimpeded all the way. It was Qin Wuyan and that sword servant of his. Go and see what's happening? Zhu Danyang commanded. Jiang Qi pushed open the gate and pretended to look at it, then hurriedly turned back to report. My lord, it's Qin Wuyan who has escaped from prison and has already injured many people. Zhu Danyang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, his face showing a pensive expression. Jiang Qi quietly observed Zhu Danyang's face and cried out for luck in his heart. Today's luck was really good. It just so happened that Qin Wuyan escaped from prison while he was interviewing Zhu Danyang. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to deal with Qin Wuyan. If you let it go, you will surely be guilty of a dereliction of duty. But if you really kill and maim Qin Wuyan, the trouble may be even greater. Zhu Danyang pondered for a few seconds and commanded with a cold face. Let him leave. Yes. Jiang Qi exhaled slightly and hurriedly turned around to leave the hall. At the entrance of the prison, Qin Wuyan walked out of the prison with his servants. He had no trace of the nervousness and urgency of a prison break, but instead, as if he were on a trip, he even leisurely stopped at the door and looked at the sun and the sky. If there hadn't been nothing to see, I might have recited a poem. The surrounding jailers who were blocking the way were either knocked to the ground or didn't dare to lean forward, looking at the two with fearful faces. It's no wonder they cringe, simply because these two are so powerful. That middle-aged servant was actually a third-grade expert. Stomping his foot and shaking the ground could send people flying and spitting out blood. It was too terrifying. As for Qin Wuyan, he even displayed the means of an immortal, casually releasing a group of small flaming snakes, easily melting the swords in the hands of the crowd, and also burned quite a few people in a terrifying manner. Even Zhao Kong and Jian Baoan were hit, but fortunately, the other party had no intention of killing anyone, and their injuries weren't too serious, but they didn't dare to come any closer, and could only blow their iron whistles to summon the masters of the City Patrol Division to come and help them. This was, after all, the interior of the City Patrol Division, and no less than 100 people soon gathered upon hearing the iron whistle, with more on their way. Even the several guard rates and a group of team leaders came one after another and surrounded the entrance of the prison. But just as the crowd was about to strike, a loud cry suddenly rang out. Everyone stop! Let them go! The one who spoke out was naturally Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi's face was cold and heavy as he took large steps to the front of the crowd, stopping the crowd that was about to strike. At this moment, he noticed that Jiang Baoang and Zhao Kong were both grimacing in pain and couldn't help but frown and ask, "How are you guys injured?" Zhao Kong smiled bitterly and said, "It's not a problem. I'm slightly injured." Jiang Baoang grinned, "There's a piece of meat on my arm that's almost cooked. I'm thinking about whether I want to taste the flavor." When Jiang Qi saw that the two were not seriously injured, he let go of his heart. He looked coldly at the two Qin Wuyan men and said in a deep voice, "You may leave. Count on you to be sensible. In that case, let's spare your life." Qin Wuyan glanced at him indifferently and led the servant towards the outside. Jiang Qi's face darkened. Seeing this bastard's pretentious stance, he almost couldn't help but punch him. At this time, Wei Jian, who had run over to watch the fun, suddenly took the opportunity to glare at Jiang Qi. "Jiang Qi, as the Grand Prison Secretary, you allowed a criminal to escape. You're blatantly bending the law. This is a serious dereliction of duty on your part. You shut up." Jiang Qi's gaze chilled and he disliked back in a bad mood. "This is an order from the head of the division. If you have the ability to go to the head of the division and reason with him?" Aha! Wei Jian couldn't help but choke and stifle a blush, so he could only snort coldly and sardonically retreated into the crowd. This scene did not stop the surrounding crowd from being greatly surprised. "What's the situation?" The hallowed Guo Roy was so subdued by Jiang Qi, the newly appointed secretary, that he didn't even dare to let out a fart. Jiang Qi didn't have the time to argue with Gui Jian. He wanted to go check on the casualties of his men as soon as possible. But at that moment, a grim voice suddenly came out. "Your name is Jiang Qi?" Jiang Qi turned to look and found that Qin Wuyan had stopped at some point and was staring coldly at him, a cold aura flashing in his eyes. At the same time, the wind antelope bead in his arm suddenly erupted with a tinge of bone-piercing coolness. This undoubtedly meant that the other party had murderous intentions towards him, and that the other party was very strong. Jiang Qi couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly as he coldly said, "Not bad. I am precisely Jiang Qi." Qin Wuyan glanced at him indifferently without replying and turned around, but gave an order to his servant, "Kill him for me." Upon hearing this, the The servant froze slightly. However, he still decisively carried out his master's order and immediately drew his long sword, sprinting towards Jiang Qiye, his body's aura blazing out and his eyes rising with murderous aura. Trying to kill me? Oh, who do you think you are? Jiang Qiye couldn't help but laugh in anger. Now he was pretty sure that Qin Wuyan was definitely the love rival that Yu Xiaobai was talking about. And Qin Wuyan's reason for killing him must also be because of County Princess Han Yu. I've seen arrogant ones, but I've never seen such arrogance. Jiang Qiye smiled a bit coldly. If Qin Wuyan's target was only County Mistress Han Yu, he wouldn't have moved to kill. There's nothing wrong with people if they fight in a dignified manner. But last night he already knew that the Red Jade Sheriff was Yu Xiaohong, the divine sister he had been haunting for years. This treadmill just can't be tolerated. The dragon has reverse scales, and if you touch it, you will die. The sword servant has come to take your life on the orders of my young master. Die. The sword servant leapt into the air and stood tall, swinging his sword through the air to chop at Jiang Qiye's chest. Out at the same time also declared himself, showing a bit of brightness, but in fact, he was just pretending. Feeling that he had eaten Jiang Qiye, thumbs down, a 3-meter-long green-colored sword on, like shocking electricity piercing through the void, came straight at Jiang Qiye, third-grade martial artist. Meh, a good dog, but it's a shame he's with the wrong master. The corner of Jiang Qiye's mouth hooked as he casually smacked the sword awnings into pieces. Then he lifted his left hand and curled his fingers. Broken fingers, thumbs down. An incomparably sharp finger on broke through the air and instantly penetrated the heart of the sword servant's brow. Before the sword servant could hit the ground, there was already a penetrating hole in his eyebrow. His white eyes rolled over, and he flopped to the ground with a plop. Dead. Chapter 64, Destroy. Hiss. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. A third-grade martial artist with a terrifying aura was instantly killed by Jiang Qiye with a single finger. For a while, everyone began to reacquaint themselves with this newly appointed Lord Secretary. Wei Jian, who was in the crowd, couldn't help but gulp, looking at Jiang Qiye with a gaze filled with scorn, already somewhat regretting provoking Jiang Qiye. At this moment, Qin Wuyan was also very surprised by Jiang Qiye's strength, but with it came endless anger. How dare you kill my people? Good, then you will pay for his life. Qin Wuyan said coldly. His hands quickly pinched his fingers and curled his fingers. A flying sword as red as fire instantly flew out from his eyebrows and hovered and flew in the air above his head. This flying sword was surrounded by blazing fire, causing the temperature between heaven and earth to rise steeply, and the terrifying might spread for 100 meters. The surrounding city patrol division crowd all looked shocked and busily backed away, while all of them couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat for Jiang Qiye. Immortal cultivator. He's actually an immortal cultivator. Immortal flying sword? This is the legendary flying sword that can take someone's head from 1,000 miles away. Lord Jiang is in trouble. So hot. I'm about to burn. No wonder Lord Secretary let him go. Immortal cultivators can't be messed with. The surrounding crowd retreated again and again, all of their faces white and gloomy. Zhang Bakuang and Zhao Kong also couldn't help but worry for Jiang Qiye. They had the intention to help, but they also knew that their strength was low, so they couldn't help but look anxious. However, at this moment, Jiang Qiye, who was facing Qin Wuyan head-on, was awe-inspiring and fearless, his robes bulging without wind. After listening to Jade's explanation yesterday, he had some understanding of immortal cultivators, judging from Qin Wuyan's aura and spiritual energy fluctuations, as well as the fact that he was able to command a flying sword. His cultivation level was around the late stage of qi refining, and shouldn't go beyond the 10th level of qi refining. Much better than Yin Hongfei, but shouldn't be as good as Yin Jifeng. Jiang Qiye thought to himself that if he went all out, he would have complete certainty of killing him in seconds. However, it is not worth the effort to do so. In order to kill a Qin Wuyan, exposing one's innate strength and attracting the targeting of the immortal sect was very unworthy. Moreover, killing Qin Wuyan in public would not fulfill Jiang Zhendong's and Yin Hongfei's wishes. In addition, Zhu Danyang had also arrived in the vicinity, but for some unknown reason, he did not immediately show himself. Jiang Qiye couldn't help but curse old silver coin. All things considered, although Qin Wuyan should be killed, it was best to kill him secretly to maximize the benefits. Qin Wuyan's flying sword was not to be underestimated, making him feel a little threatened. In cases where you don't want to reveal your innate strength, a little finesse is required. He drank coldly with an expressionless face. Qin Wuyan, I've already released you on the order of Lord Sijun. Why do you still want to pester me? This officer will give you one more chance. Get out of here right now. If you continue to be obstinate, then I won't be blamed for being impolite. These words he actually said to Zhu Danyang. Qin Wuyan would be damned if he could do as he said. Humph! A mere mole cricket. How dare you speak so loudly? Go! Sure enough, Qin Wuyan snorted lightly and curled his fingers forward, and the crimson flying sword immediately shot towards Jiang Qiye with a terrifying heatwave, baking the void into a twisted distortion. Feeling the terrifying heatwave coming at him, Jiang Qiye certainly wasn't going to sit around and wait for death. When Qin Wuyan just made a move, he kicked his feet and catapulted out with a bang, transforming into a faint dragon shadow that traced an ethereal and dashing zigzag shape, evading in the direction of the school grounds and disappearing in the blink of an eye. You think you can get away with this? Qin Wuyan gave a cold snort of disdain as he stood still and closed his eyes, but his hands kept pinching the spell. His flying sword had already been sacrificed by him to become his own divine weapon, with a wisp of distraction attached to the sword, and under the urging of the huge spiritual power, it could make him use it as if it were his own. As long as Jiang Qiye was still within 100 meters, he couldn't escape the flying swords. The speed of the flying sword was extremely fast, leaving a faint line of fire in the air and disappearing in an instant. Jiang Qiye was very fortunate that he had raised his dragon shadow 8 steps to a perfect state, otherwise it would never have been possible to escape the terrifying speed of the spirit sword. But even so, the flying swords were closely adorned a dozen meters behind him, and the hot, overbearing killing aura caused the skin on his back to tingle. He kept turning and sprinting, but was slow to get away from the flying swords. In just the blink of an eye, he had already broken away from everyone's line of sight and scurried into the small forest next to the schoolyard. Boom boom boom. A large tree was passed through by the flying swords, and they all exploded and burned, burning up a blazing fire with an incomparably astonishing sound. Immortal cultivators are really not to be underestimated. This killing power simply defies science. Luckily, I'm not a vegetarian either. Jiang Qiye keenly sensed that the flying sword had slowed down a bit after destroying a dozen or so large trees in a row. However, the power was still very considerable, and could definitely not be resisted with a strength below the first rank. He understood that this was the reason why the spiritual energy contained in the flying sword was gradually depleting. When the spiritual energy inside is completely depleted, it will lose all its power. However, Jiang Qiye couldn't possibly wait until the flying sword ran out of energy on its own. He didn't have the patience for that. Seeing that no one was around, Jiang Qiye turned back and quickly retreated while waving his 5 fingers, sending out 5 air-breaking finger forces. Thumbs up. Wisps of slender white light struck through the air, most of which fell short, with only 2 finger forces hitting Qin Wuyan's flying sword. Bang bang. 2 violent explosions rang out. The flying sword was stopped by the finger force. Its speed finally slowed down, and its luster instantly dimmed a lot. The corner of Jiang Qiye's mouth hooked as he once again sent out several finger forces, rapidly depleting the spiritual energy on the flying sword. In the air, white light and firelight frequently exchanged blows. Spiritual energy and yuan qi collided in 4 discharges, and explosions occurred continuously within a radius of tens of meters. When the air-breaking finger force struck the flying sword 5 times in a row, the fire around the flying sword had weakened significantly, and the overwhelming killing aura gradually converged. At the same time, Qin Wuyan seemed to sense that something was wrong. He remotely controlled his flying sword while crushing a divine traveling talisman and chased after him to the schoolyard like a gust of wind. Oh, it's too late to react now. Jiang Qiye saw that the flying sword wanted to escape. He immediately chased after it, and a path of air-breaking finger power intertwined into a net, constantly bombarding the sword, striking it with a mournful cry. But it was difficult to escape. That's right, this flying sword even seemed to have a life as if it was alive, and it would also emit a clear chant like a miserable scream. The sword is a good sword. It's a pity that it meets a bad person. Give it to me to destroy. Seeing that the time was almost right, Jiang Qiye suddenly stepped into the air and slammed his fist into the flying sword. Inverted mountain fist. At this moment, his aura around him blossomed as if he had transformed into a lofty mountain, and his fist smashed down as if a great mountain had tumbled down, as if it could crush everything and destroy everything. Bang! The flying sword let out a mournful cry and exploded in the air, turning into a sky of broken iron pieces that fell to the ground in all directions. Chapter 65, Let me die in peace? You're not worthy of it. Ginger. 7. Night. I'm going to kill you, poof. Qin Wuyan rushed into the woods like a madman, but suddenly stumbled and viciously spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale and he almost fell on his back. The flying sword of this life, and the owner's life intertwined. Once the divine weapon is destroyed, the owner will also be traumatized by the heart and soul, and if there is no spiritual medicine to repair the divine soul to treat it, This kind of injury is almost irreversible. And just at the moment when his mind was lost, a sudden crisis quickly descended. Before he could raise his spiritual power shield, his entire body had already been hit by 9 arrows. These arrows came and went invisibly, and by the time he felt the danger approaching, he had already been hit. 9 sounds of arrows entering the flesh sounded at the same time, and Qin Wuyan's entire body instantly flew up and was nailed to the tree trunk behind him by 9 sharp arrows. Qin Wuyan was shocked and furious. He couldn't help but let out a miserable howl as 9 sharp arrows penetrated his limbs and belly, pinning him to death and causing him excruciating pain at the slightest movement. At this moment, he really panicked like never before. He had entered the mountain sect from the age of 10, and step by step he had cultivated well, becoming the master's treasure. And how had he ever suffered such pain? He, a senior disciple of the immortal sect, but that's all. You can't even withstand this little injury and pain. Where did your arrogance and hubris go just now? A lilting voice came. Zhang Qiye carried a wine bag and unhurriedly came out from behind a tree. Sneering, beneath his laid-back appearance, his mind was unusually alert. This was because just a moment ago, he had felt an unusually strong lock of divine sense. It was just a flash, but he caught it with precision. This divine sense did not come from Qin Wuyan or Zhu Danyang, but from somewhere underground. That should be a mysterious monk who was good at hiding. Zhang Qiye, I'll make sure you don't die a good death. Hey! Qin Wuyan's eyes were resentful, gritted his teeth and roared, and then his body shook, and a piece of firelight flooded from his body, incinerating all of the arrows on his body, and even the tree behind him burned up. He, too, flopped to the ground with a plop. Let me not die? You deserve it. Boom! Zhang Qiye flew up with a kick, as if kicking a broken sack, sending Qin Wuyan flying more than 10 meters away, crashing into a tree trunk, once again spraying blood furiously. Almost fainting, Zhang Qiye touched his nose, a little embarrassed. The foot seems to be a little heavy. He had thought that Qin Wuyan could still be able to rise up and resist, but he had overthought himself, and this guy was really not working. That kick just now almost sent him to his death. At the same time, that mysterious and powerful divine sense swept through his body once again, the warning becoming even more obvious, causing his gaze to chill. Could it be Qin Wuyan's protector? Zhang Qiye murmured darkly. The so-called Dao protectors were the expert bodyguards that some clans and sects dispatched for their own important juniors who were going out to practice. Such people tend not to interfere too much. Just keeping the target person alive is enough to maximize the chance that the target will get enough of a grind. That person in the dark had a strong divine sense and his strength should not be weak. However, Zhang Qiye hadn't intended to beat Qin Wuyan to death in plain sight, and that guy's warning was a bit redundant. At this moment, looking at the dying Xiao Wuyan, he could not help but mutter a little bit. Directly slaughtered too much trouble, and let go is not too appropriate. Forget it, let's just keep throwing him in the brig and wait for a chance to do him later. I do not know Zhu Danyang, this old silver coin in the end what is thinking. Even until now did not show the intention, squatting on the sidelines peeping very cool. However, Zhu Danyang was his superior after all, and since people didn't want to show their faces, he didn't dare to care or ask. Zhang Qiye drank 2 more mouthfuls of wine, put away his wine bag, and stepped forward to drag Qin Wuyan towards the outside of the forest. Coming out. Lord Jiang has come out. Yikes. Quick look, isn't that the immortal cultivator? He was actually defeated by Lord Jiang. Lord Jiang is mighty. Even the immortal sect's senior disciples are no match for him. 7. Are you okay? Many people had chased after him from the entrance of the prison to the schoolyard. Jiang Baoang, Zhao Kong and others were among them, casting concerned gazes. Not far away were Lao Zhou, Han Ji and Wei Jian. Upon seeing the half-dead Qin Wuyan, each and every one of them couldn't help but have their jaws wide open in disbelief. This is an immortal cultivator, a high and mighty immortal cultivator. Although they didn't see how Zhang Qiye managed to take care of Qin Wuyan, whatever means he used, it was enough to prove his formidable strength. Wei Jian was at the moment, but his face was incomparably ugly, though he didn't yet know that he was about to be relegated to a small, remote town, but even if he did, he would probably be happy to accept it. After all, he didn't dare to stay in this cold Sun City Patrol Division. Offended such a ruthless person, only afraid to sleep in the future do not dare to close their eyes. Bang! Zhang Qiye threw Qin Wuyan in front of the crowd and instructed Zhao Kong, throw him into the water prison at the bottom and give him some medicine. Don't let him die. Yes, my lord. Zhao Kong hurriedly greeted a few jailers and got Qin Wuyan away with 7 hands and 8 feet. Just a few steps out, the opposite side suddenly came a group of people. But the secretary Zhu Danyang with a few internal guards hurriedly walked over. What just happened? Ha! Senior brother? Why are you hurt like this? Who injured you? It's simply outrageous. When Zhu Danyang saw the injured Qin Wuyan, he was shocked, angry and worried, and with his hands and feet in a frenzy, he stuffed a healing elixir into Qin Wuyan's mouth. The image of a caring and good senior brother coming to life. Zhang Qiye secretly skimmed his mouth. This acting skill is simply movie star level, but it's a pity that he was born in the wrong era. However, as a subordinate, of course we have to cooperate with our bosses in acting when needed, which is also part of the salary. He stepped forward with great strides, arching his hand expressionlessly and saying, Your Excellency, Qin Wuyan was injured by humble servant. Zhu Danyang was furious as he got up and roared, Asshole! Didn't this seat ask you to release them? Who gave you the guts to disobey this seat's order? Zhang Qiye defended himself nonchalantly. My lord, your humble servant did not disobey your orders. Your humble servant had already let Qin Wuyan leave. It was he who refused to leave and actually tried to kill your humble servant. My humble servant had no choice but to resist. This is something that all of my fellow officers present can testify to. Daring, you still dare to argue. Zhu Danyang was furious, his aura blossoming around him, looking like he couldn't wait to slap Zhang Qiye to death. Qin Wuyan strained to open his eyes and looked at the scene with a bit of anticipation in his eyes, as if he was eager to see Zhang Qiye get slapped to death. Unfortunately, he was overthinking it. If Zhu Danyang really wanted to dispose of Zhang Qiye for him, he wouldn't have waited until now. Of course, there was a reason why Zhang Qiye was strong enough. The terrifying strength that Zhang Qiye had displayed earlier caused Zhu Danyang to be deeply afraid, making it impossible for him to treat Zhang Qiye as an ordinary henchman anymore. Otherwise, if it is replaced by Guijian, Xiao Yu's stream, a slap to fly in order to act more realistic. In the end, this is a world of strength. Chapter 66 Wei Rate Zhang Qiye. Just then, Zhao Kong stepped forward with a firm face and said loudly, Lord Secretary, I can testify that everything Lord Jiang said is true. Jiang Baowang also hastened to speak out. My lord, I can also testify. It was this Qin Wuyan who instigated his men to kill Lord Jiang in the first place, and then he sacrificed his flying sword to chase after Lord Jiang, and it was entirely his own fault that he ended up in this situation. Next, Old Head Lu, Old Zhou, Han Ji, and a number of other familiar and unfamiliar people also stepped forward to testify in favor of Zhang Qiye to absolve him, all counting Qin Wuyan's wrongdoings in unison. Under the group, the anger on Zhu Danyang's face gradually converged. With a look of having a fire with no place to send it, he glared angrily at Zhang Qiye and snapped, I see that you don't want to work as a secretary prisoner, so get the hell out of here before it's too late. Go report to the street patrol camp. My lord, I'm not convinced. Zhang Qiye protested with a deliberately grim face. It was said to be unconvincing, but the tone was a bit lazy and odd in a way that couldn't be described. Get the outta here. Zhu Danyang flicked his sleeves fiercely, as if he didn't want to bother with Zhang Qiye anymore. He turned to look at Qin Wuyan painfully, and asked softly with a puzzled face, Senior brother why do you have to do this? Senior brother, there is no need to say much. I will avenge myself. Qin Wuyan gave Zhang Qiye a resentful look, rolled his white eyes, and fainted. Zhang Qiye disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Poor guy, your senior brother may not be in the heart of how cool it. As for revenge? Oh, you won't survive the night. It's just that the old son's seat in the prison finally lost. This is simply an unmitigated disaster. Zhu Danyang left with Qin Wuyan. With Zhu Danyang, his senior brother, around, Qin Wuyan certainly didn't need to squat in the dungeon anymore, and was instead sent to Zhu Danyang's residence to recuperate. The rest of the people around them gradually dispersed, and when they left, their gazes toward Zhang Qiye carried more than a bit of regret. Alas, poor this Lord Jiang has just been on the divisional prison. The strength is still so strong, but unfortunately because of a Qin Wuyan, the official position said to lose on the loss of. Zhang Qiye, however, was pale, with no sadness or joy. Some familiar people gradually gathered around, concerned about the condolences, but also by his words put off. Horse-faced old Zhou patted Zhang Qiye's shoulder and laughed loudly. Brother, don't be discouraged. You're still young and have such strength. Are you still worried that you won't have a day to make a name for yourself? Let's go. Brother will take you to report to the street patrol battalion. And in the future we'll be stirring horse spoons in the same pot. and brother will cover you. Jiang Qiye glanced at Guo Jian, who was sneering in the distance, and teased, Old Zhou, Guo Weiyu is watching you. Aren't you afraid that he'll put shoes on you? Old Zhou grunted softly in a small voice. I'm afraid of him, even without you. He hasn't been picking on me much. This guy wears the same pants as the dead ghost Song Yanqing, and doesn't feed well. Let's just watch out for him in the future. Don't worry, he won't be able to jump around for days. Jiang Qiye smiled faintly, then turned to the surrounding Zhao Kong, Zhang Bahuang and the others and let out. Go back and relay the message to the brothers. In the future, Jiang Mao is going to be mixing his meals in the street patrol camp. Those who want to continue to hang out with me will be transferred over. Jiang Mao will never treat his own brothers poorly. When Zhao Kong heard this, he immediately shouted with excitement. Seventh brother, I'll definitely go over with you. I've long wanted to try out the street patrol camp. I've heard that people from the street patrol camp can give a 30% discount when they go to a greenhouse. Beware of breaking your bones. Get out. With a look of disgust, Jiang Qiye couldn't help but paste a slap on Zhao Kang's head. Next to him, Zhang Baoang bristled and teased. Old Seven, you're also overestimating yourself. You haven't even gotten your footing yourself. So besides fools like Zhao Kong, who would go fooling around with you? That's not necessarily true. Jiang Qiye smiled gently and walked off first, preparing to go to the canonization office to do the transfer. Old Zhou, Han Ji, and the others all followed, intending to accompany Jiang Qiye to the report and try to pickpocket Jiang Qiye into their bowls. But when everyone walked into the canonization office, everyone was quickly dumbfounded. Jiang Qiye did transfer to the street patrol camp, but instead of starting as an ordinary war soldier, the starting point was the guard ratio, which was currently the highest military position within the patrol division. Originally, there was a position of Inspector General of the City Department above the rate of 3 David. However, most of the time, the position of the Governor's Guard is held concurrently by the Secretary of the Department. In other words, in the future, within the City Patrol Division, Jiang Qiye's power was only under Zhu Danyan alone, alongside Xiao Yu and Fu Qingshi, and he just happens to have succeeded Gui Jian as Lao Zhou's top boss. This result almost shocked everyone's jaws, especially old Zhou, whose eyes were dropping to the ground. Wei Jian sat in his own public office, leisurely sipping fragrant tea, his mouth hooked in a faint cold smile. Thinking that Jiang Qiye had been relegated to the street patrol battalion didn't stop him from being in a good mood. Once he entered the street patrol camp, it was his territory, and it would simply not be too easy to concoct a Jiang Qiye in the future. Moreover, since Lord Siwei had disposed of Jiang Qiye, he thought that the previous incident should be considered to have been uncovered. It was also a great relief to his heart. Come on man, my lord, what are your orders? An envoy ran in and said. Wei Jian's face was playful as he blandly commanded, go to the ceremonial punishment office. No matter which guard Jiang Qiye divides into, bring him over to me. Well, let him start as an auxiliary soldier first. Young people, that's why they should have more training. Yes, the envoy bowed and retreated in a hurry. Humph, little bastard, how dare you call out to me? In the future, I'll have some fun with you. Wei Jian sneered to himself. At that moment, a few civil officials dressed in canonical punishment office attire walked in from outside. Lord Guo, there is a writ for you, an official said with an expressionless face. My writ? Read it. Guo Jian raised his eyebrows and waved his hand with a big grin. I hereby order Guo Jian to step down from his position as a guard rate and head to the Jinhu City Patrol Division branch to serve as a deputy capital officer, assuming his duties immediately without fail. What? Wei Jian stood up with a huff, and his face couldn't help but change drastically. Golden Tiger City was located in a remote area, more than 300 miles away from Hanyang City. The patrol division branch there was only half a guard, and the war soldiers plus auxiliaries totaled no more than a few hundred. For all that, he's still just a deputy capital. Apparently, he's been demoted and sent packing. Damn it, why is this happening? Wei Jian's face turned blue. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, only feeling the anger, almost wanting to spit out blood. He had fought for many years before relying on the Song family's support to mix up the position of guardian rate. I didn't expect to fall into the hands of a young man less than 20 years old today. It's simply outrageous. At this moment, Wei Jian didn't dare to hold a grudge against Zhu Danyang, but he hated Jiang Qiye to the bone. It's just a matter of enduring this breath for the time being, and when we turn around and visit the Song family, as long as there is support from the Song family, it is not difficult to transfer back. Wei Jian, take the order. The civil official urged impatiently. Wei Jian angrily glared at that guy. Really a horse. These guys used to see their own respectful, now even called his name. Even adults are not willing to shout. Wei Jian spat out his bad luck unwillingly and was about to step forward to receive the order. Just then, the earlier envoy came running back. My lord is not well. The ambassador's face was furious, and he seemed a little apprehensive. What happened? Wei Jian growled without any good humor. The envoy carefully glanced at Wei Jian's face and stumbled. My lord, Jiang Qie, he took over your position and became the guardian of the second guard. Wei Jian's face stiffened and he instantly froze. His body shook, and he finally couldn't hold back as a mouthful of angry blood erupted. Put, little child of the Jiang family, I'm not finished with you. Chapter 67, Old Willow Leader. Jiang Qie stepped up to the plate. He gathered his men on the school grounds, roughly familiarized himself with the men under his command, and gave a lecture, which was considered to be the official assumption of his duties. He then combed through the ranks and quickly weeded out some of the old, infirm and empty slots. Considering that a new officer can't play with no available manpower under his command, he stuffed Jiang Bowen, Zhao Kang, Li Sanjiao, Zhao Er, and others, as well as Pu Hun and other Iron Plume orphans without military positions, all in one fell swoop to make up for the shortfall. The 4 teams, totaling 209 people, were all qualified combat soldiers screened out from the martial artists, and the weakest in strength were all 8th grade martial artists. Each one is well armored, skilled with bow and horse, and well trained. There were another nearly 1,000 armor-clad servicemen responsible for logistics, and although these nearly 1,000 were auxiliary soldiers, a not insignificant portion of them were martial artists. Only most of them had just entered the threshold of the martial way. This total of 1,200 men was all the soldiers and horses of the second guard under Jiang Qie's jurisdiction, with military power in his hands. Even if he didn't rely on his own strong force, he would be considered a big, hot shot in the white way of Cold Sun City. It is customary for the new officer to take office, and the junior heads of his subordinates pay tribute to congratulate him. However, this time, Jiang Qie was posing as not bad, and refused to accept all of them. He even broke some of the unspoken rules left behind by Wei Jian. He said that he would not take any profit from the extra money earned by the people under his command in the future, and that all of it would go to them. For a while, the schoolyard was thundering with joy, except for a few of Wei Jian's inner circle who chimed in with a sneer. The rest of the people were all doubly impressed with this new Lord Jiang, patting their chests and swearing their allegiance. Jiang Qie was also satisfied with this. Isn't it good that we all get along well and have what we need? While the gains under the various subterfuges couldn't be considered small, he wasn't even close to that right now. He had 2,000 to 3,000 taels of gold and silver in his storage bag, plus the chest of gold and silver treasures in the Greenwood Order, totaling as much as 70,000 to 80,000 taels. He didn't need to buy cultivation resources. He just drank a little wine on weekdays and didn't even visit greenhouses, so he couldn't spend all this silver. So he didn't bother to compete with his men for that small profit, just so he could use it to buy people's hearts. As for that small cluster of Wei Jian's inner circle, Jiang Qie didn't put much stock in it. After being pointed out by Lao Zhou, he organized all these people into several teams, and then find an excuse to get rid of them. By late afternoon, Jiang Qie was dressed in a silver and white battle robe with a tiger's head half armor and a silver and white cloak, sitting in a spacious iron carriage, surrounded by nearly 100 armored horsemen. He went shopping in a majestic manner. Nightfall. On the main street, the carriages and horses were sparkling, and the tall carriages with the logo of the City Patrol Division were traveling slowly, and the armor riders at the back were strict, and the momentum was compelling. Pedestrians have avoided the road, and all of them cast a gaze of awe. Jiang Qie sat in the carriage, lighting a lamp and holding an iron plate that read, Gold and Silver Dual Jedi Hands, with a thoughtful look on his face from time to time. The biggest difference between the street patrol camp and the jail is that there won't be much of a 9 to 5 going forward, 12 hours a day. You need to be in your own precinct in 3 shifts, patrolling the major arterial roads and key security areas. A veritable street skater. Of course, Jiang Qie, as the guard rate, had no hard and fast rules, as long as he could ensure that there was no major chaos in the precinct. But he was new to the job and it was necessary to set an example for his men. While patrolling the streets, he happened to have time to read the martial arts secret books, and there was no delay between the two. This iron plate in his hand engraved with the gold and silver double Jedi hands came from crippled flying dragon's Greenwood Order space. This is a martial art with a grade of injury, which is characterized by its profound intent and subtle techniques, which are quite desirable. Crippled flying dragon and He Yong had all practiced this martial art. Young also earned the nickname Double Jedi Hand for this. Unfortunately, these two were too low in realm and were easily crushed by Jiang Qie. After a long look, he sipped a cup of herbal tea and casually asked, "Where did the patrol get to?" An oily, pale voice immediately came from outside, reporting back to Your Excellency. "We are now walking on Wood Edge Street in the South City, and in front of us is the Boiled Sword Pavilion." Old Head Willow? Jiang Qie couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard this voice and lifted the curtain of the car to look. Sure enough, driving the cart was a familiar old man with a hill-shaped mountain peak, none other than the head of the jailer Old Lu, his old subordinate. Jiang Qie asked in surprise, "Old Chief Lu, how come you've been transferred to the street patrol battalion as well, and came to work for me as a horseman?" Can't blame him for being surprised. The old head of the willow is said to have been in the prison for 50 or 60 years. Never moved, never promoted, every day to muddle through. Over the years, he has silently sent away a crop of prisoners, a crop of jailers, and a crop of young girls from the Smoky Moon house next door. If anyone else in the prison followed him over, no matter who it was, Jiang Qie wouldn't be too surprised. The only one who is a bit unbelievable is this old head willow, who is in his 70s and 80s and still jumping and tossing around. Old Head Willow turned around and smiled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth with missing plates, and laughed obscenely. Had, my lord, as the saying goes, people go up, water goes down. Although I am not young, but my blood is not cold, my heart is not stopping. I can pick up the knife, I can hold down women, while my body and bones are still strong. I also want to follow you a few more times. Of course, I, Lao Lu, don't want any future. I just hope to earn more silver for my old age, so that I can enjoy my old age in peace. Sir, in the future, driving this errand you leave it to me. The skills inherited from our ancestors, absolutely not half a point of error. Package you steady, green clouds straight up. Jiang Qie wanted to laugh a little at Old Head Willow's words. The old man's so-called pension silver. That's not what's serious silver. All spent in the greenhouse. Everyday smoke and moon building package night. But, after all, it's an old acquaintance of many years. So come on. This old man although sneaky a top 3, but the level of driving the car is indeed good. The carriage went flat and stable. No bumps. Alright, then you'll have a good time catching the bus in the future. Jiang Qie nodded. The old Lu leader laughed calmly and said, "Please be kind, my lord. However, I, Old Willow, can do more than just drive a car. I'm not vain about anything other than my ability to hack and slash a little sparsely. After all, I, Old Lu, have lived for 70 to 80 years and know a little bit about everything. The so-called knowledge of astronomy at the top, geography at the bottom, and chicken scratch in the middle. Is talking about me, Lao Lu, the number 1. If your excellency has any questions, don't be polite to me. I, Old Lu, will surely know everything." The corners of Jiang Qie's mouth twitched as he laughed. "Alright, don't brag. We've at least worked together for several years. How many kilograms do you old boy have that I can't be clear about?" Old Lu Guan's old face flushed red and he said unconvincingly, "Hey, my lord, don't underestimate me. My old Willow used to be hiding her clumsiness. My lord, you call it 3 years without flying. I, Lao Lu, may not have your skills, but I haven't been around all these years for nothing. If you don't believe me, you can test me, but if there is anything that I don't know, I, Lao Lu, am willing to pay silver and treat you to a night at Smoke Moon House. Well, even if I had to let you sleep with Koho for a night." Jiang Qie's face darkened, a bit speechless. He hadn't wanted to talk to the old head willow either. However, idleness is also idleness. At this moment, listening to the old head of willow cowhide bragging so vigorously, cannot help but want to knock him a little. He glanced at the secret book in his hand and smiled faintly. "Alright, since you think you know everything, then I'll test you. I have here a martial art called Gold and Silver Double Jedi Hands, labeled as injury grade. Do you know what this injury grade means?" Chapter 68, Visiting the Boiled Sword Museum again. Old Head Lu lifted his eyebrows and laughed triumphantly. Hey, my lord, you're asking the right person. It's not hard for me. During the ancient times, the ancestors of the human race gradually figured out some killing techniques to carry chi and blood and enhance killing power in their battles with the desolate beasts and demons of the great desolate world. Later, there were human sages who gave ratings to these killing techniques, defined as the 5 classes of shock, injury, killing, death and sacrifice. This standard was actually set for desolate beast demons of equal rank. The surprise level, which was enough to cause the desolate beasts to be frightened, was not very powerful in substance. Injury level, enough to inflict trauma on a draconic beast with moderate power. Killing level, enough to kill desolate beasts, amazingly powerful. The death level was enough to achieve certain death on a desolate beast, and it could exterminate its body and soul, and its power was terrifyingly overwhelming. Sacrifice level, not only can achieve a certain death, but also can be the soul of the beast of the god's blood chi into their own use. As the saying goes, with the enemy's body blood sacrifice to me, can be stronger and stronger in battle, never tired. The 5 ratings of shock, injury, kill, death, and sacrifice were used from the time of ancient times until 1,000 years ago. It wasn't until the rise of the immortal way and the decline of the martial way that no one gradually mentioned it. Of course, the fact that no one mentioned it wasn't because the rating wasn't applicable anymore, but because there were fewer and fewer martial arts that could be included in the grade. In the end, it's still because martial arts have fallen out of favor. Alas, times have changed. The old Willow leader sighed a little sadly. So it is. Jiang Qi's mind drifted. The decline of martial arts was directly related to the suppression of the immortal sect. However, even so, he had now been exposed to several martial arts that had entered the grade. Iron Mountain Wall, wound level. Broken Fingers, wound level. Wind Spirit Arrow Technique, amazing level. Dragon Shadow 8 Steps, amazing level. Gold and Silver Double Jedi Hands, wound level. Although the Spiritual Brightness Stone King Sutra was of unknown grade and still a remnant, it must be able to enter the grade. In addition, there was the White Tiger Xianjing of the Jiang family. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but ask, then do you know what grade the White Tiger Xian scripture of my Jiang clan belongs to? Old Head Lu quietly skimmed his lips and laughed. My lord, your Jiang family is known as the White Tiger family, and a White Tiger Xian scripture has been famous in the north for hundreds of years. However, this was only a shock-level martial art. Even if it was practiced to perfection, when encountering a true great desolate fierce tiger, one would still only be able to run away. Of course, it's still enough to deal with ordinary martial artists. Is the White Tiger Sutra that weak? Jiang Qia raised his eyebrows a bit irritably and asked again. Then do you know what grade the Spirit Brightening Stone King scripture belongs to? Spirit Bright Stone King Sutra? Old Head Lu glanced back at Jiang Qia and laughed joyfully. This martial art is not simple. If it is a complete mind technique from the ancient times, it is enough to be included in the sacrificial level. But alas, the complete heart method was lost thousands of years ago. The remnants that had been passed down, although they had been patched and perfected by successive generations of experts from the Great Desolate Stone Demon sect and patched up to the 13th level, they were only barely included in the killing level. And it's extremely difficult to cultivate. Very few people have practiced it since ancient times. Kill level? Jiang Qi's gaze brightened slightly. Killing levels was not bad. Moreover, he was using the first 7 layers of the Spirit Brightness Stone King Sutra as his foundation, and the subsequent heart methods were all deduced by himself using his cultivation, so it must be the most suitable heart method for him, so maybe the rating would be a little higher. If we keep on deducing, we might be able to truly perfect the heart method and restore the power of the ancient times, and become a death level or sacrificial level martial art is not known. Next, Jiang Qia asked Old Head Willow some questions about martial arts. Old Head Lu didn't disappoint him. He was as familiar with all kinds of martial arts as he was with his answers, and he was also very familiar with some ancient secrets, which came out of his mouth. This also gradually made Jiang Qia impressed with him, and the big yellow teeth that were missing plates also became a few points smoother. This old guy is out of tune, but he does know a lot. As the saying goes, if there is an old man in the family, there is a treasure. It wouldn't be bad to have such a horseman and martial arts advisor around in the future. At this time, the old Lu leader grinned again. Sir, would you like to drink? How about I go down and get you a jug of wine? The Boiling Sword Pavilion's wine is not bad. It's just a bit expensive. For the cost of 1 jug of wine, you can sleep with the Smoking Moon House's head on a re. TSK TSK. Jiang Qia cried and laughed at his words. It's true that he's still the same Old Head Willow. There's no seriousness in the dog's mouth. He was about to refuse, but suddenly remembered something and pulled out an invitation from his pocket. This invitation was found on the desk. He'd asked people down there, but had no idea who sent it in. It was an invitation for him to taste wine at the Boiled Sword Pavilion at a random time, and the inscription was clear. Liang Chun of the Boiled Sword Pavilion. Jiang Qia raised his eyes to the entrance of the Boiled Sword Pavilion. At that moment, the young owner had just taken off the door panel and was ready to open for business. Jiang Qia thought of the 3 altars of sword wooming that he still owed to 6th brother, so he said to Old Head Willow, "Stop the car. Since we've come this far, let's go in and have a drink." The old head of the old willow, old eyes a bright, cannot help but wipe down the saliva. Exaggerated strange shout, "Aya aya." Adults, inside the wine is so expensive. My old willow cannot afford to drink. I cannot afford to drink. Don't worry, the drink won't cost you anything. That's good. My old willow is blessed today. The carriage stopped, and Jiang Qie stepped out of the carriage, leading the four of them, Old Head Willow, Jiang Boang, Pu Hun, and Li Sanjie, towards the Boiled Sword Pavilion. Jiang Boang and Pu Hun were both big men nearly 2 meters tall, and Li Sanjie was only slightly shorter. All of them had a strong, blood-filled aura. At this moment, they all wore the half-armor and battle robe of the City Patrol Division, and their hands pressed their long swords, which made them even more formidable and extraordinary. Just like the 3 ferocious gods of the gate, just by looking at the selling looks, they were enough to scare off countless curmudgeons. As for Jiang Qie, who was surrounded by the crowd, he seems to be slightly thin in stature, but he is handsome, with an outstanding temperament and convergence of power, a pair of deep and clear eyes that people can't look directly at, and a way-rate general armor for him to add 3 points of majesty. At a glance, he is not a mortal. This combination is very solid and walks out in style. Only the lewdly shaped old head of Willow was a bit of a ripoff. Some Jianghu people who wanted to get close to the Boiling Sword Pavilion, seeing the large number of armored soldiers of the City Watch Division stopping here, all of them showed scorn and made a detour far away from here. The young shopkeeper of the Boiled Sword Pavilion, however, had a bright gaze and immediately got up to welcome him, arching his hand in an unassuming manner and saying, "1 day's absence, and Sir Jiang has already been ranked as a guardian rate. It's truly a joyous and congratulatory occasion. Lord Jiang, inside please. Are you Liang Chun?" Jiang Qie asked blandly. "I am none other than Liang Chun," the young shopkeeper responded. "Did you send that invitation, minion?" Jiang Qie asked. "Not bad," Liang Chun said. Jiang Qie's gaze moved slightly as he nodded his head and smiled. "Good. Since you took the initiative to invite this official for a drink, then we can make a deal that this official won't be paying today." Liang Chun couldn't help but smile, and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Sir Jiang, there's enough good wine today, and I guarantee I won't charge you a penny of silver. Moreover, I have specially prepared a fine wine for you, my lord, so please have a good taste of it later, please." Jiang Qie glanced back at the group and instructed Han Ji, who was seated on his horse, "Leave one group behind, and the rest will continue patrolling the streets." Chapter 69, Liang Chun's Identity. Under Liang Chun's guidance, the crowd entered the tavern. It was still the same ragged and rough tavern from yesterday, and Jiang Qie was still sitting at the same seat he had yesterday, while the rest of the people were sitting at a table next to him. Jiang Qie quickly realized that these few people he brought with him all seemed to be very familiar with the Boiling Sword Pavilion, and were also familiar with Liang Chun. Li Sandao grinned with a loud voice and yelled, "Shopkeeper Liang, you said you would treat our lord to a good drink, but you can't fool us with 6 years of spring." Pu Han also urged in a jarring voice, "Not bad. Today, I will only drink Sword Nameless." Liang Chun, quickly serve the wine. "I haven't drank Sword Nameless in months. I've almost forgotten what it tastes like." Jiang Bahuang, on the other hand, stared at a pair of peach blossom eyes, looked left and right for a few moments, knocked on his chopsticks and yelled, "Liang Chun, let your back kitchen serve a few of your specialty dishes, only if it's made by Miss Qingwan's hand. I'm not accustomed to the ones made by others." Old Lu Head picks up the table amidst peanut rice thrown into the mouth, grinning, "Hey, look at you guys, this point of interest. My old man is not as much as you guys." Xiao Liang Ah. "First each person on an altar of Sword Nameless. Drink not finished my old man to take away." Liang Chun smiled without saying a word and picked up a closed sign and hung it on the door, then started serving the wine while ordering the back kitchen to serve the food. However, he only served 4 altars of Sword Nameless to Old Head Willow and Jiang Yaowang's table, and did not serve Jiang Qie any wine. Seeing that Jiang Qie had a puzzled look on his face, Liang Chun smiled and said, "Sir Jiang, you already tasted Sword Nameless last night. I've specially prepared a new wine for you today. Please move to the backyard for a taste." Jiang Qie glanced at Liang Chun in surprise. From Liang Chun's deep eyes, he didn't see anything, and the wind antelope pearl in his arms didn't have any reaction either. After a slight hesitation, he nodded and said, "Fine. I'd like to see what good wine you can come up with." "Don't worry, my lord. I will not let you down. Inside please." Jiang Qie is a tall artist and bold, and he is not afraid of Liang Chun pulling any tricks. Moreover, he had quietly released his mental power and scanned the entire backyard of the Boiled Sword Museum, and did not find anything out of place. There were some worldly experts hidden within the backyard of the Boiled Sword Pavilion though, but all go their own way. Some were cultivating, some were killing fish, some were frying vegetables, and some were chopping wood, all of them looking as normal and not half as strange. Jiang Qie stood up and followed Liang Chun through the long corridor to the backyard. The backyard is very different from the front room. Like two worlds, the front room looks like it is for the jungle people, and it is very convenient for a drunken fight and killing. The backyard is a bamboo forest, running water trickle, pavilion elegant, beautiful scenery, like the private garden of some literati. On the stone table in the middle of the pavilion, sumptuous food and wine had already been prepared, and with the fine wind passing through the bamboo forest, a burst of aroma came from it, which was appetizing. A pretty-looking green-clothed maid stood sideways. She raised her eyes and calmly glanced at Jiang Qie, then quickly lowered her gaze. Jiang Qie looked at the maid and smiled. This girl looks a bit familiar. We should have met last night, right? My little daughter Chenghuan is courteous. Lord Jiang really has a good memory. Last night Chenghuan passed near Guiyuan, and indeed she had met with your lordship from afar. Chenghuan said with a clear and cold voice. Jiang Qie smiled indifferently. After taking his seat, he raised his eyes to Liang Chun and opened the door. Shopkeeper Liang, if you have something to say, just say it, otherwise even if it's the best wine and food, I'm afraid that Jiang would have trouble swallowing it. Liang Chun had engaged in so many mysteries, and had arranged for manpower to follow him last night, so it was obvious that it would not be as simple as just inviting him to a wine tasting. He couldn't help but feel some curiosity in his heart about the purpose of this boss Liang's invitation. Liang Chun sat down on the opposite side and smiled. Lord Jiang is indeed perceptive and has extraordinary strength. If it wasn't for the chance meeting last night, I'm afraid that Mr. Liang would have missed the opportunity to get acquainted with this supreme genius of yours. But it's not too late. One might even say that the timing is just right. Lord Jiang, since you are not interested in tasting wine for the time being, Mr. Liang will not beat around the bush. Let me first introduce myself to Mr. Liang. My name is Liang Chun, Bronze Order Master of the Immortal Beheading Alliance, and Human-Level Palm Order Envoy of the Northlands of the Immortal Beheading Alliance. So your excellency is from the Immortal Beheading Alliance. The surprise on Jiang Qie's face flickered. Just yesterday, I heard you were mention the Immortal Beheading Alliance, and today, I met someone from the Immortal Beheading Alliance, which was quite a coincidence. Of course, he didn't think that Jade and the Immortal Beheading Alliance would have anything to do with each other. Lord Jiang, I wonder how much you know about the Immortal Beheading Alliance? Liang Chun asked. Jiang Qie shook his head. Truth be told, I only just heard the name Immortal Beheading Alliance mentioned yesterday, and I actually know nothing about the Immortal Beheading Alliance. Liang Chun turned his words around and smiled. Let's not talk about the Immortal Beheading Alliance. Let's talk about immortal cultivators first. Lord Jiang, I wonder how you view immortal cultivators. When immortal cultivators were mentioned, Jiang Qie couldn't help but think of Yin Hongfei and Qin Wuyan, as well as what had happened to the Jiang family over the years. He mused. I don't know much about immortal cultivators either, but just from what I've seen, immortal cultivators are lofty and selfish, treating mortals like ants and beating and killing them at every turn. It's hard to make people feel good about them. Liang Chun nodded his head and said, Your Excellency's eyes are like a torch. Even if you don't know much about immortal cultivators, you can see through their modus operandi at a glance. Next, Mr. Liang invites Lord Jiang to see something, which might affect the appetite a bit. So I hope Lord Jiang is a bit prepared. With a solemn expression on his face, he stood up, took out a precious mirror from his bosom, and shone it into the air. Jiang Qie's gaze narrowed slightly as he clearly sensed that Liang Chun was transporting true qi. No, Yuan Li, into the precious mirror. This boss Liang, surprisingly, was also an innate expert, seemingly at the early stage of the qi-gathering realm. Buzz, the void shook and a scene suddenly appeared, enveloping a circle of tens of meters. Jiang Qie looked at it curiously. It was a bit similar to the movies he had watched in his previous life, and he couldn't imagine that there was a similar technology in this world, only to see in that scenario, an immortal cultivator, sitting on top of a small hill, looking down at a small city below the hill with an expressionless face. At the moment, the small town is enduring a ravaging wave of wolves. Thousands of wolves rushed into the city, blocking the streets and alleys, frantically tearing and devouring the people in the city. There were also people in the city who were organizing armorers and martial artists to fight against the invasion of the wolf tide. However, whenever the wave's attack was blocked, that immortal cultivator would use his flying swords to secretly kill some of the experts, clearing the way for the wolf tide. day and night switch 3 times. It meant that the wolf tide had ravaged the city for 3 days and 3 nights. And the people of the city wailed and despaired for 3 days and 3 nights in the ravages of the wolf tide until they all died. When everyone was dead, the cultivator who had been sitting still for 3 days also moved. He stood up, hiked down the mountain, walked the streets of the city, and eventually came to a large courtyard, killed the ferocious wolves roaming in the courtyard, and rescued a 7 or 8-year-old boy from a dry well. Chapter 70 This Way to Cultivate Immortality. Liang Chun explained in a calm voice. This immortal cultivator's name is Zhu Lizi, an elder of the spirit-driving Dao's imperial spirit sect. 30 years ago, he controlled a wolf demon and drove a wave of wolves to destroy this small city called Qianshan City, killing a city full of 170,000 people. Lord Jiang, you must not have thought of Zhu Lizi's purpose. He's really only there to take on disciples. He looked at that child's root qualifications. That child comes from a wealthy family and has been raised with respect. Zhu Lizi was worried that his heart was not strong enough to achieve great success in the immortal path. Thus, he painstakingly created this tragedy. He destroyed with his own hands everything the child possessed, and also let the child see the cruelty of the world, so as to sharpen his mind and strengthen his heart towards the way. It also cuts off his mundane ties so that he has no more attachments to his worldly relatives. In addition, Zhu Lizi's appearance as a life-saving benefactor will also cause the child to be grateful to him and have no second thoughts. Zhang Qiye looked at the scene in the air and listened to Liang Chun's explanation, frowning slightly in thought. Liang Chun didn't say any more as the scene in the sky changed again. It was a scene of a sect accepting disciples, and looking at the stone tablet under its mountain gate, it was called the Golden Jade Sect, a martial arts sect. The viewpoint locked onto a thin teenager, recording his journey from saying goodbye to his parents, joining the Golden Jade Sect, and then becoming an inner disciple and a core disciple until he turned into a physically majestic physical cultivation expert. But strangely enough, as his strength and status increased, he gradually changed from a young man with a soulful gaze to a youth with a dull gaze and dull movements, until one day, he walked into the forbidden land of the Golden Jade Sect with a wooden face and never came out again. Liang Chun's calm voice rang out at the right time. The Golden Jade Sect was originally a body-refining sect with a long history, providing the Imperial Army with many powerful martial artists. However, at some point, they were secretly controlled by the immortal cultivators and tampered with the mind method, turning it into a base for the manufacture of alchemized corpses. Thereafter, the higher the cultivation level of the Golden Jade Sect's disciples, the lower their intelligence. The end of their cultivation was to become corpse-refining materials for the spirit-driving Dao corpse-refining sect. There are more than 300 corpse-refining bases like this one within the Legu Imperial Dynasty alone, and even more in the Great Yu Imperial Dynasty in the east. Zhang Qiye's face was somber, his mind greatly touched. This horse is too sinister, practicing martial arts to the end, but can only become a refining corpse, and this is not even an example, but the formation of a complete set of industrial chain. The third act scenario opens. A young and handsome immortal cultivator was massacring a large family with his flying sword. Under his flying sword, no matter men, women, old or young, all of them were broken into two, killing corpses all over the place in a miserable manner. What was a bit bizarre was that those dead people didn't only have fear before they died, they were all shouting loudly and bitterly, and eventually died with a face of indignation and unwillingness. One of them, a middle-aged noblewoman, was full of hot tears before her death, and wanted to touch the face of the immortal cultivator, but she was also killed by the immortal cultivator's expressionless sword. This immortal cultivator's name is Qin Yangzi, and he is the best of the inner disciples of the Cold Sun sect. These people he killed were his family's closest relatives, including his biological parents as well. His people had never treated him harshly, and his parents even regarded him as a treasure, never tolerating harsh words from his childhood and doing their best to satisfy his every request. In order for him to live comfortably in the Cold Sun sect, his father was even bent on dedicating a large portion of his ancestral property to the Cold Sun sect. The reason why he did so was actually to cut off the mundane karma in order to get rid of the distractions in his mind and pursue a pure Taoist heart that is too emotionless. Zhang Qiye sniffed with a deep frown, his eyes somewhat disgusted. This behavior of Qin Yangzi was simply genocidal and heinous. At the moment he couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Cultivation of immortality. What exactly is it? Is it possible that cultivating immortality is all about dehumanization? Or is it that the only way to cultivate righteousness is to obliterate humanity? Then this cultivation of immortality, I'm afraid it's really not a human thing. The fourth act scenario opens. It was a mine, and the hills were filled with dense figures. There were grown men and women, the old and the sick, and even small children of 3 or 5 years old. All were thin and bony, full of numbness and despair. But men and women, young and old, were working with all their might, some carrying stones, some digging pits, some carrying loads. Some of the small children were so young that they were actually pulling up grass and picking up rocks, occasionally pulling out tender roots and scrambling to stuff them into their mouths. But whenever someone is idle or works slowly, a flying sword will soon sweep by and chop off that person's head. Liang Chun's voice rang out. This is a mine in Hanzhou. When it was determined that the mountain contained yuan stone ore, all the people within a 300-mile radius of this mountain, rich or poor, male or female, old or young, were all made mine slaves. As long as the veins don't dry up, they'll mine until they die. This circling slave mining method is also the usual practice of the immortal sect. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qie finally couldn't help but clench his fists, and the slightest hint of anger and murderous intent surged from the bottom of his eyes, especially when he saw a 3-year-old girl who was pulling weeds, pulling a blade of grass 6 times before pulling it out, her tender little hands strangled with blood. However, she didn't care in the slightest, but only hastily raised her eyes to look down at the sky, and her big, innocent eyes were filled with awe. She seemed to be worried that she was doing less work and being killed by the ubiquitous flying swords. This scene made Jiang Qie's heart clog up as he watched. Those immortal cultivators stepped on flying swords, towering over the immortals. But underneath their glamorous exterior is wrapped a beastly heart, and every bit of resource they consume is stained with tired blood and bones. At this moment, a trace of a strange mind suddenly arose under Jiang Qie's heart. He suddenly wanted to do something about this cruel world. In the past, his strength was low and mediocre, and he could only barely defend himself. But not anymore. He already possessed enough strength to make countless people look up to him, as well as limitless potential. In addition to being alone, perhaps it has been able to do something to make the life of their own people a little more meaningful, so that this world will become a little more smooth, and it is not in vain to be reborn in one life. But what exactly he could do, he couldn't think of at the moment, just that a seed has been quietly planted. The fourth act of the scenario begins. In the middle of the vast mountains, a group of cultivators wearing the dress of the nebulous sect, laid down a heavenly array, descending endless meteorites, destroying an army of tens of thousands of people in half a day. Jiang Qie suddenly stared as he noticed that the armor on that army looked somewhat familiar. Surprisingly, it was exactly the same as the armor on Puhun, Han Ji, and the other Teeling orphans last night. Liang Chun explained. This army is the Iron Plume army that originally guarded the Great Snow Pass, all formed by martial artists. The generals are all innate experts. A total of 30,000 people, can be called the Legu dynasty's #1 strong army, is an impenetrable iron wall of the dynasty to defend against the great wilderness foreign races. But this iron wall, instead of being destroyed at the hands of the foreigners, was destroyed at the hands of the immortals. The demise of the Iron Plume army, resulting in today's court, can no longer afford to go out to war outside the pass, but also suffered countless times each year the barren demon invasion. Inside and outside the northern pass of the living souls are suffering. The people living outside the pass is even more miserable. Chapter 71, inviting you to join the alliance for a great cause. Act V scenario. In the palace hall, a majestic young empress was deliberating with her courtiers when a huge stone tablet suddenly descended from the sky, smashing through the dome and standing in the middle of the hall, filling the court with shock. On the stone monument, 4 big words were engraved: the world banned martial arts. Above the dome of the great hall, an immortal gave a contemptuous sneer and turned around to float away. Liang Chun put away the precious mirror inside. This is a scene from when the current empress had just succeeded to the throne, when the immortal sect forced the empress to implement the ban on martial arts. This kind of drama has been experienced once by every female emperor after her ascension to the throne, and there has never been an exception in the past 1,000 years. Had it not been for the generations of female emperors who had resisted the pressure, the situation of martial artists in the world would have been even more difficult. Lord Jiang, after seeing the above images, I believe you already have a deeper impression of the immortal cultivators. All of the above is really just a small selection of what has been documented. For thousands of years, the immortal sect had done countless evil things. There are unrecorded incidents that are 1,000 times more brutal and vicious than these, and their crimes and evils are too numerous to mention. I do not deny that there are indeed some immortal cultivators who are secluded in the mountains and forests and who diligently seek the way without questioning the affairs of the world. But such ascetics are few and far between, and it is difficult to achieve great things. In order to truly go far on the immortal path, you can't get away from the wealth couple lawland. which drives them to press the world by any means necessary and greedlessly seize all cultivation resources. In this cold sun city of ours, the immortal sect was still able to restrain itself because of a demon suppressor envoy sitting in the city. But in other places, the immortal sect has long since become a great danger to the world and a doom to the people. The demon suppressor? Jiang Qi's gaze was slightly fixed. This was the second time he had heard someone mention the demon suppressor envoy. The last time was from Yin Hongfei's uncle and nephew, which made a deep impression on him. He asked, "What kind of existence is the demon suppressor envoy, and why can he make the immortal sect afraid?" Liang Chan looked mesmerized inside. The demon suppressor envoys are a line of inheritance inherited from the era of the emperor of the two ancient world. They are the guardians of the human race, and any existence that threatens the human community is regarded as an evil demon and wiped out by them. They are powerful, mysterious, ferocious, and terrifying. It is said that they can do anything in their quest for supreme power, yet they manage to rise to the occasion when fighting against evil. That's a bit of a contradiction, and it's a bit puzzling, but there was no denying that they were considered the last guardians of the human race. Without them, perhaps the human race would have long since been destroyed countless times in its millions of years of history. It is a pity that, since the inheritance, the number of demon suppressor ambassadors has been very rare, and there are only a handful of them in the whole world. Moreover, even this demon suppressor envoy of the Northlands seems to have had some problems, and can only manage to shelter a few hundred miles around Cold Sun City today. When Jiang Qiye heard this, his heart inexplicably became a bit curious about that mysterious demon suppressor envoy who sat in the northern lands. If you have a chance to meet in the future, you might be able to make some acquaintances. He withdrew his mind and looked at Liang Chun. "Tell me about the Immortal Beheading Alliance." Liang Chun's eyes lit up slightly as he nodded. "Good. Since this is the case, then Liang will introduce the Immortal Beheading Alliance to Your Excellency." To talk about the origin of the Immortal Beheading Alliance, one would have to mention the Immortal Martial War of 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the Immortal Alliance and the Martial Alliance met at Red Sky Mountain for the final battle. At that time, there were many participants in the battle, and the immortal and military paths swept through the entire Legi dynasty, and even the Great Yu dynasty in the east had countless forces participating in it. As for the outcome, I'm sure Lord Jiang had already guessed that it would be the defeat of the Martial Alliance and the victory of the Immortal Alliance. In the years that followed, the Immortal Alliance took advantage of the situation and began to massacre the members of the Martial Alliance. And it was no longer limited to the members of the Martial Alliance, but all martial artists. From the top of the expert celebrities to the bottom of the nobodies, they all killed without amnesty. Often, they slaughtered past one city after another. Whether it was a martial arts sect or martial arts family, or a solo martial artist, none of them refused to be spared. It's not enough to kill someone and burn martial arts, destroy all martial arts inheritance. Their evil deeds are simply horrendous. In addition, the Immortal League has repeatedly held the Imperial Court hostage in a vain attempt to promulgate a ban on martial arts, prohibiting the entire world from practicing martial arts. It should be known that the Legu Imperial Dynasty territory inside and outside of the barren forests and swamps are densely populated. Demonic beasts and poisonous insects are ubiquitous, and there are also foreign races and evil devils at the borders for the scourge of the human race. The survival of the human race would have been difficult. If the Immortal Alliance succeeds in banning martial arts, how can the human race fight against the evil beasts and demons with only a weak body? How can they gain a foothold in the vast wilderness? If the Immortal Path could really replace the martial path and defend the mountains and rivers for the human race, open up new frontiers, and suppress the demonic beasts and evil devils, Mr. Liang would not be so angry. But the hateful thing is that the cultivators are all selfish and have no regard for the righteousness of the human race. They were insatiable in seizing all the resources for cultivation and had no pity for the people's strength. But they did not think of contributing to their family and national communities at all. Relying on their long lifespan, they do not value their clan lineage and do not care about the families and villages where they were born and raised, and even regard them as a burden. They are self-appointed to be out of the world, and once they step into the path of immortality, they will cut off their mundane ties and stand high above the rest, treating the worldly people as pigs, dogs and ants. Some immortal cultivators, in order to cut off the distracting thoughts of mortal dust and pursue the supreme ruthlessness to firm up the heart of the way, even go so far as to do the beastly act of killing their fathers and mothers, wives and children, which is practically devoid of any human nature. Their suppression of martial artists for nearly 1,000 years had also directly caused the weakness of the human race. It made the imperial dynasty no longer able to expand outside, and even had to give up a large area of fertile land in the north, retreating to the Great Snow Pass. making the 10 million compatriots of the human race outside the past struggle under the claws and teeth of the foreigners at all times, not being able to protect themselves at all times. Immortal cultivators, so to speak, are the thieves of the world who scourge the country and harm the people. There is oppression, and naturally there is resistance. It was in this context that the Immortal Beheading Alliance was born. The Immortal Beheading Alliance aspires to behead the immortals and extinguish the Tao, purge the evil immortals, and promote martial arts, in an attempt to restore the martial arts heyday of the ancient times, and make the human race strong once again. Nowadays, the Immortal Beheading Alliance was already the last holy land of the human martial arts path, which contained the largest collection of high-level martial arts, had the best cultivation resources, and was the holy land that everyone in the world's martial arts practitioners aspired to. Lord Jiang, Mr. Liang invited you here today. Wine tasting is still secondary, but mainly I want to invite you to join the Immortal Beheading Alliance, to share the great cause of immortal beheading with millions of fellow martial artists like us. I don't know what Lord Jiang would like to do. Liang Chun delivered a high-pitched and impassioned commentary, and then his eyes twinkled as he looked straight at Jiang Qiye with a look of anticipation. It was a rhetoric he had become very skilled at. In the past, every time it was offered out, it was always unbeatable, causing some of the spirited teenagers' blood to surge, and without saying a word, they would join in, itching to immediately pull out their swords to sweep through the immortal sect and kill the four directions. However, at this moment, Jiang Qiye in front of him was calm and unperturbed, only revealing a thoughtful expression. This also made Liang Chun realize that this Jiang Qiye was different from the other young men, with an unusually firm mind that was not too easy to fool. How could he know that Jiang Qiye only looked young? But in reality, he had been a man for 2 lifetimes and had long since ceased to be a hot-blooded rash. However, Liang Chun's eloquence was indeed good, and his words were reasonable and infectious. Those 5 propaganda images earlier had already impressed Jiang Qiye, coupled with the fact that Jiang Qiye originally had a poor view of the immortal sect. At this moment, he had indeed been moved. Other than that, the few immortal cultivators he had recently come into contact with, whether it was the ruthless Yin Hongfei or the pretentious Qin Wuyan, they were not good birds. They consider themselves to be superior, treating mortals like ants, and if they are a little less than desirable, they will kill them at every turn, with no humanity to speak of. Moreover, he was now an innate martial artist, and once he exposed his strength, he would only quickly become the target of the immortal sect's elimination, and would be naturally opposed to the immortal sect. For a moment, he was tempted to join the Immortal Beheading Alliance. Chapter 72, Could it be that you're here for me? However, Jiang Qiye was ultimately not hot-headed and didn't want to make a hasty decision. It's no small thing, after all. He pondered slightly and calmly asked, Brother Liang, it's true that immortal cultivators are not good things, but the Immortal Beheading Alliance. With all due respect, I've heard that the Immortal Beheading Alliance is full of fish and dragons, and there are not a few who are evil. As far as I know, Crippled Flying Dragon should be someone from your Immortal Beheading Alliance, right? This man has gathered villains, oppressed the people, fished and fleshed out the countryside, killed like a man, and is full of evil. If joining the Immortal Beheading Alliance is to be in the company of such people, then I'm really sorry. I'm afraid it's difficult for Jiang to accept. Liang Chun smiled bitterly and said, Lord Jiang, it seems that you indeed know nothing about the Immortal Beheading Alliance. In fact, the Immortal Beheading Alliance was a relatively loose organization, which included the righteous path, the devil's path, the good and the bad. I've said it before, the meaning of the existence of the Immortal Beheading Alliance was to behead the immortals and destroy the Tao, and to promote martial arts for the greater good of the human race, regardless of good or evil. As long as one is willing to deal with immortal cultivators and exchange the heads of immortal cultivators for cultivation resources, we will come to the rescue. As for eradicating scum like Crippled Flying Dragon, that is the duty of the government. We can only do what we can to not harbor them. Of course, the reason why Crippled Flying Dragon had been able to get away with it for so many years was actually mainly because someone was sheltering him. He was an important pawn laid by the Song family in Snow Pass City, and to move him was tantamount to making an enemy of the Song family. Our Immortal Beheading Alliance has some private cooperation with the Song family, so we can only turn a blind eye to what Crippled Flying Dragon is doing. Jiang Qiye frowned slightly. He could understand this approach of the Immortal Beheading Alliance, but he was still somewhat unable to agree with it. The danger of scum like Crippled Flying Dragon was only not much less than that of an immortal cultivator. Liang Chun looked at Jiang Qiye's expression and continued to persuade. Lord Jiang, joining the Immortal Beheading Alliance will do you all the good but no harm. and there is no conflict whatsoever with your official status. We never force our internal members to carry out a mission. It's all based on voluntariness. Merit can be earned just by performing feats. With merit honors, one could exchange all feats in martial arts and divine weapons, and even precious pills could be exchanged without limit. You killed the crippled flying dragon, so you must already know the strength of the crippled flying dragon. He was originally an ordinary Jianguist, and since redeeming the two martial arts disciplines of Dragon Shadow 8 Steps and Gold and Silver Dual Jedi Hands, he quickly stood out from the Jianguists and became a party of heroes. The two martial arts, Dragon Shadow 8 Steps and Gold and Silver Double Jedi Hands, were not considered outstanding in the Immortal Chopper Alliance, and did not require too much merit to redeem. There are many other examples such as Crippled Flying Dragon. We, the Immortal Beheading Alliance, have grown so far that our members have long surpassed 1 million, and we are everywhere in the entire world. Even you, Lord Jiang, have many of our people by your side. Your Jiang family is nominally considered a vassal of the Immortal Sect Nebula Sect. But do you know why our Immortal Beheading Alliance has never dealt with your Jiang family? Jiang Qi's gaze twitched, and a sharp edge flickered under his eyes. I'd like to hear about it. Liang Chun smiled mysteriously. The reason is very simple. Because your Jiang family was already extremely deeply involved with the Immortal Beheading Alliance, and the Nebula Sect has never truly trusted you. Even, the Nebula Sect has been suppressing your Jiang clan. I'm sure you're well aware of that. Jiang Qi's gaze flickered and he was silent. Listening to Liang Chun, someone from the Jiang family had joined the Immortal Beheading Alliance, and it was likely that there was more than one person. This is very interesting. Who could it be? Fourth uncle? Fifth uncle? Or Jiang Zhendong? Or maybe fourth and sixth brother? Well, it can't be Kong Jindong. Jiang Zhendong had a great time being a traitor to the Nebula Sect, so how could he be someone from the Immortal Beheading Alliance? Lord Jiang, you can take your time to consider the matter of joining the alliance. There's no need to rush. The second thing I invited you here today is to ask you to taste the freshly baked wine. Qingluan, pour the wine. Liang Chun instructed the maid. The maid Qingluan came forward, opened a sealed wine altar, and poured wine for both of them separately. Smelling the rich aroma of the wine, Jiang Qi's eyes instantly lit up, and he could tell just from the vegetal yellow color and the rich aroma that this was another good wine. As if to put Jiang Qi at ease, Liang Chun drank first. Jiang Qi then picked up the wine bowl as well and took a shallow taste, his gaze brightening slightly. Ha! This is real spirit wine. Wine inlet, such as drinking a fire line, soon turned into a majestic heat emanating from the limbs and bones, like a blazing fire roasting the organs, making the liver and gallbladder blazing. Blood flow accelerated all over the body. Subsequently, a sweet and refreshing wine aura rushed straight to the top of the sky, invigorating the mind and spirit. The battle aura surged, and a majestic killing intent arose. It was eager to pull out the long sword and kill in all directions. Jiang Qi clearly felt that the liquor could replenish qi, blood and spiritual consumption, and although the effect was limited, it was already a genuine spirit wine. Sir Jiang, this wine is called Blazing Sun Kill. It is considered a warrior's wine. What does Sir Jiang think of this wine? Liang Chun asked with a smile. Good wine. This wine is far superior to Sword Nameless. Jiang Qi laughed and drank the wine in the bowl in one go, then closed his eyes, feeling the mood of the wine to the fullest. But right at this moment, the wind antelope bead in his arms suddenly radiated a bone-chilling coolness, causing him to raise an eyebrow and open his eyes once again. Liang Chun on the opposite side was no different and was taking small sips of wine. The maid Qingluan next to him was also no different and was watching Liang Chun drink. However, there was a subtle change in this heaven and earth, which seemed to have become excessively quiet. At some point, the wind stopped, the bamboo forest was motionless, and the trickle of the stream was quietly far away. The afterglow of the setting sun was still there, but the stars in the sky were a little brighter than usual. Was I drunk? But I'm sober. And the wind antelope pearl shouldn't be broken, right? Jiang Qi's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart somewhat puzzled. At this time, Liang Chun also suddenly reacted to the situation. He stood up boldly, scanned the weak, and droned in a deep voice. What kind of friend is it that is traveling to my place? Please show yourself. Friend? You deserve it. With a disdainful cold laugh, an immortal silhouette slowly emerged in the sky above the bamboo forest. It was a middle-aged cultivator with long robes and big sleeves. His face was ancient and simple, and his gaze was cold. He stepped on a green-colored flying sword, suspended in mid-air, surrounded by starlight. He really had a few immortal styles. A spiritual pressure unique to immortal cultivators spread out overwhelmingly, causing the bamboo forest to fall on all sides and causing Jiang Qi's heart to feel a bit uncomfortable. What surprised him the most was that this person, whom he had seen before, was none other than Yin Hongfei's second uncle, Yin Jifeng. Could it be that you're here for me? Jiang Qie muttered in his heart and secretly raised his guard. Immortalist. Liang Chun's gaze flinched as he quickly took out a long sword and held it in his hand while transmitting his voice to Jiang Qie. Lord Jiang, it seems that this drink can only go so far today. What happens here has nothing to do with you. So leave first. Chapter 73, Bullying. Jiang Qie gave Liang Chun a puzzled look, but suddenly remembered that the Immortal Beheading Alliance and the Immortal Sect were already at loggerheads, so Yin Jifeng might not have come to look for himself, and the probability of looking for Liang Chun was a bit higher. He hadn't decided to join the Immortal Beheading Alliance now, and he didn't have any friendship with Liang Chun, so he didn't need to get involved in the strife between the Immortal Sect and the Immortal Beheading Alliance, so he got up and said, "Alright, then Jiang will take my leave first. Well, this altar of blazing sun kill is very much to my taste, so I'll be polite." With a sweeping wave of his hand, he collected the altar of blazing sun kill by the table into his arms and was about to leave with it in his arms. Liang Chun gave him an odd look and cried a little, but at this moment, Yin Jifeng coldly looked at Jiang Qie and lightly grunted. "None of you will be able to leave without Lao Fu's permission." For some reason, Jiang Qie looked plain and ordinary, but it gave him a strange feeling. This man seems dangerous. He was not careless, and as he spoke, he waved his hand to strike a yellow spirit talisman, fixing it in the air. Starlight Jailbreak Charm. Buzz. The spirit talisman emitted a piece of silver starlight, transforming into a large inverted translucent bowl that enveloped half of the small courtyard. A flying bird fluttered out of the bamboo forest and crashed into the edge of the large bowl, and with a poof, it turned into a mist of blood. Apparently, it was as if the middle of the large bowl had turned into a prison. Jiang Qie's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the scene with interest, and he was submissive, sitting back down again. Although he didn't want to get involved in the immortal martial strife too early, he was also eager to see more. As for the old guy in the air, Awesome Boom Boom might be strong, but he had no fear. Watching those video images earlier made him hate immortal cultivators with a passion, and he was thinking of slaughtering a few of them to get rid of his anger. This old guy in front of me, that arrogant and domineering stance, looks quite suitable to die. Yin Jifeng looked condescendingly at Liang Chun and asked drily, "You're Liang Chun, aren't you?" "Not bad." Liang Chun looked alert and responded indifferently, "Good. It seems that old me has found the right person." Yin Jifeng nodded and asked drily, "I heard that you are the most well-informed person within Cold Sun City, so you must know who stole my nephew's storage bag in Lishan Court a few days ago. Speak up painfully and you can be spared the pain of skin and flesh. Otherwise, when old me extracts your soul and refines your spirit, you can get what you want just the same." Jiang Qie couldn't help but move his gaze. Although Yin Jifeng wasn't rushing at him, he was still somewhat related to him. Liang Chun's gaze was cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Liang opened a tavern and befriended the 3 religions and 9 streams, so I do know quite a lot of news in the Jianghu, but I am not omniscient. I've never heard anything about what you're talking about, and you've got the wrong person. Humph, looks like you're toast." Yin Jifeng's face sank as he immediately waved his backhand, and a millstone-sized blue palm print surfaced in the air, smashing down towards the gazebo. Boom! There was a loud bang. The gazebo collapsed with a bang. Fortunately, the 3 people in the pavilion were not weak, and they all ejected and landed in the courtyard. It was just a pity that an elegant pavilion and a table of delicious food and wine had all been reduced to rubble. After striking out, Yin Jifeng's gaze flinched slightly as he scanned the 3 people in the courtyard in shock. "I can't believe it's still 3 high-ranking martial artists. Very well. All martial artists deserve to die." In this instant, he could tell that the weakest woman was a second-grade martial artist, but as for Liang Chun and Jiang Qie, they were unfathomable. But before he could strike again, Liang Chun and Cheng Yuan, who were on the ground, glanced at each other and both disappeared at the same time. When they reappeared, the two had already arrived close to Yin Jifeng. "Immortals, that's what really deserves to die." Liang Chun flew over Yin Jifeng's head, and Cheng Yuan came behind Yin Jifeng, both swiftly striking out their swords in unison. Snicker! The sword light pierced the eyes, and the killing aura rushed to the sky. "Seek death." Yin Jifeng's face flushed with anger as he instantly raised an aura shield, as if it were a green-colored eggshell, wrapping him in it. Bang bang! The 2 long swords stabbed, but they were blocked by the aura shields one after another. It only caused the light shield to be slightly dented by an inch, and then quickly returned to its original state. failing to cause half a bit of damage to Yin Jifeng. Humph. You frogs at the bottom of the well. You really don't know what you're doing. Yin Jifeng pinched and guided his finger and quickly struck a spell, and a large green bell with a diameter of 3 feet and surrounded by starlight emerged in front of him. Intermediate level spell. Star Soul Suppressor Bell. Clang. The moment the large bell appeared, it immediately emitted a deafening chime, like a twilight drum and morning bell, shocking people's hearts. Boom, 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 boom. Under the sound of this bell, the bamboo forests, streams, and wigwams in the courtyard exploded into ruins and smoke. Liang Chun and Qingluan, who were closest to Yin Jifeng, were even more likely to bear the brunt. Watch out! Liang Chun's face suddenly turned white and a wisp of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth as he clenched his teeth and drifted to the ground while continuously swinging his sword chi to chop at Yin Jifeng. Qingluan, however, couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood, and was already heavily injured, falling powerlessly to the ground. Jiang Qie, who was in the courtyard, was also deafened by the sound of the bell. However, his body was strong and his soul was powerful. He only felt a little dizzy and instantly recovered as normal, his gaze as calm as water. This old fellow should be a chi refining great perfection. As for Liang Chun, he's actually a chi gathering realm mid-stage expert. He was not surprised by Yin Jifeng's cultivation. However, Liang Chun's strength was a bit surprising to him. This Bronze Order master of the Immortal Beheading Alliance, the human-level Palm Order envoy of the Northlands, seemed to have a few tricks up his sleeve. The star big clock disappeared abruptly like a flash in the pan, but Yin Jifeng's attacks followed. He swung his hands repeatedly, striking out several palm shadows once again, enveloping Liang Chun and Jiang Qie. The grand palm prints were icy cold and piercing to the bone, containing terrifying power that was suffocating. Liang Chun's face was shocked, and his long sword picked up a silver sword blade several feet long, splitting the palm prints apart. However, the residual power of the palm shadow still caused him to spit out a large mouthful of blood and stagger back. His face was pale and he was already injured. At the same time, Jiang Qie slipped his feet and performed the Dragon Shadow 8 steps, avoiding the palm shadow with ease and comfort. However, Qingluan had previously been heavily injured by Zhong Ming and was currently falling powerlessly, unable to defend against Yin Jifeng's palm shadow. As he watched the huge palm smash down, he was bound to be smashed into flesh, and he could not help but look desperate. At this moment of crisis, a terrifying suction force suddenly enveloped her, instantly ripping her away and avoiding the enveloping range of the giant palm. Boom boom, 2 loud bangs, the ground sank half a meter, and 2 millstone-sized palm prints appeared, shocking to the eyes. Thanks. Qingluan was so shocked that she hurriedly thanked Jiang Qie who was beside her. Jiang Qie ignored her as his gaze sank coldly and he frowned at Yin Jifeng. Old man, you're not finished, are you? If Yin Jifeng really came to trouble him, so be it. But it was clear that Yin Jifeng didn't know him at all, and he had suffered an undeserved disaster. Chapter 74, You've come to the right person. But you're also going to die. Yin Jifeng has quite a lot of tricks, fancy and looks very bluff, but to Jiang Qie, it was just that. Not strong enough and acting so overbearingly. This is the way to take death. I also wonder how much cultivation this cultivator can provide. Humph. I never thought that there were 2 innate martial artists hidden here. I really came to the right place today, just in time to send you snakes and rats on your way. Yin Jifeng let out a cold snort and landed on the ground. So he was going to use his flying sword to strangle the 3. The flying sword was his most powerful means of attack. Seeing that he couldn't take the 3 by unusual means, he was ready to take out some real skills. Liang Chun's eyes glowed fiercely as he roared with a pale face. Lord Jiang, you take Qingluan and leave first. I'll stop him for a while. Earth Demon Sword Die. With a backhanded swing, he thrust his sword backwards into the earth. Boom boom boom. A silver-colored sword chi surged up from the earth, and from the bottom up, they all shot towards Yin Jifeng. These sword chi were incomparably sharp, enough to cut down any martial artist under the innate. However, at this moment, it was still unable to break through Yin Jifeng's aura shield. It just caused a series of explosions around Yin Jifeng, which looked horrifyingly loud. But Yin Jifeng remained unharmed except for a bit of hand-wringing. Seeing this light, Jiang Qie couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Liang Chun had already exploded his strength at the peak of the middle stage of the chi-gathering realm at this moment, and his strength was already terrifying, the strongest martial artist he had seen so far, except for himself. However, facing Yin Jifeng, who was at the great circle of chi refining, it was still a bit inadequate. This was not only because Yin Jifeng was an immortal cultivator, but also because of the gap in realms. A chi-gathering realm mid-stage martial artist was slightly equivalent to a mid-stage chi-practicing immortal cultivator, and there was still a huge gap between them and a chi-refining great perfection immortal cultivator. Forget it, since we've met, there will be trouble if we leave or not. Why don't we just do it? Do away with this old guy to eliminate future problems, and pick up some cultivation along the way. Jiang Qi's gaze was as cold as iron, and his aura was released with a roar, unreservedly blossoming into the aura of the great circle of the chi-gathering realm. His body emanated a silky copper light, and his entire body was like a towering iron mountain. The earth and rocks around him rolled back and flew up, creating a blank area within 9 meters of him, an invisible force shifting and distorting the void in the meantime. At the same time, there was a faint layer of white light spreading outside his body, which was Yuan power body protection. Great perfection of chi gathering realm? Dual cultivation of body and chi? This scene instantly attracted the attention of Yin Jifeng and Liang Chun, causing the two to be shocked and incredulous. As for the Qinghuan next to her, she was unintentionally blasted out by Jiang Qi's chi, and she gave Jiang Qi a shocked look before her white eyes rolled over and she fainted. Jiang Qi's aura exploded and he only felt in a better state than ever before. This was also the first time he presented his strongest self without reservation. His eyes were majestic with battle intent as he looked at Yin Jifeng and sneered. Old man, you did find the right person today. Your nephew's storage bag. I took it. However, even if you find the right person, it won't do you any good. Because of you, you are not destined to see the sun tomorrow. At the same time as the words were spoken, he stepped on his feet and his entire body flew up with a roar, flying over Yin Jifeng like an instant, and slamming down with a fancy-free punch. Inverted mountain fist. Boom! This punch, with the dual boosts of flesh and yuan power, was close to 100,000 pounds of enormous power. One can imagine what it would be like to see a large truck loaded with 50 tons of cement smashing down. As his fist blade descended, the void squeezed out an unbearable arc. Damn little. So it was you who did it. I want you to die without a burial place. Yin Jifeng was furious, his eyes blazing with murderous anger. But he was quickly shocked again by Jiang Qi's terrifying punch. The sky above was like a huge mountain smashing down, causing his heart to tremble a little. The chi-gathering realm great perfection, according to the comparison of the immortal martial realm, belonged to the same rank as him, the chi-refining 12th layer great perfection. However, Jiang Qi wasn't an ordinary chi-gathering realm great circle. He had dual cultivation of body and chi, all of which had reached the great perfection of the chi-gathering realm. And he even exuded a trace of the divinity of martial intent. At this moment, Yin Jifeng had a strong premonition that he would not be able to block this punch, but there was no way back for him. Within Jiang Qi's force field domain, the terrifying power formed a vortex of strangling force, trapping him firmly under the fist blade, making it impossible for him to escape. Impossible. How can the martial way be coarse and vulgar? How can it be compared to the immortal way? Give me death dash. Yin Jifeng was furious and his eyes were glazed over. He urged his aura shield to the extreme while imperializing his flying sword and stabbing it towards the sky above, only to see the green light flying sword carrying majestic spiritual power, blooming with dazzling light, with the momentum of piercing the sky, colliding with Jiang Qi's iron fist. Boom! With a shocking roar, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the courtyard, radiating in all directions, shattering the houses and buildings in the courtyard, and even the prison formed by the star prison suppressor talisman instantly crumbled. Liang Chun, who was not far away, was also lifted out and spat out blood, his face full of horror. The sharp flying sword pierced through Jiang Qi's Yuanli protection and pierced Jiang Qi's fist. However, it was blocked by the iron fist that was as hard as fine gold and failed to advance an inch, emitting an ear-piercing clash of gold and iron. Immediately, a vast force of greatness erupted from the iron fist, blasting the flying sword with a wail, rapidly twisting and deforming it, and then exploding into 7 or 8 segments with a bang. The iron fist continued its descent with unstoppable momentum, smashing heavily on top of Yin Jifeng's head. Bang! The impenetrable aura shield exploded with a bang. No! Accompanied by Yin Jifeng's scream of horror and despair, his entire body was blasted into a field of broken flesh. This punch, which was rigid and uncast, domineering and overwhelming, caused an incomparably shocking effect, causing Liang Chun, who was not far away, to be shocked beyond words. The way he looked at Jiang Qiye was like looking at a great desolate beast in human skin. At this exact moment, the 4 people in the front hall, Pu Hun, Jiang Bakuang, Li Sanjiao, and old Lu Guan, heard the commotion and rushed into the backyard, and they also happened to see the scene of Jiang Qiye's great power. and all of them couldn't help but be stunned. And each of them was frozen like a wooden chicken. Boom! Jiang Qiye landed firmly on the ground, but his sword brows couldn't help but furrow. He didn't receive a prompt to pick up his cultivation, which wasn't normal. He looked at the ground with a wary gaze, and suddenly, a faint golden light curled around an exquisite storage bag, flying up from the ruins and trying to shoot into the distant air. Stop him. His divine soul is not yet extinguished. Don't let him escape, Liang Chun hurriedly reminded. Ha? Not dead after all this? Jiang Qiye was a bit surprised as he raised his hand to make a false grab. Phew! A violent suction force emanated out. The golden light that had already flown out 10 meters away fell back with great speed and instantly landed in Jiang Qiye's palm. However, what came back was only the storage bag, and the smudge of golden light gave up the storage bag and continued to flee for his life. A chi refining stage great perfection cultivator, whose divine soul had already solidified, could survive for a few days even if he was detached from his physical body. If one met a suitable body, one could even take over and be reborn. Yin Jifeng's divine soul had intended to roll up the storage bag and escape, but at this moment, seeing that he couldn't escape, he had no choice but to abandon the storage bag and flee for his life alone. Little bastard, old me is at loggerheads with you in this life. Before long, I will come back for you. The faint golden light, emitting a threatening sound of resentment and bone-crushing venom, hurriedly flew into the distant air. Jiang Qiye hurriedly activated a few air-braking fingers, and although they struck the golden light, they only passed through it, and were unable to extinguish Yin Jifeng's divine soul at all. It wasn't that the sky-breaking finger wasn't strong enough, but the sky-breaking finger could only target the physical body, and it would be stretched to deal with the divine soul. This made Jiang Qiye a bit depressed. I didn't expect the duck to the edge of the mouth, but it is going to fly away. This is a waste of time. At this time, seeing that the golden light was about to escape far away, Liang Chun suddenly stomped on the ground and flew up, raising his hand to scatter a shower of black sand, enveloping the golden light. Humph! A wisp of a remnant soul. How dare you speak out? Die! Ow dash! When Yin Jifeng's divine soul touched the black sand, he suddenly let out a mournful scream, and his golden light quickly dimmed until it completely dissipated, gaining 32 years of innate cultivation. Chapter 75, That Thing? I agree. Cultivation arrived. Jiang Qiye secretly sighed in relief. The harvest was great. He looked at Liang Chun and asked curiously, what is that thing? Liang Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, this is soul-falling sand, something that is specialized in restraining the divine soul, while it is ineffective against the physical body. I can send you some if you want. Things like this can be exchanged in the Immortal Beheading Alliance. As the words fell, he took out a small gray bag and tossed it to Jiang Qiye. Jiang Qiye didn't treat him politely. He saved Liang Chun and Qingwan's lives today, so it's not too much to ask to receive some payment. My lord, what happened? Brother 7, that person just now, is an immortal cultivator, right? Pu Hun, Zhang Baowang and the others surveyed the courtyard with shocked faces, looking at the ruins and broken flesh all over the ground, shock and disbelief written all over their faces. Such a terrifying battle scene was simply not something normal people could do, and had already surpassed their understanding of martial artists. Old Head Willow, perhaps having lived a long time and seen a lot, was not too surprised in turn. He picked up a flying sword fragment and looked at it, then vaguely looked at Jiang Qiye for a few moments with inexplicable meanings under his eyes. Jiang Qiye didn't explain much as he majestically swept a glance at the crowd and commanded in a deep voice, all of today's events rot in my stomach. No one is allowed to say anything. Otherwise, don't blame this official for turning the other cheek. Yes, my lord. Pu Hun and the others' hearts and minds were flabbergasted, and they hurriedly bowed in response to the order. Jiang Qiye's gaze went back to Liang Chun with inexplicable meaning. Before making all preparations, he didn't want to expose his innate strength too early, lest he provoke the immortal sex-focused targeting. Hands down, these people are good to say, but this Liang Chun naturally understood the reasoning behind this, and when he saw Jiang Qiye's gaze, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink as he quickly took a stand. Don't worry, Sir Jiang, regarding your matter, Liang will never mention it to the second person. And if there is any violation, Liang's head is always waiting for your honor to take it. Jiang Qiye gave Liang Chun a deep look, nodded in satisfaction, and turned to leave with the crowd. At this time, Liang Chun suddenly spoke out. Sir Jiang, wait, anything else? Jiang Qiye was puzzled. Liang Chun walked over and plucked out a golden bead the size of a pigeon egg from the rubble, handing it to Jiang Qiye. Sir Jiang, This is the most valuable thing for immortal cultivators. It can be exchanged for quite a lot of goodies when you take it to the black market. Jiang Qie took the beads and asked suspiciously, "What is this?" Liang Chun explained, "This is the treasure of the cultivators' Tao Foundation. In this world we are in, immortal cultivators are not able to directly swallow and refine heaven and earth yuan qi. They needed to use the treasure of the Tao Foundation to first transform the yuan qi of heaven and earth into spiritual qi before they could refine it into their own spiritual power. This bead was called the Void Sky Spirit Bead, and it was the treasure of the Tao Foundation of a Void Sky Tao cultivator. The more common Tao Foundation treasure, besides the Void Sky Spirit Bead, was the Spirit Repelling Ring of the Spirit Repelling Tao. These Tao Foundation treasures can only be refined by the sect masters of the great immortal sects, and they rarely get out in the open, and their value is simply incalculable. So it is. Jiang Qie was a bit surprised that immortal cultivators were unable to directly refine heaven and earth yuan qi, something he hadn't known before. Liang Chun cupped his fists again and said, "Lord Jiang, thank you for today's matter. Liang Chun will definitely repay you in the future. About that matter, I'll wait for your reply anytime." Jiang Qie gave a deep look and said, "No need to bother. That matter, I agree. That matter, naturally, was the matter of joining the Immortal Beheading Alliance." Liang Chun's gaze was suddenly delighted, and he just wanted to say something, but he swept a glance at Pu Han and the others, and seemed to have scruples, and just said in a low voice, "Lord Jiang, go back first. Within 3 days, someone will come to see you." Yes, as night falls, the number of pedestrians on the road decreases for the most part. The iron carriage continued forward under the arch of a group of armored soldiers, slowly driving through the spacious streets. Jiang Qie sat in the carriage, taking small sips of the newly arrived spiritual wine blazing sun kill, his eyes half narrowed, his face thoughtful. Yin Jifeng's death didn't cause much of a fluctuation in his mood, but the scene of the little girl with blood-stained hands pulling weeds lingered in his mind for a long time, making him not even in the mood to check his harvest. That said, he'd lived 2 lifetimes and had never been a man with an overactive sense of justice. He wasn't half interested in things like being a savior. It was too much trouble. But that scene earlier had inexplicably touched a nerve deep in his heart, making him want to do something. In fact, when he calmed down and thought about it, the immortal path was the same as the martial path. It was all a way to become stronger, and there was essentially no difference between good and evil. The problem is with the cultivators. They were too powerful, and after overpowering the martial alliance, they completely lost their restraints and their fear of this heaven and earth, so much so that they acted recklessly. Absolute power leads to absolute corruption. This truth is equally adapted for cultivators. It's just that immortal cultivators are much more powerful and cause much more destruction. The Immortal Beheading Alliance is still too weak as a force to restrain immortal cultivators. Joining the Immortal Beheading Alliance might allow me to become a piece of weight to check the Immortal Alliance. Only, right now, I'm not strong enough, and obscene development is the way to go. Unconsciously, Jiang Qie's state of mind had taken on some subtle changes. Before today, he only wanted to pursue strong strength, get rid of Jiang Zhendong's control, and let his live a free and unrestrained free and easy life. But from this moment on, he had one more target. That is, under the premise of being strong enough to do something for this world, so that this cruel world can become a little bit smoother. As for those who make him look bad, it is better for all of them to die and turn into cultivation. He took another sip of blazing sun kill and began to take stock of the day's harvest. After finishing off Yin Jifeng, he gained 32 years of innate cultivation, a Void Sky Spirit Pearl, and a storage bag of superior quality. It seems that the cultivation of an immortal cultivator doesn't even carry a discount here at the Cultivation Dharma Bead. Well, picking up innate cultivation is the way to go in the future, and immortal cultivators are the best. Of course, the acquired cultivation should not be ignored. After all, it is easy to obtain, and the quantity is large and filling. Jiang Qie didn't check Yin Jifeng's storage bag first. With 32 years of innate cultivation, he intended to use it to cultivate the gold and silver dual Jedi hands. Before this, the only martial arts he had practiced were a sky-breaking finger that was suitable for long-distance attacks, and the 2 martial arts that came with the Iron Mountain Wall, the Pushing Mountain Palm and the Inverted Mountain Fist. As for the Wind Spirit Arrow skill, the grade was too low and was only suitable for abusing vegetables. In this way, it was inevitable that his martial arts skills in melee combat were insufficient. Relying only on the Pushing Mountain Palm and the Inverted Mountain Fist was a bit insufficient. Moreover, the grade of the Pushing Mountain Palm and the Inverted Mountain Fist were not high, and it was estimated that they could not even reach the shocking grade, relying solely on their own majestic strength to support them. This gold and silver double Jedi hands, however, was an injury-grade martial art that was of the same grade as the hollow breaking finger, and was suitable for melee combat, which was exactly what he needed at the moment. Taking a slight rest, his mind moved and his cultivation fused the gold and silver dual Jedi hands. Chapter 76, Gold and Silver Double Jedi. An image of cultivation flashed through Jiang Qi's mind, while an aching pain spread throughout his body from his arms, causing him to shiver. In the first year, dozens of meridians were opened in both arms, and the gold and silver dual Jedi hands were introduced. The sixth year, gold and silver double absolute hands small completion. Hands thick circle, once the power. Presenting the left and right hands respectively show a faint gold and silver colors, a rigid and a soft, domineering and bizarre. 19th year, gold and silver double absolute hand is accomplished. Both hands have a rich gold and silver luster. The hardness of the right hand exceeds that of fine gold, and can crush a sword without force. The left hand was unpredictable, soft and boneless, containing a feminine sharpness. 27th year, gold and silver double Jedi hands consummated. When both hands exerted force, the gold and silver light blazed greatly, piercing people's ears and eyes. One rigid and one soft. The rigid is overbearing and overwhelming, while the soft is feminine and eroding the bones, which is comparable to a divine weapon. End of fusion cultivation. Jiang Qi opened his eyes and looked at his hands, unable to help but be filled with anticipation. He exerted a slight force, and his hands immediately glowed with a piercing gold and silver luster. The right hand was like a golden cast, grand and domineering, stronger than fine gold, as if it were indestructible. The left hand was as bright white as silver and as feminine as water, changing by the heart, containing a cold and bone-crushing power. But all the same, both hands exuded an extremely dangerous aura, so destructive that it caused Jiang Qi himself to palpitate a bit. These hands had just become a pair of terrifying divine weapons. The gold and silver dual Jedi hands can only be buried in the hands of crippled flying dragon and Hyong. Only in the hands of a supreme genius like Laozi can they shine. Jiang Qi thought to himself that if he were to meet an opponent like Yin Jifeng again, he would surely be able to kill even more easily and comfortably. And even if there were more splendid spells, they wouldn't be enough for him to slap. At this moment, he did not know that the old head of Lu, who was drinking on the carriage outside, suddenly choked on a large mouthful of wine, full of unbelievable colors, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. How is it possible? Within just 100 breaths, a wound-level martial art will be practiced from introduction to completion. This horse's old man has lived for so many years the head has never heard of. This kid can no longer be described as a genius. This is simply a demon. The old head of Lu shook his head in disbelief and hurriedly drank 2 mouthfuls of wine to suppress the shock. Jiang Qi finished practicing the gold and silver double Jedi hands, and then claimed Yin Jifeng's storage bag, and his spiritual power probed into it to start inspecting the harvest. This storage bag was a bit more advanced than Yin Hongfei's and had more space, more than 30 square feet, equivalent to 2 or 3 rooms, and it looked a bit empty inside. About 10,000 taels of gold and silver, a few bottles of unrecognizable potions, a couple of good quality swords, a few cultivation books, a dozen or so spirit talismans emitting precious light, 4 jade slips of immortal law, several knives, beads, and wooden shields that shimmered with the luster of spells. A dozen or so bright white stones should be the legendary Yuan stones, which were rich in heaven and earth Yuan Qi. There were also some elixirs, ores, clothes, and other messy things. They are quite a lot to say the least, but they are actually small items that only take up a corner of the space. Yin Jifeng's fortune is much richer than his nephew's. He took out the 4 jade slips and placed them one by one on his forehead to check them with his divine sense. Basic Qi drawing technique. Star River Ancient Scrolls Foundation Building. Star Royal Sword Art. Primary spell detail. If he added the Star River Ancient Scrolls Qi refining chapter that he had obtained from Yin Hongfei's storage bag, Jiang Qi was considered to have already gathered all of the nebulous sect's lower stage legacies. With regards to immortal laws, Jiang Qi originally had a not so small interest. But now, since he had decided to join the Immortal Beheading Alliance, the matter of immortal cultivation could not be considered for the time being. Otherwise, he would definitely not be pleasing to both ends, and both the Immortal Sect and the Immortal Beheading Alliance would see him as an enemy. Putting away the jade slip, Jiang Qi took out another immortal cultivation tome called Rough Explanation of Pills. This tome lists the names, characteristics, and storage methods of many elixirs. Jiang Qi read it with great interest. He had already collected some pills in his hands, but he suffered from not recognizing them and didn't dare to use them casually, not even to give them away. This tome that introduced pills was right up his alley. While looking at the book, he casually asked, "Old Head Willow, have you heard of the Immortal Beheading Alliance?" Old Head Lou was sitting on the carriage, eating roasted chicken and drinking wine. When he heard this, he slightly froze, and laughed slightly disdainfully. The Immortal Beheading Alliance, of course I've heard of it. It's frankly the organization set up by the traitors of the Martial Alliance back then. The founders of the Immortal Beheading Alliance were originally just some first or second-rate martial arts sects. During the Immortal Martial Battle, they quietly defected to the Immortal Sect, betraying the 5 most powerful martial sacred grounds, causing the Martial Alliance to end badly in the final battle. But alas, the cunning rabbit dies and the traitor cooks. After the Martial Alliance was disbanded, they traitors were disliked for being dogs for the Immortal Sect. Eventually, precarious under the suppression of the Immortal Sect, they had to report to a group, thus forming the Immortal Chopper Alliance. However, the Immortal Beheading Alliance was somewhat useful, as they had preserved quite a few high-level martial arts legacies, and were considered to have left behind seeds for the martial arts. This organization is rather loose and not very binding, but it has access to high-level martial arts and many rare cultivation resources. So far, it's been considered the best place for martial artists to go. TSK, the martial way has finally fallen off. Times have changed. This world has been tossed by the Immortal Sect more and more unlike. I didn't realize that the Immortal Beheading League came to be like this. Jiang Qi's face was a bit odd. Regarding the origin of the Immortal Beheading Alliance, what Old Head Willow and Liang Chun said was simply the opposite. In Liang Chun's mouth, the Immortal Beheading Alliance was the prime of the human race, the last hope of the human race. In the mouth of Old Head Willow, the Immortal Beheading Alliance seemed to be more like a group of despicable villains who had no choice but to embrace the group. However, Jiang Qia didn't really care who was right and who was wrong regarding the nasty infighting of the Martial Alliance in the ancient times. He only considered whether joining the Immortal Beheading Alliance would be beneficial to him. The Immortal Beheading Alliance did have a considerable attraction for him. Other than that, just the item of martial arts inheritance was very coveted by him. The Dragon Shadow 8 steps in gold and silver double Jedi hands that crippled Flying Dragon had redeemed were already considered very superior martial arts in his opinion. But in the Immortal Beheading Alliance, it was surprisingly only average. He was eager to see what level the top martial arts in the Immortal Beheading Alliance were. Jiang Qi's gaze flickered as he asked again, "Old Head Willow, listening to your words, it seems like you have a lot of preconceived notions about the Immortal Sect. Why is that?" The old head of Old Lou laughed in his old spirit. "I, Old Lou, am not having a problem with the Immortal Sect. After all, I'm just a small person, and apart from being surprised by Qin Wuyan, that little than pup, this morning, I don't really have any dealings with the Immortal Sect. However, in my Old Lou's opinion, immortal cultivators who go against the heavenly Tao and humanity are only bound to have problems sooner or later." Jiang Qia looked at the Old Head Willow shaking his head in that pretense and couldn't help but laugh. "Old Head Willow, how is it that immortal cultivators are going against the heavenly Tao and human ethics?" Chapter 77, Can Martial Arts Live Forever Too? The old head of Lou heatedly smiled and said leisurely, "My lord, you are still young after all, and there are some things that you don't see long enough. In this great wasteland world of ours, the martial way has been passed down for millions of years, and it is the root of the human race standing in the great wasteland, and the way of the immortals, which has only been in existence for less than 5,000 years. As far as I know, from my Old Willow, immortal cultivators from the foundation of the foundation, every ascension of a realm, need to undergo a heavenly punishment robbery, once more than the life of the people. The success of the robbery of the people 10 do not exist one." What does that mean? This meant that they were not favored by the heavenly Tao of Qi. In contrast, martial arts have no such shackles. Martial artists only began to have heavenly tribulation after the Yuanzhou realm. But the heavenly tribulation of martial artists was not heavenly punishment and rarely took a life. So, don't look at the present day when the immortal sect is in the way and the immortal cultivators are untouchable. When we go on for hundreds or thousands of years more, this world may not be the world of immortal cultivators. The realm of an innate martial artist is divided into Qi gathering, true element, divine deity, Yuanzhou, and spiritual transformation. The Yuanzhou realm corresponded to the Yuanin stage of immortal cultivators. Martial artists didn't have heavenly tribulation until the Yuanzhou realm, which was indeed superior to immortal cultivators. Jiang Qie frowned, but nowadays it's already the world of immortal cultivators, and immortal cultivators have much longer lifespans, often hundreds or thousands of years. How can this be comparable to martial artists? Old Head Willow snorted. He, young man, That's just being a loner, isn't it? Martial artists from the Yuanzhou life expectancy also began to have a substantial increase, as long as all the way down. Mix a few 100,000 years of life is not unlikely. The streams of martial god emperors in the ancient records have lived for tens of thousands of years, and legend has it that the emperor of the great ancients once lived for 230,000 years. How could this happen? Jiang Qie didn't care about Old Willow leaders flirting, but he was very interested in the information Old Willow leader mentioned, and his eyes glowed slightly. It turns out that immortality is not exclusive to immortal cultivators. Martial arts to the peak can also get a long life, living past 200,000 to 300,000 years is a bit of a stretch. I'm afraid he didn't expect to live that long. He would be satisfied with a few tens of thousands of years. For others, this may be a luxury, but he's got the cultivation Dharma pearl. There are infinite possibilities. Thumbs up. Suddenly, a sound of a concealed weapon breaking through the air struck. A few of the concealed weapons hit the carriage, but they didn't penetrate the outer iron of the carriage with a thumping vibration. The procession soon caused a commotion. Alert! Enemy attack! Bold! Ding! 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 A sound of gold and iron rang out. Jiang Qie raised his eyes and saw that under the dim sky, a group of black-clothed masked men surged out from both sides of the street, wielding swords and daggers as they rushed towards the carriage. Pu Hun, Li Sandao, Jiang Bahuang, and a group of armored riders had already greeted them and fought with the incoming enemy. As for the old head Willow, this guy had already rolled over under the car and hid it tightly, making Jiang Qie very speechless. Well, this is certainly very old head Willow. That's what this guy did in the brig. He was the fastest to hide when it came to a fight, but he also lived the longest. Am I in for an assassination? Jiang Qie looked at the fight outside and his heart was in a fury. The guard rate of the city patrol division was surprised to encounter an assassination while patrolling the streets. This is not only a barefaced provocation, but also a great humiliation. How damaging is not to be said first, but the insults are absolutely extreme, and the word is probably going to be the butt of a lot of jokes. Jiang Qie got up and walked out of the carriage, standing on the carriage and coldly watching the fight ahead. There were more than a dozen assassins in this group, all of them with good strength, generally in the 7th or 8th grade. The one with the highest strength was a 5th grade expert who was putting up a fight against Pu Hun. Although they were also of the same 5th grade, Pu Hun was clearly superior, and in the first frontal exchange, he blasted the lead assassin back to spitting blood and rolling around in a sorry state. If not for the assassin's good stance and quicker unloading, he might have been killed. What made Jiang Qie a bit surprised was that this leading assassin was using a stance much like the Dragon Shadow 8 steps, only with a shallow, plausible introduction. However, even though he had just started, his stance was quite exquisite, causing Pu Hun to be unable to take him down for a while. As for the rest of the armored soldiers of the city patrol division, although they were well armed and well trained, at this moment, the enemy was generally in a high realm, so it was obviously a bit of a struggle to cope with them. As he watched the battle fall into a scorching heat, Jiang Qie became a bit impatient. A cold aura flashed in his eyes as he snapped his fingers and shot out a white finger on, shooting at the assassin through the air. Thumbs up. A finger on struck one of the assassins with precision, leaving a penetrating hole in their heads and quickly reaping a life. That lead assassin saw a bad opportunity and tried to escape, but even after escaping more than 50 meters, he was still pierced through the thigh by Jiang Qie's finger in the air. The fossilized true energy in Jiang Qie's body was now countless times more powerful than the fossilized true qi of the latter day. It appeared to be a small finger hole, but the area around the finger hole rapidly petrified, and the man's entire thigh turned to stiff stone as he fell to the ground, never to rise again. In just a short while, all 12 assassins had already fallen to the ground. Aside from Jiang Baoang and Li Sanso who each killed one assassin, the rest were all planted in Jiang Qie's hands. For a while the crowd looked at Jiang Qie's gaze, all filled with awe and admiration. This Lord Zhong's strength, too terrible, simply unfathomable. Go find out what these assassins are from, Jiang Qie commanded. Yes, my lord. The people came forward and removed the face masks from the faces of the bodies, only to find that they were all unfamiliar faces. The only one who made a gain was Pu Hun, who chased after him and tackled that leading assassin, uncovered his face scarf, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Are you Chen Hu? This was a middle-aged man in his 30s, with a face crisscrossed with scars, a sinister countenance, and a ruthlessness between his eyebrows. He roared without fear. You've mistaken me for someone else. My name is Wang Er. Kill me if you want to. I'll be a good man again in 18 years. Li Sanjie walked over and viciously chopped off one of Chen Hu's arms with a knife, cursing angrily, Chen Hu, you don't have to pretend. Who doesn't recognize you as a mad dog on the roads of this Hanyang city? How dare you assassinate our Lord Jiang in the street? Believe it or not, I'll chop you into 18 pieces. Jiang Qiye walked over, shouted to stop Li Sanjie's movements, and asked, what's this person's origin? Li Sanjian replied, my lord, this man's name is Chen Hu, a vice master of the 10,000 Serpents Hall and one of Crippled Flying Dragon's righteous sons. I think he intends to avenge Crippled Flying Dragon's death. The Crippled Flying Dragon all died at the hands of this official. Are you stronger than your godfather? Jiang Qiye's eyes were odd, somewhat not quite understanding this gang leader's brain circuits. Chen Hu broke an arm and was in pain. His face was tangled for a split second, and he soon couldn't help but loudly beg for mercy. Forgive me, my lord. I did not want to assassinate you. Just for show. Lord, you're a god of power. Even my righteous father is not your opponent. Chen Hu, this strength is certainly not enough to see. I really did not want to kill you. Pu Han said disdainfully, my lord. This fellow may be trying to avenge Crippled Flying Dragon under the banner of avenging Crippled Flying Dragon so that he can take over the stall left behind by Crippled Flying Dragon and sit in the position of Master of 10,000 Serpents Hall. Li Sandao also nodded his head and said, not bad. The tradition of the gang has always been like this. The one who avenges the previous Hall Master is only qualified to compete for the Hall Master position. I see. In that case, the 10,000 Serpents Hall won't stop? Jiang Qiye coldly glanced at Chen Hu and said, the 10,000 Serpents Hall has done a lot of evil and harm, and really shouldn't be kept. Zhao Kang, go back and gather the soldiers. Bring all these bodies back to the City Watch for evidence, and ask the Criminal Justice Department for an order to eliminate the 10,000 Serpents Hall. The people of the 10,000 Serpents Hall have repeatedly assassinated imperial officials in the street, which is no different from plotting against the government, and is a crime that cannot be pardoned. This official wishes to eliminate the 10,000 Snake Hall to rid the people of this evil. I am in command. Zhao Kang received the order, immediately turned on his horse, and galloped away furiously. Chen Hu was shocked and hastened to beg for mercy. Lord, spare your life. I won't dare to do it again. Thumbs up. A finger on shot out and pierced through Chen Hu's brow. Gained 3 years of innate training, together with the dozen or so people who died earlier, and the ones left over from before. The stock in the cultivation Dharma beads reached 23 years. The corner of Jiang Qiye's mouth curled up in a satisfied arc. When the 10,000 Serpents Hall is annihilated, it will not only eliminate the harm for the people, but also pick up cultivation, which is also considered the first fire of the new official. Why not? Chapter 78, Lord Jiang, a good official. The procession continued on its way. A few moments later, Jiang Qiye and his group arrived near the Falling Pill Lake, by way of Gui Yuan and Yu Xiaobai's house. Jiang Qiye raised his eyes and happened to see Gui Jian riding a high horse, condescendingly talking to the owner of a dental firm, only to hear Gui Jian condescendingly said, Wang Dequan, this official this set of courtyard, when it is through your hands to buy down, a full spend this official 3,000 taels of silver. Over the past 3 years, the yards near the Lake of Fallen Medicine have gone up quite a bit, and this official is selling them for 6,000 taels of silver. Is that okay? Wang Dequan wanted to cry, bitterly bowed and said, Lord Gua, you are making it difficult for me. In recent years, although the price of housing in this area has risen some, but it is not possible to rise so much. If Lord Gui is willing to make a bid for 3,500 taels, I am certain that I can sell it for you within half a month. Any more than that, then we will have to wait for the right person. Wei Jian's eyebrows lifted as he savagely yelled, 3,500 taels? Humph. You're planning to pick it up for nothing. 5,000 taels. Couldn't be less. I want to see the silver in 3 days. Otherwise don't blame this official for sealing your dental office. My lord, you can't be like this. I beg you to be magnanimous and let the little man go. Wang Dequan, the owner of the dental firm, fell to his knees with a plop, his face green with fear. This Lord Gui is clearly blackmailing him. 3 years ago, when Gui Jian bought this courtyard, he had agreed on 3,000 taels, but later paid only 300 taels, causing his dental firm to almost close down at a loss. I cannot imagine that after 3 years, the dental bank has just slowed down, but also to be pitched again. This is still no place to say. After all, people are officials. Lord Gua, you're willing to sell such a good courtyard? A sneering voice came. Wei Jian twisted his head to look, and couldn't help but have his eyelids jump. His face turned very ugly, and the resentment in his eyes flickered. Only Jiang Qie calmly stepped off the carriage and walked slowly under the flanks of a group of mighty armored soldiers. With a seemingly smiling expression on his face, Wei Jian grimaced. Jiang Qie, what are you doing here? It's none of your business if I sell my yard, Jiang Qie said. It's true that it's none of my business if Lord Gua sells his courtyard. But if you want to sell this courtyard, that's not okay. Wu Jian was furious. Why not? This is my yard. I can sell it if I want to. It's not for you to control. Jiang Qie's face was solemn, and he reprimanded with great righteousness. Last night in the Gua garden, there was just a major case of human life, and it was a major case of intent to assassinate the royal family. Is this murder scene something you want to sell? You! Wei Jian's face sank as he stared angrily at Jiang Qie with man-eating eyes. Jiang Qie, you're clearly using this as a personal vendetta. Don't you bully people too much. Lord Gua, you're mistaken. This official has always made a clear distinction between public and private matters, and right now, he's just following the rules. Jiang Qie was all righteousness, his face cold and solemn as he droned, gathering villains in Guiyuan in hiding armor. The evidence is clear. With immediate effect, Guiyuan will be confiscated and taken over by the City Watch Division, and in the future it will be used as the temporary residence of the second guards of the Street Patrol Battalion. It was so crowded over at headquarters that some people actually slept in pigeonholes. It was just too grueling. In the future, the brothers of the second guards could move to this side of the city, and it would also be convenient to patrol the eastern and southern districts. Pu Hun, tomorrow we will replace this place with the brand of the City Patrol Division, with you as the capital here and Zhao Kong as the deputy capital, and the two of you will be jointly in charge of all matters here, large and small. I am in command. Pu Hun hurriedly stepped forward to loudly lead the order. Jiang Qie, how dare you? Wei Jian was instantly furious. His face was iron blue. His lungs almost exploded with anger. The veins of his hand holding the hilt of his sword were exposed. He couldn't help but want to pull out his sword. Taking things by force is something he used to do all the time. But when it came to his own head, it was so difficult for him to accept that he could not wait to fight with his life. Jiang Qie disdainfully glanced at Wei Jian's right hand that was holding the sword, and laughed lowly. Lord Gua, you can think clearly. I heard that you have been transferred to the Golden Tiger City Patrol Division as the Deputy Metropolitan Division, and the following offenses are a felony. Wei Jian's face stagnated and he almost gave in to suffocation. He gritted his teeth and glared angrily at Jiang Qie, but he still never dared to draw his sword. It wasn't that he was worried about any following. The most important thing was that he couldn't beat it. Good. Very good. Jiang Qie, you're a villain. We'll see. With a heavy cold snort, he beat his horse with a black face and left, the spiteful eyes on his way out like a poisonous snake. Jiang Qie looked at Wei Jian's distant figure, his face a little expectant. Wei Jian is not to be feared, but the Song family behind Wei Jian should not be underestimated. However, with his current strength, if he couldn't afford to mess with the immortal sect, could he still not afford to mess with the Song family? Push Wei Jian a bit, and maybe the bastard would soon leave the Song family to deliver heads. It's getting harder and harder to upgrade in the future. It's a long way to go. He thought for a moment and ordered in a low voice. Pu Hun, arrange for a few reliable men to keep an eye on Wei Jian. See who he is in contact with, and report back to me at any time. Yes, my lord. At this time, Wang Dequan ran over and knelt at Jiang Qie's feet, saying with gratitude, Sir Jiang, thank you for your righteousness. You saved my family. This is a small token of appreciation from me. Please accept it. As he spoke, he took out 100 taels of silver tickets and offered them to Jiang Qie with both hands. Jiang Qie didn't bother to look at the silver ticket and blandly said, Get up. This official just can't see people like Wei Jian oppressing the people, and is not deliberately standing up for you. The world is so difficult and it is not easy for the people to survive because there are many corrupt officials like Wei Jian in this world, being in a high position, but not thinking about the welfare of the people, but oppressing the people, taking by force, and competing with the people for profits. Such officials are no different from beasts. A hint of a sense of responsibility and mission of worrying about the country and the people appeared vaguely between his eyebrows, and he sighed sadly at the long sky, turning towards the carriage. Wang Dequan looked at Jiang Qie's tall and magnificent back and couldn't help but be infatuated with a look of disbelief. Oh, my God, is there any official in the world who isn't greedy for money? This young Lord Jiang is truly a rare and good official in the world. It's a pity there are so few such officials. At this moment, behind the gate of Yu Xiaobai's house next door, a slender figure stood quietly, looking through the gap at Jiang Qie's departing back from afar. a pair of autumnal eyes flickering with inexplicable colors. Next to her, a pretty-looking maid blinked her wonderful eyes and said softly, "County Lord." Lord Jiang even refused to accept the silver that was sent to his door. What a rare and good official. The woman's lips curled in amusement. A good officer? Just him? Ha! In just a few days, he robbed In Hongfei's storage bag, collected a lot of bribes from his men, and seized crippled Flying Dragon's Greenwood order. And I don't know how much silver he has scrounged from it. From what I know of him, this measly 100 taels is probably no longer on his mind. Put. The maid covered her mouth with a smile and said, "Sheriff, even if what you say is true." But Lord Jiang stopped Guijian from oppressing the people and was very sympathetic to his subordinates. So this can't be false, can it? The woman laughed softly. It's just a means to combat the opponent and buy people's hearts in the process. Since he was a child, Zhang Qiya had always liked to call himself upright and kind. But in reality, he's more of a hypocrite than anyone else. He has a purpose in everything he does, and never makes a losing deal. I've seen through him for a long time. The maid exclaimed in an exaggeratedly low voice. Ah, so Zhang Qiya is so bad. Since that's the case, it's better for you, County Princess, not to marry him, lest you fall into the fire pit in the future and be counted by him. The woman's eyebrows furrowed, and she said in thinly veiled anger, Yun Wei, you want to rebel, don't you? When did it become your turn to make decisions about my marriage? The slave girl wouldn't dare. Isn't the slave girl giving you advice? Ha! You're such an elm brain. You can't even handle oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar. And you're still advising. Quickly go to the back kitchen and rush my ling luo soup. Chapter 79. I was just careless today. Zhang Qiya sat back in the carriage in a pleasant mood. It felt refreshing to have faked it invisibly, or in front of my fiancé's eyes. That's right, with his powerful divine sense. How could he not notice Xiao Han Yu behind the next door? Well, long time no see. That chick is more beautiful and attractive. Seems to have gained a little weight, but the fat part is just right. Just his favorite shape. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the old head of Willow's eyes were looking at him. A little bit wrong. Reverence? Not quite. Despise? No way. He frowned. Hey, old head Willow, what's that look in your eyes? Old Lutu said with a wry smile. My lord, I only realized today that you are a clean official who is not greedy for money. Then can you return the 10 taels of silver I gave you the day before yesterday when you were promoted to the position of Secretary of Prison? The corner of Zhang Qiya's mouth twitched, and he said with great righteousness, Old head Lu, you will follow this official in the future. You are going to do great things. Your eyes should be broadened, and your gaze should be long. How can you ask for the silver that you sent out? Even if I were willing to give it back to you, would you be good enough to take it? I'm good for. That doesn't give it away. Ugh, 10 taels of silver. It's enough to sleep with Xiao He for 2 nights. Off. Drive properly. Next, Zhang Qiya very dutifully patrolled for 4 hours. Nothing much happened during that time. Just a few little lecherous thieves whose crimes were not punishable by death. Once the 4 hours were up, he left work on time and returned to the City Patrol Division's headquarters in a starry night. Walking on the way to his small yard, at a certain moment, Zhang Qiya suddenly felt something in his heart. Vaguely sensing 2 gazes that fell on him, he pretended to be unaware and continued to move forward, only quietly releasing his divine sense, instantly enveloping a 300-meter radius. In the next moment, he found a familiar figure, cats in the shadows under a tree, quietly observing himself. Xu Danyang. What is Xu Danyang spying on me for? Could it be that this Lord Zhu has a vice of spying? Zhang Qiya was a bit puzzled. After all, they were his superiors, and he didn't dare to say or ask without proof. Xu Danyang didn't spy on him for too long and quickly turned away. Zhang Qiya inexplicably shook his head and returned to his small courtyard. The night was already very late, and Li Qingxian was actually still awake and was sitting in the doorway of the living room reading a book. When he saw that Zhang Qiya had returned, he hurriedly greeted him and took Zhang Qiya's cloak and armor. My lord, you're back. Have you eaten? Zhang Qiya said. I've eaten. If I don't come back later after an hour, you can go rest by yourself. Staying up late for a long time affects your growing body. Li Qingxiang's small face slightly reddened, and in a low voice, Shi Nua said, Don't worry, Your Excellency. I'm not tired. Zhang Qiya said. It's not a matter of being tired or not. It's unnecessary. Well, how's the reading going with what I gave you? He had already copied down a portion of the heart method of the Star River ancient scroll, she refining chapter and handed it over to Li Qingxiang so that she could take a look at it when she had nothing else to do. Pheasant Li responded. My lord, I look a little strained, but I can barely read it. Jiang Qie admonished. Just take a casual look at that thing. Treat it as nothing to pass the time. And don't rush into practicing it until I'm sure of its authenticity, lest you run into unforeseeable dangers. Remember? I remember. Go to sleep. Pheasant Li went to bed. Since he didn't plan to cultivate immortality for the time being, there was no hurry in letting Li Qingpian try out the immortal laws. Everything would be as it should be. Jiang Qie, on the other hand, took a hot bath and changed his clothes. He lay down on the bed, but he didn't intend to sleep. He just quietly released his divine sense. This residential area wasn't too big. All of them were small detached courtyards, and the people who lived there were all the high officials of the city patrol division. Zhu Danyang's courtyard was also nearby, only it covered a larger area and was mostly empty. With Jiang Qie's 300-meter divine sense, it happened to be able to encompass the entirety of this residential area. He scanned the weak and quickly found Zhu Danyang's small courtyard, and in one of the rooms, he saw Qin Wuyan, who was refining his qi and meditating. Qin Wuyan's face was pale as he sat on his bed with his knees crossed and eyes closed, a small flaming snake lingering around his body, looking divine and extraordinary. In a room not far from the next door, Zhu Danyang was in his regular clothes, sitting at the table and drinking tea. His face was deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Jiang Qie observed while secretly brooding in his heart. It's not difficult to mess with Qin Wuyan. What's difficult is to avoid Zhu Danyang, and that hidden protector of the Tao, which is a bit troublesome. Zhu Danyang's strength should be below me. That protector of the road is a bit hard to say, and most importantly, that guy is hiding under the ground. Not only did Qin Wuyan want to kill him, but he also had designs on Xiao Hongyu, which had already entered his blacklist. But how to get him is the question. Just then, Zhu Danyang suddenly made a move. He walked back and forth a few times within his room, his brows obscure and uncertain, as if hesitating about something. A moment later, his gaze was certain as he pushed the door out and arrived at the door of Qin Wuyan's room, asking softly, Senior brother Qin, have you rested? Inside the room, Qin Wuyan slowly withdrew his energy and opened his eyes, his sword brows slightly raised as he transmitted his voice. Not yet, Senior brother, please come in. At the words, he got up and got out of bed. Zhu Danyang pushed his way in and asked with a look of concern, Senior brother Qin, how is your injury? Qin Wuyan said, Thank you for your concern. Senior brother only suffered some external injuries, and has already taken the division spirit pills. There is no longer any major harm. I guess tomorrow will be almost as good. Senior brother, please sit down. Zhu Danyang looked relieved and nodded his head. This is very good. Today, it is all my brother's fault for being lax in guarding his subordinates, and even letting someone injure senior brother. My brother is really ashamed of himself. Fortunately, senior brother is not seriously injured. Otherwise I'm afraid that my brother would not be able to atone for 100 deaths. Qin Wuyan said in relief. Senior brother doesn't have to blame himself. Today was due to me being too careless, and has nothing to do with senior brother. I just didn't think that a tiny mole cricket would have such strength. However, Jiang Qie is so young and already has such strength. I'm afraid that in the future, he will have the chance to advance to the innate stage and compete with my immortal sect cultivators for the heaven and earth's fortune. It's better to remove such people as early as possible. Qin Wuyan said, the color of resentment under his eyes flickering away. It was the first time he had suffered such a big loss since he had grown up, and he was still planted in the hands of a secular martial artist. This was simply a strange shame. If Jiang Qie didn't die, this shame would likely follow him for the rest of his life. In his mind, even regardless of anything else, just today's grudge was enough for him to kill Jiang Qie 100 times over. What's more, his biggest goal in coming down the mountain this time was to reach a marriage with the Xian Wang house and become the husband of County Princess Hongyu. When County Princess Hongyu became an empress in the future, the Cold Sun sect would be able to take control of the Lady dynasty, thus changing the heavens and the earth and turning the dynasty into an immortal dynasty. In this process, Jiang Qie was even a stumbling block that could not be ignored and had to die. The biting hatred for Jiang Qie caused Qin Wuyan to ignore the bizarre expression on Zhu Danyang's face. Zhu Danyang's face was grim as his gaze flickered and he nodded. Even if senior brother doesn't say anything, elder brother will still take out this bad anger for you. Don't worry, my brother will never let Jiang Qie live for too long and will definitely give my senior brother an explanation. No, Qin Wuyan shook his head and said, Senior brother, you're mistaken. For things like revenge, I still prefer to do it myself. Today, I was just careless and underestimated Jiang Qiye before I gave him an opportunity to take advantage of it. When my injuries are fully recovered tomorrow, I will definitely chop this fawn with my own hands and let him die without a burial place. This conversation between the two clearly fell into Jiang Qiye's eyes, which didn't stop him from being so angry that he wanted to laugh. This also strengthens Jiang Qiye's mind to mess up Qin Wuyan. As for Zhu Danyang, this cargo harboring evil intentions, perhaps it should also. Just as Jiang Qiye's heart was fuming, suddenly, things took an unexpected turn, causing him to sit up from his bed with a startled face. Chapter 80, Shocking Changes. Zhu Danyang's courtyard. Zhu Danyang looked at Qin Wuyan, who had a look of indignation on his face, and with a deep gaze, nodded his head in agreement. Alright, since senior brother wants to take revenge with his own hands, I won't overstep my bounds. Just, senior brother mustn't be careless again tomorrow. Jiang Qiye's strength is still good. Elder brother, don't worry. Boom! Before Qin Wuyan could finish his words, a sudden change occurred. Next to him, Zhu Danyang blasted his chest with a palm, sending him flying backwards and knocking a large hole through the back wall. Qin Wuyan was so confused that he couldn't help but spit out blood. Put, elder brother you. Yet that's not the end of it. Just as he had just landed on the ground, not even a shocked expression could appear. The amiable senior brother Zhu, already like a maggot on the bone, chased after him, pasted a spirit-sealing talisman on his forehead, and at the same time, with his fingers like swords, quickly shot out several swordlights. Thumbs up. As the swordlight passed by, Qin Wuyan's arms and legs instantly flew away from his body. His entire body was cut into a human stick. This series of movements, Zhu Danyang could be said to be done in one go, as if he had rehearsed it countless times in his mind. It was so fast that Qin Wuyan couldn't make any reaction in time. Only when the dust settled did Qin Wuyan gradually return to his senses. As he looked at his miserable state and felt the boundless pain, he couldn't help but be horrified and couldn't help but want to let out a scream. But just as he opened his mouth, he was instantly chiseled into the mouth again by a swordlight, churning his tongue and teeth into smithereens. Ho 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 ab oh dash. The human stick Qin Wuyan's mouth was full of blood, tumbling on the ground with a spirit talisman attached to his forehead. Distorting this face, his limbs sprayed with blood, a gibbering sound came out of his mouth. Even screaming became a luxury. Zhu Danyang condescendingly looked down at his senior brother, his face cold and sunken without a trace of expression. He calmly stepped forward and sealed Qin Wuyan's meridians, stopping his bleeding, and also thoughtfully fed Qin Wuyan an elixir in his mouth. Qin Wuyan was terrified beyond words, looking at Zhu Danyang as if he was looking at an unearthly demon. He tried to say something, but all he could do was let out a whimpering, strangled cry. Senior brother Qin, don't blame me for being hard-hearted. Do you know that the pain my brother suffered back then was 1,000 times greater than yours? You'll never imagine what kind of pain it would be to rip the Cold Sun treasure pearl out of the mud palace the hard way. That pain had given me nightmares for more than a decade, and I still can't recall it. Zhu Danyang said calmly with his mouth, and his face gradually became hideous and twisted, resembling a severe ghost. The root cause of the pain I have endured is you. Senior brother. Because of your appearance, it made Master, his old man, ruthlessly abandon me. It also made the Cold Sun sect betray me. I could only leave my master's school in dismay, give up the immortal path, and focus on practicing the martial arts. But never in my wildest dreams did I think that the heavens would even send you close to me, giving me the chance to get close to the Cold Sun treasure pearl once again. Senior brother, be good. Cooperate and hand over the Cold Sun treasure pearl. Don't worry, I'll give you a quick death so you won't be in pain for long. Zhu Danyang sat cross-legged beside Qin Wuyan, gritting his teeth as he spoke, his eyes incomparably expectant and still translucent with the slightest hint of madness. Oh baby dash. Qin Wuyan once again let out a strange cry, his agonized eyes filled with a threatening tone. Zhu Danyang seemed to have read Qin Wuyan's mind and laughed coldly. Don't worry about it, since I dared to make a move. I'm not afraid of the division's chastisement. Your death has nothing to do with me. You'll die at the hands of Jiang Qiye. Jiang Qiye failed to kill you in the daytime and was so upset about it that he changed his disguise at night to kill you to vent his anger. After he killed you, he snatched the Cold Sun treasure pearl and absconded out of the country, and has been without a trace ever since, never to appear in this world again. As for me, a discarded disciple loyal to his master's school, I will set fire to myself to thank him for not protecting him well. Of course, the death will be one of my doubles. Senior, isn't this plan great? It took senior brother a whole day to come up with it. Oh yeah, I'll tell you another secret. My brother actually joined the Immortal Beheading Alliance a long time ago and became an inner disciple of the Martial God's Palace. I will give the Cold Sun Treasure Pearl to the Immortal Beheading Alliance in exchange for the foundation of martial arts in this life. Qin Wuyan couldn't help but be shocked and hateful. His eyes intertwined with endless horror and indignation as he continuously let out strange cries. Unfortunately, Zhu Danyang, in order to do things conveniently, had already branched out the subordinates in the courtyard, and no one could hear him even if he screamed louder. So it could be said that screaming was not working every day, and screaming was not working at all. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiye was greatly surprised by this. He had never dreamed that such a drama of masters and brothers fighting each other would be staged. Tough. It's too hard. Looking at Qin Wuyan's miserable state, even Jiang Qiye, who had already killed countless people, was a bit numb. Furthermore, what Jiang Qiye didn't expect was that Zhu Danyang had also joined the Immortal Beheading Alliance, and had already counted him, Jiang Qiye, within this event as well. Zhu Danyang even scripted. I guess it's time to come and ask him to appear later. Moreover, the cultivation level that Zhu Danyang was displaying at this moment also surprised him a bit. He was not a legendary first-grade expert, but a chi-gathering realm late-stage expert. This old silver coin, it's just so insidious and despicable. However, it seemed to Jiang Qiye that Zhu Danyang was about to fall into a pit, because Qin Wuyan wasn't alone. He also had a protector. It's just that for some reason, that protector of the Tao hasn't appeared until now. Just as Jiang Qiye's thought had just arisen, the situation changed once again. Zhu Danyang finished venting and was just about to continue forcing Qin Wuyan to hand over the Cold Sun Treasure Pearl when he suddenly felt a chill in his heart and his figure instantly catapulted up. Boom! There was a loud bang. The place where Zhu Danyang had just sat down left a huge crack, and a terrifying sword light shot out from the ground, cracking the roof into two. Zhu Danyang's face was startled, and he immediately had an extra lighted spirit sword in his hand, on full alert. With a flash of green light in front of him, a middle-aged immortal-style cultivator appeared in the room and landed beside Qin Wuyan. The cultivator's aura was magnificent, as if it was a sea, and his majestic spiritual pressure caused walls to collapse, roofs to fly, and dust to roll backward, making the sound horrifying. As he looked at the miserable and incomparable Qin Wuyan on the ground, he couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows, his face furious. Zhu Danyang, how dare you? The middle-aged cultivator loudly and angrily rebuked Zhu Danyang, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Senior brother Qin Yangzi, how could you be here? This can't be. Zhu Danyang's pupils shrunk, and suddenly his face changed drastically, full of disbelief, with the slightest hint of panic in the bottom of his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't expect Qin Wuyan to have a protector, but during the daytime, Jiang Qiye had already stepped on a mine for him. At that time, Jiang Qiye had already beaten Qin Wuyan to death and was on the verge of dying, and no protector of the Tao had even appeared. That's what cemented his mind to strike. But now, Qin Yangzi was furious and had a chagrined look on his face as he angrily shouted, "Shut up, Zhu Danyang! You've done such evil deeds and you still have the nerve to call me senior brother? The face of the Cold Sun sect is going to be disgraced by you." Zhu Danyang hurriedly said, "Senior brother Qin Yangzi, listen to my explanation. I think my talent is no worse than Qin Wuyan's. I can likewise completely refine the Cold Young Treasure Pearl and dedicate my life to the sect." Chapter 81, Zhu Danyang goes crazy. Zhu Danyang forced an explanation, but in the depths of his eyes, a cunning essence flickered. Qin Yangzi was the best of the inner disciples of the Cold Sun sect, and had stepped into the immortal path for 50 years, and was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. It was said that he had slaughtered 163 of his family's closest relatives with his own hands in order to cut off mundane ties, and had been held up by many in the immortal sect as a model for pursuing the great Tao. His battle prowess was extremely strong, and he had once crossed over to kill a mid-foundation cultivator of the spirit-driving Tao. Facing Qin Yangzi, Zhu Danyang could not help but be fearful. However, when he glanced at Qin Wuyan on the ground, his heart was again filled with a strong sense of unwillingness and madness. The Cold Sun Treasure Pearl was the Cold Sun sect's greatest treasure of the sect. If he could snatch it and take it to the Immortal Beheading Alliance to exchange for cultivation materials, it would definitely be enough to save him 100 years of hard work and skyrocket him. People die for money, birds die for food. Even if he was a bit wary of Qin Yangzi, he decided to let go of the fight. Qin Yangzi didn't have the patience to listen to Zhu Danyang's sophistry as he coldly hummed, "Zhu Danyang, if you know what's good for you, you should abolish your own cultivation. Follow me back to the mountain gate to apologize. Otherwise, don't blame my brother for not remembering the love of that year." Xu Danyang angrily said. This is impossible. I have already abolished my immortal Dao cultivation, so how can I abolish my own martial arts again? In that case, what's the point of me living? Good. Then don't blame me for being rude. Qing Yangzi's face sank, and he was about to cast a spell. At this time, Xu Danyang immediately unfolded his likeness and transformed into a rainbow light, shooting into the distance. Want to run away? It's not that easy. Qing Yangzi snorted disdainfully as he pinched the ground and his figure disappeared into thin air. The transported man, when he reappeared, he had already stopped 100 meters away. On Zhu Danyang's way to escape, Xu Danyang did not seem to be surprised by this, and there was even a hint of a sneer in the bottom of his eyes that he had succeeded in his plot. In the instant he turned to run for his life, he already had a small black metal ball in his hand. This was a disposable secret treasure that he had spent a large amount of merit and exchanged from the Immortal Beheading Alliance. The demonic elemental explosive thunder bead. The Devil Yuan explosive thunder bead, refined from the entire body of an innate devil cultivator's Yuan power, exploded in a single blast and was enough to pose a threat to early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Just as Qing Yangzi's figure had just appeared, the exploding thunder bead exploded above his head. Boom! A shocking sound resounded through the night sky. In that instant, a small, terrifying mushroom cloud erupted from the area where Qing Yangzi was located, enveloping a 30-meter radius and collapsing all of the surrounding premises. Xu Danyang did not go to check the result of the explosion. He abruptly turned back and returned to the courtyard in the blink of an eye, and was about to go and grab at Qin Wuyan. However, when he was 10 meters closer to Qin Wuyan, his face suddenly changed and he hastily dodged and flew back. Snort! A sword light chopped in front of him, cracking the earth with a sword mark over 10 meters long and deep. Xu Danyang, how dare you be so obsessed? Do you think you can deal with me with a little bit of evil tactics? Qing Yangzi's figure once again appeared beside Qin Wuyan. At this moment, his face was horribly gloomy. His green clothes had blown up into strips, and his hair had blown up in a bun. But he didn't suffer a serious injury. He just looked a bit lousy. Xu Danyang roared with some exasperation. Qing Yangzi, I'll take the cold young treasure pearl. If you are sensible, let me take it away. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking the net with you. Fish death? You deserve it. Qing Yangzi's tone was full of disdain. As he pinched his knob and drew it, a compact flying sword of green light flew out from his brow and surrounded the air above his head. A horrifying murderous aura spread out across the sky, enveloping a circle of nearly 100 meters. Xu Danyang had no fear in the bottom of his eyes as he decisively crushed a stone talisman with his left hand and recited under his breath, Vajra, all laws are inviolable. Behead the immortals and destroy the way. Correct me. Buzz. The void shook. Immediately, a layer of brilliant golden light was added outside Xu Danyang's body, enveloping his entire body. The light of the martial god of the Immortal Beheading Alliance? When Qing Yangzi saw this, he was even more furious. Xu Danyang, you were once a leader of my immortal sect, but I didn't expect that you would degrade yourself to such an extent that you would join the Immortal Beheading Alliance, a place that hides dirt and grime. You are bringing shame to the sect. You simply cannot be redeemed. Ha ha ha. Qing Yangzi, in your eyes, this might be considered self-sacrifice on my part, but to me, the Immortal Beheading Alliance is the best place for me to return to. If the immortal path is not possible, then I will take the martial path. What's wrong with me? Xu Danyang. Xu Danyang smiled coldly. This martial god's light that he released was an earth-grade martial god's light, much stronger than a human-grade martial god's light, and was strong enough to withstand the attacks of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. If he added his own martial arts strength, he was confident that he could compete with Qing Yangzi, and it was still a toss-up as to who would die this night. Boom! The moment the words fell, he stepped on his feet, and his human sword united, transforming into a golden rainbow light that shot towards Qing Yangzi. This golden rainbow light was like a sword that cut through the sky, exuding a terrifying might that was indestructible and unbreakable. Along the way, a terrifying storm was formed, and everything within a radius of tens of meters was stirred into pieces. Humph! Unsuspecting fool! Today I'm going to get rid of you, a traitor, on behalf of the division. Die! Qing Yangzi grunted angrily without any fear and quickly pinched his knuckles, and imperialized his flying sword to chop at Xu Danyang. His flying sword shot out 10 feet of green light, like a round of green sun across the night sky, carrying a mountainous might, crashing into Xu Danyang. Boom! Boom boom boom! The green-colored blazing sun collided with Xu Danyang, who was clad in the light of the martial god, and a terrifying shockwave erupted, sweeping across a 50-meter radius. There were explosions all over this courtyard, and everything was reduced to rubble. Zhu Danyang was chopped tens of meters away, but he was not injured. Only the light of the martial god outside his body dimmed slightly. He let out a grim cold smile and once again refracted forward like a giant snake, continuously waving his sword to cut out a terrifying sword chi that enveloped Qing Yangzi. Qing Yangzi's face was filled with hatred as he protected Qin Wuyan behind him while holding onto his spiritual power shield and concentrating on his flying sword to defend against Zhu Danyang's attack. Sword lights crisscrossed between the two of them, sword chi flying across the sky, churning everything around them, and deafening explosions continued unceasingly, shocking the heavens and the earth. For a moment, the two men were in a brief stalemate. Such a shocking commotion caused the iron whistles of vigilance to quickly ring out within the Patrol City Division. A large number of experts from the City Patrol Division swarmed towards this area. Jiang Qiye was in his room and watched with his divine sense for a while, tisk 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 on his lips. Although Zhu Danyang, the old silver coin, was a bit sinister and despicable, his strength really wasn't weak, and he dared to go head-to-head in the face of cultivators who were one realm higher than him. With his strong strength and endless means, he had managed to take a crushing game and harden it into a draw, which was already remarkable. It had to be said that Zhu Danyang's performance caused Jiang Qiye to feel a bit odd. Jiang Qiye thought to himself that if he put himself in Zhu Danyang's position, he would never do better than Zhu Danyang. The challenge of going over the top is easier said than done, and anyone who knows that knows how hard it is to do. With Jiang Qiye's personal experience alone, he had recently crushed countless enemies, but had never been successfully challenged. Not even one that could pose a substantial threat to him has been encountered. As the commotion grew louder and louder, it became a bit inappropriate for him to pretend to be asleep any longer, so he planned to go out and take a look. He pushed the door out calmly, only to see that Li Qingqiang was also opening the door and poking his head out. She looked out as she fastened her buttons, revealing a bulging corner of a turquoise lotus under her messy shirt. Nice embroidery. When she saw Jiang Qiye, she immediately turned her back with a delicate cry and asked with a blushing face, "My lord, what's happening out there?" "There are immortal cultivators invading the City Patrol Division. This is not something you can get involved in. Go and hide in the front yard. This area isn't safe anymore." Meh, bean sprouts. Jiang Qiye touched his nose in disdain and walked out of the small courtyard towards Zhu Danyang's courtyard. Chapter 82, Promoting me again? On the way, a large number of the war soldiers on duty from the City Patrol Division were gathering in this neighborhood. Seeing Jiang Qiye, the Lord Guardian, everyone spontaneously followed him. Jiang Qiye turned back to look at the crowd, raised his eyebrows, and said in a deep voice, "Tonight, an evil cultivator from the Immortal Sect has come to assassinate Lord Secretary and is fighting with Lord Zhu. This kind of battle is by no means something you can participate in. You guys go on guard on all sides, blockade this area, and don't allow anyone to set foot here." "Yes, my lord." When the crowd of war soldiers heard that it was an Immortal Sect evil cultivator who had come to carry out the assassination, they all couldn't help but be shocked, and all of their faces turned white. When they heard Jiang Qiye's order again, they were all like amnesties and joyfully went to guard the surrounding area. Immortal Sect evil cultivator? That's still an immortal cultivator. Even those who had never seen one had heard of how terrifying immortal cultivators were. Once involved in this kind of war, I'm afraid I won't even know how to die. This Lord Jiang is too sweet. A great good man. Of course, there were also people who didn't buy Jiang Qiye's account. The 8 Zhu Danyang's inner guards, although they were also a bit intimidated, still rushed towards Zhu Danyang's courtyard without any hesitation. Jiang Qiye didn't care about this. As the leader of the patrol division, he didn't want to watch the people below add unnecessary casualties in vain though. But it's hard to persuade the damned ghosts with good words. Some people rush to their deaths and can't be stopped. Very quickly, he came near the battlefield, stationing himself behind a broken wall 70 to 80 meters away, watching the battle from afar through the air, without the slightest intention of approaching. At this moment, Zhu Danyang and Qing Yangzi were still fiercely attacking each other, but neither of them could do anything to each other. Qing Yangzi's magic power was high, and he was able to use his flying sword to resist Zhu Danyang's attacks with ease. However, there was nothing that could be done about the light of the martial god outside of Zhu Danyang's body, and he could only slowly wear down the power of the light of the martial god. Zhu Danyang at this moment has means all out, will be a innate martial artist's strength to the extreme, but also the same cannot help Qing Yangzi. Gradually the mood is getting more and more restless. It was at this time that the 8 inner guards arrived nearby, looking at the great battle before them full of horror. "My lord, are you all right? My lord." Zhu Danyang was a bit happy to see his men arrive, but when he saw that it was only 8 6th grade inner guards, he couldn't help but be a bit disappointed. He droned without a word of humor. What are you all waiting for? Give me on. Kill him. Yes. Although the 8 inner guards were fearful in their hearts, they still carried out their orders without hesitation, each wielding their swords and blades as they brazenly rushed towards Qin Yangzi. Seek death. Qin Yangzi gave a cold snort of disdain, and while he was imperializing his flying sword to fight against Zhu Danyang, he still had the strength left to pinch and cast a spell. Blazing parasol. Give me the go. Buzz. A large fiery red umbrella with a diameter of 3 meters suddenly coalesced in the sky. The flames dazzled and emitted a scorching aura, and the moment it appeared, it scorched the earth and trees on the ground into ashes. The big fiery red umbrella whirled and swept towards the 8 inner guards at a rapid speed. The 8 inner guards just didn't charge forward far before they were enveloped by the large umbrella. The 8 people immediately let out a miserable scream, and in the blink of an eye turned into a ball of ashes. Even the swords and knives in their hands melted into iron under the high temperature. This also incidentally contributed 17 years of innate cultivation to Jiang Qie. Subsequently, that blazing sun umbrella also gradually dissipated into the air. Seeing this light, Zhu Danyang, who was sprinting to grab an attack, snorted coldly without any good reason, his mood getting more and more irritated. The deaths of a few of his men were nothing, but the delay in taking Qin Yangzi was very bad for him. He's kind of already given up everything today. Even if he could achieve his goal, he would definitely have to go incognito in the future and escape into the Great Wasteland, carefully avoiding the pursuit of his division. The status he had worked so hard for so many years, the connections he had made, the industries he had set up, would all be reduced to nothing, and everything would start from scratch. After paying so much, if he didn't get anything, this result was unacceptable to him, and he was not willing to do anything about it. Thinking about this, he was even more determined to obtain the Cold Sun Treasure Pearl on Qin Wuyan's body. As long as the Cold Sun Treasure Pearl was snatched up, everything would be worth it. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a silhouette in the distance and couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Ginger's 7 Knights. A second-grade peak expert was still weak, but it was still fine to help draw some fire. Zhu Danyang's gaze flickered as he wandered in his body, waving his sword qi, while he transmitted his voice in a deep voice. Jiang Qie, quickly help the seat to kill this demon. After this is accomplished, this seat can sponsor you for the position of Inspector Guard of the City Patrol Division. When Jiang Qie heard this, he was stunned. Damn it! Another promotion for me? The seat of the Secretary of State had only been held for 2.5 days when he was promoted to the rate of guard. You've only been in the seat of guardian for a day, and you're going to be promoted to governor? A promotion would be a good thing. He begged for it. But the thing is, you think the city watch is really run by your family. Besides, you're going to run away after this job. You can't even protect yourself. Are you sure your promise is valid? Jiang Qie scoffed at this. He snapped and coughed dryly, and transmitted his voice from afar. My lord, such a great battle is really shocking, making my humble servant terrified. But I can't help it because of my humble strength. I really can't help it. Zhu Danyang's heart was furious. Is this a nasty thing for a subordinate to say? Look at those 8 inside guards. They're weaker than you, and they're still charging forward without saying a word? If he didn't have the time to split up, he would have wanted to slap Jiang Qie to death. He forcibly suppressed his anger and said again, Jiang Qie, this seat doesn't need you to help me deal with this person. I'll hold Qin Yangzi back later. You only need to help me take away Qin Wuyan. Afterwards, this seat will definitely not treat you poorly. Jiang Qie was a bit hesitant. He was debating whether to turn around and leave. I wanted to come over to pick up some benefits, but I didn't expect to come a little early, and the two of them were delayed in splitting the winners and losers, which was a little embarrassing. Qin Yangzi was still disdainful of Jiang Qie, but when he heard Zhu Danyang's words, his face suddenly sank and killing intent erupted in his eyes. He didn't know what else Zhu Danyang had up his sleeve though, but by now, he had already treated Zhu Danyang with no more contempt in his heart. This former junior brother Zhu, with his deep mind, strong strength, and endless means, was indeed not easy to deal with. Moreover, Qin Wuyan's body contained the Cold Sun Treasure Pearl, which was the division's greatest treasure, which absolutely could not be lost. With a gaze full of murderous aura, he looked at Jiang Qie from afar. Then he let out a cold snort and once again strangled and cast a spell. Blazing parasol, go! The large flaming umbrella reappeared in the air, whirling and shooting towards Jiang Qie at great speed, as if it was a large, fire-burning blood droplet. Jiang Qie couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This is a nigh unwarranted disaster. I'm standing this far away and I can still be missed. However, he wasn't one of those 8 inner guards, so don't even think too much about scrapping him with a single spell. Jiang Qie stopped and stood, looking up at the large umbrella of flames flying in the sky, his gaze as calm as water, and actually slowly opened his arms. Come on, let me try how powerful you are. Phew! The large umbrella fell abruptly, enveloping him. At this moment, the surface of Jiang Qie's body was glowing with tints of copper light, and his body was protected by Yuan Li outside of his body, as if he had transformed into a towering iron mountain. At the same time, the force field around him spread 9 meters, his power transforming into a strangling horizontal flow. As the large umbrella fell, Jiang Qie instantly felt as if he was in the middle of lava, and the air around him emitted a light crackling sound. But in just an instant, the blazing sun umbrella had already been churned to pieces by the force field, turning into a sheet of flames that scattered in all directions, landing on the ground and slowly extinguishing, burning out a pitch-black pit. As for Jiang Qie himself, he only felt a burning slight pain in his skin, which quickly returned to normal.